Hello! Today we're talking about Stunky. If one doesn't count Alolan Grimer and Muck as the 88th and 89th Pokemon, Stunky is the first Poison Dark type Pokemon. It's also the first Pokemon introduced in Gen 4 to have its primary type be Poison and its secondary type be Dark. Its previous BYC dates are May 5th, 1997, February 24th, 2000, December 15th, 2002, October 5th, 2005, July 26th, 2008, May 17th, 2011, March 7th, 2014, December 26th, 2016, October 17th, 2019, and August 7th, 2022. I most know Stunky from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where it resides in the mansion in the Haunted Zone. Here you meet Stunky, who after playing Chase, which is essentially one-on-one tag, but ends when the other player, Stunky in this case, is caught, becomes your friend, and unlocks Skuntank. The reason I remember this so vividly is I actually completed this while prepping to work on this project, as I haven't 100% completed the game. Anyway, I also know Stunky from My Pokemon Ranch. I love the idea of a skunk Pokemon being poison type. It's also funny that Stunky's face looks like a butt, referencing how skunk spray comes from the rear. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Stunky, the skunk Pokemon, whose number is 0434. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Dark. Since this is our first time that Poison Dark has been a info box color, I'll point out the poison inside and the dark outside. Abilities: Stench or Aftermath. Keen Eye is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 225 or 39.9%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 42.3 pounds or 19.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 79 in Gen 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Stunky is a dual type poison / dark Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves to Skuntank starting at level 34. Biology: Stunky is a small skunk-like Pokemon with dark purple fur. Its face is large and rounded with a narrow orange nose, orange-rimmed eyes, and 2 pairs of somewhat V-shaped cream-colored whiskers on the sides of its face. It has 2 pointed ears that appear orange on the inside. A stripe of cream-colored fur runs along its back from the neck to the tail, with a small tuft protruding from the base of the neck. Its tail is raised high and ends with spiked hair pointed behind it. It has a cream-colored underbelly and 4 short legs that end in paws with 3 small white claws. Stunky can spray a foul-smelling liquid from its rear in order to drive attackers away, which is able to reach up to 16 feet 5 meters away. It prefers to aim for its target's face. The stench can be smelled from over a mile, 2 kilometers away, and will linger for around 24 hours. The stench can cause memory loss. Evolution: Stunky evolves into Skuntank. So, Stunky, Skuntank. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It protects itself by spraying a noxious fluid from its rear. The stench lingers for 24 hours. Pearl. It sprays a nose-curling, stinky fluid from its rear to repel attackers. Platinum. It sprays a foul fluid from its rear. Its stench spreads over a mile radius, driving Pokemon away. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. The foul fluid from its rear is so revolting that it can make people feel queasy up to 1.25 miles away. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6... X is the same entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. From its rear, it sprays a foul-smelling liquid at opponents. It aims for their faces, and it can hit them from over 16 feet away. Shield. If it lifts its tail and points its rear at you, beware. It's about to spray you with a fluid stinky enough to make you faint. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. The poison that gushes from its aft end is accompanied by an utterly evil-smelling odor with such potency that one whiff can induce memory loss. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum's entry, the Gen 5 entries, X and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Stunky in the Paldea Pokedex, so it's about the spray. Of course, they're running away. Houndour and a couple Corvisquire. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Black 2 and White 2. It has the Pecha Berry 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, has the Pecha Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. It's very rare for a Pokemon to have the same held item from a previous generation in Legends Arceus. That's interesting. Stats, base stats. HP and attack 63, defense 47, Special attack and special defense 41, speed 74 for a total of 329. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to psychic, resistant to poison, ghost, grass, and dark, all for half. Notes: if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up: 1. Poison, gas, and scratch. 3. Faint. 6. Smoke Screen. 9. Acid Spray. 12. Fury Swipes. 15. Focus Energy. 18. Bite. 21. Venoshock. 24. Screech. 27. Toxic. 30. Sucker Punch. 33 Memento, 36 Night Slash, 39 Belch, and 42 Explosion. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 13 Acid Spray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 91 Toxic Spikes, 94 Dark Pulse, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 125 Flamethrower, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 148 Sludge Bomb, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, 214 Sludge Wave, and 221 Throat Chop. By breeding, this group gives it Astonish, this group gives it Double Edge, this group gives it Haze, this group gives it Leer, this group gives it Slash, and this group gives it Smog. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It scatters poison to attack. Guardian Sign. Attacks by scattering poison gas around itself that makes Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bad entry. Stunky came to check out the Haunted Zone's haunted house. He's bad to the bone at Dusknoir's Speed Slam. Pokepark 2, Waters Beyond, in the Pokepark Bad entry. He feels comfortable in the tech area and runs around full of energy every day. Got all this. Evolution data, Stunky, level 34 Skuntank. Sprites, so a little darker, particularly in the stripe there. It's much more of a tan than a cream colored, I guess. And then red for the shiny. That's interesting. Might be more spikes. I don't know how many spikes. I'm not going to count all the spikes. It looks like there's probably a lot more than in Platinum here. It also looks like Platinum's is lower to the ground, or gets lower to the ground, I guess, in its animation. Also looks like the pattern of the stripe changed. That's interesting. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The stripe and the whiskers are a lot lighter. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Oh, that's interesting. I never really thought of it. It's kind of different than this one. It kind of makes it more like an actual tail rather than this, like, flat tail. Pretty good adaptation. And you get the modern colors as well in Gen 7. Not much changes. Except maybe in the shiny? Looks like it kind of goes from this pink color to a sort of darker cream color. In Gen 8, you get the better models in Sword and Shield. Seem to go back to that pink color. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Kind of makes it more yellow. That's interesting. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Honey in Pokemon Super Contests, and Stinky in Pokemon Super Contests. So I assume these are NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Stunky in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. We're actually going to see this exact Stunky in the anime section today. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 36 in Ash's Pokedex. Stunky, the skunk Pokemon. It protects itself by spraying a foul-smelling liquid from its hindquarters, which lasts for 24 hours. Pokemon Generations. Stunky in Pokemon Generations with the Glameow. In fact, looks to be the same Glameow from the one we had. I don't know if it's like a cut-off image or if it's like maybe a panning shot in the manga. Stunky in Diamond and Pearl Adventure. Got all this. The TCG trivia. Despite being based on a striped species of skunk, Stunky sprays from a handstand like a spotted skunk, as seen in the episode A Secret Sphere of Influence. Stunky shares its Japanese name with a Bomberman anime. I read this third point in the Glameow video. Origin, Stunky is based on a skunk, likely a hog-nosed skunk. It also bears a resemblance to a cat of some sort, which is fitting as baby skunks are called kits or kittens. Given that both its Japanese name and its cry make reference to flatulence, it is likely that its face is based on the form of the buttocks. Its learning self-destruct explosion, as well as its ability aftermath, is likely derived from gas bombs, flatulence, or skunks releasing all of their spray at once if hit by moving cars. Name origin, Stunky, may be a combination of skunk or stunk and stinky. Skunpoo may be a combination of skunk and pew. Onomatopoeia for the sound of flatulence. Now the languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Stunky's first in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 502, A Secret Sphere of Influence. In this episode, Officer Jenny has come to the scene of a crime and has asked her Stunky if it is ready. There's the Stunky. And that is Stunky's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Stunky. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so let's start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Stunky. This first one is 16 Pokes, number 4 by Michael Furman. First one's Hawlucha, then Slowpoke, then Conkeldurr, then Litwick, then Stunky, then Ninjask, Bonsly, Gengar, not 2, Ducklet, Tinkatink, Torkoal, Bergmite, Jigglypuff, Pumpkaboo, and Gible. Very well done, very stylized, yeah. Then we've got Stunky Line gained the Gas type by Eric GL, 1996. So, Stunky, Poison Gas, Skuntank, Poison Gas, yeah. Then we've got Stunky Crossbreeds by Cooneypup. So you got the Purebred, the Woolly plus Mareep, Silky plus Manzino, Dozy plus Slackoth, Rotund plus Darumaka, Fountain plus Seal, and Litfart, Cyndaquil. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Stunky by Tama Ume. This very nice, kind of stylized Stunky here. I like it. I've got Stunky Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. This nice Stunky model here. Then we've got Stunky Gartic by Cincino. So I guess, assuming it's in the game Gartic Phone, which is a game where you have to draw things and pass it on, like the game of telephone. Very well done. And I've got Stunky by Suicune Dragon. Very stylized Stunky here. A little grumpy, it looks like. And then we got Stunky by Roki 320. So this, nice simple Stunky here. Stunky, very well done. Then we've got Stunky by Danny My Brother. This more simplified Stunky here. Then we've got Stunky 434 by Brawn Bear. So this nice stylized Stunky here. So first of the Poke Gang by Psychonator 17. So a bunch of these Pokemon. Allegedly this is supposed to be a Stunky. Like very stylized. Very cartoony, Stunky. And I got 3 Pikachu, a Meowth, an Infernape, and an original character here. Very interesting. Then we've got Ranzai Stunky by Lunar Moon 21. So Ranzai Stunky, this regional form, I guess, of Stunky, their own probably personal region. It's Dark Poison, that's interesting. Then we've got PMDA Lounge, Young Noxious by Little Green Fox. So this very stylized Stunky here, red for some reason. Yeah, they got a little flower and I guess an ear piercing. Interesting. Then we've got Stunky Fan Club Contest ID by Ribby Dabby. So this Stunky Fan Club, got Stunky and Skuntank and a shiny Stunky, I'm guessing. Very interesting. Maple the Stunky by Buyobaka. So this more anthropomorphic Stunky here. It's got a little flower from Violet Plume in its hair. That's fun. Very well done. So this is Riley the Riolu Com by Kutario Numi. So even though it says Riolu, the description seems to imply that it's a fusion between a Riolu and a Stunky, so I'm gonna count it.
It's got the coloration and stuff, so that makes sense. Very interesting. Friendship by Vaportem. So I guess we've got Charmander, Zorora, and I guess Igglybuff, or maybe some sort of fusion or something, I don't know. This one says, haha, look at your face. Looks like a butt, haha. She looks so silly. Stinky, I hope she doesn't stank on us. Oh no. Ew, haha. I don't stink. It's the Stunky. Haha. Oh no, she's gonna stink on us. Run. Giggle. She's all sad. And then Bubble appears. Hello, my name is Azugal. What's yours? So it's an Azuril, I guess? I'm Suki. Nice to meet you. Do you like bubbles? Yes. Then come play with us, Suki. And we got a Stuffle. Ha hee hee hi. Wee. Ha. Suki. Hey, Suki. Is everything okay? So I'm guessing this is supposed to be... I'm grown up, I guess. It's probably supposed to be Skuntank and Azumarill. They're together. Very, all these are very anthropomorphic. Yes, everything is fine. Everything is fine. This one's a Beware now. Yeah, very interesting. Then we've got Stunky gift request by Vampire Celine 13 or Arej. I don't know if it's the same person or not. But this is, very stylized Stunky here. Yeah. Very well done. Maybe it's even supposed to be the shiny one, but the coloration's a little off to be the normal one, so maybe it's supposed to be the shiny one. Then we've got Bow by Jesty Skelly. So this very stylized Stunky here, named Bow, I guess. Interesting. And I've got Coda by Cutla95. Got this very stylized Stunky here. And for the more making stuff, yeah. Pikamin Hybrids 4, Eevee and Spritzy by Gracie FH. So, got plus Galarian Ponyta for the Eevee, plus a Cyndaquil, plus a Stunky, plus some more Peko. And you got the Spritzy with the Morpeko, and one with an Audino. They got these different styles of patterns and stuff. Very interesting. This is a story, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Skuntank. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see me tomorrow. Hello, before we begin, yes, I got a haircut. Today we'll be talking about Skuntank. If one doesn't count Alolan Muck as the 89th Pokémon, Skuntank is the first Poison Dark type evolution, being the only evolution of Stunky who evolves at level 34. Its previous PYC dates are May 6th, 1997, February 25th, 2000, December 16th, 2002, October 6th, 2005, July 27th, 2008, May 18th, 2011, March 8th, 2014, December 27th, 2016, October 18th, 2019, and August 8th, 2022. I most know Skuntank from My Pokemon Ranch, which is where I was introduced to it. It was odd when I first saw what it actually looks like. I also know Skuntank from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where it resides in the mansion in the Haunted Zone. Here you meet Stunky, who, after playing Chase, becomes your friend and unlocks Skuntank. Playing Chase with Skuntank results in him becoming your friend. I remember this so vividly as I completed this while prepping for this project, as I haven't 100% completed the game. As I mentioned yesterday, I love the idea of a skunk Pokemon being a poison type. I also think Skuntank is a great adaptation of a skunk. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article, where I still have my long hair, which is true of the fan art section as well.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Skuntank, the skunk Pokemon whose number is 0435. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Dark, abilities, Stench or Aftermath. Keen Eye is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 83.8 pounds or 38 kilograms. Base experience yield is 209 in Gen 4 and 168 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Skuntank is a dual type poison/dark Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Stunky starting at level 34. Biology: Skuntank is a medium-sized mammalian Pokemon that resembles a skunk with a cat-like face. It has purple, spiky fur with several tan stripes. The whiskers present on its pre-evolution have since vanished or have been replaced by furry purple tufts on the sides of Skuntank's face. Its legs are tan, and the tan coloration of its underside now forms a spiky pattern. Its nose is larger than its pre-evolution. Its massive tail, which has a cream-colored stripe, sits on top of its back and head. Skuntank is known for its noxious fluid, which smells dreadful. It can spray this fluid over 160 feet, 50 meters, and the longer it allows the liquid to ferment within its belly, the more powerful the smell. Unlike its pre-evolution and real-life skunks, which spray fluids from their rears, Skuntank sprays its fluid from its tail tip, which can open. The stench of Skuntank's fluid varies depending on its diet. Skuntank prefers to nest in large prickly bushes and heavily wooded areas, and digs holes in the ground to make its nest. While Skuntank can use its poisonous fluids to take down prey, ironically, it cannot handle the smell of its own stench, abandoning potential defeated meals as a result. So you can see Skuntank opening its tail tip here. Evolution, Skuntank evolves from Stunky, so Stunky, Skuntank. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Skuntank is the leader of Team Skull, a band of thieves. When he first appears, he uses his stench to knock out the player. With coughing, he can perform a noxious gas combo attack, and uses that to knock out the player's team with a horrible stench several times over the course of the game. But this fails against Wigglytuff later on. Toward the end of the game, when he steals the relic fragment, his team's lives are saved by the player's team, and he gives the relic back. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It sprays a vile-smelling fluid from the tip of its tail to attack. Its range is over 160 feet. Pearl. It sprays a stinky fluid from its tail. The fluid smells worse the longer it is allowed to fester. Platinum. Attacks by spraying a horribly smelly fluid from the tip of its tail. Attacks from above confound it. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Attacks by spraying a repugnant fluid from its tail, but the stench dulls after a few squirts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, in its belly, it reserves stinky fluid that shoots from its tail during battle. As this Pokemon's diet varies, so does the stench of its fluid. Shield. It digs holes in the ground to make its nest. The stench of the fluid it lets fly from the tip of its tail is extremely potent. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl. It sprays a stinky fluid from its tail. The fluid smells worse the longer it is allowed to fester in its belly. Legend Arceus sprays a poisonous fluid to take down prey. Sometimes unable to stomach the stench of its own fluid, it leaves the bested prey uneaten. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Skuntank in the Paldea Pokedex. At night, I guess. Interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond and Pearl. It has the Pecha Berry 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, has the Pecha Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 103, Attack 93, Defense 67, Special Attack 71, Special Defense 61, Speed 84 for a total of 479. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to psychic. Resistant to poison, ghost, grass, and dark, all for half. Notes: if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is double, so go from 0 to 2. Learn Step by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 34, so upon evolution, it gets Flamethrower, 38 Night Slash, 43 Belch, 48 Explosion. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, by prior evolutions nothing. Animated series only moves, X-Scissor, it's a Bug-type move. In the episode Unlocking the Red Chain of Events. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It lets loose poison gas while it walks. It attacks by spitting up a poisonous fluid. Guardian Signs. It attacks by scattering poison gas around itself that makes Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Skuntank came to the Haunted Zone to explore the haunted house, but got lost and was late. His abilities serve him well at Dusknoir's Speed Slam. This. Evolution data, Stunky, level 34 Skuntank. Sprites, so basically the same, but similar idea to Stunky, has the same kind of patterns where it's just sort of a tan rather than the cream color. And this is red as well. It's backwards for Platinum. It looks like it is implying that it comes out of its butt, like the spray, but it actually comes out of the tip of the tail. I don't know if they decided that yet or not. For the front sprite, it lightened up the tan colors to become more cream colored, and Art Gold and Soul Silver. It fixed the back sprite to match. In Gen 5, you get full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. So that's... And the modern colors as well. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Skuntank in Pokemon, the series, Diamond and Pearl. So it seems like they hadn't really decided that this was actually just gonna point out like that, like it was gonna come out of the tail like that. It just looks like it's just like a tuft of hair or whatever. Got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 126 in Ash's Pokedex. Skuntank, the skunk Pokemon, and the evolved form of Stunky. It sprays a horrible-smelling liquid from the tip of its tail. Pokemon Evolutions, Skuntank in Pokemon Evolutions, in the manga, Skuntank in Pokemon Adventures. Got a bunch of them. Got this. And the TCG. Trivia, due to the censor that prevents Pokemon with offensive nicknames from being traded on the GTS, an English language Skuntank cannot be traded on the GTS without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White. Origins, Skuntank is based on a hog-nosed skunk and a tank. Its appearance and notoriety of being incredibly foul-smelling is a trait also similar to the honey badger. Its stylized tail bears similarity to a pompadour, a hairstyle that is commonly associated with Japanese delinquents. It also bears similarities to cats. Its face resembles the form of buttocks, both on its front and below. Its learning, self-destruct explosion, as well as its ability Aftermath, is likely derived from gas bombs, flatulence, or skunks releasing all of their spray at once if hit by moving cars. Its name, the ability to learn the move Flamethrower naturally, and the way it shoots up projectiles from the tip of its tail in front of its body may be derived from tanks and expands on warfare theme from Stunky's gas bombs. Name origin, Skuntank and Skutank may be derived from skunk, stank, past tense of stink, and tank. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Skuntank's first in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 563, Double Team Turnover. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team has stolen the illustrious orb, which Team Galactic was after, but Team Galactic let them go, and now we've cut to a different team of Team Galactic.
G3 is in, roger that. Commencing backup plan.
Skuntank.
Now that they foolishly let Team Rocket get away with the orb, it's our turn to take care of things.
Yes, ma'am. We'll use the Spear Key to track their moves.
Okay, that is Skuntank's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Skuntank. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Skuntank. This is Skuntank Day by Halcyon Maufet. It's this nice Skuntank here. Maybe even supposed to be the shiny one, but the shiny little marks here. I can't. The coloration's also a little bit weird. Very interesting, very stylized. Then you've got Skuntank Skorupi Adopt $55 by Ora Walrain. That's interesting. Fusion between Skuntank and Skorupi here. Got a bunch of the different colors probably used, yeah. Skuntank Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. This nice model here. Very well done. Then we've got the Stunky line by G-Bomber. So, Stunky number 434, Skuntank number 435. These nice stylized Stunky and Skuntank here. Seems to be from February 17th, 2022. Skuntank by Danny My Brother. This more simplified Skuntank here. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Skuntank Used Poison Gas by Bridget Lovejoy. So I guess their version of Skuntank using poison gas. This will be from 2018. We've got SL Noxious Reference by Dreamer Elfie. This sort of stylized Skuntank here, and yeah, Noxious is the name, species Skuntank, gender male, types poison dark, rate basic, very well done. And we've got closed Poco Fusions sphere styles by Blacksmith Fox, so these cute fusions of Spheal. Skuntank one up here, Bouffalant, Simisear, Midnight Form Lycanroc here. It's very cute, very well done. And we've got Skuntank Shaming by Ribidevi, so a parody of pet shaming, the thing that was popular a few years back. So we got I fart in public and pretend my trainer did it. There's also Chatot here. Yes, very stylish Skuntank here. And we've got Random Pokemon / Skuntank by Arcegia. This nice stylized Skuntank here. Very well done. Then we've got Skuntank by Tassia Llama, so the Skuntank that seems to lean more into the cat-like aspects of it. Interesting. Seems to be from 2008. We've got Skuntank by Tangle Colors, so got this nice stylized Skuntank here, and this, like, bramble it looks like. Interesting. Then we've got Skuntank by Wixers, so this nice stylized Skuntank here. Very well done. Got Endurance IOB Chapter 6, 109 through 111 by Urple Chug. This interesting comic, I'll zoom in so it's easier to read. Nagrom, you are a good trainer and a good kid, and it's brought me more joy than you can imagine getting to be your trust parent and honorary uncle. Yes, sometimes you cross lines and overstep your boundaries, but you are not stupid, and you do not mess everything up. I'm sincerely sorry for every pain I have caused you and for making you lose confidence in yourself. I know that I can't stop you, and whatever is going to happen will happen, but please believe me. I will always, always do everything in my power to help you. So, I guess a flashback to when they were a kid. Yeah. Just please don't block my calls and messages this time. Okay, I guess if you can stop calling me 30 times a day. Okay, 29 it is then. And they start laughing, and I go home, and a couple Pokemon in here. Got a Zubat, and I don't know what Pokemon that is. It might be a fusion between a couple of them. It's very stylized. Got this woman here, and yeah, she sits next to her, and it's a fusion between a Ledian and one of the bat Pokemon. And we got a Espeon here, and then they're all sad, and I guess they're remembering their Skuntank and Drapion here. Yeah, interesting. I've got Fab's Skuntank by Fox Song. So you've got this nice, very stylized fan art here. Looks to be from like 2015, I think. Skuntank and Stunky by 29 Step 5. So this fun art. Looks like they made it in Pokemon Art Academy. This very cute image of Skuntank and Stunky together. Yeah. Very well done. Skuntank used Poison Gas by Gaia Nex. So the stylized Skuntank using Poison Gas here. Very interesting. It's got Skuntank by KQ Nidoqueen Anime Art. So it's supposed to be Skuntank in the Animal Jam art style. That's very interesting. So this isn't technically Pokemon. These are just Pokemon-inspired cats. So I will not count this. So we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bronzor. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Bronzor, the first of 2 Steel Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, the other being its evolution, Bronzong. Bronzor's previous VOICAs are May 7th, 1997, February 26th, 2000, December 17th, 2002, October 7th, 2005, July 28th, 2008, May 19th, 2011, March 9th, 2014, December 28th, 2016, October 19th, 2019, and August 9th, 2022. I must know Bronzor from My Pokemon Ranch. I always thought it was weird that Bronzor evolves into Bronzong since they don't look that much alike. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article, where I still have my long hair.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bronzor, the bronze Pokemon, whose number is 0436. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Psychic, abilities, Levitate or Heatproof, Heavy Metal is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is gender unknown. Catch rate is 255, or 43.9%. Breeding, a group mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 133.4 pounds or 60.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 72 in Gen 4 and 16 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Green? Ow, this is very clearly blue and yellow, and I guess black. But there's no green here. Maybe it was more greenish, and it's original. I don't know. Bronzor is a dual-type Steel/Psychic Pokemon, introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Bronzong starting at level 33. Biology, Bronzor is a flat circular blue-green Pokemon. 6 dark blue spheres bulge from its rim. It has 2 round yellow eyes and a large nose like a sphere surrounded by 4 small circles in its center. A crest resembling an herb or branch is on its back. Bronzor's crest is said to possess a mysterious power and is held sacred. It was first seen in ancient tombs and time-worn places. Objects resembling this Pokemon have also been found in tombs. Scientists believe Bronzor used to be reflective and have unsuccessfully tried performing X-rays on its body. The pattern of Bronzor in Galar cannot be found in any of its cultures, and the reason is unknown. There is lore on how polishing Bronzor will make its surface reflect the truth. However, it hates being polished. Bronzor uses an unknown energy to help it float around. It typically lives in mountainous paths. You can see Bronzor reflecting the truth after being polished. With these 2 people, a yellow Squawkabilly, a Bronzong, and a Fungus. Prior to Gen 8, Bronzor and its evolved form, Bronzong, were the only known Pokemon that could have Heatproof as an ability. Evolution, Bronzor evolves into Bronzong, so Bronzor, Bronzong. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4. Diamond. Implements shaped like it were discovered in ancient tombs. It is unknown if they are related. Pearl. X-ray photos were taken to check its body structure. Nothing appeared, however. Platinum. There are researchers who believe this Pokemon reflected like a mirror in the distant past. For Gold and Soul Silver, ancient people believed that the pattern on Bronzor's back contained a mysterious power. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. They are found in ancient tombs. The patterns on their backs are said to be imbued with mysterious power. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's, but Bronzor is now the correct casing. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. It appears in ancient ruins. The pattern on its body doesn't come from any culture in the Galar region, so it remains shrouded in mystery. Shield. Polishing Bronzor to a shine makes its surface reflect the truth, according to common lore. Be that as it may, Bronzor hates being polished. Brilliant Diamond. Implements shaped like Bronzor were discovered in ancient tombs. It is unknown whether they are related. Shining Pearl. X-ray photos were taken to check its body structure, but nothing was seen. Legend Arceus. Floats using a mysterious energy. The pattern engraved upon its back is held as sacred and can sometimes be found in imagery from ancient cemeteries and other such time-worn places. In Gen 9, Scarlet is X and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Bronzor and the Paldea Pokedex. So you got 3 of them here, floating at night. And then Bronzor and the Kitakami Pokedex. You got 4 of them floating around. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In the Pokewalker, it has the Aqua Berry 100% of the time. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black 2, White 2, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 57, Attack 24, Defense 86, Special Attack 24, Special Defense 86, Speed 23 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Fighting, Bug, Water, and Electric, weak to Ground, Ghost, Fire, and Dark for double, immune to poison, resistant to normal, flying, rock, steel, grass, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half, and psychic for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has levitate, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 2. If this Pokemon has heat-proof, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is 1, so it would be 1 instead of 2. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type moves and ghost-type moves were 1, so both went from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Confusion. 4. Confuse Ray. 8. Payback. 12. Imprison. 16. Gyro Ball. 20. Hypnosis. 24. Safeguard. 28. Extra Sensory. 32. Heavy Slam. 36. Iron Defense. 40. Metal Sound. And 44. Future Sight. By TM, TM001 Takedown. 7 Protect. 17 Confuse Ray. 23. Charge Beam. 25 Facade. 28 Bulldoze. 29 Hex. 36 Rock Tomb. 41 Stored Power. 47 Endure. 49 Set a Day. 50 Rain Dance. 51 Sandstorm. 54 Psyshock. 59 Zen Headbutt. 66 Body Slam. 70 Sleep Talk. 74 Reflect. 75 Light Screen. 76 Rock Blast. 81 Grass Knot. 84 Stomping Tantrum. 85 Rest. 86 Rock Slide. 92 Imprison. 93 Flash Cannon. 98 Skill Swap. 99 Iron Head. 101 Power Gem. 103 Substitute. 104 Iron Defense. 109 Trick. 114 Shadow Ball. 116 Stealth Rock. 120 Psychic. 121 Heavy Slam. 124 Ice Spinner. 129 Calm Mind. 130 Helping Hand. 138 Psychic Terrain. 149 Earthquake. 161 Trick Room. 168 Solar Beam. 170 Steel Beam. 171 Terra Blast. 178 Gravity. 180 Gyro Ball. 203 Psych Up. 217 Future Sight. 218 Expanding Force. And 223 Metal Sound. By breeding, the Mirror Herb gives it Gravity and Recycle. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It launches Iron Balls and Strange Orbs to attack. Guardian Science attacks by making Iron Balls fall. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark pad entry. Bronzor is guarding the way to the pyramid in the Granite Zone. Got all this. Evolution data, Bronzor, level 33, Bronzong. Sprites. So, yeah, not really much changes, honestly. Maybe a little bit darker, but overall. Still not green, but it very much looks like it's shiny. It's gonna be, yeah. There's a leaf, like, thing, you know, like on the back. Platinum, you got it at a different angle. Then in Gen 5, you get the full back sprites, even though you've... Oh yeah, wait, you already have the full back sprite. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Doesn't cut off the back sprite at all in Gen 4. Oh, interesting. Gen 6, you get the modern colors and the models. Pretty good adaptations. He's a little flat, though. And the eyes seem a little bulgy and also rounder than they probably should be. In Gen 7, not really much. Well, it seems like it gets wider in Gen 7. Interesting. And maybe it gets a little darker again? In Gen 8, you get the much better models. It kind of keeps it now rounded. It kind of goes from like this hexagon to a sort of rounded shape. I guess again, yeah, because it kind of... Yeah, interesting. And Legends Arceus, get these models. Homes, you get these models. Other sprites, Bronzy in Pokemon Super Contests, Saucy in Pokemon Super Contests, and Wheelie in Pokemon Super Contests. So imagine these are NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Bronzor in Pokemon Horizons the series. Okay, got all this. Bronzor in Pokemon Paldean Winds. Got one with a Tinkatink and a Tinkatuff. In the manga, Bronzor and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, trivia, if Bronzor is turned upside down, it will look exactly the same from the front, meaning its front has rotational symmetry. It also has horizontal and vertical reflective symmetry, however, its back sprite only has vertical reflective symmetry. There is an unused sprite within Pokemon Diamond and Pearl for Bronzor's back sprite, which is just a duplicate of its front sprite, so I guess originally it was supposed to have it on both sides. That's interesting. In the games, all 3 commanders of Team Galactic that can be battled have a Bronzor, as both of this Pokemon's abilities are used at the same time in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. And it wasn't weak to Ghost and Dark-type moves at the time. Bronzor doesn't have any weaknesses in those games. Bronzor has the lowest base attack of all Steel-type Pokemon. Origin, Bronzor is based on a Dokyo or bronze mirror on its back. Bronzor has carved in a shape of a grain spike, just like its evolved form, Bronzong, which can summon rain for a better harvest. Bronzor, and the fact that it evolves into Bronzong, also seems to be based on an old Japanese myth present in the book Hippowdon, Stories and Studies of Strange Things by Lafcudio Hearn. The priests of Mugenyama wanted to forge a bell for their temple, so they asked the local women to donate their bronze mirrors for this purpose. A woman contributed her mirror, but later regretted it. Because of her repentance, the mirror wouldn't melt in the furnace until she killed herself. Before her suicide, she said that whoever would break the bell would be given great wealth by her ghost. A multitude of people tried to break the bell by ringing it furiously, so the tired priests rolled it down a hill into a swamp in frustration. Name origin: Bronzor may be a combination of bronze and mirror. Doamir may be a combination of Dokyo, bronze mirror, and mirror. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Bronzor's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, all you really need to know is that we're in Alamos Town. There's the Bronzor fighting a Gible. And that is Bronzor's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Bronzor cards. We'll start with the older one.
It's the first Bronzor card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's the official art on a background. However, this time there's also an effect added in both the background and the foreground. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it might be Bronzor performing its move. Bronzor has 50 HP, it's 1'8" and 133.4 pounds. It has one move, Dull Light, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card it costs 1 metal energy and 1 of any energy. It hits for 20 damage. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon becomes confused. Bronzor is weak to fire for plus 10 damage, which mimics its weakness to fire in the video games. It's resistant to Psychic for minus 20 damage, which mimics its resistance to Psychic in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Bronzor to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, "Implements shaped like it were discovered in ancient tombs. It is unknown if they are related." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Bronzor is level 8. In the video games, it would be 25 levels from evolving into Bronzong. The second card is the 13th Bronzor card design. It was illustrated by Midori Hirata. I like that you can see its back, although I don't know what it's reflecting on, unless that's supposed to be a second Bronzor. Either way, it's a nice image. This Bronzor shares its height, weight, and retreat cost with the other Bronzor. This Bronzor has 60 HP, 10 more than the other Bronzor. This Bronzor has 2 moves, Ram and Speed Dive, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Ram costs 1 metal energy and hits for 10 damage. On this card, Speed Dive costs 1 metal energy and 1 of any energy. It hits for 20 damage. Bronzor is weak to fire for double damage. It's resistant to grass for minus 30 damage, which mimics its weakness to grass in the video games. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to it, there's the D mark, meaning it could no longer be used in tournaments starting April 14th, 2023. Its description reads, "It appears in ancient ruins. The pattern on its body doesn't come from any culture in the Galar region, so it remains shrouded in mystery." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword.
I don't have a card for Bronzong, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Happiny. Now let's see why other people love Bronzor. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bronzor. Doodle, Victor I, Arcane, and Pokemon I, number 2, by Kyromax. So I guess this character Victor from, I assume, the show Arcane, and that whole universe, I guess. And he's got a couple Pokemon here. Got the Bronzor and a Sylvanie here. Yes, very well done. Then we got Bronzor by Danny My Brothers. This kind of simplified Bronzor here on this kind of poster looking thing. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Go Thingy Go by Klaxi Va. The description seems to suggest that this is a fusion between a Clink and a Bronzor, so I'll count it. So yeah, you got the elements of the Clink with the shape, the Bronzor with the eyes and the nose and the little shape on the inside. Yeah, very well done. This image doesn't contain a Bronzor, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bronzong. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Bronzong, the second of two Steel Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, the other being its pre-evolution Bronzor, who evolves at level 33. Bronzong's previous PYC dates are May 8th, 1997, February 27th, 2000, December 18th, 2002, October 8th, 2005, July 29th, 2008, May 20th, 2011, March 10th, 2014, December 29th, 2016, October 20th, 2019, and August 10th, 2022. I must know Bronzong from my Pokemon Ranch. Until I worked on this project, I always thought it was weird that Bronzor evolved into Bronzong, as they don't look that much alike. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Bronzong, the Bronze Bell Pokemon, whose number is 0437. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Psychic, abilities, Levitate or Heat Proof. Heavy Metal is its inability, gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is 8 group, mineral, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 412.3 pounds or 187 kilograms. Base experience yields 188 in Gen 4, 175 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yields 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokédex color is green and base friendship is 70. Green, still not. It's a lot better for green than this one. There's a lot more like green shading, I guess. But I wouldn't say there's green here. I still would call it mostly blue, red, and white, or maybe gray with that top part. Bronzong is a dual-type Steel/Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Bronzor starting at level 33. Biology, Bronzong is a large Pokemon resembling a blue-green bell with 2 arms coming out of its sides. It has a hollow body and a yoke attached at the top. Its face can be best described as being a totem pole design. Bronzong has 2 round, red eyes with blue-green irises and a rectangular mouth with 1 visible row of square teeth. It also has several darker rectangular markings on its body. Those are its eyes? I always thought those were its eyes. That is wild. And those were like cheek markings. When angered, Bronzong lets out a warning cry that rings out like the tolling of a bell. It can summon rain clouds, which earned it the nickname Bringer of Plentiful Harvests, and led to some referring to it as a deity since ancient times. Many scientists believe the Bronzong found in Galar originated from a different region after researching the patterns on its body. Some Bronzong can sleep up to 2,000 years, with one such case leading to quite the media story when one was discovered at a construction site. Bronzong typically lives in ruins and mountain ranges. Prior to Gen 8, Bronzong, in its pre-evolved form, Bronzor, were the only known Pokemon that could have Heat-Proof as an ability. Evolution, Bronzong evolves from Bronzor, so Bronzor, Bronzong. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky. Bronzong, together with Hitmonlee and Regigigas, are the statues that come alive to battle the player in Aegis Cave. Pokédex entries in Gen 4 Diamond. One caused a news sensation when it was dug up at a construction site after a 2,000-year sleep. Pearl. It can summon rain clouds. People long ago revered it as the bringer of plentiful harvests. Platinum. It brought rains by opening portals to another world. It was revered as a bringer of plentiful harvests. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Ancient people believed that petitioning Bronzong for rain was the way to make crops grow. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. In ages past, this Pokemon was revered as a bringer of rain. It was found buried in the ground. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Bronzong's now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, some believe it to be a deity that summons rain clouds. When angered, it lets out a warning cry that rings out like the tolling of a bell. Shield. Many scientists suspect that this Pokemon originated outside the Galar region, based on the patterns on its body. Brilliant Diamond. One caused a meteor storm when it was dug up at a construction site after a 2,000-year sleep. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Some believe that its bell-like cry opens souls to another world. It has been revered as a deity since ancient times. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2, White 2, X, and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Bronzong and the Paldea Pokédex. We got 3 of them around this structure here. I don't know. And Bronzong in the Kitakami Pokédex is a full evolutionary line image, since it has 2 Bronzor with it. That's fun. It can move these up and down? I didn't even know that. That's so cool. Game locations. Side game locations. In events, held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 67, Attack 89, Defense 116, Special Attack 79, Special Defense 116, Speed 33 for a total of 500. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Fighting, Bug, Water, and Electric. Weak to Ground, Ghost, Fire, and Dark for double, immune to Poison. Resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Steel, Grass, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy, all for half, and Psychic for a fourth. Note, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Levitate, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of 2. If this Pokemon has Heat-Proof, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 1, so it would be 1 instead of 2. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were 1, so both went from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 33, so upon evolution it gets Block, 38 Iron Defense, 44 Metal Sound, 50 Future Sight, and 56 Rain Dance. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, I got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It launches Iron Balls and Strange Orbs to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by making Iron Balls fall. Got all this. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, in the Pokepark ban entry. He has lived in Pokepark since long ago, when beings other than Pokemon lived there. He is proud of his body patterns. You got all this. Evolution data, Bronzor, level 33, Bronzong. Sprites here is a lot darker, a lot more of the blue, like this one is interesting. Green, like this one was. Oh, it has the same back pattern that this one had. That's fun. This sprite in Platinum, not really much changes, though. Colors might get a little brighter in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Oh, it's orange for the shinies' eyes as well. That's interesting. Then, Gen 5, you get these sprites and the full back sprite. In Gen 6, you get the models, which make it a little bit more obvious that these are the eyes rather than these, because it's all flat. So, you know, I'm more used to it just being flat, so that's why I was confused. Pretty good adaptation. Makes this a little bit, I don't know, it's a little bit chunkier, though. Like, I don't know, this is a little bit weird. Like, the line is a lot thicker than on this one. Modern colors as well. It's a lot more faded green than that one is. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models. In Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. In Animation, Bronzong and Pokemon Horizons the series. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 35, and Ash's Pokedex. Bronzong, the Bronze Bell Pokemon. One slept for over 2,000 years until it was accidentally awakened at a construction site. Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Bronzong, upper right, in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer, with a Runiclus, or however that's pronounced. In the manga, Bronzong in Pokemon Adventures. Got a couple of them. Got all this, and the TCG. Trivia, Bronzong does not have any weaknesses in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, due to both of its abilities being used simultaneously, along with it not yet being weak to Ghost and Dark-type moves at the time. Also, in Gen 4 and 5, Bronzor and Bronzong were the only Pokemon to have different weaknesses depending on their ability, with Heat-Proof negating their weakness to fire moves, and Levitate making them immune to ground moves. Bronzor and Bronzong with Heat-Proof are the only steel types not weak to either fighting or fire. When a Bronzong blinks or falls asleep in Gen 5, its eyes turn white. I read the third point in the Drifblim video. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond's Pokepad entry describes a male Bronzong, despite Bronzong being of unknown gender. Prior to Gen 8, Bronzong was the only Pokemon able to learn Rain Dance by leveling up, that could not learn any moves nor have any abilities that benefit from rain. This may be related to its Pokedex entries, several of which mention Bronzong's natural power to summon rain clouds. Origin, Bronzong is based on a Dotaku Japanese bells, which were believed to have been used to pray for good harvests. They are often decorated with patterns representing nature and were buried, occasionally, with bronze mirrors and weapons in isolated locations. Bronzong and the fact that it evolves from Bronzor also seems to be based on an old Japanese myth present in the book Hippowdon, Stories and Studies of Strange Things by Lucario Hearn. The priests of Mugenyama wanted to forge a bell for their temples, so they asked the local women to donate their bronze mirrors for this purpose. A woman contributed her mirror, but later regretted it. Because of her repentance, the mirror wouldn't melt in the furnace until she killed herself. Before her suicide, she said that whoever would break the bell would be given great wealth by her ghost. A multitude of people tried to break the bell by ringing it furiously, so the tired priests rolled it down a hill into a swamp in frustration. Bronzong's Pokédex entry in Diamond may refer to the Kamoiwarakura site, where multiple Dotaku were discovered during construction of a farm road in 1996 by a heavy machinery operator who accidentally struck the cache of Dotaku while excavating the site, and dated to approximately 2,000 years ago in the Yayoi period. Additionally, Bronzong's facial features resemble those of the Mesoamerican rain god Tlaloc, who is often depicted as being predominantly cyan in color. In Mexico City, which is located on the site of the former capital of the Aztec Empire, artifacts are often discovered during construction-related excavation, which Bronzong's Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond may also reference. Name origin: Bronzong may be a combination of bronze and gong, a type of musical percussion instrument, dong, onomatopoeia for deep bell reverberation, or Biazong, an ancient Chinese musical instrument consisting of bells. Dotakun may be derived from Dotaku, a type of bronze bell, and possibly the honorific kun, mister. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Bronzong's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 501, an elite meet and greet. We're at the very beginning of the episode.
Bronzor!
Quick, Weasel, dodge it!
That is Bronzong's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Bronzong. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're sending fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bronzong. This first one is Bronzong by Danny My Brother, so this fun, kind of more simplified version of Bronzong here on the sort of poster-looking thing. Then we've got Sleeping Bronzong by Lois Kosa. This fun little, sleeping Bronzong here. You can see its eyes closed, at least how they imagine it would be. Anyway, we've got Bronzong by Molly Style Art. So it looks like we got a couple here. We got the original, and then we got the shiny variant. That's fun. And we got Bronzong by Mario Sonic 2987. So this Bronzong looks to be blushing, I guess. Yeah, very nice. Then we've got 0437 Bronzong by Dual Cosmog. It's nice Bronzong here. Yeah, very well done. Center is filled for some reason. Maybe it's supposed to be like sleeping or something. I don't know. Interesting. Then we've got Pokemon Bronzong, Regional Variant Evolution by VicWorks. So this nice, fun little evolution, fan evolution, I guess, that, and then just, a very logical next step for this one. You got Bronzong, and this thing. Then we've got Shiny Bronzong by Mist Draws. So this nice shiny Bronzong here. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Project Voltage Miku Hatsune Steel Type by VicWorks. So you've got the Bronzong and Hatsune Miku. I don't know if this is the actual design she had for the Steel song. We're presuming that that's what this would be about. But it's interesting fan art. Very well done. Voltage, 13 of 18. Art by Vic, yeah. This is Smeared by US Pop 209. So it's this fusion between a Smeargle, a Celebi, and a Bronzong here. So you got all the different elements. Very interesting. Then we've got the Bronzor line by G-Bomber. So Bronzor number 436. Bronzong number 437. These nice drawings of Bronzor and Bronzong. Yeah, very well done. It's got the typing too, the steel and the psychic. That's fun. And we've got Shiny Bronzong Redo 1 by Flame Speed 795. So their version of what the Shiny Bronzong should have looked like, I guess. Very well done. And we've got Bronzong 437 by Brawn Bear. This simple Bronzong image. Very well done. And we've got Fading Warmth by Philathion. So this image of a bunch of different Pokemon here. So you got the Bronzong here, a Breloom, this purple Floatzel for some reason, this Scorbunny, this Sinistea, Larvesta, Esper, and this alternate designed Chimchar here. Very interesting. This is Bronzong, Paper Mario style by Finnish Charlie, 1995. So we've got this nice Bronzong in the Paper Mario style. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got PMD Acoustic, Come Over the Bronzong by Lil Green Fox. So this, I guess, maybe primitive version of the Bronzong, like what it probably looked like before the oxidation really happened. That's fun. Komova. So this is fake Colossian Bronzor and Bronzong by Santa Thur. So you've got Colossian Bronzor and Colossian Bronzong, these regional forms for Kalos. I guess for Pokemon Legends EA. So they're both Fairy Steel. I assume this is based on French bronze mirrors and bells. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Bronzong by Miraculous Lazuli. Just nice Bronzong image here. Yeah, very interesting. Seems to be angry, probably maybe summoning the storm here. That's fun. Then we've got Soul Silver Nuzlocke Kenya by Artomew. So this fun Bronzong here with, I guess, a bunch of letters. I guess like delivering the mail or something. That's interesting. This doesn't contain a Bronzong, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we're talking about Bonsly. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Bonsly. Its previous BYC dates are May 9th, 1997, February 28th, 2000, December 19th, 2002, October 9th, 2005, July 30th, 2008, May 21st, 2011, March 11th, 2014, December 30th, 2016, October 21st, 2019, and August 11th, 2022. I must know Bonsly as one of the Pokemon Brock has in the Gen 3 and 4 era of the anime. I love how, like its evolution Sudowoodo, it resembles the cuttable plants from the Gen 1 and 2 games, Fire Red, Leaf Green, and the Gen 4 games. Although, coincidentally, it looks most like the cuttable plant from the Gen 5 games. I also love how Game Freak adapted its design from Sudowoodo. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bonsly, the bonsai Pokemon. His number is 0438. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock. Ability Sturdy or Rockhead. Rattle is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is Egg Group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'8" or 0.5 meters. Weight is 33.1 pounds or 15 kilograms. Base experience yield is 68 in Gen 4 and 58 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV is 1 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Bonsly is a rock-type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Sudowoodo when leveled up while knowing Mimic. Biology, Bonsly is a round, brown Pokemon with the top of its head resembling a club. A rim goes around the middle of its body. There are 3 yellow spots on its face, 2 of which surround its eyes, which are small black dots. It has short legs and toeless feet. Bonsly also has a hole on its rear similar to the draining hole of a flower pot. It is often mistaken for a grass type, but its body is biologically closer to stone. Bonsly is a good mimic, making it often mistaken for a real bonsai tree, though it can easily stand out in a dry environment that lacks greenery. As its green spheres dry out, their dull luster increases. It can remain in the same spot for a long time. It also has a habit of crying, not because it is sad or needing attention, but rather it is due to excess moisture in its body. As it cries, it expels both sweat and tears from its eyes. Bonsly's sweat tastes a little salty, while the tears are slightly bitter. It dies if it gets too damp with this moisture. This habit also gets enemies to let their guards down. It prefers dry, rock-strewn areas, but it is not uncommon to see one in a garden. As suggested by Brock's Bonsly, a very young Bonsly needs to be bottle-fed, but can eat solid food when it matures. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, people tend to think Bonsly is crying in its sleep, and that something is wrong. However, it is merely expelling water from its body to adjust its body's fluid levels. Evolution, Bonsly evolves into Sudowoodo, so Bonsly, Sudowoodo. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. A trainer at ONBS has lost their Bonsly. It appears at the SS Libra, but runs away upon being approached. Returning Bonsly to its trainer gains the reward of the Bonsly bingo sheet. This begins with a Bonsly with Rock Slide, and allowed players to experience battling with it long before the official release of Diamond and Pearl. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon upon completion of all the type-based mazes at the dojo. Makuhita will award a statue of Bonsly that is displayed outside the rescue base. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond. It looks as if it is always crying. It is actually adjusting its body's fluid levels by eliminating excess. Pearl, it prefers arid environments. It leaks water from its eyes to adjust its body's fluid levels. Platinum, it prefers an arid atmosphere. It leaks water that looks like tears when adjusting its moisture level. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, in order to adjust the level of fluids in its body, it exudes water from its eyes. This makes it appear to be crying. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Pearl's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 7 Sun, it does not deal well with water, so it lives in dry locales. Since its surroundings tend to lack greenery, it stands out noticeably. Moon, from its eyes it can expel excess moisture from its body. This liquid is similar in composition to human sweat. Ultra Sun, it discharges moisture from its eyes, making it look like it's crying. Apparently an effective way of getting enemies to let down their guard. Ultra Moon, if its body gets too damp, it will die, so in a process reminiscent of sweating, its eyes expel moisture. In Gen 8 Sword, it expels both sweat and tears from its eyes. The sweat is a little salty, while the tears have a slight bitterness. Shield, this Pokemon lives in dry, rocky areas. As its green spheres dry out, their dull luster increases. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, or their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Its tears elicit sympathy from those who see them. But do not be deceived. This expulsion of body water is merely a physiological mechanism for keeping itself in good health. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet is Moon's entry. Bonsly in the Alola Pokedex. Bonsly in the Paldea Pokedex, all alone here. Interesting. Bonsly in the Kitakami Pokedex. There's 3 of them here on this mountain. You can see it's crying. That's cute. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 50, Attack 80, Defense 95, Special Attack 10, Special Defense 45, Speed 10, for a total of 290. Pokeathlon stats. Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Electric Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Steel, Water, and Grass, all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, and fire, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Fake Tears and Copycat, 4 Flail, 8 Rock Throw, 12 Block, 16 Mimic, 20 Rock Tomb, 24 Tearful Look, 28 Sucker Punch, 32 Rock Slide, 36 Low Kick, 40 Counter, and 44 Double Edge. 4 by TM. Since I read this in the Sudowoodo video, I'll be skipping it. Same for by Breeding. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It throws stones to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers rock balls around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bad Entry. Bonsly often plays in the Meadow, Cavern, or Lava Zones. His favorite attractions are Bulbasaur's Daring Dash and Rhyperior's Bumper Burn. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He came from the Arbor area. He feels the Crag area fits him better, though. He's quite good at nicely convincing others to do him favors. Got all this. Pokemon Sleep. People have observed Bonsly appearing to cry in its sleep. You may worry that something has happened to it, but there's no need. Bonsly is just expelling water to adjust its body's fluid level. Flopped sleep, upright sleep, watery-eyed sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Bonsly, level up knowing Mimic, Sudowoodo. Breed, holding Rockin' Sense from Gen 4 to 8. Sprites here, so darker colors, is to be expected, probably the same as that. And then these are the same colors as shiny Sudowoodo. That's fun. Platinum has these sprites. Not really much changes, although these seem to be more together. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models and the modern colors. Pretty good adaptation, I guess. It kind of looks more like a, I don't know, like a, I guess it's more supposed to look like the pot, right? Like it's like a plotted plant. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. And in Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites. Chokan in Pokemon Super Contests. Sprout in Pokemon Super Contests. And Twigs in Pokemon Super Contests. I presume these are NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Bonsly in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Brock's Bonsly is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 156 in Ash's Pokedex. Bonsly, the bonsai Pokemon. Bonsly is the pre-evolved form of Sudowoodo. Although it looks like a grass Pokemon, it's actually a rock type. When it collects too much moisture, it produces fake tears to get rid of it. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 4 in Dawn's Pokedex. Bonsly, the bonsai Pokemon. Being a rock type, it can get weak if its body contains too much water, so it secretes that water from both sides of its body to regulate it. A few Poketoons, I guess. In the manga, Bonsly in Pocket Monsters DP, got all this, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Bonsly appears in Super Smash Bros. Brawl as a Pokeball Pokemon. Once released, characters can pick it up and throw it at other players. Due to its weight, characters holding it can only move very slowly, and it can't be thrown very far. But a direct hit does massive damage and can result in a knockout within 2 hits at 0% damage. Bonsly in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. A bonsai Pokemon. It looks like a plant, but history reveals it is actually a rock type. Its best move among its specialty moves is Fake Tears. As it grows, it will be skilled at using Mimic, which allows it to copy an opponent's previous move. If leveled up under certain conditions, it evolves into Sudowoodo. Trivia: I read this first point in the Sandshrew video. Bonsly's English name was revealed on June 16th, 2005, which was still before Pokemon Diamond and Pearl were released in Japan. Bonsly is the only Pokemon that is usable in-game by a player during the generation before its release, as it was on the Battle Bingo Bonsly card in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Both Bonsly and Munchlax had their cries revealed at the same time in Pokemon XD, being the first Gen 4 Pokemon to receive this treatment. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Bonsly's trophy information states that it first appeared in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, whereas it appeared previously in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. This is a similar case with Weavile, Munchlax, Togepi, and Lucario. Origin: Bonsly seems to be based on a bonsai tree, miniature trees grown inside small pots, and petrified wood plants that have become fossilized over time. This would explain its pure rock type, since all of the organic material in petrified wood is replaced with minerals. It is also reminiscent of a toddler, since its flower pot resembles a diaper and it tends to cry a lot. It may also be based on the concept of mimicry. Name origin: Bonsly may be a combination of bonsai and sly or lie. Osu-hachi may be a combination of osu, lie, or osu-pachi, downright lie, and hachi, flower pot. In other languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Bonsly's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max have met Kid, a special agent, and Lucario, and they're going on a journey, and they're having lunch right now.
Hey, here. Next comes Kid.
That's Bonsly's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Bonsly. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bonsly. So I've got this comic here. There seems to be two versions of them, but this is the one that's in English, so we'll be doing this one only. So this is Childhood Traumas by Sick Zach. So we've got Don't Cry Little Tree. Bonsly here just leaking out water. So we've got Professor Birch here, filling up some water. Uncle Birch has enough fresh water to water you your entire life. And there's this tank of water. Kid, bring the hose. The boy's thirsty. And then panicking and then crying, of course. Then we've got 16 Pokes, number 4 by Michael Furman. So we did this one in the Stunky video, but we can do it again. So we've got Hotlucha, Slowpoke, Conkeldurr, Litwick, Stunky, Ninjask, the Bonsly, Gengar, Natu, Ducklet, Tinkatink, Torkoal, Bergmite, Jigglypuff, Punkaboo, and Gible. These nice, very stylized images of each of them. Very well done. Then we've got Bonsly by Sig Toys Z. So we've got this interesting Bonsly image here. Then we've got Poco Realm, Maffei, by Chargeophobia, so this fusion between a Bulbasaur and a Bonsly. Maffei is a grass poison rock. It's a hybrid, tackle, growl, fake tears, copycat. Those are its moves. Bonsly and Bulbasaur, yeah. Interesting. Then we've got Bonsly by Heros98. It's this interesting drawing, like a real life drawing of a Bonsly here. Very well done. Then we've got PKMN RN Day 173 by Stories of Heroes. So Pokemon RN Day 173, Pediatric Problems Part 4. So this Palmot nurse talking to this Bonsly here. I'm good friends with Santa, and I'll be sure to tell him how good you were for the doctor. Really? You two are all set to head home. Have a wonderful holiday season. So Mom's the mother Sudowoodo. Did you know he knows Santa? Mm-hmm. You know I don't think she believed me. Sally Bird shrugs. Yeah, very well done. Bonsly line gained the wood and monster types by Eric GL 1996. So Bonsly wood monster type, Sudowoodo wood monster type, yeah. And I've got 0438 Golden Bonsly shiny fan art edit by Jor Mixdos. Interesting, this golden Bonsly, yeah. So this is Exploring the Forest by Tysplosion. So we got a bunch of Pokemon here, probably Trainer with a few of his Pokemon walking through this wooded area. The Bonsly, shiny Bonsly here, next to a Badoo. There's a Cacnea that seems to be stuck to this tree. Wurmple and a Weedle. Sentret, I think a shiny Sentret. Beldum, Lantern. I'm assuming this is supposed to be Vanillite. It's like very stylized, some of them, more than others, which is interesting. It's weird dinosaur looking. Trico. Got a Joltik. Miss Drevis. Hisuian. Voltorb. Dreepy. Zora. Tepig. Noibat. Pancham. Snorunt. Varoom, Doublade with the sheaths removed, Wiglet, Silvally, Palpitoad, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, floating together, that's fun. Geodude, Venipede, alternate version of Swablu, alternate colored Blossom, alternate Alolan Grimer, this alternate Cherubi here, this white Murkrow, and this alternate Morpeko. Then we've got Bonsly Pokemon by Field of Clovers, so Bonsly, number 438, so it's got this plate of food, that's fun. This doesn't contain a Bonsly, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about... Oh, no you don't. You have to play Bonsly's first game appearance. Those are the rules. While you are correct that Bonsly's first actual game appearance is in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, I can't actually catch it or otherwise obtain it in my party in that game, so we'll have to wait to get it in Pokemon Diamond or Pearl. Also, I don't own Pokemon XD yet. Ugh, fine. But I'm not gonna leave you nice folks without any streams. Join me tonight on this channel at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be testing my new 3DS. That's right, I finally got it. We'll test to see if it can stream with Detective Pikachu, as well as find out how long its battery lasts to see how long we can stream for. If this works, we'll finally get to Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow we'll be talking about Mime Jr. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Mime Jr., the first fairy type and dual type Pokemon to have Psychic be the primary type, and only Psychic fairy type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Although, prior to Gen 6, it didn't have the fairy type. Its previous PYC dates are May 10th, 1997, February 29th, 2000, December 20th, 2002, October 10th, 2005, July 31st, 2008, May 22nd, 2011, March 12th, 2014, December 31st, 2016, October 12th, 2019, and August 12th, 2022. I most know Mime Jr. as one of the Pokemon James has in the Gen 3, 4, and 8 eras of the anime. I think it's funny that instead of being based on a mime, like its evolution Mr. Mime, Mime Jr. is based on a clown. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mime Jr., the Mime Pokemon. His number is 0439. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic Fairy. Abilities, Soundproof or Filter. Technician is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 145 or 28.7%. Breeding is egg group. No eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 28.7 pounds or 13 kilograms. Base experience yield is 78 in Gen 4 and 62 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Mime Jr. is a dual type psychic / fairy baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Prior to Gen 6, it was a pure psychic type Pokemon. It evolves into Mr. Mime when leveled up while knowing Mimic. In Galar, Mime Jr. evolves into Galarian Mr. Mime when leveled up while knowing Mimic, which evolves into Mr. Rhyme starting at level 42. Cantonian Mr. Mime is not known to evolve into any other Pokemon. Biology, Mime Jr. is a small pink Pokemon with dark blue legs and a hat, which appears crooked and has a white ball on it. A red bump appears on its stomach, and a typical red clown nose appears on its face. It has slender arms and small hands. Mime Jr. has a knack for imitating others, though it is not very good at it. It can easily pick up the emotions of those around it and imitate them. It has been known to mimic its foes in order to create distractions. Once the foe is confused, it will quickly escape. In Galar, Mime Jr. tends to idolize and imitate its final evolved form, Mr. Rhyme, which are widely popular in the region for their talent in tap dancing. By practicing their dance steps, they eventually evolve into Galarian Mr. Mime. It likes places where many people gather and has often been seen visiting marketplaces filled with people. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, Mime Jr. can be found sleeping on a pantomimed bed on rare occasions. Even when sleeping, Mime Jr. puts a lot of effort into mimicking its evolution, Mr. Mime. Prior to Gen 6 and in Gen 8, Mime Jr. and its evolved form, Mr. Mime, were the only known Pokemon that could have Filter as an ability. Evolution, Mime Jr. evolves into Mr. Mime, so outside of Galar, Mime Jr., Mr. Mime. In Galar, it evolves into Galarian Mr. Mime, which evolves into Mr. Rhyme, so Mime Jr., Galarian Mr. Mime, Mr. Rhyme. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. A possible reward for one of the toughest optional missions is a statue of Mime Jr. that is displayed outside the rescue base. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
It habitually mimics foes. Once mimicked, the foe cannot take its eyes off this Pokemon. Pearl. It likes places where people gather. It mimics foes to confuse them, then makes its getaway. Platinum. It mimics the expressions and motions of those it sees to understand the feelings of others.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
In an attempt to confuse its enemy, it mimics the enemy's movements. Then it wastes no time in making itself scarce.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, Y is Diamond's entry, Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun,
it does its absolute best to mimic the movements and expressions of its opponents, but it's still not very good at it. Ultra Moon. When this gifted mimic surprises an opponent, Mime Jr. feels so happy that it ends up forgetting it was imitating something.
In Gen 8, Sword,
it mimics everyone it sees, but it puts extra effort into copying the graceful dance steps of Mr. Rhyme as practice.
Shield.
It looks for a Mr. Rhyme that's a good dancer and carefully copies the Mr. Rhyme's steps like an apprentice.
Brilliant Diamond.
It habitually mimics foes. The mimicked foe is said to be unable to look away from Mime Jr.
Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus.
Known to turn up in bustling marketplaces now and again, it mimics people much as a child would, then watches how they react, eyes sparkling.
Mime Jr. in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, In events, held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Lepa Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Chesto Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 20, attack 25, defense 45, special attack 70, special defense 90, speed 60 for a total of 310. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, bug, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dark, and fairy. Weak to poison, ghost, and steel, all for double. Immune to dragon, resistant to fighting for a fourth, and psychic for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1. So it would go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Filter, the effectiveness of Poison-type, Ghost-type, and Steel-type moves is 1.5. For all of them, it would be 1.5 instead of 2. In Gen 4 through 5, the effectiveness of Bug-type, Ghost-type, and Dark-type moves is 1.5, so they would have been 1.5 instead of 2. Due to the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Dragon-type, Steel-type, and Poison-type moves was 1, so Dragon went from 1 to 0, and Steel and Poison went from 1 to 2. Dark-type and Bug-type moves was 2, so both went from 2 to 1, and Fighting-type moves was half prior to Gen 6. So that went from half to a fourth. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. 1 Pound in Copycat, 4 Baton Pass, 8 Encore, 12 Confusion, 16 Roleplay, 20 Protect, 24 Recycle, 28 Psybeam, 32 Mimic, 36 Light Screen, Reflect, and Safeguard, 40 Sucker Punch, 44 Dazzling Gleam, 48 Psychic, and 52 Teeter Dance. In Legends Arceus, at 1 it learns Confusion and masters it at 10. At 6, it learns Hypnosis and masters it at 15. At 11, it learns Iron Defense and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Zen Headbutt and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Mimic and apparently doesn't master it. That's new. Level 34, it learns the move Psychic and masters it at 45. And at 43, it learns Calm Mind and masters it at 54. For the by TM/TR, since we read these in the Mr. Mime video, we'll be skipping all this. Same with the by breeding. Both games. By tutoring, and Sword and Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, there's nothing. In Legends Arceus, you can get Calm Mind, Charge Beam, Dazzling Gleam, Drain Punch, Icy Wind, Psychic Rest, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt, and Zen Headbutt. By transfer from another generation, from 4 to 7, it can get Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 4, it gets Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Charge Beam. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Covet. 4 through 7, Double Slap, Double Team, and Dream Eater. Double Slap doesn't work anymore. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Focus Punch. 4 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 4 through 7, Healing Wish and Hidden Power. Hidden Power doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Infestation. 4 through 7, Magic Coat and Meditate. Meditate doesn't work anymore. 4, Mudslap and Natural Gift. Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Psych Up and Return. Return doesn't work anymore. 4 and 6, Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Shockwave. 4 through 7, Signal Beam, Snatch, and Swagger. Signal Beam and Snatch don't work anymore. 5 and 7, Telekinesis. That doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, Torment, Toxic, and Wake Up Slap. Wake Up Slap doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It launches strange auras to attack. It protects itself with a psychic barrier.
Guardian Signs.
It attacks by launching strange rings that make Pokemon stop.
All this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry.
Mime Jr. will give you some interesting stats. You'll find him in the treehouse. His favorite attraction is Rayquaza's Balloon Panic.
Got all this. Pokemon Sleep.
On rare occasions, it can be found sleeping atop a pantomime to bed. It's said that even in its sleep, Mime Jr. is putting its heart and soul into mimicking Mr. Mime, who can pantomime all sorts of things.
Outflung Sleep, Upright Sleep, Barrier Bed Sleep, and Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data outside of Galar. Mime Jr. Level up knowing Mimic outside of Galar. Mr. Mime, Breed, holding the Odd Incense. In Galar, Mime Jr., level up knowing Mimic in Galar. Mr. Mime, Galarian form. Level 42, Mr. Rhyme. Breed, holding the Odd Incense for this one, and presumably that one as well. Sprites, so a lot darker colors. In my opinion, looks a lot better. So the shiny is green for the blue part, and that mimics the green parts on Mr. Mime. Oh, and the red parts are pink. Platinums, you've got this model here is a little different model. Not really much changes, though. In Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. And I think maybe a slightly different sprite as well. In Gen 6, you get the models and the modern colors. Yep. These are like a purple now. That's interesting, because this, yeah, became like a pink. In Gen 7, not really much change. Looks like the eyes change a little bit. In Gen 8, you get the much better models, the Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. Other sprites, Kiddo in Pokemon Super Contests. Mary in Pokemon Super Contests. Mime in Pokemon Super Contests. And Moppet in Pokemon Super Contests. So I assume these are all NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Mime Jr. in Pokemon Journeys the Series. James's Mime Jr. is the big one. There we go. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 147 in Ash's Pokedex.
Mime Jr., the Mime Pokemon. It can quickly imitate anyone it sees. It can sense people's emotions as well. And when it senses danger, it will erect a barrier so it can escape.
In the manga, Mime Jr. in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Mime Jr. is the only Pokemon with a catch rate of 145. Mime Jr. has the lowest base HP stat of all Psychic and Fairy-type Pokemon. Mime Jr. is the only baby Pokemon who was given the Fairy-type in Gen 6 that wasn't previously a normal type. It is also the only Fairy-type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Mime Jr. is the only Pokemon with 2 types whose primary type becomes its evolution's secondary type. This is only the case if it evolves into Galarian Mr. Mime, as regular Mr. Mime shares their exact typing with Mime Jr. Origin, Mime Jr. seems to be based on a toddler and a mime artist due to its mimicking behavior. It is also reminiscent of a clown due to its bright colors and big red nose. The blue growth on its head resembles a knit cap with ear flaps or a fool's cap worn by court jesters. Its fairy type and pointed hat may be inspired by various humanoid fairy tale creatures such as gnomes, dwarves, and elves. In folklore, the terms elves and fairies are sometimes used interchangeably. Its body shape also resembles a hand puppet or a doll. In Japanese folklore, inanimate objects that are possessed by spirits that come to life are known as Zukumogami. Mime Jr. is also reminiscent of an ice cream cone, with its pointy legs resembling a cone, its pink body and head resembling scoops of strawberry ice cream, its hat resembling a swirl of whipped cream, and its red nose and button resembling maraschino cherries. Name origin, Mime Jr. is derived from mime and the abbreviation of junior. Manane may be a combination of mane, mimicry, and the interrogative particle ne, similar to Bulbasaur's Japanese etymology, fushigi da ne. It could also be derived from nene, a Spanish term for baby. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Mime Jr.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this film, all you really need to know is that we are in the town of Rota in this tournament. It's like a medieval themed town, and Lady Eileen has just been presented. Yes. There's Lady Eileen and her Mime Jr. Her maid. And that is Mime Jr.'s first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Mime Jr. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mime Jr. This is Mime Jr. Shiny Pokemon by Rachato's anime. This nice Mime Jr. here, Shiny Mime Jr. Very well done. Then we've got Sold, Fantastic, April Adopt, Clown Core, Mime Jr. by Baby Ray Cutie, oh whoa, Clown Core, Mime Jr., Mole or Male? Oh, Male probably. Yeah, this thing. Then we've got Mime Jr. Gen 1 style watercolor ink by Gabby Swizzo. This fun, very creepy art of Mime Jr. here, as if it would look like in the Gen 1 sprite style. And we've got Anime Mime Jr. by Graham Raninia. It just looks like the official image of Mime Jr. here. That's interesting. SL Sunset Salutations by Dreamer Elfie. So this is apparently a Mime Jr. It's a Rift Mime Jr., whatever that means. We've got Duskull And Miss Maggie is. This one's all excited, and this one's kind of nervous. I guess they're being watched by Dartrix. Got Eevee with a hat. Then we got Maractus. And a Mincino here. Very interesting art. Then we've got Camino, James, Inkay, Morpeko, Mime Jr. by Mimi Rocket. So I assume he had all these Pokemon. I know he had Mime Jr., so I assume he had these other two. So that's Mime Jr., Inkay, and Morpeko here. And there's James from Team Rocket, from the anime. The second image says, Happy Kojiro Day, 526. Maybe 526. May 26th, maybe. And we've got Mime Jr. Pokemon by Retrato's anime. So just a normal one. I guess we saw the shiny one earlier, and that was just a normal one. Then we've got Mime Jr. by Danny My Brother. The sort of kind of simplified version on this like poster-like thing. Then we've got GPF 28. Smooch Jr. Smoochum plus Mime Jr. Fusion by Happy Appy 234,567. So this interesting fusion between Smoochum and Mime Jr. here. Smooch Jr. Amy Rose, I guess. I don't know. Very well done. And we've got Chibi James and Mime Jr. by Mimi Rocket. So R. James and Mime Jr. This cute image of Chibi James from Team Rocket and his Mime Jr. And we've got MMDPK Mime Jr. DL by Celeste C. Silvari. 4 regular Mime Jr. and this one shiny Mime Jr. And I don't know what, in like the circus area on this cloud or something. I don't really know what this is. Very, I don't know, this one's like taunting this one, I think. Or like this one's yelling at him, and I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. And I've got Mime Jr. by Fairy Dust 07. The regular and shiny Mime Jr. here. That's fun. And we've got Sleep Style 043914. Mime Jr. by Philb. Philb. I got the Sleep Style of it being on the Snorlax. Number 439, Mime Jr., Psychic Fairy, Pokemon at Nintendo. Wallpaper by Zello Ego. Wallpaper by Zello Ego. This is James and Mime Jr. by Mimi Rocket. So you've got James with pigtails for some reason, and Mime Jr. here. Very well done. And we've got James Morpeko Chimecho, Mime Jr. by Mimi Rocket. So with Morpeko, Mime Jr. and Chimecho. And he's like crying because he's reunited with Chimecho. It's cute. And we've got Chibi Extra, Mime Jr. by Ultimate Saiyan Eddie. So this, chibi looking Mime Jr. here, I guess. Mime Jr. line gained the Magic type by Eric GL 1996. So got Mime Jr., Magic Fairy type, then Galarian, Mr. Mime, Ice Psychic type, Mr. Rhyme, Ice Psychic type, and then Mr. Mime, Magic Fairy type, and then I guess Mr. Prime, they're some sort of fan evolution. It's Magic Fairy, interesting. We've got James and Mime Jr. by Mimi Rocket, so this another cute image of James and Mime Jr. Very interesting. This is Moochum Jr., Smoochum plus Mime Jr. Fusion by Happy Appy 234,567. So it's kind of maybe more the reverse of what the other one was. It was maybe focused more on the Mime Jr. design. This one's more focused on the Smoochum design. Then we got James Sepia Top Mime Jr. Iako by Mimi Rocket. So it's with his Mime Jr., his Chimecho, and his Inkay. Very interesting. And we got Anthro Poke Fusions closed by the King Theory. So I guess this first one is a fusion between Basculin and Torcat, where it's more also anthropomorphized. And this one's fusion between Weasel and Quaquaval. We've got 3 is a mix between Umbreon, Mime Jr., and Heliolisk. The 4th one is a combination of Lucario and Drampa. Very interesting. And we've got Furret and Mime Jr. Adopt Open by Goshuin. So it's an interesting fusion between Mime Jr. and Furret here. It's kind of cute. Is Mime Jr. Cute by Terra 012, is this character cute? There's the image of Mime Jr. from the anime. This doesn't contain a Mime Jr., so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight on my gaming channel at 10 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be beginning Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I'll be trying to get Trico, Mudkip, Camerupt, and Beldum, catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Slowpoke, Sableye, Sharpedo, Swablu, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, and Baniri, and evolve Trico all the way to Sceptile, Mudkip all the way into Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Slowpoke into Slowbro, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, and Baniri into Lopunny. And Mega Evolve, Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. But wait a minute, I have 2 3DS now, which means I can try to get all these Pokemon too. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about Happiny. As always, so this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Happiny. Its previous VYC dates are May 11th, 1997, March 1st, 2000, December 21st, 2002, October 11th, 2005, August 1st, 2008, May 23rd, 2011, March 13th, 2014, January 1st, 2017, October 23rd, 2019, and August 13th, 2022. I most know Happiny as one of the Pokemon Brock has in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I particularly remember the scene where she hatched, which happens to be the scene we'll be watching today. I love the idea that unlike its evolutions, Chansey and Blissey, it can't produce eggs, so to keep the aesthetic, Game Freak gave it a rock and made it imitate its mother. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Happiny, the Playhouse Pokemon, whose number is 0440. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Natural Cure or Serene Grace. Friend Guard is its inability, gender ratio is 100% female, catch rate is 130 or 26.5%. Breeding is no eggs discovered, hatch time 40 cycles, height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight is 53.8 pounds or 24.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 255 in Gen 4 and 110 Vibe Plus. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1, and HP, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex colors pink, and base friendship is 140. Happiny is a normal type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Chansey when leveled up while holding an Oval Stone during the day, which evolves into Blissey when leveled up with high friendship. Biology, Happiny is a small Pokemon that is shaped like an egg. It has a soft, smooth, light pink body. On top of its head is a curly outgrowth that resembles a ponytail, with a dark pink band around the base. The appearance of this curly growth of hair often annoys Happiny. It has 3 round bumps on its forehead and 2 pink circles on its cheeks. There is a pouch around the lower half of its body. The pouch is red with a white stripe around the top. Happiny's pouch is rubbery and flexible, enabling the Happiny to put things into it with ease. As it cannot produce eggs yet, it makes up for it by carrying something round and white in its pouch to imitate Chansey and Blissey, typically an egg-shaped stone. Happiny highly treasures this stone. It may give this stone to people whom it likes. However, it can throw a tantrum and cry should the stone be taken from it or not returned to it. The object it decides to carry may be too large, stopping this Pokemon from moving. It has a habit of wandering around people's feet and causing them to stumble. Happiny enjoys playing with children, often playing a game of house with them. You see Happiny without a stone in her pouch. Happiny is shown to be extremely strong in the animated series, as one has been seen lifting heavy things above its head. Happiny is a female-only species with no male counterpart. As mentioned in Sleep Style decks, Happiny has been observed sleeping while its egg-shaped stone is outside of its pouch. It is believed that Happiny is dreaming about playing house with its stone. Happiny has 3 different sleep styles. It sleeps in Smiling Sleep, Rock Minding Sleep, and Playing House Sleep. Happiny and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Soft-Boiled by leveling up. Evolution, Happiny evolves into Chansey, which evolves into Blissey, so Happiny, Chansey, Blissey. Game data, Pokedex entries, and Diamond. It loves round white things. It carries an egg-shaped rock in imitation of Chansey. Pearl, it carries a round egg-shaped rock in its belly pouch and gives the rock to its friends. Platinum, it likes to carry around a small rock and may wander around others' feet and cause them to stumble. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it carefully carries a round white rock that it thinks is an egg. It's fathered by how curly its hair looks. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun,
It carries a round white rock in its belly pouch. If it gets along well with someone, it will sometimes give that person the rock.
Moon,
It's too small to lay eggs yet. As a surrogate, it searches out round white stones.
Ultra Sun,
Usually, it's a well-behaved Pokemon, but if you take its round rock away, it will cry and fuss and throw a big old tantrum.
Ultra Moon,
When it sees something round and white, Happiny puts it into the pouch on its stomach. It sometimes becomes overloaded and can't move.
in Gen 8, Sword,
Mimicking Chansey, Happiny will place an egg-shaped stone in its belly pouch. Happiny will treasure this stone.
Shield,
Happiny's willing to lend its precious round stone to those it's friendly with, but if the stone isn't returned, Happiny will cry and throw a tantrum.
Brilliant Diamond is basically its diamond counterpart, but Chansey is now the correct casing, and there's a comma after round. Shining Pearl is its pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus.
In imitation of Chansey, it keeps a round stone tucked into its belly pouch and cherishes it dearly. It gets along well with children, and will sometimes play house with them for fun.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y, and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Happiny in the Alola Pokedex. Happiny in the Paldea Pokedex. It got it next to this wagon or something. I'm not really sure what this is. Happiny in the Blueberry Pokedex. You got it on these weird structures. I still don't know what they are. Interesting. You can see the stone. It actually looks... Oh, it's interesting because it's like a... I don't know, it's more pink than white now. Interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has the Oval Stone 50% of the time and Lucky Punch 5% of the time. Pokewalker, it has the Palm Egg Berry 100% of the time. In Black, White, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, it has the Oval Stone 50% of the time and Lucky Egg 5% of the time. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, it has the Oval Stone 50% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Oval Stone, but the expansion pass is required 50% of the time. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the Oval Stone 50% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Raspberry 30% of the time and Oval Stone 10% of the time. And Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level, I still don't know how the math works. And Scarlet and Violet has the Oval Stone 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 100, Attack and Defense 5, Special Attack 15, Special Defense 65, Speed 30 for a total of 220. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting for double, immune to Ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Pound and Copycat, 4, Defense Curl, 8, Sweet Kiss, 12, Disarming Voice, 16, Covet, and 20, Charm. By TM, since we read these in the Chansey video, we'll skip them. Same with by breeding. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
Its jumps create shockwaves. It also throws rocks to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It lets loose shockwaves to attack.
You got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Hit the flower crown. Kinda hard to see it, but it's over its little ponytail. Evolution data. Happiny evolves into Chansey when leveled up while holding an Oval Stone during the day, which evolves into Blissey when leveled up with High Friendship. Chansey cannot evolve into Blissey in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as the evolution will be interrupted. Chansey also cannot evolve into Blissey in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Blissey is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Happiny evolves into Chansey when exposed to an Oval Stone during the day. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Luck Incense is not present and is no longer required to obtain Happiny through breeding. Happiny will always be produced when breeding Chansey or Blissey, regardless of held items. So Happiny, level up, holding Oval Stone during the day. It's the Oval Stone. Chansey, level up with High Friendship, Blissey, and so breed, holding Luck Incense from Gen 4 to 8. It's for either of them. Sprites here, so a lot darker pink, probably closer to what that was at the time. Then we got this kind of pink for the shiny. Platinum, the big difference is that it's holding it differently here. Instead of it just being loose, it's actually holding on to it. Gen 5, get the full back sprites. It has a different animation now. It now throws it up in the air, the rock. That's interesting. Gen 6, you get the models. Interesting. Pretty good adaptation. So they're now white. The stone is now white, which is actually what it's supposed to be. Even though later we'll find out it goes back to this kind of pink color. And Gen 7, not really much changes, although the size seems to be a little bit shorter. That's interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Baby in Pokemon Super Contests. So assume this is an NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Happiny in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Brock's Happy's the big one. You got all this. Happiny Egg in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. You got all Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this one in the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Happiny, the playhouse Pokemon. It loves round white things. It carries a round stone in its pouch that looks like an egg and gives it to people that it likes.
In the manga, Happiny in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this. In the TCG, trivia, Happiny is the only Pokemon that evolves twice by leveling up under certain conditions. Once by holding an item, and again with high friendship. Happiny is tied with Chansey for the lowest base attack and defense stats of all Pokemon. Happiny has the lowest base special attack stat of all normal-type Pokemon. Happiny was designed by Emi Yoshida. All moves Happiny can learn by leveling up in Pokemon Legends Arceus are moves it could not legally learn before by any means. The only other Pokemon with this distinction is Burmy, which only learns Struggle Bug by level up in Legends Arceus. Origin, Happiny shares some characteristics with infants such as its soft skin, ponytail, and diaper-like pouch. It also resembles an egg cup. The way it pretends to be an adult version of itself and acts like a nurse is reminiscent of little girls playing with dolls. Name origin, Happiny may be a combination of happiness and tiny or teeny, may also involve happenstance. Pin, Puku may be a combination of Pinku, pink, and Fuku, good fortune. No languages. Related articles, references, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Happiny's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 504. Quite fittingly, one big Happiny family. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have taken an egg that Brock obtained in a previous episode to the local Pokemon Center where Nurse Joy and Chansey are helping it hatch. There's Happiny. That is Happiny's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Happiny card.
It's the first Happiny card design. I have the reverse holofoil version. She was illustrated by Yuka Mori. I love how cute Happiny looks in clay. She has 60 HP. She's 2 foot and 53.8 pounds. She has one move, Lively, and one Pokepower, Baby Evolution. On this card, Baby Evolution allows the player to put a Chansey card from their hand on top of Happiny, which then removes all damage to Happiny/Chansey. Lively doesn't cost any energies and removes 20 damage from one of the player's Pokemon. Happiny is weak to fighting for plus 10 damage, which mimics Happiny's weakness to fighting in the video games. She has no resistance, which mirrors Happiny's resistance in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for her to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Her description reads, "It loves round white things. It carries an egg-shaped rock in imitation of Chansey." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond. It's level 8.
I have a couple of Chatot cards, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Happiny. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Happiny. This is Happiny by Blair Catbell. I'm pretty sure this is just the official image. And we've got Happiny by Itachi Roxas. It's this cute, fun little image. Kind of looks like a sticker or something of Happiny here. Very cute. And we've got 440 Happiny by Code Geass 1218. So this sort of version of the image where its lines are more blending in, I guess. It might actually be a proper redraw. And we've got Pin by Elf Coach. So you've got these images here, the regular and the shiny, looking like the Diamond and Pearl and Gen 5 sprites. That's interesting. And we've got Protect Your Egg by Twime 777, a regular Happiny and a shiny Happiny. Happiny number 440. She's throwing up her stone while she's all concerned. It's very cute. We've got Pokemon Happiny by All 0412. This cute image of Happiny here without the stone. That's interesting. I don't know what all the feathers are. That's interesting. And we've got Winter Happiny by Angel Rose Star. So this cute blue Happiny here also doesn't have its stone. Very well done. Then we've got Happiny by Sharon Pearl Lee. So this cute image of Happiny being pet, probably, by her trainer. Very cute. Then we've got Day 1, Happiness by Lady Devon. So this nice, slightly stylized Happiny image here. That's very cute. Then we've got Unhappiny by Michaela TV. So, there's that Happiny with a rain cloud over her. It's, yeah, very well done. And we've got Happiny GSC Sprite by Kester Henrik Pixels. So, sort of what they think it would have looked like it were in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Very well done. And we've got Happiny's Family by Dark Rye Lady. So we've got the Happiny, Chansey, and the Blissey. Very well done. Seems to be from October 9th, 2016, November 10th, 2016, or September 16th, 2010. Then we've got Happiny by Chiku Suren. So this nice painting, I guess, of a painting of Happiny and an egg. That's cute. Then we've got Happiny by Lou Vverse. So the stylized Happiny here. Yeah, very interesting. Then we've got Minimize 2 by Aqua Blue. Interesting. So there's sort of the reverse in size. We got a big Happiny with then a Chansey, then a Blissey. Interesting. Then we've got Happiny's Egg by Momo Girl. She has one of the Execute eggs in her pouch. That's very cute. Then we've got Happiny / Crobat remake by Chimbly the Slime. So a fusion between Happiny and Crobat here. Very cute. And then all of these other, this weird background. And then we've got Happiny Countdown Calendar Promos by Cards Artwork. So this is the same card we talked about earlier, except it's got this symbol on it for some reason. Happiny Chansey plus Blissey by Sugar Zero Coated. So you've got the Happiny, the Chansey, and the Blissey. Yeah, well done. Happiny Easter by Blood and Guts. Yeah, so Happy Easter. That's cute. Happiny image with some Easter eggs. That's very cute. Then we've got Happiny and Her Family by Mitsu and Devilster. So this is from Legends Arceus, but I'm not entirely sure what's going on in this image. I don't know if these are all like the alphas versus the regulars. So got 2 Happinys, 2 Chanseys, and a Blissey. I don't know if this is like, if these are like different sizes you can get them in, but these seem a lot like bigger proportion than these guys. Like this one's got like a smaller face, so I assume these are like alphas. I don't know. Then we've got Happiny Back, GSC Sprite by Kester Henrik Pixels, so the back sprite of the one we saw earlier. Then we've got Pink Fairies by Piku, so we've done this one before, and probably a few of them, all the way back in like Gen 1 and maybe even Gen 2. Well, we can do it again, so got a couple Happiny here. Got the Chansey and the Blissey, like 3 Igglybuff, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, couple Cleffa, Clefairy, and Clefable, Audino and Mega Audino, Spritzy, and a couple Muna. Very well done. And we've got Happiny, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. It's this nice model of Happiny here. Very well done. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We're trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler Onyx, Seadra Scyther, Sableye Sharpedo, Swablu Snowrunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve, Trico all the way to Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snowrunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, a Mega Evolved Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Chatot. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Chatot. Its previous 3 YC dates are May 12th, 1997, March 2nd, 2000, December 22nd, 2002, October 12th, 2005, August 2nd, 2008, May 24th, 2011, March 14th, 2014, January 2nd, 2017, October 24th, 2019, and August 14th, 2022. I most know Chatot from My Pokemon Ranch. I also know it from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I love its design. I think the idea of incorporating musical elements into a parrot Pokemon is clever. Anyway, let's get into the Volbeat article.
Hello and welcome to the Volbeat section of the video. Today we're talking about Chatot, the music note Pokemon, whose number is 0441. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal flying, abilities, keen eye or tangled feet. Big Pecs is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 50-50. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is egg group flying, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 4.2 pounds or 1.9 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 107 in Gen 4 and 144 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black and base friendship is 35. Chatot is a dual type normal / flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Chatot is an avian Pokemon similar to a parakeet. Its head is black and resembles an eighth note, while its back tail resembles a metronome. Its plumage is brightly colored with blue wings, a yellow chest and feet, a green stomach, and a pink hooked beak and eyelids. Additionally, there is a ruff of white feathers around its neck. This Pokemon's tongue is similar to a human's, allowing it to imitate human speech. Chatot is also able to mimic the cries of other Pokemon and uses this ability as a defense mechanism. Chatot uses the sounds it has learned and arranges them into its own melody, and flicks its tail to keep a rhythm. Chatot are even capable of understanding the meaning of the words they mimic, the older and more experienced they become. It is diurnal and lives along bodies of water. Chatot is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Chatter. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Chatot is Wigglytuff's assistant in the Wigglytuff Guild. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Chatot is the Pokepark guide, guiding Pikachu around Pokepark while providing advice and tutorials. Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it can learn and speak human words. If they gather, they all learn the same thing. Pearl, it keeps rhythm by flicking its tail feathers like a metronome. It imitates human speech. Platinum, its tongue is just like a human's. As a result, it can cleverly mimic human speech. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it mimics the cries of other Pokemon to trick them into thinking it's one of them. This way, they won't attack it. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold Soul Silver and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, they can learn and speak human words. If they gather, they all learn the same thing. Shining Pearl, it keeps rhythm by flicking its tail feathers like a metronome. It also imitates human speech. Legends Arceus, a versatile performer skilled in the imitation of human speech. It is said that older, more experienced Chatot can even understand the meaning of the words they mimic. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has the metronome 5% of the time, and the Lepa Berry has an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, it has the metronome 5% of the time. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it has the metronome 5% of the time, and the Lepa Berry has an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Plump Beans 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 76, Attack 65, Defense 45, Special Attack 92, Special Defense 42, Speed 91 for a total of 411. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Steel, Fire, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Rock, Electric, and Ice all for double, Immune to Ground and Ghost, Resistant to Bug and Grass for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1. So it go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. 1. Hyper Voice, Chatter, Confide, and Taunt. 5. Peck, 9. Growl, 13. Sing, 17. Fury Attack, 21. Chatter, again. 25. Taunt, 29. Round, 33. Mimic, 37. Echoed Voice, 41. Roost, 45. Uproar, 49. Parting Shot, 50 Feather Dance, and 57 Hyper Voice. Again. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Gust, and masters it at 10. At 6, it learns Swift, and masters it at 15. At 11, it learns Air Cutter, and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Roost, and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Air Slash, and masters it at 35. At 30, it learns Mimic, and apparently doesn't master it. At 34, it learns Nasty Plot, and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Play Rough, and masters it at 54. And at 52, it learns Hurricane and masters it at 64. By TM 10 Workup, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 32 Double Team, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 47 Steel Wing, 51 Roost, 58 Endure, 63 Nasty Plot, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, 94 Fly, and 97 Defog. By breeding, this group gives it Agility, this group gives it Air Cutter, this group gives it Boom Burst, Chatot gives it Encore. So this symbol means that it was bred through a Pokemon that already knew it from an earlier generation that was transferred into Gen 8. This group gives it Nightshade, and this group gives it Supersonic. By tutoring, there's nothing in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Ominous Wind, Play Rough, Power Shift, Rest, Snarl, and Swift. TCG only moves. Me First on this card, and Quick Attack on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
It uses sounds to attack.
Guardian Signs,
It causes twisters around itself.
got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Pad entry.
Do you remember meeting Chatot at the Pokepark entrance? He's the Pokepark guide. Talk to him and he'll explain many things.
Got all this. Evolution data's just Chatot. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors, and its eyes, are a lot more simplified, and like the eyelids are white instead of pink, like the beak is. That's interesting. The shiny, it's got blue head, red feathers, yellow beak, blue for the belly. Interesting. Platinum, it has the pink eyelids, and probably a different pose, I think. It probably changes the design a little bit as well. And then, so that becomes then yellow eyelids for the shiny. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Yeah. And the modern colors as well. Yeah, you can see a lot more of its body. Like, the actual, like, the butt. Like, yeah, because it's a lot, like, I don't know. They make it a lot taller. That's interesting. Not really much changes in Gen 7. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. In Homes, you get these models. Other sprites, Bebop in Pokemon Super Contests, and Tweety in Pokemon Super Contests. So these are probably NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Chatot in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. You got all these. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 184, in Maze Pokedex.
Chatot, the music Pokemon.
Incorrect should have said music note Pokemon.
It copies whatever sounds it hears and arranges them into its own melody.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 115, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Chatot, the music note Pokemon. It hears words and then mimics them.
Got all this. In the manga, Chatot in Pokemon Adventures, it's in color here, and you can see the inside of its wings. Chatot in Pocket Monsters, DP, so you got all this. In the TCG, trivia, prior to Gen 6, Chatot was the only Pokemon whose cry is not altered when it faints or is sent out with a status condition. Despite having significantly higher special attack and speed stats, Chatot awards EV points in attack. In Gen 4, a person in Eterna City will trade a Chatot in return for a Weasel, and the Chatot's nickname is Cherap, a mixture of its English and Japanese names. If this Pokemon was obtained in an English language version of Diamond or Pearl, it is erroneously listed as Japanese, which can be seen in any game starting with Pokemon Platinum, Heart Gold, or Soul Silver. Chatot is the only Pokemon that is not legendary or mythical to be banned from Gen 5's Global Battle Union. This is likely due to Chatot's signature move Chatter and its ability to play pre-recorded audio, which can be abused to play vulgar words and phrases. This vulnerability is also presumably the reason for the move's ability to play pre-recorded audio being removed starting with Gen 6. Origin, Chatot appears to be based on a parrot, specifically a masked lovebird, a species of small parrot. It also resembles a blue and yellow macaw, with the head, crest of some cockatiel and cockatoo species. Its head looks like an eighth note, and its tail resembles a metronome, what may allude to the musical nature of birds, especially parrots that are able to imitate human speech. Additionally, its white neck feathers resemble a collar. Name origin, Chatot may be a combination of chat and parrot. Parap may be a combination of para, fluently chatty, parrot, and rap. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Chatot's first scene in the anime. Oh, wait, we can't. It first appears in Pikachu's Ocean Adventure. Instead, let's watch Chatot's first scene in his second appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. In this film, there's been a strange orb that's been going around the sea, and we've just seen this strange submarine, and we've just been introduced to this pirate captain.
Distance to target.
There's the
50,
cat.
40, 30.
The egg.
Recover now!
Roger.
Recover now! Now! Now!
That is Chatot's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Chatot cards. We'll talk about the older one first.
It's the first Chatot card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. While it is just the official image on a background, that background was perfect for making it appear as if Chatot is standing on the branch. It has 60 HP, is 1 foot 8 and 4.2 pounds. It has 2 moves, Me First and Tone Deaf. In the video games, Me First is a normal type status move, kind of, introduced in Gen 4. If the opponent Pokemon has selected a damage-dealing move and hasn't made its move, Me First copies that move and hits back with 50% more power. It takes priority and almost always hits. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and the player draws a card. Tone Deaf isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon is now confused. Chatot is weak to lightning for plus 10 damage, which mimics its weakness to electric in the video games. It's resistant to fighting for minus 20 damage, which is odd since it isn't resistant to fighting in the video games. However, it might be based on its immunity to ground. Ground is often classified as fighting in the TCG. In the video games, it costs 1 of any energy for Chatot to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It can learn and speak human words. If they gather, they all learn the same saying." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It's level 27. The second card is the 10th Chatot card design. It was illustrated by Ryoma Yoratsuka, an illustrator for the TCG who began in 2019 and has continued to this day as of May 30th, 2025. I love the art style of the image and that you can see it walking on the street. I also love that you get to see the inside of its wing. It has 70 HP, 10 more HP than the other Chatot. This Chatot shares its height, weight, retreat cost, and description with the other Chatot card. This Chatot has 1 move, Glide, which isn't a move in the video games, and 1 ability, Lucky Match. On this card, Lucky Match is an ability that, when the player puts this Pokemon card on their bench from their hand, allows them to flip a coin, which upon getting heads, allows 1 of their discarded supporter cards to be returned to their hand. On this card, Glide costs 2 of any energy, and hits for 30 damage. It's weak to lightning for double damage, which mirrors its weakness to electric in the video games. It's resistant to fighting for minus 30 damage. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to it, there's the D mark, meaning it could no longer be used in tournaments starting April 14th, 2023.
I have a Spiritomb card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Chatot. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so start with looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Chatot. This is Chatot by Susiron. So we've got this nice, maybe a little bit more realistic design, but not like stylized, texturized Chatot here. Very well done. Then we've got Chatot is happy to see you today by Secret Colors. So a little angry, but I don't know. It's supposed to be its happy face, I don't know. Seems to be from, it says 2025, I think. That's fun. It's a newer image. This is Pokemon J Dynasty 069 Symphonio by R. James the V. So it's actually the second image that has the Chatot, so I'll do this. So this is Symphonio, Conductor Pokemon. Height is 3'5", 38.05 pounds. Abilities are Keen Eye and Tangled Feet. Concertos its an ability. Raises its special attack stat by 2 if sound-based moves are used twice consecutively. So we got normal flying, this is what a shine looks like.
A Symphonio will mimic a Pokemon's cry in despair. And if a trainer comes to check it out, this Pokemon will instead perform a song. Turns out they only want audience and attention.
See its height compared to the human. Got all these stats. HP 96, attack 75, defense 65, speed 100, special defense 62, and special attack 102. So it's a Chatot and evolves into Symphonio through high friendship. Yes, very well done. And we've got Chatot by Hitsuji02. So Chatot, yeah, that's very nice Chatot image. Very well done. And we've got Did You Want to Talk by Introvert Nacho. So we got Chatot and the giant Wigglytuff. That's fun. I think it's from 2025. That's fun. Then we've got A Calm Moment by Soltori, so we got Chatot and Wigglytuff eating apples. That's nice. Very well done. And we've got Chatot by Hot Tub USA. So this nice Chatot image, and this is singing in this tree. Yeah, very well done. And we've got Chatot by Pink Jeremy. This nice unique angle of Chatot here, flying, I guess. Very well done. Then we've got Chatot by H3M0 Site 3. So yeah, you got this nice, kind of stylized image of Chatot here. Very well done. Then we've got Wigglytuff and Chatot by Sword Ukok. So this interesting image of Chatot and Wigglytuff here. And we've got Pokemon J Destiny 068 Chatot by R. James the V. So we've got Chatot, normal flying. So Chatot, normal flying, category music note Pokemon, height 1'8", weight 4.02 pounds. Abilities are Keen Eye and Tangled Feet. Hidden ability Big Pecs prevents the Pokemon from having its defense stat lowered. See the shiny.
It can imitate human speech and uses it to communicate to their trainer. Older Chatot can even understand the meaning of the words they mimic.
Compared to a human, HP 76, attack 65, defense 45, speed 91, special defense 42, and special attack 92. We got Chatot, High Friendship, and then the mysterious Pokemon, but we already know about that one. I presume they released this before they released their fan evolution. This is a text post, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CET, Central Daylight Time. But we're trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler Onyx, Seadra Scyther, Sableye Sharpedo, Swablu Snowrunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve, Trico all the way to Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snowrunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, a Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Spiritomb. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Spiritomb, the only Ghost Dark-type Pokemon, as of the filming of this. Its previous BYC dates are May 13th, 1997, March 3rd, 2000, December 23rd, 2002, October 13th, 2005, August 3rd, 2008, May 25th, 2011, March 15th, 2014, January 3rd, 2017, October 25th, 2019, and August 15th, 2022. I most know Spiritomb from my Pokemon Ranch. Due to the unique art style used in that game, I didn't really understand what Spiritomb was. I didn't even know the Odd Keystone had a face until much later. I love the idea of a ghost Pokemon made up of several different ghosts, making the form of one ghost. It also has a very unique design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Spiritomb, the forbidden Pokemon, whose number is 0442. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost Dark. Since this is the only Ghost Dark Pokemon, I'll point out the Ghost inside and the Dark outside. Abilities, Pressure. Infiltrators, it's an ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 100 or 21.7%. Breedings, a group Amorphous. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 238.1 pounds or 108 kilograms. Base experience yield is 168 in Gen 4. And 170 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. AV yield is 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Spiritomb is a dual-type ghost/dark Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Spiritomb is a ghostly purple Pokemon attached to a stone. Although lacking a physical body, Spiritomb projects its appearance out of a small rock called the Odd Keystone. The rock is trapezoidal in shape and has 2 small dots. There is a fissure running down the middle, splitting in 2 near the bottom. The crack, in combination with the 2 dots, appears to form a frowning face. Spiritomb's projected appearance is an ethereal composition of swirling purple energy of an unknown kind. So you've got the Odd Keystone here. Its face is set in the middle of the purple and contains green crescent eyes that are connected to its jagged mouth. Its pupils are composed of a spiral, and it is sometimes only seen with one. Swirling around its face are green orbs with yellow centers. Spiritomb is formed by a collection of 108 spirits, some of which are ill-natured. This collection of spirits is known for its misdeeds. Thus, as punishment, the spirits were trapped to its odd keystone by a traveler using a mysterious spell. Several Pokédex entries state that Spiritomb was sealed roughly 500 years before the present time. The Pokémon lays curses with its wicked thoughts. It will lash out at anyone with little thought, often exercising short-sightedness in its pursuit of vengeance. It is rarely encountered in the wild. In most media, Spiritomb moves its body primarily through levitation, though in the core series games, it can only appear to do so through dragging the odd keystone across the ground. So, Spiritomb running in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Papers found within C. Mauville in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire state that it was donated from the Oreburgh mine, suggesting that several odd keystones meant to contain Spiritomb can be found in the underground of Sinnoh. Professor Cosmo's father, Rezo, was responsible for misplacing it when working on the ship. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Spiritomb's 108 spirits appear in the form of wisps, small purple entities scattered across the Hisui region after a seal was broken. When 107 wisps have been taken to a large odd keystone shrine at the Crimson Mireland's Shrouded Ruins as per Vessa's request, she will provide the player with the final wisp and disappear, with a wild Spiritomb appearing shortly afterwards. As depicted in the Keystone Pops, Spiritomb can be just as aggressive and destructive as the spirits that it is composed of. The Spectral Express also revealed that anyone possessed by one of Spiritomb's spirits will start to cause misdeeds, and their face will eventually start to resemble Spiritomb. Losing one of these spirits will cause Spiritomb to go on an uncontrollable rampage until the lost spirit is returned. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. A Spiritomb is the boss of Sealed Ruin. He captures Grovyle, and the player must battle the Spiritomb to free him. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. A Spiritomb was ordered by Dusknor to hold Celebi hostage in the depths of Icicle Forest to lure Grovyle into the center of the electric field. This Spiritomb is likely to be the same one from Sealed Ruin. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. A Spiritomb is the boss the first time the player goes through the Chroma Ruins. It also appears as the second boss of the Capture Arena. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
A Pokemon that was formed by 108 spirits. It is bound to a fissure in an odd keystone.
Pearl.
It was bound to a fissure in an odd keystone as punishment for misdeeds 500 years ago.
Platinum.
Its constant mischief and misdeeds resulted in it being bound to an odd keystone by a mysterious spell.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Was formed by uniting 108 spirits. It has been bound to the odd keystone to keep it from doing any mischief.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword,
exactly 108 spirits gathered to become this Pokemon. Apparently there are some ill-natured spirits in the mix.
Shield.
All of Spiritomb's mischief and misdeeds compelled a traveler to use a mysterious spell to bind Spiritomb to an odd keystone.
Brilliant Diamond.
It is a Pokemon that was formed by 108 spirits. It is bound to a fissure in an odd keystone.
Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus.
It lays curses by thinking wicked thoughts. Writings tell that this Pokemon was born out of the assembly of 58 malevolent spirits.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Spiritomb in the Apaldea Pokedex. That's kinda cool. Little... yeah, like this. That's cool. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Black 2 and White 2 it has the Old Gato as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire it has the Smoke Ball 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Bugwort 35% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 50, attack 92, defense 108, special attack 92, special defense 108, speed 35 for a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by flying, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to fairy for double, immune to normal, fighting, and psychic, resistant to poison for half. Notes, if Foresight or Order Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of normal-type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting-type moves is 2. So normal would go from 0 to 1, and fighting would go from 0 to 2. If Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic-type moves is 1. So it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Nightshade and Confuse Ray. 5, Shadow Sneak. 10, Spite. 15, Payback. 20 Nasty Plot, 25 Hex, 30 Memento, 35 Sucker Punch, 40 Curse, 45 Shadow Ball, 50 Dark Pulse, 55 Hypnosis, and 60 Dream Eater. By TM, TM006 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 41 Stored Power, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 151 Phantom Force, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 195 Burning Jealousy, 198 Poltergeist, 199 Lash Out, 202 Pain Split, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Ally Switch, this group gives it Destiny Bond, this group gives it Disable, this group gives it Pain Split, and this group gives it Smokescreen. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
It warps from rock to rock. It uses a variety of attacks.
This. In Pokemon Go, Spiritomb could be obtained by completing 2/4 of the time-limited special research, A Spooky Message Unmasked. Evolution data is just Spiritomb sprites here, so yeah, much more of the purple rather than this kind of pinkish purple kind of color. And then shiny is blue, and this purple, yeah, fun. I guess the animation, yeah, you can actually see, like, yeah, because it, like, disappears fully. That's the big thing. There's probably a few minor, slight, yeah, changes to design. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Gen 6, you get the models. And kind of the modern colors, I guess. Interesting. Pretty good adaptation. Very interesting how they... I mean, it's kind of hard to, like, make, I don't know, a concept into 3D. In Gen 7, not much changes. So I guess the angle that they took the picture, and I guess this one kind of focuses more on the odd keystone. Although, I don't know, whatever. There might be some slight changes in the eyes or something. I don't know. In Gen 8, you get these models in this game. That is very odd looking. From this angle, anyway, it looks almost like it's made out of clay. That's very weird. Home, you get these models. In animation, Spiritomb and Pokemon Journeys the series. You got Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 56 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Spiritomb, the forbidden Pokemon. As punishment for a misdeeds 500 years ago, it was imprisoned in the fissure of an odd keystone.
In Journeys, episode 91 in Go's Rotom Phone.
Spiritomb, the forbidden Pokemon. A ghost and dark type. Spiritomb are Pokemon made up of 108 spirits. Some of those spirits can be ill-natured. In the manga,
Spiritomb and Pokemon Adventures. You got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Spiritomb is heavily associated with the number 108, a number considered sacred in Indian religions. Several of its Pokedex entries state that it was formed from 108 spirits. Its number in the Sinnoh Pokedex is 108. Its defense and special defense-based stats are both 108. It weighs exactly 108 kilograms. In Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it can be found at Sea Mauville, which lies on Route 108. In Pokemon Go, it is encountered at the end of a special research quest involving feeding 108 berries to Pokemon and catching 108 Pokemon. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it is encountered at the end of a request in which the player must gather 108 wisps scattered throughout Hisui. In Pokemon Masters EX, Cynthia Spiritomb's buddy move, Evil Spirit Shadow Ball, has a maximum MP and power of 108. I read the second point in the Sableye video. As of Pokemon Legends Arceus, the main body of Spiritomb's model is opaque, and its normals, the direction of the model's faces, are flipped. Due to back face culling, the outside can be seen through, but the inside cannot, allowing for its green orbs, which are three-dimensional and swirl within its body, to be seen with an opaque background from any angle. This is in contrast to previous 3D games, in which Spiritomb's main body is slightly transparent and has normals pointing outwards. The difference can be most easily seen when viewing Spiritomb from the side. Uniquely because of this, whenever Spiritomb is terrestrialized, the souls gain the crystal look, not the swirls. When Spiritomb appears as an alpha Pokemon in Pokemon Legends Arceus, the markings on its odd keystone glow red. So Spiritomb's odd keystone emitting an alpha glow in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Nob Agasawara, the translator of the Pokemon games to English, has suggested Phantomb for Spiritomb's English name, although it was not accepted by Nintendo of America. Origin, Spiritomb may be based on a Jibikurai, a spirit bound to a single place, or a Deldagast, a Norwegian folklore spirit that is forced to haul around a boundary stone as punishment for removing one while it was alive. It might also be based on a Buddhist tradition performed on New Year's Eve in Japan, in which a bell is rung 108 times to chase away the 108 temptations in order to achieve nirvana. The wisps of spirits surrounding its face also resemble a set of prayer beads, a possible reference to Japa. Spiritomb may also be based on Water Margin, one of the classic Chinese novels, which is also very well known in Japan. In the novel's first chapter, a foolish army marshal orders the removal of a stone monument guarded by monks for generations, causing the spirits of 108 demons sealed therein to be released. These 108 souls, having atoned for their sins, become the 108 stars of destiny. They are reincarnated centuries later as 108 outlaws, the heroes of the novel. Name origin, Spiritomb may be a combination of spirit and tomb, may also be a play on the Latin spiritum. Mikaruge may be a combination of Mika Gaishi, granite, and Karoishi, pumice. It may also involve karma. Now the languages, references, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Spiritomb's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 522, The Keystone Pops. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and companion Dawn, were fighting between Weavile and Apom, practice fighting, when Weasel's sonic boom caused a bunch of rocks to fall over, and the storm has begun, and the lightning bolt has struck the rocks. There's also Pikachu and Brock here. There's the keystone. I would say that is Spiritomb's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Spiritomb card.
It's the 12th Spiritomb card design, and the 8th to be Darkness type. It was illustrated by Tomokazu Komiya. I love how unique Spiritomb looks, and that it seems to be in a jungle for some reason. I also like to imagine that Spiritomb is jumping toward the audience, trying to scare them. It has 60 HP. It's 3'3" and 238.1 pounds. It has 2 moves, Splitting Spite and Dripping Grudge, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Splitting Spite costs 1 darkness energy. Both players discard the top card in their deck. On this card, Dripping Grudge costs 1 darkness energy and 1 of any energy. The player does 10 damage to the opponent's active Pokemon for every Pokemon the player has discarded. This means it can do between 0 and 540 damage, although this upper limit is likely impossible. Spiritomb is weak to grass for double damage, which is odd since it isn't weak to grass in the TCG. Instead, it could have been weak to fairy, as that's what it's weak to in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to psychic or darkness, as it's resistant to poison. Poison is often considered psychic or darkness in the TCG in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Spiritomb to retreat. Its description reads, "It was bound to have fissured an odd keystone as punishment for misdeeds 500 years ago." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Pearl by Alpha Sapphire and Shining Pearl. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to it, there's the D mark, meaning it could no longer be used in tournaments starting April 14th, 2023.
I don't have a Gible card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Gabite. Now let's see why other people love Spiritomb. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Spiritomb. So this is Shadow Ultra Spiritomb by RP Godzilla Hera Soru. This fun, alternate colored Spiritomb here. It's like all dark. The spirit and the face are pink, and the stone's even purple. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Spiritomb by Bumpadump 2002. So this fun Spiritomb here. Yeah. This kind of looks like it could be like a poster or something. This is Spiritomb Frank by Deerhead. So this character, I guess Frank, their humanized version of Spiritomb here. I guess is what they actually look like in their form. And then there's like this disguise I guess they have. Interesting. Then we've got Spiritomb by Hachel. It's this fun Spiritomb image here. Nice unique angle. Then we've got Pokemon Fusion by I'm Not Ro. So, interesting. This first one is a fusion between Spiritomb and Gengar. These are like the original sprites, I guess, for the fusions, and this is their fan art of them. I think this one is Lopunny and Umbreon. This one is Gardevoir and Latios. This is a combination of Dusclops and Dusknoir. Very interesting. Very well done. This is Spiritomb, Gardic art by Breadcrumb. I assume this is an image they made in the game Gardic Phone. Then we've got Spiritomb by Lord Stevie. So this fun, more realistic version of Spiritomb here. Yeah, very fun idea. This is Spiritomb by Chris Moschler. So I got the Spiritomb scaring this Pikachu. Yes, very well done. Then we got Spiritomb by Musical Combustion. So the Spiritomb sitting here, it looks almost like it's on a campfire, but like it's like the flame. That's interesting. Very well done, the painting here. This is Spiritomb Pokemon by Knucklehead 025. This interesting Spiritomb art here. Very unique. Very well done. This isn't a Spiritomb, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We're trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler Onyx, Seadra Scyther, Sableye Sharpedo, Swablu Snowrunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Grovyle into Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Abra all the way to Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snowrunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, a Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Galele, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Gible. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Gible, the first Dragon Ground Pokemon, and the first Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are May 14th, 1997, March 4th, 2000, December 24th, 2002, October 14th, 2005, August 4th, 2008, May 26th, 2011, March 16th, 2014, January 4th, 2017, October 26th, 2019, and August 16th, 2022. I most know Gible from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I think Gible is adorable. I also think it's silly that it's basically a shark's head with arms and legs. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Gible, the land shark Pokemon, whose number is 0443. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon Ground. Since this is our first Dragon Ground Pokemon, I'll point out the Dragon inside and the Ground outside. Ability Sandveil, Rough Skin is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a groups Monster and Dragon. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 45.2 pounds or 20.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 67 in Gen 4 and 16 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Gible is a dual type Dragon/Ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Gabite starting at level 24, which evolves into Garchomp starting at level 48. Biology, Gible is a small bipedal dragon-like Pokemon that is primarily grayish-blue. It has a big mouth filled with sharp teeth, no neck, and arms that start at the outer edges of its jaws. Its stomach is relatively small compared to its mouth. A red underbelly stretches from its abdomen to the bottom of its jaw. Gible has 2 horns that resemble jet or plane engines, each with a light blue stripe in the middle. It has a single light blue stripe wrapping around its back and a short tail. On top of its head is a dorsal fin, which has a notch on it for the male. Its dorsal fin is strong enough to carry a person. In the past, Gible lived in the tropics. Gible appears to be a good digger, making deep holes for homes and caverns warmed by geothermal heat. This heated environment allows Gible to survive even during the winter. It has also been seen huddling with other members of its species to stave off the cold, although it enjoys play fighting with them as well. Gible is typically sighted in rocky areas, such as mountains. Gible has tremendously strong jaws that it uses to bite enemies and prey alike, dragging the latter back to its nest. However, even while biting, it often hurts itself because of clumsiness. This sometimes causes causes its teeth to chip and fall off in the process, but Gible is never bothered by this because the teeth will grow back after a few days. As shown in the animated series, Gible is capable of eating through most types of metal. In Gen 9, Gible and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have rough skin as an ability. Evolution: Gible evolves into Gabite, which evolves into Garchomp, so Gible, Gabite, Garchomp. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger, Chatot of Olmia. Gible can be obtained as a partner Pokemon by clearing a quest in Boyleland. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Hassel's Gible, known as Professor Gible, appears during 2 of Hassel's art classes in the Raha Academy in Scarlet / Yuva Academy in Violet. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
It nests in small horizontal holes in cave walls. It pounces to catch prey that stray too close.
Pearl.
It once lived in the tropics. To avoid the cold, it lives in caves warmed by geothermal heat.
Platinum.
It attacks using its huge mouth. While its attacks are powerful, it hurts itself out of clumsiness, too.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It nests in horizontal holes warmed by geothermal heat. Foes who get too close can expect to be pounced on and bitten.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun.
It lives in caves warmed by geothermal heat. Even so, when the weather gets cold, it will huddle close with others of its kind.
Moon.
It skulks in caves, and when prey or an enemy passes by, it leaps out and chomps them. The force of its attack sometimes chips its teeth.
Ultra Sun.
It reacts to anything that moves, flies right at it, and bites it. Sometimes it injures itself, but it doesn't care too much.
Ultra Moon.
Its original home is an area much hotter than Alola. If you're planning to live with one, your heating bill will soar.
In Gen 8, Sword.
Gible prefers to stay in narrow holes in the sides of caves heated by geothermal energy. This way, Gible can stay warm even during a blizzard. Shield. Gible attacks anything that moves, and it drags whatever it catches into the crevice that is its lair. Despite the big mouth, Gible's stomach is small.
Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus.
It nests in caves untouched by sunlight. Its sharp teeth may fall out when worn away or after an impact, but they regrow within a few days.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Moon's entry. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X and Omega Ruby's entry. Male Gible in the Alola Pokedex, so you can see the chip. Female Gible in the Alola Pokedex, so you can't see the chip. Gible in the Paldea Pokedex, so looks like there could be 2 females and a male here. All together, that's fun. Here's this cave, that makes sense. Gible in the Kitakami Pokedex, can't really tell if it's male or female because the words are blocking that thing. And then we also have some Salazzles, that's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It has the Happen Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus. Normal, it has the Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 58, Attack 70, Defense 45, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 45, Speed 42 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, water, grass, psychic, and dark. Weak to ice for 4, and dragon and fairy for double. Immune to electric. Resistant to poison, rock, and fire, all for half. Notes if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Sand Tomb and Tackle. 6. Sand Attack. 12. Dragon Breath. 18. Bulldoze. 25. Bite. 30 Slash. 36 Dragon Claw. 42 Dig. 48 Sandstorm. 54 Takedown. And 60 Dragon Rush. By TM, TM001 Takedown. 6 Scary Face. 7 Protect. 8 Fire Fang. 9 Thunder Fang. 25 Facade. 28 Bulldoze. 31 Metal Claw. 32 Swift. 35 Mudshot. 36 Rock Tomb. 44 Dragon Tail. 47 Endure. 49 Sunny Day. 50 Rain Dance. 51 Sandstorm. 55 Dig. 57 False Swipe. 61 Shadow Claw. 66 Body Slam. 70 Sleep Talk. 78 Dragon Claw. 85 Rest. 86 Rock Slide. 88 Swords Dance. 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 115 Dragon Pulse, 116 Stealth Rock, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 141 Fire Blast, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 156 Outrage, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 215 Scorching Sands, and 226 Dragon Cheer. By breeding, this group gives it Double Edge, this group gives it Metal Claw, this group gives it Thrash, and this group gives it Twister. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
It spits hunks of dirt to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It attacks by launching blue fireballs.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bad Entry. Gible loved playing with the minecart in the Cavern Zone. They agreed that their favorite attraction is Bastiodon's Block Barrage. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She is innocent and energetic. She also wants to be strong and called by a nickname. You got all this. In Pokemon Go, Gible can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research. Just a nibble. Evolution data, Gible, level 24 Gabite, level 48 Garchomp. Sprites here, so a lot different blue, you know, kind of this, yeah, this kind of blue instead of that. But yeah, a lot of it stays the same. And yeah, you got the male versus the female here. Then the shiny, it's this blue, this kind of blue, and yellow for the belly / undermouth. Platinums, you got it doing this pose. Its head seems to be a lot bigger, a little bit more pointed, but now it's a lot more flat. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Yep. In Gen 6, you get the modern colors here, and the models. Yeah, very good adaptation. In Gen 7, not much changes. The eyes might change a little bit. So that's probably the big thing. In Gen 8, you got the models in this game. Very shiny, that's interesting. Homes, you got these models. In animation, male Gible in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ash's Gible's the big one. Got this. Female Gible in Pokemon the series, XY. Iris's Gible is another big one. Cynthia's Gible is another big one. Professor Sycamore's Gible is another big one. Other, a Gible egg in Pokemon Journeys the series. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 145, and Kiori's Pokedex. Gible, the Landshark Pokemon. Gible once lived in the tropics, and to avoid cold, it lives in caves warmed by geothermal heat. Pokemon Paldean Winds. Gible in Pokemon Paldean Winds. Oh, it's posing, and they're drawing it. That's cute. It's in a Poketoon, I guess. In the manga, Gible in Pokemon Adventures. Looking a lot different than it's supposed to. That's interesting. Trivia. The Gible evolutionary line made its animated series debuts in reverse order of evolution. Garchomp appeared first in top-down training. Gabite appeared second in Another One Gabites the Dust. And Gible appeared last in A Rivalry to Gible-On. Origin. Gible has traits of some shark species, noticeably the hammerhead shark. Its duller colors, red abdomen, and rounder shape could also hint at it being partially based on a red-bellied piranha. Its ground typing might also be a reference to ground sharks or sand sharks, while being adapted to live on land may reference land sharks, a recurring creature in fantasy settings. Name origin. Gible may be a combination of gobble and nibble. Fukamaru may be a combination of fuka, shark, and maru, round, suffix in young boys' names, as well as a pun on Fukamaru, to deepen, to become deep. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Since we watched Gible's first scene in the anime in the Bronzor video, let's watch Gible's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town, where they have met Darkrai, who has been attacked. It is now using Shadow Ball and a bunch of different Pokemon. This is Brock's Sudowoodo.
Gible, no!
And that is Gible's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Gible. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on that single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So we've done this one for Stunky and Bonsly, but we can do it again. This is 16 Pokes number 4 by Michael Furman. So we've got Hawlucha, Slowpoke, Conkeldurr, Litwick, Stunky, Ninjask, Bonsly, Gengar, Natu, Ducklet, Tinkatink, Torkoal, Bergmite, Jigglypuff, Pumpkaboo, and Gible. Yes, very well done, very fun, stylized image. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We're trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Sableye, Sharpedo, Swablu, Snorunt, Bacon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Grovyle into Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, a Mega Evolved Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Gabite. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Gabite, the first dragon ground type evolution, and the first dragon type evolution introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Gible, who evolves at level 24. Its previous BYC dates are May 15th, 1997, March 5th, 2000, December 25th, 2002, October 15th, 2005, August 5th, 2008, May 27th, 2011, March 17th, 2014, January 5th, 2017, October 27th, 2019, and August 17th, 2022. I must know Gabite from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I think it's interesting how similar, yet different, it looks from Gible. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Gabite, the cave Pokemon, whose number is 0444. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon Ground, abilities Sand Veil, Rough Skin is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding, a group's monster and dragon, hatch time 40 cycles, height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight is 123.5 pounds or 56 kilograms. Base experience yield is 144 or just in... That's it. Leveling rate is slow, yield is 2, and attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Gabite is a dual-type dragon/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Gible, starting at level 24, and evolves into Garchomp, starting at level 48. Biology: Gabite is a medium-sized bipedal dragon-like Pokemon that is primarily blue. Its underside is light blue, with red covering it from the middle of its abdomen to the bottom of its jaw. Gabite has 2 appendages that resemble jets or plane engines, extending out of the side of its skull. Each appendage has a blue stripe. It has 4 fins, 1 on each arm, 1 on its back, and another on its tail. The back fin has a notch on it for the male. It has spikes on its hind limbs, and sharp claws on its feet and wrists. Its eyes have black sclera and gold-colored irises. Gabite is a fierce and predatory Pokemon known for his scales, which are believed to have medicinal properties and the ability to heal most illnesses, even those thought to be incurable. Gabite has short, extremely sharp teeth, like its pre-evolved form Gible. It has been known to move at extreme speeds. The protrusions on Gabite's head allows it to emit ultrasonic waves, which can be used for navigating through pitch-dark caves. Gabite is also a very territorial creature and will fight back against enemies to protect its home. Gabite is passionate about shiny objects such as gems, treasures, and even Carbink, and it hoards a collection of them in its nest. When it sees Sableye trying to take Carbink as food, Gabite jealously attacks the Sableye. Despite its aggressive demeanor, giving Gabite a sparkly item such as a glass bead can turn it docile. It predominantly lives in mountainous regions and can survive in both snowy and arid temperatures. In Gen 9, Gabite and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon that can have rough skin as an ability. Evolution: Gabite evolves from Gible and evolves to Garchomp. So, Gible, Gabite, Garchomp. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky. Gabite is the boss of the password-exclusive dungeon, Labyrinth Cave, as part of a tie-in with the animated Pokemon Mystery Dungeon episode, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Darkness. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, another Gabite makes its home in the deepest parts of the Drillbur coal mine, and is the first boss the player and their partner fight. It guards a hoard of valuable gems, which the player and their partner agree to leave alone after hearing its case. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
There is a long-held belief that medicine made from its scales will heal even incurable illnesses.
Pearl.
It habitually digs up and hoards gems in its nest. Its loot is constantly targeted by thieves.
Platinum.
It loves sparkly things. It seeks treasures in caves and hoards the loot in its nest.
Or Gold and Soul Silver.
As it digs to expand its nest, it habitually digs up gems that it then hoards in its nest.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Wise entry. In Gen 7, Sun.
In rare cases, it molts and sheds its scales. Medicine containing its scales as an ingredient will make a weary body feel invigorated. Moon. Shiny objects are its fashion. It can be found in its cave, scarcely moving, its gaze fixed on the jewels it's amassed or carving it has got. Ultra Sun. It loves shiny things. When it finds a Sableye trying to catch a carving, Gabite becomes fiercely angry and attacks the Sableye. Ultra Moon. It sheds its skin and gradually grows larger. Its scales can be ground into a powder and used as raw materials for traditional medicine. In Gen 8, Sword. This Pokemon emits ultrasonic waves from a protrusion on either side of its head to probe pitch-dark caves. Shield. Jewels are buried in the caves these Pokemon nest in, but you'll be torn apart by claws and fangs the moment you enter one of these caves. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, they're their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. Though Gible are usually of a violent disposition, when I gave one a glass bead it had been eyeing covetously, it suddenly became quite docile. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is Platinum's, the Gen 5 entries. X and Omega Ruby's entry. Male Gabite in the Alola Pokedex, so you can see the chunk taken out. Female Gabite in the Alola Pokedex, so you can see there isn't a chunk out. Gabite in the Paldea Pokedex, so there's 3 of them, so that's 1 female and 1 male, so I'm wondering if this is the evolved form of the Gible we saw in yesterday's video. We've got Gabite in the Kitakami Pokedex. So we've got Gabite and the Gible and the Magikarp in this cave here. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Platinum, it has the Haban Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, Exp Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 68, Attack 90, Defense 65, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 55, Speed 82 for a total of 410. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, water, grass, psychic, and dark. Weak to ice for 4, and dragon and fairy for double. Immune to electric. Resistant to poison, rock, and fire, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with 27 here, so 27 Bite, 34 Slash, 42 Dragon Claw, 50 Dig, 58 Sandstorm, 66 Takedown, and 74 Dragon Rush. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, go this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It sits hunks of dirt to attack. It also slashes with powerful claws.
In Guardian Signs, it attacks by launching blue fireballs. Got all this. Evolution data, Gible, level 24 Gabite, level 48 Garchomp. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue. That's interesting. Kind of closer to this one's blue? And that's like a light blue for that, rather than this kind of bluish purple. Yeah, it kind of replaces this light blue color. And the shiny is this like purplish color. Interesting. Replaces the main blue. Then in Platinum, the big difference is the color change. It's much closer to the modern one, although still darker for the main one here. Oh, and you can see the gender difference of the chunk and the no chunk, yeah. But yeah, it seems to like also just refine it a lot more, the shape of it, particularly its head. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. So you got the lighter colors now. These are basically the same, though. That's interesting. Shinies. And this becomes, yeah, the sort of more purple color. Light purple, I guess. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, the eyes might change a little bit, but I think that's probably the biggest thing that would change. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Much more blue. That's interesting. Like almost more like the original. In Homes, you get these models. Before we move on, something I realized is that the shinies, red part is replaced with a sort of orange. It's not very obvious in these first sprites. It's a little bit more obvious in Gen 5. but really becomes obvious in Gen 6. See the red becoming the orange. And it sort of keeps that throughout all the different games here. Yeah. An animation, Gabite in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ursula's Gabite is the big one. Professor Sycamore's Gabite is another big one. Cynthia's Gabite is another big one. Got all Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 114 in Ash's Pokedex.
Gabite, the cave Pokemon. Gabite goes wild for precious jewels, first digging them up and then stashing them in its nest.
Poketoon, I guess, in the manga. Gabite in Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, Gabite shares its category with Druddigon. They are both known as the cave Pokemon. Due to the censor that prevents Pokemon with offensive nicknames being traded on the GTS, an English language Gabite cannot be traded on the GTS without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White. After this last point in the Gible video, Origin, Gabite appears to combine traits of Nasaurian, kaijus, wyverns, and different species of sharks. It may also reference land sharks, a somewhat recurring creature in fantasy settings. Gabite also shares traits with various species of sharks, noticeably the hammerhead shark. Its ground typing might also be a reference to ground sharks or sand sharks. It may also be based on theropod dinosaurs, particularly the Carcharodontosaurus, whose teeth are often compared to the great white sharks due to similar serrations and sharpness. Gabite's behavior of collecting gems and treasures is reminiscent of European dragons, which are commonly depicted guarding a treasure hoard. Name origin, Gabite may be a combination of Gaburai with a big bite and bite. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Gabite's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Darkness. No, not the games. We're watching the animated special that was a tie-in to the games. If you're not familiar with the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, the whole gimmick is that a human gets turned into a Pokemon and they can then interact with talking Pokemon. So, in this particular special, a human has been turned into a Piplup and has joined a Chimchar in the exploration team Pokepals. They've also been joined by Sunflora, who is voiced by the late, great Rachel Lillis in her final Pokemon role. The team has come to Labyrinth Cave to get a Gabite scale for a sick Shinx. So, Sunflora, Chimchar, Piplup, Garchomp.
So, you're back, eh? Say, you're not the same ones as before.
Gabite, please! Let us have one of your scales!
Not again.
We know this cute little Shinx whose sister's life depends on it!
That kind of sob story is of no concern to me. It's always the same. Give me a scale, give me a scale! I can't take it anymore!
Please, just this once for me?
Once and for all, no! Although I might reconsider if you defeat me in battle.
Whoa, that's what happened to Team Razor when...
We've got no choice.
Yeah, let's battle the big guy.
Yippee! Now you're talking.
Amusing.
Okay, so that's the music change, so I would say that is Garchomp's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Gabite card.
It's the first Gabite card design. This card is colorless, as the dragon type had not been added to the TCG at this point, although she could have also been a fighting type, as ground is often considered fighting in the TCG. She was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official image on a nice enough background. However, this time, it's a zoomed-in version of the official image. There's also an effect added to part of the bottom of the image. She has 80 HP, she's 4'7" and 123.5 pounds. She has 2 moves, Gather Up and Marvelous Shine, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Gather Up costs 1 of any energy. The player searches their discard pile for 2 energies. They show them to their opponent and put them in their hand. On this card, Marvelous Shine costs 2 of any energies. The player flips a coin. If it lands on heads, the move does 40 unmodified damage to an opponent's Pokemon of the player's choosing. If it lands on tails, the player restores 40 HP on a Pokemon of their choosing. She's weak to colorless for plus 20 damage, which is odd since Gabite isn't weak to normal, called colorless in the TCG, in the video games. This might be mimicking Gabite's weakness to Dragon in the video games. She has no resistance, which is odd since she could have been resistant to Grass, Psychic, Darkness, Fighting, or Fire, as Gabite is resistant to poison, often considered grass, psychic, and darkness in the TCG, rock, often considered fighting in the TCG, and fire in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for her to retreat. Her description reads, "There is a long-held belief that medicine made from its scales will heal even incurable illnesses." This is the Pokedex entry of Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. She's level 32. In the video games, she would be 16 levels from evolving into Garchomp.
Speaking of Garchomp, I don't have a Garchomp card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Munchlax. Now let's say why other people love Gabite. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gabite. This is Shadows for Hire 034 by True Scorn. So this a comic. We may have done this one in the past before. I don't remember. I don't think we have, though. Got this Gallade holding a Sovel here. He says, "Well, what about the kid? As if getting kidnapped wasn't traumatizing enough, you have to go and say that." Okay. Then we got a Weavile. Very anthropomorphized, these Pokemon. "Hey now, we agreed to bring you along to help with cleanup, not to get an earful of your ethics, Paragon. Besides, we got all of the outlaws, and between us and the hostages, nobody so much as got scratched." So I guess... yeah, I guess the Gabite is here. I guess it was one of the outlaws with a Komo. And I'm not really sure what this Pokemon is. Very well done. Gabite and Marshtomp fusion by Darky Lights. It's this cute fusion between a Gabite and a Marshtomp here. And got the Gabite head, yeah. Yeah, so very cute. Got the shiny, I guess. Marshtomp head. Overprotective, sibling mode activated. So I'm assuming this is a fusion between Mudkip and Gible. It's very cute. This doesn't contain a Gabite, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT. Well, we're trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, and Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler Onyx, Seadra Scyther, Sableye Sharpedo, Swablu Snorunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Grovyle into Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, a Mega Evolved Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Garchomp. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, before I begin, you're probably wondering about the tie. It's the week of Friday the 13th, and, as such, I'm planning on wearing a red tie instead of my usual green one. Today we'll be talking about Garchomp, the first Dragon, Ground, Final Evolution, and the first Dragon-type Final Evolution introduced in Gen 4, being the Final Evolution of Gible, who evolves into Gabite, who evolves at level 48. Mega Garchomp is also the only Dragon Ground-type Mega Evolution. Its previous POAC dates are May 16th, 1997, March 6th, 2000, December 26th, 2002, October 16th, 2005, August 6th, 2008, May 28th, 2011, March 18th, 2014, January 6th, 2017, October 28th, 2019, and August 18th, 2022. I most know Garchomp is one of the Pokemon Cynthia has, mostly in the anime, but also in the Sinnoh games. I also know one from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Interestingly, this Garchomp is referred to as he, despite having a female model. This is probably a mistake on the modeler's part, or a mistake on the writer's or translator's part, or a reference to the common misconception that Cynthia's Garchomp is male, with the in-universe writer of the Pokepark Pad entries making this mistake as well. However, I like to think that this Garchomp is transgender. Anyway, I like how Garchomp improves on Gabite's design. Although, looking at the whole line, it's likely that Garchomp came first and they worked their way backward. I really doubt that Garchomp was the next logical step for Gabite. As for Mega Garchomp, why does it have sides instead of wings? Who thought this and its disgusting square jaw were a good idea? It takes the one thing everyone knows Garchomp for and replaces it with something we already have a Pokemon for. and doesn't even do anything with it that's any different than Scyther. It's not original nor logical. Okay, it's kinda logical, with some of its entries mentioning how it slices trees. But I don't think that justifies taking away this line's ability to fly. Sure, I understand not wanting to do the same thing they did for Salamence and Mega Salamence, but doing that would have made way more sense for Garchomp. It's literally partially based on airplanes. On a more positive note, Garchomp appears on the latest Pokemon Cafe Remix title screen. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Garchomp, the Mach Pokemon, whose number is 0445. This is Garchomp, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Garchomp, this is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon Ground, abilities, Sandveil. As Garchomp, Rough Skin is its hidden ability. Sand Force is Mega Garchomp's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a Groups Monster and Dragon. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 6'3" and 1.9 meters regardless. And weight is 209.4 pounds or 95 kilograms regardless. Megastone, Garchompite. Base experience heals 218 in Gen 4 and 270 5+. Leveling rate is slow. Evield is 3 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Garchomp is a dual type dragon / ground pseudo legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Gabite starting at level 48, it is the final form of Gible. Garchomp can Mega Evolve into Mega Garchomp using the Garchompite. Biology, Garchomp is a bipedal, draconian Pokemon that is primarily dark blue in color. It has red on its underbelly from the lower jaw to the middle of the abdomen, including the undersides of its arms. A patch of gold comes to a point below the red on its belly, and a golden star shape adorns the tip of its snout. Garchomp has horn-like appendages that resemble a jet or plane's engines, giving it an appearance similar to a hammerhead shark. These horns allow it to sense its prey from a long distance. Its large mouth features razor-sharp teeth. The feet have 3 white talons, and each arm has a single large white claw for a hand. Curved fins sprout from the arms, creating wings that allow Garchomp to fly. Garchomp has a large dorsal fin and another on its tail that resembles a shark tail fin. The male's dorsal fin has a notch on it. Pairs of small white spikes protrude from its upper arms and legs, and there are gill-like slits on the sides of the neck. So you can see Garchomp flying with Pikachu, the Rotom Pokedex, and Ash here. The eyes are intense with black sclera and gold-colored irises. Garchomp can fly, although it cannot learn the move fly, at incredible speeds to catch its prey, being capable of flying as fast as a jet, cutting down trees with its blades of wind, a magnificent sight to witness. It is able to move in both the air and underground. It preys on bird Pokemon, is known to eat entire flocks of them whole. It sometimes battles Salamence in the air as they compete for food. After catching prey, it returns to its den before its body can cool down. The fine scales on its body reduce drag for easier flight, and their sharp edges also serve to injure opponents who attack it directly. It can also use its protuberances as sensors for finding distant prey. Garchomp lives in mountainous regions, both volcanic and boreal, and typically dwells underground. However, it is seldom sighted in the wild. Garchomp is described as having a feral nature, requiring extreme caution should anyone encounter it. In Gen 9, Garchomp and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have Rough Skin as an ability. Forms, Garchomp can Mega Evolve into Mega Garchomp. When Garchomp Mega Evolves, several of its features become more angular, including its head and shoulders. A row of 5 tooth-like spikes sprouts from each side of its abdomen, and red spikes grow from its knees. The claws and fins on its arms melt from the excessive Mega Evolution energy and morph together to form sharp red blades. Because Garchomp takes great pride in its wing-like fins, it is enraged at the sight of them melting into size. Its size can slice the ground to pieces, and Mega Garchomp viciously tears up its opponents with them. Mega Garchomp. Evolution, Garchomp evolves from Gabite and is the final form of Gible, so Gible, Gabite, Garchomp. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond.
When it folds up its body and extends its wings, it looks like a jet plane. It flies at sonic speed.
Pearl.
It flies at speeds equal to a jet fighter plane. It never allows its prey to escape.
Platinum.
It is said that when one runs at high speed, its wings create blades of wind that can fell nearby trees.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Its body is covered in fine scales that reduce drag, enabling it to fly at high speeds.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X's Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, for regular Garchomp, Sun, it can fly at speeds rivaling jet planes. It dives into flocks of bird Pokemon and gulps the entire flock down whole. Moon, the protuberances on its head serve as sensors. It can even detect distant prey. Ultra Sun, it flies at the speed of sound while searching for prey, and it has mid-air battles with Salamence as the two compete for food. Ultra Moon, its fine scales don't reduce wind resistance. Their sharp edges also cause injury to any opponent who attacks it. Mega Garchomp. Sun. Excess energy melted its arms and wings, transforming them into giant scythes. Moon. Its vaunted wings become scythes, sending it mad with rage. It swings its scythes wildly and slices the ground to pieces. Ultra Sun. Its arms and wings melted into something like scythes. Mad with rage, it rampages on and on. Ultra Moon. Its disposition is more vicious than before its Mega Evolution. Garchomp carves his opponents up with the scythes on both arms. In Gen 8 Sword, Garchomp makes its home in volcanic mountains. It flies through the sky as fast as a jet airplane, hunting down as much prey as it can. Shield. Garchomp is fast both underground and above. It can bring down prey and return to its den before its body has chilled from being outside. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus soars across the heavens at blinding speed. A magnificent sight. It has a feral disposition. Utmost caution is required if one meets a Garchomp out in the wilds. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Garchomp's Moon entry. Male Garchomp in the Alola Pokedex, so you can see the chunk taken out. Female Garchomp in the Alola Pokedex, you can see there's no chunk. Mega Garchomp in the Alola Pokedex. Garchomp in the Paldea Pokedex. There's only one of them. That's interesting. And Garchomp in the Kitakami Pokedex, you can see it flying with the sky. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal has the Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time. And grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Garchomp and Mega Garchomp. So HP 108, that stays the same. Attack 130, that goes up to 170. Defense 95, that goes up to 115. Special attack 80, that goes up to 120. Special defense 85, that goes up to 95. Speed 102, that goes down to 92. This one has a total of 600, and this one has a total of 700. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, water, grass, psychic, and dark. Weak to ice for 4, dragon and fairy for double. Immune to electric, resistant to poison, rock, and fire, all for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is a half. So go from 0 to half. Learn step by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 52. So upon evolution, it gets Crunch, 52 Dig, 62 Sandstorm, 72 Takedown, and 82 Dragon Rush. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by a prior evolution. Special moves. In this event, it can get Earthquake, Liquidation, Outrage, and Rock Tomb. Side game data for Garchomp here. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
It spits hunks of dirt to attack. It also runs at incredible speed.
Guardian Signs.
It charges at high speed and launches fire to attack.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry.
Garchomp came to check on the Granite Zone. He's a smash hit playing Blaziken's Boulder Bash.
Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond.
He came to the crack area to enter the battle tournament. He is unfriendly but can be adorable.
Got all this. Mega Garchomp, you got all this. Form data, Mega Evolution. Garchomp, Garchompite, Mega Garchomp. Evolution data, Gible, level 24 Gabite. Level 48 Garchomp. Sprites here, so a lot darker, a lot more dark blue. Yeah. That's interesting. Probably a little bit more simplified, but overall mostly the same. And then for some reason, the shiny is kind of the modern colors are very close to it. Although I think the red is replaced by this orange. Yeah. Platinums. You got this coloration, which is different than this one, but definitely not like that one. It's also in a different pose, probably slightly different design all around. The Gen 5 entries, you get the pullback sprite. That looks really weird. It's black sprite. In Gen 6, you get the models here, so you can see it's a little different than this, but it's very similar. The models, well, clearly the back sprite is a lot better. I think they make it a little bit chunkier, probably a little bit more muscular, which is probably beneficial to it. You can see the different gender difference, the cut, the no cut, yeah. We got the Mega Garchomp. The shiny, so it becomes sort of this light gray, I guess? Interesting. Shiny Mega Garchomp is purple. Why? It's black here. I mean, I get that you may want to make it a little different, but why would you not... what? Why did they decide this? This is a really bad... Why? And, like, it makes this pink, and, like, it makes them pink. This is... Why? Why did they do this? In Gen 7... Get these models. Not really much changes. Looks like they muted the colors for shiny Mega Garchomp. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. In Homes, you got these models. In Animation, male Garchomp in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Cynthia's Garchomp is the big one. Female Garchomp in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Professor Sycamore's Garchomp is another big one. You got all this. Mega Garchomp in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 40 in Ash's Pokedex.
Garchomp, the mock Pokemon. When it folds up its body and spreads its wings, it can fly like a jet plane at the speed of sound.
Pokemon Generations, Garchomp in Pokemon Generations with Cynthia. Cynthia's Garchomp's the big one. Pokemon Masters animated trailer, Garchomp background in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer with Cynthia here. So Cynthia's Garchomp's the big one. Ripple in Time, Cynthia's Garchomp. Yep, gotcha, Cynthia's Garchomp. In the manga, Garchomp in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Garchomp in Pokemon Adventures. You can see Garchomp is all in color. Okay, got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Garchomp appears in the background of the Kalos Pokemon League stage when the stage is in the Dragon Mark Chamber. Trophy information for the North American version. Garchomp looks like a plane's engines mixed with a hammerhead shark. There's something about it that we just find so appealing. We have to get one. Garchomp is capable of folding up its body and spreading its wings, letting it move at Mach speed. Garchompite will Mega Evolve Garchomp into Mega Garchomp, increasing its power even more. In the PAL version, there's something about Garchomp that appeals to the kid in all of us. It's basically a Mach-speed flying dinosaur with spikes. What's not to love? When it folds up its body and extends its wings for flight, you might mistake it for a jet plane. And with a little Garchompite, it can Mega Evolve for extra firepower. Pokken Tournament, Garchomp and Pokken Tournament. Main article, Garchomp, Pokken. Garchomp is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Dragon Claw, Dig, Dragon Rush, Stone Edge, Earthquake, and Sand Tomb. Upon entering Synergy Burst, it Mega Evolves and can use the Burst Attack Outrage Smasher. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Garchomp appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite. Garchomp is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Gible and evolves into Gabite at level 5, which evolves into Garchomp at level 9. So Garchomp and Pokemon Unite. Trivia, Garchomp was designed by Teiko Uno. Although the Garchomp in Poke Park Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and its sequel has no notch on his fin, he's referred to as male. In an early Japanese trailer for Pokemon Platinum, a prototype front sprite is seen that is different from the final sprite. Garchomp's prototype sprite from Platinum, with Torterra, Empoleon, and Infernape. Garchomp is the only pseudo-legendary Pokemon to have gender differences. The company logo for Mach Motors depicts a stylized Garchomp head, so you've got icon for Mach Motors. Origin, Garchomp appears to combine traits of dinosaurian, kaijus, wyverns, aircrafts, and different species of sharks. May also reference land sharks, a reoccurring creature in fantasy settings. Garchomp also shares traits with various species of sharks, notably the hammerhead shark. Its ground typing might also be a reference to ground sharks or sand sharks. May also be based on theropod dinosaurs, particularly the Carcharodontosaurus, whose teeth are often compared to the great white sharks due to similar serrations and sharpness. Garchomp's aircraft traits may allude to Curtiss P-40 Warhawk fighters. These models popularized shark-themed nose arts on aircrafts and were often referred to as desert sharks. Mega Garchomp's skull-like head and scythe arms may be based on traits of typical Grim Reaper depictions. Name origin, Garchomp may be a combination of its Japanese name, Carcharius, Latinization of the Greek word for shark Carcharius, Chomp, and possibly Gargantuan. Gaburius may be a combination of Gaburai with a big bite and Carcharius, or Asu, Earth. Now, languages, related articles, references, external links to the pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Garchomp's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 506, Top-Down Training. In this episode, we are at the beginning. An announcer has announced this battle. And there's a Bronzong here.
Waiting for is finally
There's
here.
Garchomp.
Will Cynthia?
And that is Garchomp's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Garchomp. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Garchomp. This is Garchomp by Mind Wallpaper, so it's AI art. It's really cool, but it's AI art. This is Garchomp Pokemon Render PNG by Encina Never Dies, so it's Garchomp from the Pokémon games. This is Garchomp Groundbreak Pokemon TCG playmat by Sweet Superhero 2024. So you got this nice, image of a Garchomp on this like lava background, and I guess it's supposed to be like a playmat. Interesting. This is Cynthia and Garchomp 02 by C1 Ashkull. This is AI art. We've got Garchomp, the Triumph of the Dragon Shark by Haddock. So it looks like I think it's it looks a lot like an anime screenshot, but it's not quite in the same style, so maybe they just redrew it or something, but yeah, very, very interesting. This is Garchomp Legends by Arvalis. It's got this realistic Garchomp here. This is supposed to be like an alpha male from Pokemon Legends Arceus, but of course it doesn't look that good. With a bunch of different Pokeballs, that's interesting. If you're not aware, Arvalis worked on the Detective Pikachu movie, so it's kind of fun to see their version of Garchomp, which would have to be much later than the movie, since that only came out a few years ago. Commissions, number 13, by Albert Wilson. So we've got a bunch of these Pokemon fusions and other kind of fun stylizations. So this is like an Iron variant of Dragonite. This one's a fusion between Blaziken and Hisuian Samurott, Hatterene, Sylveon, and Gardevoir, Mega Garchomp, and Hisuian Zoroark, Houndoom, and Ninetales, Noivern, Gliscor, and Alolan Marowak. It's all very nice images. This is Garchomp by Giant Behemoth. This is AI art. This is Battle Bond Cynthia Garchomp by Arlie Artist. So Garchomp Battle Bond Dragon Ground. So I guess the sort of Cynthia version of Garchomp here. That's interesting. I got it with Cynthia, yeah. Okay, very interesting. This is Short Term Pain by that one Maris. This nice mega Garchomp image here. It's got like a scarf, I think. That's interesting. This is Cynthia Garchomp 01 by C1 Ashkull. So again, another AI art. This is Garchomp by Yosu. So this nice stylized Garchomp here. Very well done. This is Garchomp by Hyper Sun Art. So this very nice image of Garchomp here doing like a move. I've got Garchomp Pokemon Con Rappa Casual by Bonnie19K. Even though it doesn't say it in the description, I'm fairly certain this is AI art. Just like, I don't know what the heck's going on with this logo and this like little badge or whatever's a little weird, and yeah, it's not even close to Garchomp's actual like face. Like, yeah, this is like way off. Of course it's supposed to be like stylized or whatever, but that's terrible. We've got Pokemon Garchomp by Mark331. So this nice Garchomp image here looks to be from 2010. Very well done. This is Island Showdown by True Scorn. So we've got this battle here, I think, and like the big boss, I guess, is Vespiquen and her army of Combee here, and Mega Garchomp is acting as the gatekeeper, and so the team that's fighting her is a Weavile, who's holding the key. Shiny Noivern. I think this is supposed to be Glaceon, or maybe some sort of fusion between the evolutions. And this is a Fakemon. Very interesting. Very well done. And we've got Garchomp by Orca Owl. This nice image of a Garchomp here. Very well done. I've got Garchomp ability forms by Shade of Shannon. What each of their abilities would be if they actually affected their form. So Sandvale, I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. It looks like it's covered in sand. Rough Skin needs a spa day, so the skin becomes rough. Sand Force. Darude, making a bunch of sand happen. That's fun. From 2024. Garchomp by Sci31. This is almost certainly air. There's not enough toes. These are all weird. The line, that's all weird. Like, maybe it's partially done for real. Like, the face may have been fixed. But, and, like, I can't imagine it added blushing. The AI, so they probably added a few things to correct it, but it's definitely been made with AI, like the whole grass and stuff. See all that. Since I think this is supposed to be kind of a fusion, but it's also like a robot, but not in the specific robot Pokemon, so I'm not going to count this as actually part Garchomp. So we're just going to stop here. We'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We're going to be trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Sableye, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Grovyle into Sceptile, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix Sableye, Sharpedo Camerupt Altaria, Galele Salamence, Metagross Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Munchlax. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Munchlax. Its previous BYC dates are March 17th, 1997, March 7th, 2000, December 27th, 2002, October 17th, 2005, August 7th, 2008, May 29th, 2011, March 19th, 2014, January 7th, 2017, October 29th, 2019, and August 19th, 2022. I know Munchlax from a few places. One, I know the one from Destiny Deoxys, which we'll see when we talk about the anime today. This is likely where I, like many, was introduced to this Pokemon. 2, I know it as one of the Pokemon of May in the Gen 3 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. 3, I know it from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, particularly on the cover. 4, I know it as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I've always loved Munchlax. I think it's a cute pre-evolution to Snorlax. Much like how Snorlax reminds me of Totoro, Munchlax looks a lot like the smaller Totoros, particularly the bigger one. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Munchlax, the big eater Pokemon, whose number is 0446. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, pickup or thick fat. Gluttony is its inability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 50 or 12.9%. Breeding is 8 groups, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 231.5 pounds or 105 kilograms. Base experience yield is 94 in Gen 4 and 78 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black. Base friendship is 70. Much like Snorlax, this is not black, and I doubt that it ever was black. Munchlax is a normal type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Snorlax when leveled up with high friendship. It was the first Gen 4 Pokemon to be revealed to the public in May 2004. Along with Starly and Pachirisu, Munchlax is one of the 3 partner Pokemon of Ulmia available at the beginning of Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Ulmia. Biology, Munchlax is a teal Pokemon with a cream spot on its chest. Its round head is teal in the top half and cream on the bottom half. It has big round eyes and large pointy ears. It has 5-fingered hands and cream feet with 3 clawed toes. The fur close to the bottom of a Munchlax seems to resemble a robe. Munchlax has 2 pointy teeth that stick out from its mouth even if closed. It is a hyperactive Pokemon. It does not mind walking and running from place to place as it looks for food, but it is usually very slow moving. Munchlax is known to eat an enormous amount of food daily to equal its own body weight. Munchlax tends to store food in its long fur, although it sometimes forgets about its hidden food. Its stomach allows it to eat nearly anything, even rotten food, and they are indifferent to flavor. It can also eat many servings of food at a time without chewing and rarely gets full. It eats the most food of any Pokemon besides provides its evolution Snorlax. Munchlax tends to raid villages for food intended to be thrown away. Evolution Munchlax evolves into Snorlax, so Munchlax, Snorlax. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Dash. Munchlax is one of the opponents in the regular GP mode. Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, a Munchlax belonging to the Herbalist from Gation Port might appear at a Pokespot if Pokesnacks are left there eating the bait in the place of a wild Pokemon. Its trainer will give 10 Pokesnacks to replace any Munchlax ate. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Munchlax may randomly appear in Pokemon Square asking for food. Will give the player a Munch Belt in return. Despite being unobtainable in the game, it is programmed to evolve into Snorlax at level 40 and is only capable of learning Tackle. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Volumia. Munchlax can be chosen to be the player's first partner Pokemon or can be obtained by clearing a quest in Chicole Village. Pokemon Sword and Shield, a Munchlax is seen living in the player's house, possibly belonging to their mother. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It wolfs down its weight in food once a day, swallowing food whole with almost no chewing. Pearl. It hides food under its long body hair, however, it forgets it has hidden the food. Platinum. In its desperation to gulp down food, it forgets about the food it has hidden under its fur. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Conceals food under its long fur on its body. It carts around this food stash and swallows it without chewing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold, Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. It needs to consume its own weight in food every day. As far as flavor is concerned, it is indifferent. Moon. When it finds something that looks like it might be edible, it goes right ahead and swallows it whole. That's why it gets fatter day by day. Ultra Sun. It hides food under its long fur, but it sometimes forgets about it and causes a stinky disturbance. Ultra Moon. Anything that looks edible, Munchlax will go on and swallow whole. Its stomach is tough enough to handle it even if the food has gone rotten. Gen 8. In Sword. Stuffing itself with vast amounts of food is its only concern. Whether the food is rotten or fresh, yummy or tasteless, it does not care. Shield. It stores food beneath its fur. It might share just one bite, but only if it really trusts you. Brilliant Diamond. It wolfs down its weight in food once a day, swallowing it whole with almost no chewing. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Its robust stomach allows it to nonchalantly devour even rotted matter. It pays frequent visits to villages, seeking out food scraps intended for compost. In Gen 9, Scarlet Sun's entry. Violet. When it is voraciously gulping down food, it forgets about the food it has hidden under its fur. Munchlax in the Lola Pokedex, and Munchlax in the Kitakami Pokedex. There's 3 of them. Different sizes, that's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has the leftovers 100% of the time. Pokewalker has the leftovers, winner's path only 100% of the time. Black and White, it has leftovers as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has leftovers 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Citrus Berry 25% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. HP 135, attack 85, defense and special attack 40, special defense 85, speed 5 for a total of 390. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire type moves is half, and the effectiveness of ice type moves is half, so both would be half instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Lick and Tackle for Defense Curl, 8. Recycle, 12. Covet, 16. Bite, 20. Stockpile and Swallow, 24. Screech, 28. Body Slam, 32. Fling, 36. Amnesia, 40. Metronome, 44. Flail, 48. Belly Drum, and 52. Last Resort. By TM, since I read this in the Snorlax video, we'll skip it. Same with by breeding. Special moves in these events. It can get Body Slam, Bulldoze, and Curse. TCG only moves, Yawn on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, in the browser entry. It thrashes around to attack. Guardian Signs. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Weave, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Munchlax loves eating berries. He plays Bulbasaur's Daring Dash and Venusaur's Vine Swing. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He is very happy if he can relax in a warm place and stuff his belly. Got all this. Evolution data, Munchlax, level up with high friendship, Snorlax. Breed, holding full incense from Gen 4 to 8. Sprites, so it's a lot darker, like slightly darker colors, honestly. And it's sitting. It's fun, kind of like Snorlax's. And we got this blue color for the shiny. I got this pose for Platinum, where its eyes are open and then it stretches. That's fun. Then in Gen 5, we get it standing. And you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models and the modern colors. Pretty good adaptation. Gen 7. Its eyes might change a little bit, but not really much changes. And then maybe the ears might change as well. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the bunch better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Home, you got these models. In Animation, Munchlax in Pokemon, the series Sun and Moon. Maze Munchlax is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 76 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Munchlax, the big eater Pokemon. It gobbles up its own body weight in food each day, and it swallows its food without almost any chewing.
Pokemon Twilight Wings, Munchlax and Pokemon Twilight Wings. A little more Pekko, and some humans. Detective Pikachu and the Mystery of the Missing Flan. Munchlax in Detective Pikachu and the Mystery of the Missing Flan. Guess it's in a Poketoon. In the manga, Munchlax in Pokemon Adventures. The only time in which it appears black, because it's a black and white comic. Got all these. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. After being released from a Pokeball, Munchlax walks around and uses Pickup to eat items on the stage. However, it will not eat a living item, an assist trophy, or a Pokeball. Munchlax in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information, a big eater. It's naturally a slow-moving creature, but when it sees food, it moves surprisingly fast. It's native in the Sinnoh region, and can be lured out by coating certain trees with sweet honey. Once it grows attached to its trainer, it levels up and evolves into Snorlax. Trivia, I read this first point in the Shuckle video. Munchlax has the highest base stat total of any baby Pokemon. Munchlax's English name was first revealed on October 9th, 2004. Munchlax appears in 4 games before its generation. Ordered by release date, they are Pokemon Dash, Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, Pokemon Team Turbo, and Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Although obtainable through hacking in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, as it has an index number, unlike Bonsly, it is unusable as it was not programmed to be used in battle. Munchlax's index number is the very last in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, excluding unknown forms. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Munchlax's trophy information states that it first appeared in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl instead of Pokemon Dash. This is a similar case with Bonsly and Togepi. Munchlax's evolutionary line is the only one to have all of its members appear from a Pokeball within a single Super Smash Bros. Game. Origin, Munchlax appears to be based on a baby bear. Its eating habits correspond to those of bears preparing to hibernate, including the consumption of honey. Munchlax is found in honey-slathered trees. The mask-like pattern of fur around its face resembles a balaclava, comparable to a thief's, especially as Munchlax often steals garbage and compost while looking for food. Another behavior associated with bears, the yellow patch of fur over its chest resembles a baby bib. Name origin, Munchlax may be a combination of munch, to chew on food, and lax, relax, or Snorlax. Gombe may be a combination of Cabagon, Snorlax, baby, and possibly a play on Gombe, common placeholder name for peasants in the old days. Languages. See also external links to the baby Pokemon and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Munchlax.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Destiny Deoxys, the movie. In this film, we are in Larouse City. There's this Plusle and Mime playing on this high-tech trash can. There's the Munchlax.
Munch. 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 Munch.
Aww.
Munch. Munch.
That is Munchlax, first seen in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the scene in Detective Pikachu featuring Munchlax.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it. Detective Munchlax is only the frames with Munchlax to the best of my ability. So, Munchlax only appears in this play zone sign. That's fun, because it is. So with the Snorlax here, so it's like child and parent, that's fun. We're in Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. That's all you really need to know for the scene. And that is the scene of Munchlax and Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have two Munchlax cards, but they're basically the same card, with the only difference being that one of them is the holofoil version. Because of this, I'll talk about them as if they were one card.
It's the first Munchlax card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official image on a nice enough background. It has 60 HP. It's 2 foot and 231.5 pounds. It has one move, Heave, which isn't a move in the video games, and one Pokepower, Baby Evolution. On this card, Baby Evolution lets the player put a Snorlax card from their hand onto Munchlax, which fully heals Munchlax/Snorlax. On this card, Heave costs 1 of any energy and 2 cards from the player's hand. The player then flips 2 coins. The move does 30 damage for every heads, meaning it could do 0, 30, or 60 damage. Munchlax is weak to fighting for plus 10 damage, which mimics its weakness in the video games. It has no resistance, which mirrors its resistance in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Munchlax to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, "A wolf's down its weight in food once a day, swallowing food whole with almost no chewing." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond. Munchlax is level 8.
I don't have a card for Riolu, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Lucario. Now let's see why other people have Munchlax. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're fan art, so instead we're looking at the unit fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Munchlax. This is Cozy Komala by Hachel, so this nice, very stylized Munchlax and Chestnut here. Very interesting. And we've got Sleeping Munchlax by Laters. So you've got Munchlax sleeping after eating all these berries. And we got a couple Dreepy, that's fun. And we've got Munchlax used Bite by Gory Redondo. So this fun image of a Munchlax biting down on a Appleton, and I guess their trainer being angry. It's kind of fun. PTT Crew Sprites by Burb Monster. So these interesting images. We got Riolu, Pikachu has got a bow, Munchlax, and Cyndaquil here. Very well done. This is Wrapped Around Your Finger by Ooze Goo. So we've got this very stylized Munchlax here, kind of purple for some reason. And this Hydreigon is interesting. I guess it's supposed to be like a couple, maybe. It's interesting. Very anthropomorphized. And we've got SL Snippets by Fushigi Seeds. So you got Arrokuda and Shiny Staryu, Munchlax shaking the tree, and Weedle's coming out, and the Gloom, and this volcanic area. Got the Darumaku, Noibat chasing a shiny Rufflet here. Yeah, very well done. This is A Wild Munchlax Appears by Tamama Candy Lover. So this fun, nice Munchlax here, yeah, on this interesting striped background. Very well done. Since these are just PJs, I'm not going to count them as Munchlax and Snorlax, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Mudkip, Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Sableye, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Mudkip all the way to Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Riolu. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Riolu, the only pure fighting-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's also the only baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4 that isn't a pre-evolution of a Pokemon introduced in a previous generation. Its previous BYC dates are May 18th, 1997, March 8th, 2000, December 28th, 2002, October 18th, 2005, August 8th, 2008, May 30th, 2011, March 20th, 2014, January 8th, 2017, October 30th, 2019, and August 20th, 2022. I most know Riolu as my rescue team partner in Super Mystery Dungeon, whom I named Theo. While I always knew that Riolu was introduced in Gen 4, I always thought it was a pre-evolution of a Pokemon that was introduced in Gen 3. I love its design and how they turned Lucario's design into a child version without losing any of the appeal. It isn't an overly cutesy design like some pre-evolutions. It feels like this is the kid of a Lucario. Although I don't know if this was intentional, I love that the protrusions from its head resemble the metal pieces that dangle from Sir Aaron's staff in Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Riolu, the emanation Pokemon, whose number is 0447. This is what it looks like. Its type is fighting, abilities, steadfast or inner focus. Prankster is its hidden ability. Gender ratios 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breedings, egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2 foot 4 or 0.7 meters. Weight is 44.5 pounds or 20.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 72 in Gen 4 and 57 in 5+. Leveling grade is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Riolu is a fighting type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Lucario when leveled up with high friendship during the day. Biology, Riolu is a small blue canine Pokemon. It has a black torso and legs, a blue tail, and a yellow collar. It has rounded bumps on the backs of its forepaws. It has a black mask and red eyes. It stands on its toes instead of its entire foot. It is sensitive to a special type of energy called aura. However, it does not have the ability to fully use these powers, although it can still emanate the waves to communicate and sense them, albeit only in ripples. It has developed 2 black appendages that hang down from its head, which rise when Riolu reads or manipulates aura. It has even been seen that Riolu can sense and react to aura before they even hatch. The aura emanating from Riolu's body grows even stronger when it is frightened or sad. Like most fighting-type Pokemon, Riolu naturally has superhuman strength, stamina, and endurance. It is capable of making long journeys on foot in a short amount of time. It is a playful, energetic, and loyal Pokemon. It is also known to be tough and hard-working. Riolu will read the minds of humans to assure whether or not they are pure of heart. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Riolu tends to sleep in an unusual position. This position is sitting up while not lying down, similar to Lucario. It is believed that Riolu is pushing itself hard and dreaming of the day it evolves into Lucario. Evolution, Riolu evolves into Lucario. So, Riolu, Lucario. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, in Diamond, the aura that emanates from its body intensifies to alert others if it is afraid or sad. Pearl, its body is lithe, yet powerful. It can crest 3 mountains and cross 2 canyons in one night. Platinum, it has the peculiar power of being able to see emotions such as joy and rage in the form of waves. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they communicate with one another using their auras. They are able to run all through the night. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, it uses the shapes of auras which change according to emotion to communicate with others. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun, it can discern the physical and emotional states of people, Pokemon, and other natural things from the shape of their aura waves. Moon, it's tough enough to run right through the night, and it's also a hard worker, but it's still just a youngster. Ultra Sun, it knows how people and Pokemon feel by looking at their auras. It doesn't approach dangerous opponents. Ultra Moon, it uses waves called auras to communicate with others of its kind. It doesn't make any noise during this time, so its enemies can't detect it. In Gen 8, Sword,
It's exceedingly energetic, with enough stamina to keep running all through the night. Taking it for walks can be a challenging experience. Shield. It can use waves called auras to gauge how others are feeling. These same waves can also tell this Pokemon about the state of the environment. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legend Arceus. Though infantile in appearance, it has the mysterious ability to read the minds of humans. The pure of heart are met with Riolu's approval, while others of ill nature earn only its loathing. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet is basically Platinum, Black and White's entry, but there's a comma after emotions and rage. Riolu in the Alola Pokedex. Riolu in the Paldea Pokedex. So I got this one in this wooded area. That's fun. Riolu in the Kitakami Pokedex. So you got it practicing fighting, I guess. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, Attack 70, Defense 40, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 40, Speed 60 for a total of 285. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, psychic, and fairy. For double, immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, and dark, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Quick attack and endure. 4. Feint. 8. Metal Claw. 12. Counter. 16. Workup. 20. Rock Smash. 24. Vacuum Wave. 28. Screech. 32 Quick Guard, 36 Force Palm, 40 Swords Dance, 44 Helping Hand, 48 Copycat, 52 Final Gambit, and 56 Reversal. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 36 Rock Tomb, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 140 Nasty Plot, 149 Earthquake, 158 Focus Blast, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 184 Vacuum Wave, 192 Focus Punch, 203 Psych Up, 213 Coaching, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, this group gives it Bite, Hitmonchan gives it Bullet Punch, the Mirror Herb gives it Circle Throw, this group gives it Cross Chop, this group gives it Detect, this group gives it High Jump Kick, and this group gives it Howl. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It leaps around quickly while throwing punches to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks with punches.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bat entry.
Riolu came to the Haunted Zone to explore. He can't resist the fun of playing Tangrowth's Swing Along. Absol's Hurdle Bounce is another favorite.
Got all this.
Pokemon Sleep. Riolu is said to be tough and hard working. The unusual position it takes when it sleeps sitting up without even lying down is just how Lucario does it. Perhaps Riolu is pushing itself hard, dreaming of the day it will evolve.
Knee-hugging sleep, mid-training sleep, knee-up sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Riolu, level up with high friendship during the day, Lucario, and just breeding it. Sprites here, so it's a lot darker blue. Probably just more vibrant colors all around, honestly. But more or less the same. Its tail looks interesting. I don't really paid much attention to its tail. It's shiny is yellow. With with blue as the neck. That's fun, so it just reverses the colors. Platinum, probably it's a different sprite. But, I think it probably also refines the design. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models in the modern colors. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not much changes. Maybe the eyes change a little bit. These get thinner, I think, actually. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. In Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Riolu in Pokemon Journeys the series. Aurasphere Riolu is the big one. Cameron Riolu is another big one. Corina's Riolu is another big one. Ash's Riolu is another big one. Riolu Egg in Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 71, in Ash's Pokedex.
Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. When sad or scared, Riolu's aura becomes stronger as a way of signaling its allies.
In Black and White, episode 93, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. Riolu has the power to see and understand emotions like happiness and anger in aura waves.
In Journeys, episode 21, in Go's Rotom Phone.
Riolu, the emanation Pokemon, a fighting type. Riolu can understand how people in Pokemon feel by observing a kind of wave called aura. It has a flexible body with enough power to cross 3 mountains and 2 canyons in one night.
In the manga, a Riolu Egg in Pokemon Adventures. Riolu in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Riolu appears as a trophy. Trophy information. An emanation Pokemon. It constantly emits aura energy. When it's frightened or sad, this energy grows stronger and informs its companions of its situation. It's known for its very flexible yet surprisingly powerful body. Thanks to its strength, it can crest 3 mountains and cross 2 canyons in a single night. When it levels up, it evolves into Lucario. Trivia: due to Riolu's combination of abilities, Steadfast can only activate in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky if Riolu becomes cross-eyed, or is made to cringe by a foe that has Mold Breaker. In the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers games, Riolu is the only possible hero Pokemon that cannot be recruited in another Explorers game without using Wonder Mail. Riolu is one of the possible hero Pokemon in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, but is unavailable to be recruited in Explorers of Darkness due to being exclusive to Explorers of Time in the first pair of games. Riolu is the only baby Pokemon that evolves into a Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution. Origin: Riolu appears to be based on the Egyptian god Anubis, who has the head of an African golden wolf. May also be based on a raccoon or tanuki due to the mask-like markings on its face and its small pointed ears. Name origin: Riolu is a partial anagram of Lucario with the ka omitted. And our languages... external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Riolu's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 537, quite fittingly, Pokemon Ranger and the Kidnapped Riolu, Part 1. In this episode, we're towards the beginning. An explosion has happened at a building. A couple men have run by. You can only really see their legs. And now we've got this Pokemon running by. Riolu, and that is Riolu's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Riolu. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Riolu. This is Riolu 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI, so it's AI art. This is Riolu with his yellow swim trunks, Gemini AI by D Master 322, so AI art. This is Riolu's mirror selfie, Gemini AI by D Master 322, so AI art. This is Riolu and Finneon's beach fun, Gemini AI by D Master 322, so it's Riolu and Finneon and AI art. This is Free Pick Riolu Lucario by Endwork. The only one that's in is this first image. Riolu Simple, it's AI art. This is Bone Meringue by USV02. So it says Gilbert used Bone Meringue. This one's Gilbert, the Cubone here. I guess this one's name is Kenneth. We'll see that. So yeah, Kenneth the Riolu here. It's like they're checking where it went off to, and then it hits Kenneth in the face. Kenneth was defeated. That's very well done. This is Auras on the Beach, Gemini AI by D Master 322. So it's the first one and the third one, so Lucario and Riolu on this AI art. Then Riolu building a sandcastle in this AI art. This doesn't contain Riolu, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, Camerupt, catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Porygon, Sableye, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Marshtomp into Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lucario. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Today we'll be talking about Lucario, the first Fighting Steel Pokemon. Yes, you heard that right, Fighting Steel Pokemon. Despite the fact that it clearly has psychic powers, Game Freak made the decision to make it part Steel type for some reason. Anyway, Lucario is the only evolution of Riolu who evolves when leveled up with high friendship during the day. Mega Lucario is the only Fighting Steel Mega Evolution, as of the filming of this. Its previous BYC dates are May 19th, 1997, March 9th, 2000, December 29th, 2002, October 19th, 2005, August 9th, 2008, May 31st, 2011, March 21st, 2014, January 9th, 2017, October 31st, 2019, and August 21st, 2022. I know Lucario from a few places. 1. Lucario in the Mystery of Mew, which will be featured in the anime section and where it is one of the main characters. This is likely when I first learned about Lucario. 2. Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure. 3. The Super Smash Bros. Series, where it first appears as a fighter in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. 4. My Pokemon Ranch, which is also true of Riolu, but I forgot to mention that yesterday. 5. Pokken Tournament, where it appears as a fighter. This is also how I most know Mega Lucario. 6. Lucario is one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I've always been a fan of Lucario. As I alluded to yesterday, I always thought that Lucario was a Gen 3 Pokemon, likely because of its appearance in Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, a movie in the Gen 3 era of the anime. As for Mega Lucario, its design is fine. It doesn't really add or remove any of the cool factor for me. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, whose number is 0448. This is Lucario, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Lucario, this is what it looks like. Type, Fighting Steel, since this is our first Fighting Steel Pokemon. I'll point out the Fighting inside, the Steel outside. Abilities, Steadfast or Inner Focus as Lucario. Justified is its inability. Adaptability is Mega Lucario's ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Readings, 8 groups field and human-like. Catch time 25 cycles. As Lucario, it's 3'11" or 1.2 meters and 119 pounds or 54 kilograms. As Mega Lucario, it's 4'3" or 1.3 meters and 126.8 pounds or 57.5 kilograms. Mega Stone is Lucario Knight. Base experience yields 204 in Gen 4 and 184 in 5+. Leveling grade is medium slow. EV yield is 2, 1 in attack and 1 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Lucario is a dual type Fighting Steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Riolu when leveled up with high friendship during the day. Lucario can Mega Evolve into Mega Lucario using the Lucario Knight. Biology: Lucario is a bipedal canine-like Pokemon with predominantly blue and black fur. It possesses a short round spike on the back of each forepaw in addition to a third on its chest. It has red eyes, a long snout, and ears. When its mouth is open, 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower, can be seen. It possesses cream-colored fur on its torso and blue fur on its thighs that resemble shorts. It has a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stands on its toes rather than on its entire foot. It has developed 4 black appendages that hang down from its head, which rise when Lucario reads or manipulates aura, a special energy that it senses. These appendages are very similar in shape and number to the 4 pink appendages on the head of the being of emotion. Mesprit: Lucario can use its powers to create a staff in the form of a bone and use it to fight. Lucario using its Aura Vision to sense aura. Lucario can study auras to predict the movements of its opponents and track their quarry. With sufficient training, a Lucario can read auras to understand how living beings are feeling from more than half a mile, 1 kilometer away. However, it sometimes ends up learning information that it would not like to know, causing it to get stressed out easily. It also has the power to manipulate this energy in an offensive manner in the form of explosive spheres of energy. Lucario can understand human speech and has been reported to communicate with humans through telepathy. Lucario is considered to be prideful, and is extremely loyal to its trainer. It also seems to have a natural sense of justice, as it only trusts trainers with righteous hearts. It is an exceptionally rare Pokemon that usually lives deep in mountains very far from people to improve their skills. Lucario are primarily carnivores, hunting their prey in packs, though one Lucario was seen eating berries and plants like roses. It has also been seen eating chocolate, even though chocolate is not part of its natural diet. As mentioned in the Sleep Style decks, Lucario never lowers its guard, even when sleeping. It is believed Lucario is reading the aura of others, similar to when it's awake. Forms: Lucario can Mega Evolve into Mega Lucario. As Mega Lucario, its cream fur becomes longer and its thighs slim down. It develops more spikes on the back of its paws, which have turned crimson. It also develops spikes on both of its feet, which have become crimson too. Its previously red eyes are now orange-colored. Its aura-sensing appendages grow longer, and 2 of them are tipped in crimson. Its shoulders also possess a spike each. Its aura heightens throughout its body, which formed black markings on its blue fur. In Kalos, Mega Lucario is believed to be the first discovered Mega Evolution until the discovery of Mega Rayquaza in Hoenn. It was the first recorded Mega Evolution to be achieved by Megastone. People call Mega Lucario's fighting style heartless, due to it being bathed in the explosive energy of Mega Evolution, awakening its combative instincts and causing it to not show any mercy to any of its opponents. So Mega Lucario. Evolution: Lucario evolves from Riolu, so Riolu, Lucario, Mega Lucario, creating a Bone Staff. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Lucario is seen as the greatest rescue leader of all time, and his adventures have become legendary while the player never meets Lucario. Alakazam tells the player that his goal is to become closer to Lucario's greatness. Earning 15,000 rescue points will put the player in the top rescue rank Lucario rank, at which point the Lucario statue will be displayed outside the team base. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. Lucario is the guardian of the Blue Gem. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
It has the ability to sense the auras of all things. It understands human speech.
Pearl.
By catching the aura emanating from others, it can read their thoughts and movements.
Platinum.
A well-trained one can sense auras to identify and take in the feelings of creatures over half a mile away.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
It said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario, since it can detect auras, even foes it could not otherwise see.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2.
By reading the auras of all things, it can tell how others are feeling from over half a mile away.
In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry, Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, for regular Lucario, Sun.
Not only does it perceive auras, but it also has gained the power to control them. It employs them in battle.
Moon.
They can detect the species of a living being and its emotions from over half a mile away. They control auras and hunt their prey in packs.
Ultra Sun.
It concentrates its mental energy and fires off mysterious waves called auras, which can crush boulders of large size to dust.
Ultra Moon.
Lucario reads its opponent's feelings with its aura waves. It finds out things it would rather not know, so it gets stressed out easily.
For Mega Lucario and Sun,
black streaks all over its body show where the auras and the energy of Mega Evolution intermingled and raced through it.
Moon.
It readies itself to face its enemies by focusing its mental energies. Its fighting style can be summed up in a single word: heartless.
Ultra Sun.
Its aura has expanded to Mega Evolution, governed only by its combative instincts. It strikes enemies without mercy.
Ultra Moon.
Bathed in explosive energy, its combative instincts have awakened. For its enemies, it has no mercy whatsoever.
In Gen 8 Sword,
it controls waves known as auras, which are powerful enough to pulverize huge rocks. It uses these waves to take down its prey.
Shield.
It can tell what people are thinking. Only trainers who have justice in their hearts can earn this Pokemon's trust.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus.
A most gallant-looking creature, it emits energy waves and controls them with precision, using them to sense even faraway beings. I have given the nickname Aura to this power.
In Gen 9 Scarlet,
it said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario, since it can detect auras, even those of foes it could not otherwise see.
Violet is Platinum in the Black and White entries. Lucario in the Alola Pokedex. Mega Lucario in the Alola Pokedex. Lucario in the Paldea Pokedex, so you can see it sort of on this mountain here. Lucario in the Kitakami Pokedex, so you can see it's a full evolutionary line image, which I love. You can see it's probably training these two. Riolu. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items and Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats will compare Lucario and Mega Lucario, so HP 70, that stays the same, attack 110, that goes up to 145, defense 70, that goes up to 88, special attack 115, that goes up to 140, special defense 70, that stays the same, speed 90, that goes up to 112. This one has a total of 525, this one has a total of 625. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by flying, ghost, water, electric, psychic, and fairy, weak to fighting, ground, and fire, all for double, immune to poison, resistant to normal, steel, grass, ice, dragon and dark for half, and rock and bug for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so it'll go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type moves was a fourth, so it went from a fourth to half. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves was half, so it went from half to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. Since you can hypothetically have a level 2 Lucario, we'll go down to level 2. Looks like we're starting with this Evo here, so upon evolution, it gets Aura Sphere, 12 Counter, 16 Workup, 20 Force Palm, 24 Calm Mind, 28 Metal Sound, 32 Quick Guard, 36 Bone Rush, 40 Swords Dance, 44 Heal Pulse, 48 Meteor Mash, 52 Dragon Pulse, 56 Extreme Speed, and 60 Close Combat. By TM we're skipping... by Breeding we're skipping... nothing by Prior Evolution. Special moves. In this event, it can get Bullet Punch and Ice Punch. Side game data for Lucario. We got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It launches orbs of aura power. It becomes stronger if its aura cloaks it. In Guardian Signs, it attacks with punches. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Lucario is traveling through the Pokepark, taking time to enjoy Tangrowth's Swing-Along and Rayquaza's Balloon Panic. It likes some of the other attractions too. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He is traveling around Pokepark for training. He likes to meet strong Pokemon. Got all this. Pokemon Sleep. It's said that Lucario hardly ever lowers its guard, even in his sleep. Perhaps it's still reading the aura emanating from others, just as it does when it's awake. Knee-up sleep, mid-training sleep, training, break sleep, and a top belly sleep. In Pokemon Go, Lucario can be obtained by completing the Special Research Level 48 Challenge. So we've got Mega Lucario, got all that. Form data, Mega Evolution Lucario, Lucario Knight, Mega Lucario. Evolution data, Riolu, level up with high friendship during the day. Lucario, and then breed it. Sprites, so just like Riolu, it's a lot darker colors. More or less the same. I think the ears are a little bit thinner than those are. That's interesting. Yellow and blue for the shinies, just like Riolu's was. This is a different kind of color. I think it was also like that for Riolu, but I think I forgot to mention that. Although this might be a lot more obvious than Riolu's was. Platinums, you got it in this pose here, and I think they probably refine its design a little bit, especially the ears. They're a lot less pointy like that. They're a little bit shorter. Even though it kind of keeps the back sprite the same. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. And the modern colors, pretty good adaptation. Mega Lucario as well. Oh, it's green. Oh, that's fun, because this kind of becomes a little bit more yellow-green. In Gen 7, you get these models, not much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Lucario in Pokemon Journeys the series. Lucario, Movie 8's the big one. Maylene's Lucario is another big one. Shiny Lucario in Pokemon Horizons the series. Riley's Lucario is another big one. Cameron's Lucario is another big one. Karina's Lucario is another big one. Ash's Lucario is another big one. Mega Lucario in Pokemon Journeys the series. Roy's Lucario is another big one. Shiny Mega Lucario in Pokemon Horizons the series. Interesting. And got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 66 in Ash's Pokedex. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, and the evolved form of Riolu. By sensing the aura of its opponents, Lucario can read their thoughts and movements. Black and White, episode 108 in Cameron's Pokedex. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon. Lucario has the power to detect their opponents' thoughts and actions by reading their aura. In XY, episode 30 in Ash's Pokedex. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, and the evolved form of Riolu. Lucario reads the thoughts of others and anticipates their movements by sensing their auras. In Sun and Moon, episode 142 in the Rotom Pokedex. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, a fighting and steel type. Lucario can concentrate its mental energy into a mysterious wave called Aura that can reduce boulders to dust. In Journeys, episode 45 in Ash's Rotom Phone. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, a fighting and steel type. Lucario uses a power called Aura, which allows it to sense human feelings. Black 2 and White 2, animated trailer. Lucario in the animated trailer. Pokemon Masters animated trailer, Lucario in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Corina's Lucario is the big one, I guess. Gotcha, got that. Bidoof's Big Stand. Lucario and Bidoof's Big Stand. In the manga. Lucario in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. Mega Lucario in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. Lucario in Pokemon Journeys. Got all this. In the TCG, other appearances. Pokken Tournament. Lucario is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Force Palm, Bone Rush, Extreme Speed, and multiple variations of Aura Sphere. Upon entering Synergy Burst, it Mega Evolves and can use the burst attack Aura Blast. Lucario in Pokken Tournament. Super Smash Bros. Series, main article, Lucario, Super Smash Bros. Pokemon Unite. Lucario is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder. Lucario in Pokemon Unite. Trivia, because of its debut in Pokemon the Series, Ruby and Sapphire movie, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Lucario appears in the original versions of Battle Frontier and its English dub counterpart, Unbeatable, alongside Mime Jr. and Weavile, despite not debuting until the following generation. Lucario's English name was revealed on February 9th, 2006, with the announcement of the title of Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In Pokemon Battle Revolution, Dusty wears a Lucario costume, so Dusty's Lucario costume. Lucario is the only Gen 4 Pokemon to be playable in the Super Smash Bros. Series, though many others appear from Pokeballs. Due to Lucario's combination of abilities in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Steadfast only activates if Lucario becomes cross-eyed or if the opponent has Mold Breaker. Lucario has the fewest moves of all the Pokken Tournament fighters, with a total of 4. In the Pokemon of the Year poll held by the Pokemon Company in 2020, Lucario was voted the most popular Gen 4 Pokemon, receiving 102,259 votes. It was also the second most popular Pokemon overall. Lucario was featured in the 8th episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin. Lucario's appearance is akin to that of an anthropomorphic canid of no discernible kind. Due to its mystical nature, it may be based on the Egyptian god Anubis, speculated to be a golden jackal or African wolf. Anubis's role in Egyptian mythology was to judge souls based on their purity, which resembles Lucario's ability to see a life form's aura. Lucario, using a bone staff in combat, may also reference the Waz scepter, often seen in depictions of Anubis. The concept of aura associated with Lucario seems to closely resemble vital energies such as chi or chakra. Lucario's fighting type likely comes from the fact that chi is conceptually present in many West Asian martial arts as Nijin or similar ideas. Lucario's use of a staff may hint at a Bojutsu practitioner, while the shorts like fur on its legs may reference the clothing used in boxing, Muay Thai, or mixed martial arts. Considering the possible connection with ancient Egypt through Anubis, Lucario could also be based on an ancient Egypt boxer. The markings on Lucario's face resemble a muzzle or mask. The 4 appendages on Lucario's head, together with the shape drawn by its mask, a bisected ring, may suggest inspiration from a Kakara, which in popular depictions can respond to spiritual energies, similarly to how Lucario's appendages act when it senses aura. Name origin. Lucario may be derived from the reverse of the Japanese transcription of Orichalcum, a mythical metal or oracle, referring to its supernatural abilities involving aura. It may also involve Lucos, Greek for wolf, and Luchar, Spanish for to fight. In the languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Lucario's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime part of the video. Today we are watching, quite fittingly, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this film, we are towards the beginning of the movie, We are starting the story, as the narrator explained, in a time before Pokeball, so many hundreds of years ago. And we're on this, like, mountain, I guess. There's Lucario. See more properly. It's probably safe to say that's Lucario's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Pokemon card and one trainer card, which is the one that I mentioned back in the Turtwig video. We'll start with the Pokemon card.
It's the second Lucario card design and the first of 2 Lucario Level X cards. It was illustrated by Riolu, an illustrator for the TCG from 2003 to 2023. He's known for his CGI style, which shows off the Pokemon in unique and interesting angles. This image is no different. We can see Lucario swiping upward. Given how close the image is to Lucario, it can be assumed the image is based on its move. Lucario has 110 HP, being that this is a level X card. It has no height, weight, or description, kind of, but we'll get back to that later. It has 1 move, kind of, Close Combat, and 1 Pokepower, Stance. On this card, Stance allows the Lucario to be invincible for the opponent's turn after Lucario becomes Lucario Level X. In the video games, Close Combat is a fighting-type move introduced in Gen 4. It inflicts damage and then lowers the user's defense stat and special defense stat. On this card, it costs 2 fighting and 1 of any energy. It hits for 80 HP. It also makes the opponent do 30 more unmodified damage to Lucario on their next turn. Lucario's description is replaced by the Level Up rule, which allows the player to continue to use any moves, Pokepowers, or Pokebodies that Lucario had before putting this card on it. Lucario is weak to Psychic for double damage, which is odd since it isn't weak to Psychic in the video games, nor any of the types that are considered Psychic in the TCG. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Colorless, Fighting, Grass, Metal, Water, or Darkness, as it's resistant to Normal, called Colorless in the TCG, Rock, often considered Fighting in the TCG, Bug, often considered Grass in the TCG, Steel, called Metal in the TCG, Grass, Ice, often considered Water in the TCG, and Dark, called Darkness in the TCG, in the video games. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. The trainer card is the Switch card, being the 9th Switch card design, and the second of 3 to use this illustration, which was also done by Riolu. It depicts Lucario chasing Turtwig in an unknown space that looks like early depictions of the internet in cartoons. There are also 2 arrows suggesting that Turtwig is being sent back, and Lucario is being sent out. This card allows the player to switch their active Pokemon with one other bench. Considering this is just a normal mechanic in the TCG, I'm assuming it means without going through the process of retreating the Pokemon. In the bottom right corner, there's the symbol for the Secret Wonders expansion, the 3rd expansion of the Diamond and Pearl series.
I don't have a Hippopotas card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Finneon. Now let's see why other people love Lucario. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're sending fan art, so instead of looking at DVR fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lucario. This is Lucario Adoptable 6 by Kobold Cave. So it's this AI art. No idea how it's adoptable. It's literally just AI art without any sort of originality and, like, its design that would make it adoptable. I don't know. This is Lucario Adoptable 5 by Kobold Cave. Again, another AI art piece. Then Lucario Adoptable 8 by Kobold Cave. Another AI piece. This is Lucario the Goat Darko by Darko. AI art. Lucario Adoptable 7 by Kobold Cave. AI art. Lucario Adoptable 2 by Kobold Cave. AI art. Lucario Adoptable 4 by Kobold Cave. AI art. Sold Aurasphere Lucario by AIJ Labs. AI art. Lucario fan art Unstoppable Force by Mega Haven. AI art. Lucario with his red swim trunks Gemini AI by D-Master 322. AI art. Lucario Gold Leaf Wallpaper number 1 by Phoenix Mon. AI art. Lucario by Mind Wallpaper. AI art. Lucario chilling in Cintiq Terre Italy by an average Italian. AI art. AI art. AI art. And AI art, and I guess there's some Lapras here now. Okay, the last couple of them, but whatever. They're all AI art anyway, it doesn't matter. This cute doodle of Dev by Devcario. This really nice, very well-drawn little profile image here of Devcario, I guess, the Lucario here. Very well done. This is Lucario by Cess Rumner Folkvanger. AI art. This is Soul Lucario Adoptable 1 by Kobold Cave. AI art. This doesn't contain a Lucario, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onyx, Seadra, Scyther, Porygon, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Marshtomp into Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Hippopotas. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Hippopotas, the first of 2 pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. The other being its evolution, Hippowdon. Its previous PYC dates are May 20th, 1997, March 10th, 2000, December 30th, 2002, October 20th, 2005, August 10th, 2008, June 1st, 2011, March 22nd, 2014, January 10th, 2017, November 1st, 2019, and August 22nd, 2022. I most know Hippopotas from the Gen 4 era of the anime, which is the one we'll be seeing in the anime section today, and Super Mystery Dungeon. I love the idea of adapting a hippo for a sandy environment. I also think Hippopotas is cute. I also love that female Hippopotas flips the colors of male Hippopotas and looks like its head is covered in mud. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Hippopotas, the hippo Pokemon whose number is 0449. This is male Hippopotas. This is what it looks like. This is female Hippopotas. This is what it looks like. So this is new. We have the male and the female version. Usually they don't show the gender differences, but I suppose because it's such a big difference they showed it this time. Type is ground. Abilities Sand Stream. Sand Force is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 140 or 28%. Breeding is 8 group field. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 109.1 pounds or 49.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 95 in Gen 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. And base friendship is 70. Hippopotas is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Hippowdon starting at level 34. Biology: Hippopotas is a quadrupedal hippopotamus-like Pokemon that is most commonly found in deserts and other arid places. Its skin color depends on gender. If male, it is tan with mottled dark brown patches, and if female, its coloring is reversed. It has a large snout with round, protruding nostrils and several blunt teeth. Inside its mouth, its eyes and small ears protrude from the top of its head. It has a small hole in its back. Each of its feet has 2 blunt claws, and it has a small tail. Hippopotas spends its time bathing in sand and avoids water at all costs. It covers itself in sand as a protective measure against germs and expels sand instead of sweat. When it walks through the sand, it shuts its nostrils but keeps its mouth open, swallowing any sand and prey along the way. It removes excess sand in its body from its nostrils, which it also does when angered or excited. Hippopotas is more active during the day and burrows into sand during the night to avoid the cold. It prefers to travel in groups of 10. Despite its large and heavy appearance, it may remain undetected due to how well it hides in the sand. Hippopotas expelling sand from its nostrils. Evolution: Hippopotas evolves into Hippowdon, so Hippopotas, Hippowdon. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. A male Hippopotas is a resident of Serene Village and speaks with a French accent. After the player brings their partner back at the epilogue, Hippopotas can be recruited. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It lives in arid places instead of perspiration. It expels grainy sand from its body. Pearl. It enshrouds itself with sand to protect itself from germs. It does not enjoy getting wet. Platinum. It shuts its nostrils tight, then travels through sand as if walking. They form colonies around 10. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It shrouds itself in sand to ward off germs. It travels easily through the sands of the desert. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2 is basically the same entry, but the word 10 has now been replaced by the number 10. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, it moves through the sands with its mouth open, swallowing sand along with its prey. It gets rid of the sand by spouting it from its nose. Shield. This Pokemon is active during the day and passes the cold desert nights burrowed snugly into the sand. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. Though large and languid, Hippopotas is difficult to detect due to its tendency to burrow into and lurk beneath the soil. When agitated or excited, it expels sand from its
its nostrils.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Hippopotas in the Paldea Pokedex. So you can see there's 5 of them here. 2 females and 3 males. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus for normal. It has the Soot, Foot, Root 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, XP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. HP 68. Attack 72. Defense 78. Special attack 38. Special defense 42. Speed 32 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. Damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water, grass, and ice, all for double. Immune to electric. Resistant to poison and rock for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Tackle and Sand Attack, 4 Bite, 8 Yawn, 12 Sand Tomb, 16 Dig, 20 Crunch, 24 Sandstorm, 28 Takedown, 32 Roar, 36 Rest, 40 Earthquake, 44 Double Edge, 48 Fissure, and 52 Slack Off. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 10 Ice Fang, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 116 Stealth Rock, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 176 Sand Tomb, 186 High Horsepower, 204 Double Edge, 209 Muddy Water, 215 Scorching Sands, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Curse, this group gives it Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow, and Shift Tree gives it Whirlwind. TCG only moves. Endeavor on this card. Side game day. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It causes tremors and spits hunks of sand to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers tremors to attack.
Got all this. Evolution data. Hippopotas, level 34. Hippowdon. Sprites here, so not really much changes, I don't think. The colors are slightly different. They're actually, like, paler. That's interesting. These are a lot more colorful. Yeah, that's not usually how it goes. I guess it's standing. You can see the male and female, and the shiny. It's this sort of green, I guess, and this kind of cream color. And then, of course, for the female, it's reversed. That's fun. Platinum, it's lying down for some reason. Yeah. But not really much changes otherwise. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Yep. In Gen 6, you get the modern colors, which are a lot darker, which is very interesting. Usually they get paler, not darker. But pretty good adaptation as well. In Gen 7, not really much changes. The eyes might change a little bit. Probably the big thing. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Hippopotas in Pokemon Journeys the series. It's got a male and a female with Ash, Pikachu, and I think Go. Hippopotas, reoccurring. I guess there's one that reoccurs. The reoccurring male Hippopotas. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 44, and Dawn's Pokedex.
Hippopotas, the hippo Pokemon. It lives in dry places and covers itself in sand to protect against germs. It does not enjoy getting wet.
In the manga, a male Hippopotas in Pokemon Adventures. This, the TCG. Trivia, in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, both Hippopotas and Hippowdon have the same recruit rate, something rarely found with Pokemon of the same evolutionary line. Despite having notable gender differences, both Hippopotas and Hippowdon each have only one official Ken Sugimori artwork, Pokemon Global Link artwork, and menu icons except for those of Pokemon Legends Arceus, all of which depict the male variations. Origin, Hippopotas is based on a hippopotamus, although its behavior is the inverse of that of the real-life species. Hippopotamuses are more active during nighttime and often submerge themselves in water, while Hippopotas is more active during daytime and hates getting wet. The pattern on Hippopotas' skin resembles desert military camouflage. Because of the spout upon its back that spits sand, Hippopotas and its evolved form may be based on the legendary Bahamut in some accounts of the myths behind it. It is said to support a bed of sand and have the head of a hippo. Name origin, Hippopotas, is derived from hippopotamus. Languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Hippopotas.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 510, Mass Hipposis. We're at the very beginning of the episode. Hippopotas,
Hippopotas, hang in
Pikachu
there!
brought Team Rocket from the elf.
Don't worry, I've gotcha!
That is Hippopotas' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the scenes in Detective Pikachu featuring Hippopotas.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Hippopotas, as it's only the frames with Hippopotas to the best of my ability. So you can see the Hippopotas is in this sign here. This is the only way that Hippopotas appears. It's for Hippotato. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, because his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car crash, and he's sort of finishing his dad's life. We're in sort of an establishing shot of the city. Now we're on at night. Tim's going to his dad's apartment. Signs here. We've cut to much later in the film. Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, has captured Mewtwo and has released a bunch of R-gas onto the citizens during the 10th anniversary Rhyme City Parade, which makes Pokemon go crazy, and he's put his mind inside of Mewtwo, which allows him to control Mewtwo's powers and merge humans and their Pokemon together, because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon. That's how he thinks it should get done. Now we've cut to later. The neural link, the device that Howard used to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, has been disconnected, but at the time, Mewtwo/Howard was holding Detective Pikachu here, a talking Pikachu. That was Harry, Tim's father's police partner, that Tim met during his adventure. But in Mewtwo's delirium, he accidentally dropped Detective Pikachu, but he is now saving him with his psychic powers, and you've got the sign there. Sitting him down. So now here, he's showing a vision, this is Tim, of his past, so like he saved Harry, this is the sign, and so he's showing that vision of him saving him from the car crash, and then he put his mind inside of Pikachu. So now we've got to the end. Harry has been separated from Pikachu, and they're walking out to the sunset and all that, and you can see the sign here.
I think he likes that idea.
Yeah, Tim has decided to stay in the city to become a detective. And that is the scenes with Hippopotas. So let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Hippopotas. Now let's look at fan art. Before we do, though, I wanted to mention that most of the Hippopotas featured in this section are male. I never acknowledged that in the section, so I wanted to do that here.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Hippopotas. This is Hippopotas by Harlequin Waffles. So this fun image of, I guess, a trainer setting down a Hippopotas is like raring to go. That's fun. Then we've got Hippopotas Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So we've got a couple models here. So we got the male version and the female version. Very well done. Sketch Art Pokedex number 449 through 450. Hippopotas Family by Sunnyven1. So these nice pieces of art of Hippopotas and Hippowdon here. Yeah, very well done. And we've got Hippopotas and Snorlax by Ebotizer, so just the official art of Snorlax and Hippopotas. Very interesting. I don't know if these are size accurate or not. It'd be interesting if they are. Hippopotas for Christmas by Rico Furlow. So you got the Hippopotas, the a Christmas hat and like the bow, like as a present. It's a reference to the I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas song. That's very clever. This image doesn't contain a hippopotas, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Hippowdon. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Hippowdon, the second of two pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, the other being its pre-evolution Hippopotas, who evolves at level 34. Its previous BYC dates are May 21st, 1997, March 11th, 2000, December 31st, 2002, October 21st, 2005, August 11th, 2008, June 2nd, 2011, March 23rd, 2014, January 11th, 2017, November 2nd, 2019, and August 23rd, 2022. I most know Hippowdon from the Gen 4 era of the anime, specifically the one that's the father of the Hippopotas we saw yesterday, which I'm pretty sure is the one that we'll be seeing in the anime section today. I also know Hippowdon from My Pokemon Ranch. As mentioned yesterday, I love the idea of a hippo being adapted for a desert environment. I also think that Hippopotas is kinda ugly, although I suppose that's probably the point, as baby hippos tend to be much cuter than adult hippos. I love that this Pokemon really emphasizes the threatening nature of hippos. I also find female Hippowdon's design interesting. Unlike female Hippopotas, which swaps the male colors, female Hippowdon just makes the brown skin of the male gray. I don't know why this is, but I would guess that it just looks better, or it's a reference to how hippos can appear both brown and gray. It could also be a reference to its pre-evolution seemingly looking like it's partially covered in mud, as mud can sometimes appear gray. I also find Hippowdon's official image interesting, as it appears with sand. It's incredibly rare for a Pokemon to be featured with an environment in its official art. This indicates that sand is so important to this Pokemon that it's in its official representation of it. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Hippowdon, the heavyweight Pokemon, whose number is 0450. This is male Hippowdon, this is what it looks like. This is female Hippowdon, this is what it looks like. Type is ground. Abilities, Sandstream. Sand Force is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 6'7" or 2 meters. Weight is 661.4 pounds or 300 kilograms. Base experience yield is 198 in Gen 4 and 184 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. Weavile is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Hippowdon is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Hippopotas starting at level 34. Biology, Hippowdon is a large hippo-like Pokemon with skin color based on its gender. It is light brown if male and bluish gray if female. It has a dark gray, black, and muzzle with several small and large holes in them. It has red eyes, a large rounded snout, and a massive mouth that is over 7 feet, 2 meters wide when open. This mouth is filled with peg-like teeth, with the 2 front teeth on its lower jaw being much longer than the rest. Hippowdon also has black feet with 4 blunt, flat claws each. A female Hippowdon and new Pokemon Snap with a Torchic. Hippowdon is short-tempered, easily provoked into violence, and may hold its mouth agape as a display of strength. Hippowdon's jaws are capable of crushing cars. Hippowdon stores sand in its body, which is used to create twisters when attacking. Excess sand is expelled out of the ports on Hippowdon's back and nostrils to create room for fresh sand to ingest, in order for it to stay healthy. It has a symbiotic relationship with Dwebble, which clears any stones stuck in its ports, while the Hippowdon cares for the Dwebble, helping it in exchange. Drapion are known to stay away from Hippowdon. It typically lives in deserts, but can also survive in swampy terrain. Evolution, Hippowdon evolved from Hippopotas, so Hippopotas, Hippowdon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond,
It blasts internally stored sand from ports on its body to create a towering twister for attack.
Pearl.
Its huge mouth is almost 7 feet across. It has enough power to completely crush a car.
Platinum.
It is surprisingly quick to anger. It holds its mouth agape as a display of its strength.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It brandishes its gaping mouth in a display of fearsome strength. It raises vast quantities of sand while attacking.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Mega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword.
Stones can get stuck in the ports on their bodies. Dwebble help dislodge
such stones, so Hippowdon look after these Pokemon. Shield. When roused to violence by its rage, it spews out the quantities of sand it has swallowed and whips up a sandstorm. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. Its huge mouth opens about 7 feet wide. It has enough power to completely crush a car. Legends Arceus. Short-tempered and easily moved to violence, it whips up whirlwinds of sand to crush its foes' spirits, then goes in for the attack. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Violet is the Heart Gold, Steel Silver, X and Omega Ruby entries. Hippowdon and the Paldea Pokedex. It's got 2 males and a female. Interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal, it has the Soot Foot Root 35% of the time, Wall of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 108, Attack 112, Defense 118, Special Attack 68, Special Defense 72, Speed 47 for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water, grass, and ice for double, immune to electric, resistant to poison, and rock for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up will go down to 34. 38 rest, 44 earthquake, 50 double edge, 56 fissure, and 62 slack off. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It triggers tremors and opens fissures in the ground. It also spits hunks of sand. Guardian Signs. It triggers tremors to attack. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Have you ever seen a Hippowdon blast sand out of the pores of its body? It does that to make room for the fresh sand it'll swallow to keep itself healthy. Evolution data, Hippopotas, level 34 Hippowdon. Sprites here, so, okay. Not really much changes in the colors, actually. That's interesting. There's a lot more detail, of course. There's a lot of very flat colors, but yeah, like it's... The angle's slightly different as well from the official image, but yeah. It seems like these two are a lot flatter than they are now, like the official image anyway. The holes are a lot less rounded, it looks like as well. And then get the female, the gray, yep. And shiny, get different shades of green, that makes sense, because it was like the other one. This is, oh, that's interesting, okay. Just a darker green. Platinum, so the animation is the big difference. I think that's probably the, only thing. I mean, of course, you get to see the sprite with its mouth closed. That's cool. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. I mean, I guess it's still in the sand for some reason. But yeah, you know, as much as you would otherwise have gotten it, yeah. In Gen 6, you get the models, which also take it out of the sand. And now you can see its feet. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. Oh, it gets darker. At least the shiny does. Do these get darker? I think they might get a little darker. I guess they do. Yeah. In Gen 7, not much changes. Yeah, except maybe the pupil. It might be a little bit more obvious. I mean, that could just be the quality of the image that they could take. In Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, male Hippowdon in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 65, and Dawn's Pokedex. Hippowdon, the heavyweight Pokemon, it creates an enormous tornado of sand by blowing sand out of the holes in its body, and its mouth is over 6 feet in diameter. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 170, in Ash's Pokedex. Hippowdon, the heavyweight Pokemon, a surprisingly fierce Pokemon. Hippowdon opens its giant mouth to intimidate adversaries. In the manga, female Hippowdon in Pokemon Adventures. The DCG. Trivia, I've read both of these points in the Hippopotas video. Origin, Hippowdon is based on a hippopotamus because of the spouts upon its back that constantly spit sands. Hippowdon and its pre-evolved form may be based upon the legendary Bahamut, as in some accounts of the myths behind it, it is said to support a bed of sand and have the head of a hippo. Name origin, Hippowdon may be a combination of hippopotamus, power, powder, as in sand, or pow, onomatopoeia for a bodily hit, and dawn, Ancient Greek for tooth. Hippowdon, maybe a combination of Kaba, hippopotamus, and Don. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Hippowdon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 531, Sleight of Sand. We're at the very beginning of the episode. There's the Hippowdon. Flashy Rizu. Oh, and... Okay. Yeah, I would say that is Hippowdon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Hippowdon. Now let's look at fan art. Before I do, though, I wanted to mention that the Hippopotas and Hippowdon featured in this section are male. I never acknowledged that during the section, so I wanted to do it here.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start with looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is sketch art, Pokedex, number 449 through 450, Hippopotas Family by Sunnyven1. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. This fun art of Hippowdon and Hippopotas on this nice, fun, probably ground background, idea. Yeah. Very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get cosplay Pikachu, Beldum, Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Porygon, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Marshtomp into Swampert, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Galele, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Skorupi. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, this is me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Skorupi, the only bug poison Pokemon as of the filming of this. Its previous BYC dates are May 22nd, 1997, March 12th, 2000, January 1st, 2003, October 22nd, 2005, August 12th, 2008, June 3rd, 2011, March 24th, 2014, January 12th, 2017, November 3rd, 2019, and August 24th, 2022. I most know Skorupi from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I'm surprised we're talking about Skorupi in Gen 4, as I always thought it was a Gen 2 Pokemon. I guess it just fits in more with those designs than the Gen 4 designs to me. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Skorupi, the scorpion Pokemon whose number is 0451. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Bug. Since this is our first Poison Bug Pokemon, we'll point out the poison inside and the bug outside. Abilities, Battle Armor or Sniper. Keen Eyes, its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 50-50. Catch rates, 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is Egg Groups Bug and Water 3. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 26.5 pounds or 12 kilograms. Base experience yield is 114 in Gen 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Skorupi is a dual-type poison bug Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves to Drapion starting at level 40. Biology, Skorupi is a Pokemon which resembles an oversized, pale, purple scorpion. Its claws and tail have been swapped, giving it 2 stingers and a claw tail. The miniature jaws, claws, and tail claws are white. Its arms are attached directly to its head, close to its teal eyes. A pointed marking joins its eyes. The head, arms, 2 tail segments, and all 4 legs are light blue, while the body, tail end, and other 2 tail segments are a darker shade of blue. It buries itself in the sand and lies in wait for unsuspecting prey, gripping it with its tail, claws, and injecting poison. It will then hold on until the poison takes effect. However, it is capable of surviving for a year without nourishment. Skorupi is related to Sizzlipede through a common ancestor. Skorupi is found in deserts and dry areas like Reversal Mountain, though it can be found in marshy areas such as the Great Marsh. Skorupi is considered a highly dangerous Pokemon due to its lethal claws and poison. However, Skorupi cannot stand cold temperatures, becoming weaker when exposed. Evolution. Skorupi evolves to Drapion, so Skorupi, Drapion. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In the special episode, Igglybuff the Prodigy, Skorupi was a local bully that Wigglytuff, then an Igglybuff, befriended by giving him and his friend, Manette, the gummies they demanded, and also going with them to explore the murky forest. Pokédex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It grips prey with its tail, claws, and injects poison. It tenaciously hangs on until the poison takes. Pearl. It lives in arid lands. It buries itself in sand and lies in wait for unsuspecting prey. Platinum. As soon as the tail claws close, its needle tips secrete poison. It can survive a year without food. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It burrows under the sand to lie in wait for prey. Its tail claws can inject its prey with a savage poison. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum Sentry, Black 2 and White 2. It lives in arid regions and can go without food for a year while waiting for prey. In Gen 6, X is Diamond Sentry, Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, and Sword. After burrowing into the sand, it waits patiently for prey to come near. This Pokemon and Sizzlipede share a common descent. Shield. It attacks using the claws on its tail. Once locked in its grip, its prey is unable to move as this Pokemon's poison seeps in. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. Its claws are not only razor sharp, but poisonous, making Skorupi a highly dangerous Pokemon. It seems to be weakened by cold temperatures, however. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has the Poison Barb 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 50, defense 90, special attack 30, special defense 55, speed 65 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, ground, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark, weak to flying, rock, fire, and psychic, all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and grass for a fourth, and poison, and bug, and fairy, all for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1. Poison Sting and Leer, 3. Hone Claws, 6. Fell Stinger, 9. Poison Fang, 12. Bite, 15 Toxic Spikes, 18 Bug Bite, 21 Venoshock, 24 Knockoff, 27 Scary Face, 30 Pin Missile, 33 Toxic, 36 Night Slash, 39 Cross Poison, 42 X-Scissor, 45 Acupressure, and 48 Crunch. In Legends Arceus, at 1 it learns Poison Sting and masters it at 10, at 6 it learns Bite and masters it at 15, at 11 it learns Venoshock and masters it at 20, at 18 it learns Cross Poison and masters it at 28, at 25 it learns Swords Dance and masters it at 35, at 34 it learns X-Scissor and masters it at 45, and at 43 it learns Crunch and masters it at 54. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM07, Pin Missile, 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 26 Scary Face, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 43 Brick Break, 48 Rock Tomb, 57 Payback, 58 Assurance, 59 Fling, 73 Cross Poison, 74 Venoshock, 76 Round, and 94 False Swipe. For the TRs, TR00 Swords Dance, 12 Agility, 20 Substitute, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 32 Crunch, 33 Shadow Ball, 37 Taunt, 54 Toxic Spikes, 57 Poison Jab, 58 Dark Pulse, 60 X-Scissor, and 61 Bug Buzz. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM06 Toxic, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 54 False Swipe, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 62 Bug Buzz, 66 Payback, 70 Flash, 75 Swords Dance, 79 Dark Pulse, 81 X-Scissor, 82 Sleep Talk, 84 Poison Jab, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives it Confused Ray, this group gives it Sand Attack, this group gives it Slash, and this group gives it Whirlwind. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives it Agility, this group gives it Confused Ray, this group gives it Night Slash, this group gives it Poison Tail. From the Grand Underground, this group gives it Sand Attack, this group gives it Screech, this group gives it Slash, and this group gives it Whirlwind. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Skitter Smack, It's a physical bug-type move. Its power is 70, accuracy is 90%, and BB haha is 10. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Aqua Tail, Dark Pulse, False Swipe, Iron Tail, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, and Exeter. By transfer from another generation, 4 through 7 Aerial Ace and Aqua Tail. 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 Confide, 5 and 6 Cut. 4 through 7 Double Team and Feint Attack doesn't work anymore. 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4 Fury Cutter and Headbutt. 4 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 Infestation. 4 Mudslap and Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7 Poison Tail. 4 through 7 Pursuit and Return, neither work anymore. 5 and 6 Rock Smash. 4 and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6 Strength and Struggle Bug. 4 through 7 Swagger and Torment. And 5 through 7 Twin Needle, that doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It spits poison needles and a poisonous fluid to attack. Guardian Signs. It releases poison that makes Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bat entry. Skorupi guards the ruins in the Granite Zone. He gave you a tip on how to open the secret door. You got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Skorupi often hides in the sand, waiting for its chance to catch a meal. It's a very patient Pokemon that can survive for long stretches of time without food. Evolution data, Skorupi, level 40, Drapion. Sprites here, so a little bit different in the eyes. That's probably the big difference. Just kind of like pupils rather than this complex eye here. And probably just more simplified all around. Yeah. It's shiny, is red. That's interesting. Platinums, you get this different one. You get a little bit more complicated eye. Not quite that eye yet, but yeah, it's at least got a pupil. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. And then, I guess, the lighter colors. Plus, you get the big eyes you see in the art. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Skorupi in Pokemon the series, XY. Got all this. In the manga, Skorupi in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, trivia, Skorupi is the only dual-type bug/poison Pokemon to have poison as its primary type instead of its secondary type. Skorupi is also the only Pokemon to have the bug type changed upon evolution. Skorupi and Drapion are the only Gen 4 Pokemon with an insectoid body. Skorupi and Drapion are also the only Gen 4 Pokemon in the Water 3 egg group. Origin, Skorupi appears to be based on a scorpion. It has some characteristics that resemble a vine Garoon, a similar arachnid. Its Water 3 egg group designation may be a reference to the ancient group of arthropods known as sea scorpions that used to inhabit the oceans and may have been the ancestors of modern scorpions. Skorupi and Skorupi appear to be shortenings of scorpion. Now the languages... External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Skorupi's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 565, A Trainer and Child Reunion. In this episode, the Elite Four member Aaron is practicing with his Pokemon, and his Drapion has just hit the bullseye. Yeah.
Shot, Drapion.
Skorupi.
Vespiquen, use Slash now!
Okay. That is Skorupi's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Skorupi. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're sent in fan art, so we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Skorupi. This first one is Skorupi by _. So Skorupi, grass/ground. I guess it's supposed to be an alternate version of Skorupi here. Very interesting. It's like a part plant instead of the stinger. Then we got Skorupi Family, commissioned by Darky Lights. So we've got 3 Skorupi here. We got 2 regular and 1 shiny. Drapion and Trapinch. Fun. Very well done. Then we've got SL, Forest Life. This first image is of this alternate form of Breloom here with shiny Igglybuff and a Shadow Ladybug. And then we got the Skorupi in the second image watching over this scene, or I don't know if it's commanding it, maybe. The Shadow Cascoon here, even though it looks more colored like a Silcoon. This Durant here, that I guess is something called a Closed Heart Durant, I don't know. And then this Relor here. Very interesting. Very well done. Then we've got Skittles and Diablo by Buzz, so I guess they're Skorupi and Drapion. Yes, so we got Skittles. Skittles has an almost always good attitude. He gets anxious when meeting new Pokemon and trying something new. Skittles always sticks close to Diablo. He's on the autism spectrum. Diablo is tough and always ready to battle. Despite that, he is gentle around those he knows and cares for. Diablo has a special relationship with another Drapion named Orion. As far as he's aware, he isn't neurodivergent. These two are brothers. Diablo's the oldest, and Skittles is the youngest. Very well done. And we've got Skorupi, Ice Regional Variant by Stormagale. So this, you got the original art, and then there's sort of Ice Variant. That's fun, where there's all like ice crystals. Yeah. Skorupi, Regional Variant Ice. Very well done. We've got Pokesona by Bub. So, Shipey, she, her. Pokemon Sona prefers to chill than battle. Can and will punch you. Back has blanket, water, snacks, a book, anxiety meds, just in case. And then we got this interesting design here. Then we've got Skorupi by Sonic Mega Batman, 274. So this nice, sort of more blue Skorupi here. A very well hand-drawn image, yeah. This is just a literature post, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CET, Central Daylight Time. We're trying to get Latios, Beldum, Camerupt, Catch Kakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onix, Seadra, Scyther, Porygon, Sharpedo, Snorunt, Bagon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus. And Mega Evolve, Latios, Sceptile, Swampert, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Drapion. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow in my green tie. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Drapion, the last Poison Dark type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. If one considers Alolan Grimer and Alolan Muck the 88th and 89th Pokemon, Drapion is also the latest Poison Dark type Pokemon as of the filming of this. It's also the only evolution of Skorupi who evolves at level 40. Drapion's previous PYC dates are May 23rd, 1997, March 13th, 2000, January 2nd, 2003, October 23rd, 2005, August 13th, 2008, June 4th, 2011, March 25th, 2014, January 13th, 2017, November 4th, 2019, and August 25th, 2022. Before doing this project, I always thought that Drapion was an evolution of a Pokemon introduced in a previous generation, in this case Gen 2. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Drapion, the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon, whose number is 0452. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Dark. Abilities, Battle Armor or Sniper. Keen Eyes, its an ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breedings, Egg Group Bug and Water 3. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 135.6 pounds or 61.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 204 in Gen 4 and 175 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple. And base friendship is 70. Drapion is a dual type Poison Dark Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Skorupi starting at level 40. Biology, Drapion is a large purple scorpion-like Pokemon. Its eyes are a pointed shape with blue colored upper portions. Drapion has 2 small pointed protrusions between its eyes and 1 on the back of its head. Drapion also has protrusions on its jaws, 2 on the upper and 3 on the lower, with large fang-like white-colored features extending from its mouth. Its body is composed of many violet to lavender body segments, which end with a tail with 2 stingers. Drapion has 4 segmented legs, with pointed toes. Its most distinguishing feature is its huge claws. It can turn its head 180 degrees. Drapion is a very aggressive Pokemon, attacking anything that enters its territory. It primarily lives in deserts and otherwise rocky environments. Drapion has a sturdy build and takes pride in its strength, being able to take down foes even without the use of its deadly toxin. Drapion has enough power to easily scrap a car, while its hard, armor-like skin can deflect sword strikes. Due to its vicious nature and brutish temperament, it's known as the Sand Demon, but is known to avoid fights with Hippowdon. Drapion tends to go on rampages and causes havoc on anything in its way. Evolution. Drapion evolves from Skorupi, so Skorupi, Drapion. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Drapion is part of Team AWD, a team that pursues the challenges of Zero Isle. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Team AWD are shown in the Team Charm special episode, being the major antagonists of the story. Pokedex entries, Gen 4 and Diamond. It has the power in its clawed arms to make scraps of a car. The tips of its claws release poison. Pearl. Its body is encased in a sturdy shell. Its head rotates 180 degrees, eliminating blind spots. Platinum. Possessing a sturdy build, it takes pride in its strength, taking down foes without using toxins. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It attacks people and Pokemon that cross the desert. This has only furthered its bad reputation. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It takes pride in its strength. Even though it can tear foes apart, it finishes them off with powerful poison. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. Its poison is potent, but it rarely sees use. This Pokemon prefers to use physical force instead, going on rampages with its car-crushing strength. Shield. It's so vicious that it's called the Sand Demon. Yet when confronted by Hippowdon, Drapion keeps a low profile and will never pick a fight. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. It has a brutish, ferocious temperament. With immense strength and a sturdy shell of which swords will bounce, it rampages about and wreaks havoc. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond Pearl, Platinum, X, Y, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the Poison Barb 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, Space Stats, HP 70, Attack 90, Defense 110, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 75, Speed 95 for a total of 500. Pokeathlon Stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Rock, Bug, Steel, Fire, Water, Electric, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Ground for double. Immune to Psychic, resistant to Poison, Ghost, Grass, and Dark, all for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. Learn Step by leveling up. In Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl will go down to 40. 44 X-Scissor, 49 Acupressure, and 54 Crunch. In Legends Arceus, at 43 it learns Crunch and masters it at 54. By TM/TR we're skipping for both games. Same with by breeding. In both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Lash Out and Skitter Smack. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aerial Ace, Aqua Tail, Bulldoze, Dark Pulse, False Swipe, Fire Fang, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Fang, Iron Tail, Leech Life, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Snarl, Thunder Fang, and X-Scissor. Nothing by Prior Evolution. By transfer from another generation. 4 through 7, Aerial Ace and Aqua Tail. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 and 6, Cut. 4 through 7, Double Team and Feint Attack. Feint Attack doesn't work anymore. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Fury Cutter and Headbutt. 4 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Infestation. 4, Mud Slap and Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Poison Tail. 4 through 7, Pursuit, Return, and Roar. Pursuit and Return don't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Strength and Struggle Bug. 4 through 7, Swagger and Torment. And 5 through 7, Twin Needle. That doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves. Stomp on this card, Body Slam on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It spits poison needles and a poisonous fluid. It also forms poisonous puddles to attack. Guardian Signs. It releases poison that make Pokemon tired. Now this. Evolution data, Skorupi, level 40, Drapion. Sprites here, so... a lot bigger, the arms. Oh, that's probably because they had to. The size of the sprites to make everything obvious, yeah. Red for the shiny, just like Skorupi's was. That's fun. Platinums, you get this. Sprite. Proportions don't really change that much, though, I don't think. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, get these models. Pretty good adaptation. They're much lighter colors as well. In Gen 7, the pupils might change from a dot to a line. Interesting. Or maybe they add the like actual like white pupil part. I don't know, I guess. And then in Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. That is Arceus, you get these models. They're cut off. That's interesting. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Drapion, and Pokemon Journeys the series. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 20, in Ash's Pokedex. Drapion, the Ogre Escort Pokemon. Its claws give off a deadly poison, and they are powerful enough to turn an automobile into scrap iron. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 186, in Dawn's Pokedex. Drapion, the Ogre Escort Pokemon in the evolved form of Skorupi. With its sturdy body, Drapion takes pride in his strength, defeating opponents without the need for poison. In the manga, Drapion in Pokemon Adventures, with a Cricketune. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia, I read this point and its sub-point in the Skorupi video. Origin, Drapion is likely based on a scorpion, and has some characteristics that resemble a Vinegaroon, a similar arachnid. Its Water 3 egg group designation may be a reference to the ancient group of arthropods known as sea scorpions that used to inhabit the oceans and may have been the ancestors of modern scorpions. Name origin, Drapion and Dorapion may be a combination of dragon, drastic, referring to its violent nature, or Dracula, referring to its huge vampire-looking teeth, and scorpion. Now the languages... related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Drapion's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 486, Mutiny in the Bounty, where toward the beginning of the episode, a woman has asked to see Pikachu's moves. This is Drapion. And that is Drapion's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Drapion. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Drapion. So these first three images don't contain a Drapion. This is a ditto. So we'll start with this fourth one. This is Drapion by Ricky Dirigo. This is a nice image of a Drapion here. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Team Rocket Team Reimagined Sinnoh by Yamons. So... got Jessie, so they would have put a Vespiquen, Frostlass, and Chatot on her team, and James would have had the Carnivine, Mime Jr., and Drapion. Yeah, very well done. And we've got Skittles and Diablo by Bezo Buzz. So I did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So Skittles has an almost always good attitude. He gets anxious when meeting new Pokemon and trying something new. Skittles always sticks close to Diablo. He's on the autism spectrum. Diablo is tough and always ready to battle. Despite that, he is pretty gentle around those he knows and cares for. Diablo has a special relationship with another Drapion named Orion. As far as he's aware, he isn't neurodivergent. These two are brothers. Diablo is the oldest and Skittles is the youngest. And we've got Endurance, IOB Chapter 6. 109 through 111 by P. Urpel Chug. So we did this one in the Skuntank video, but we can do it again. So it's comic, I'll zoom in. Nagrom, you are a good trainer and a good kid, and it's brought me more joy than you can imagine getting to be your trust parent and honorary uncle. Yes, sometimes you cross lines and overstep your boundaries, but you are not stupid, and you do not mess up. I am sincerely sorry for every pain I have caused you and for making you lose confidence in yourself. I know that I can't stop you, and that whatever is going to happen will happen, But please believe me, I will always, always do everything in my power to help you. Just please don't block my calls and messages this time. Okay, I guess, if you can stop calling me 30 times a day. Oh, okay, 29 it is then. And they start laughing. And this one comes home with a Zubat, and I think this is supposed to be a Quilava. Sitting next to this woman here has an Espeon and a Ladybug. Yeah, they're sort of sitting here quietly, just mourning the loss of their Skuntank and Drapion. Very well done. And we've got Pokemon Mega Blastoise and Drapion by Mark331. It's this nice piece of art of a Mega Blastoise fighting a Drapion here in the rain. It's very well done. Then we've got Commission Nightfall at the Black Flame Tavern by Torchic Master. So, we've got a bunch of Pokemon here. Got the Drapion here. Talking to a shiny Sylveon, I guess, or maybe it's just here. The chefs here seem to be Alakazam and Heatmore. Chandelure, Anthropomorphic, Luxray. Outside here, I guess, looking in, is Glaceon and Iron Hands. Shiny Meowstic, I think. Either Delphox or maybe Shiny Delphox here, I think. Yeah, very interesting art here. And we've got Drapion Commission by Autobot Tesla. It's a nice, simple Drapion image. Very well done. Then we've got Galaf by Elf Coach. So, we've got this Drapion and Shiny Drapion here. Very well done. And this doesn't contain a Drapion, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Croagunk. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Croagunk, the first poison-fighting Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are May 24th, 1997, March 14th, 2000, January 3rd, 2003, October 24th, 2005, August 14th, 2008, June 5th, 2011, March 26th, 2014, January 14th, 2017, November 5th, 2019, and August 26th, 2022. I most know Croagunk as one of the Pokemon broadcast in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. Croagunk takes on the role held by Max, held by Misty before him, of stopping Brock from embarrassing himself in front of attractive women. Unlike Max and Misty, who often pulled on Brock's ear, Croagunk chose to use Poison Jab on Brock, which didn't do as much damage as one would think. I always thought it was interesting that they gave Croagunk to Brock instead of Team Rocket, as they often have Poison-type Pokemon on their team. Besides this Croagunk, I also know Croagunk from a few other places. 1. My Pokemon Ranch. 2. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, particularly on the cover. 3. Pokemon Cafe Remix, where it acts as the primary Pokemon of Team Crunch, rival cafe owners who are often the antagonists in the team challenges. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Croagunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon, whose number is 0453. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Fighting. Since it's our first Poison Fighting Pokemon, I'll point out the Poison inside and the Fighting outside. Abilities, Anticipation or Dry Skin. Poison Touch is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 140 or 28%. Breeding is egg group human-like. Hatch time 10 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 50.7 pounds or 23 kilograms. Base experience yield is 83 in Gen 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 100. Croagunk is a dual-type poison/fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Toxicroak starting at level 37. Biology: Croagunk is a dark ultramarine blue bipedal Pokemon that resembles a poison dart frog. It has yellow eyes, which are surrounded by black markings. There are orange, expandable pouches on its cheeks, and its teeth are wide and flat. A black marking encircles its upper arms and chest, and there are white bands around its chest. The white markings are slightly higher up on the female Croagunk than the male. It has 3 fingers and toes, most of which are black. The only digits that are not black are its center fingers, which are orange instead. Croagunk's cheek pouches and fingers contain a poisonous fluid. However, the fluid squeezed from its finger is also a significant ingredient in remedies for lower back pain. Once diluted, the cheek pouches can be used to create an unnerving sound. When its opponent is distracted, it tries to stab them with its fingers. Despite this, it fights others only to ensure its own survival. Croagunk is a popular Pokemon due to being chosen as a mascot for a pharmaceutical company. It is also popular thanks to its strange cry and comical look. Croagunk and its evolved form, Toxicroak, are related to Seismitoad. Croagunk is said to have a dastardly nature due to wielding poison. It usually lives in swamps and forested areas. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, Croagunk has been observed inflating its poison sac cheeks while sleeping. On occasion, the sound from its poison sacs will wake it up. Evolution, Croagunk evolves into Toxicroak, so Croagunk, Toxicroak. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Platinum, Croagunk is briefly seen as a Pokemon belonging to Looker. In Pokemon X and Y, it is implied that it died in a later case. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Croagunk is one of the members of Wigglytuff's guild. He operates the Swap Cauldron, which allows the player to exchange various items for new ones. His catchphrase is Mehehe. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond.
Its cheeks hold poison sacs. It tries to catch foes off guard to jab them with toxic fingers.
Pearl.
Inflating its poison sacs, it makes an eerie, blubbering sound for intimidation.
Platinum.
It rarely fights fairly, but that is strictly to ensure survival. It is popular as a mascot.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver are very similar. I don't know why they didn't just split it up. Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Fluid squeezed from its finger, albeit poisonous, is a significant ingredient in remedies for lower back pain.
The only difference is lower back. It's one word and has hyphen. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's 2 words. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2.
Inflating its poison sacs, it fills the area with an odd sound and hits flinching opponents with a poison jab.
In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword.
It makes frightening noises with its poison-filled cheek sacs. When opponents flinch, Croagunk hits them with a poison jab.
Shield.
Once diluted, its poison becomes medicinal. This Pokemon came into popularity after a pharmaceutical company chose it as a mascot.
Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl.
It inflates its poison sacs and makes a blubbering sound to intimidate foes.
Legends Arceus.
A poison wielder with a dastardly personality. Despite such qualities, the species is afforded a measure of popularity due to its peculiar cry and comical features.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2, White 2, Y, and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Violet is Platinum and the Black and White entries. Croagunk and the Paldea Pokedex, so you got a few of them here. So, got male and female, and I think these are males in the background? Can't really tell. Game locations, side game locations, and events, that's what these are. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Black Sludge 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has the Payapa Berry 100% of the time. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has the Black Sludge 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Tumble Stone 40% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, XP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 48, Attack 61, Defense 40, Special Attack 61, Special Defense 40, Speed 50 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Electric, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Flying and Ground for double, and Psychic for 4. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Fighting, Poison, Rock, Grass, and Dark for half, and Bug for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon has dry skin, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it'll go from 1 to 0, and the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 1 1/4. So go from 1 to 1 1/4. Learn Sit by leveling up. 1 Poison Sting and Mud Slap. 4 Astonish. 8 Taunt. 12 Flatter. 16 Low Kick. 20 Venoshock. 24 Sucker Punch. 28 Swagger. 32 Poison Jab. 36 Toxic. 40 Nasty Plot. 44 Sludge Bomb. And 48 Belch. By TM, TM001 Takedown. 5 Mud Slap. 6 Scary Face. 7 Protect. 12 Low Kick. 13 Acid Spray. 18 Thief. 22 Chilling Water. 25 Facade. 27 Aerial Ace. 28 Bulldoze. 34 Icy Wind. 35 Mudshot. 36 Rock Tomb. 39 Low Sweep. 43 Fling. 45 Venoshock. 47 Endure. 49 Sunny Day. 50 Rain Dance. 55 Dig. 58 Brick Break. 61 Shadow Claw. 62 Foul Play. 64 Bulk Up. 68 Thunder Punch. 69 Ice Punch. 70 Sleep Talk. 73 Drain Punch. 83 Poison Jab. 85 Rest. 86 Rock Slide. 87 Taunt. 102 Gunk Shot. 103 Substitute. 105 X Scissor. 114 Shadow Ball. 122 Encore. 130 Helping Hand. 132 Baton Pass, 134 Reversal, 140 Nasty Plot, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 158 Focus Blast, 171 Terror Blast, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 183 Super Fang, 184 Vacuum Wave, 192 Focus Punch, 199 Lash Out, 213 Coaching, 214 Sludge Wave, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, Hitmonchan gives it Bullet Punch. This group gives it Counter. Lucario gives it Cross Chop through chain breeding. This group gives it Dynamic Punch. This group gives it Fake Out. This group gives it Feint. This group gives it Headbutt. This group gives it Quick Guard. And this group gives it Vacuum Wave. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It lets loose a poison gas and a poisonous fluid from its mouth to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It releases poison that makes Pokemon tired.
You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry.
Croagunk is a gatekeeper in the Meadow Zone. He favors Bulbasaur's Daring Dash, Venusaur's Vine Swing, and Tangro's Swing Along.
In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond.
His goal is to be the champion in the battle tournament. He knows Scraggy works hard. Teasing him is just a sign of affection.
Got all this. Ooh! In New Pokemon Snap, in the Photodex entry.
Croagunk makes distinctive sounds by inflating the poison sacs in their cheeks. We saw some that were inflating their cheeks in a rhythmic way, almost as if they were singing.
Pokemon Sleep.
It's been seen inflating the poison sacs on its cheeks as it sleeps. Croagunk is sometimes startled awake by the sound the poison sacs make as they inflate.
Loafing Sleep, Cheek Inflating Sleep, Straightened Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, fashionable costumes. Got a bowler hat. Evolution data, Croagunk, level 37 Toxicroak. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue, but much more notably, the orange is actually pink. That's interesting. And you get the male versus the female. It's not very obvious in this generation. I mean, it's not terribly unobvious, but yeah. For shiny, you get blue, this kind of blue, and then platinums, you get this different sprite here. It's only flipped in Gen 5. You get the full back sprites. Gen 6, you get the models. So this is when they become orange. That's interesting. And this kind of keeps the pink, though. That's fun. But it comes this sort of darker color. That's interesting. Because this, like, makes this a lighter, yeah, different blue. In Gen 7, not much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. In Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Croagunk and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Brock's Croagunk is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, Episode 8. In James's cards.
Croagunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon. Croagunk has poison in its cheeks and can spray poison from its fingertips. It also makes noise by expanding its poison sac.
In the same episode, in Ash's Pokedex.
Croagunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon. It lives in swamps and forests, where there is very little light. It prefers moist places.
In Journeys, Episode 8. In Go Throw and Phone.
Croagunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon. A poison and fighting type. Croagunk inflates the poison sacs in its cheeks to make croaking sounds. If an opponent flees, it attacks with poison.
Pokemon Generations, Croagunk in Pokemon Generations with a Claydol. In the manga, Croagunk in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Pokken Tournament. Croagunk is a battle Pokemon in the arcade and Nintendo Switch versions of Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Poison Sting, Poison Jab Thief, Acupressure, Gunk Shot, Foul Play, and Veto Shock. During Synergy Burst, it can use the Burst Attack, Alter Ego Army. Additionally, Croagunk is a support Pokemon in all versions of the game, forming a support Pokemon set with Sylveon. Croagunk is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Croagunk is a support Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Trivia, Croagunk was designed by Takao Ano. Croagunk's English name, along with numerous others, was revealed on February 13th, 2007. Due to the poor quality of the image, it was believed its name was Crowlurk. Croagunk is the mascot of Pastoria City. In Platinum, in front of the Pastoria Great Marsh, if the player stands behind the Croagunk wall with their head sticking out of it, a wild Croagunk may come by, cry out, and then walk to the Great Marsh. In the Pastoria City Pokemart, a wooden Croagunk statue can be seen on the counter. If interacted with, it will mention how, even though it's made of wood, it still seems like it's seeping poison. In Pokken Tournament DX, Croagunk is the only playable character that is also a support Pokemon. Design variations, Croagunk is one of few Pokemon whose core series sprites in the handheld console games from the first 5 generations differ from the 3D models of later generations. While in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is shown to have pink cheeks, its 3D models, official artwork, and animated series appearance consistently depict it with yellow, orange, orange cheeks. Origin, Croagunk may have been based on the poison dart frog. The white markings around its midsection resemble Sarashi, with the differing placement between male and female Croagunk, corresponding to different styles worn by men and women. Name origin, Croagunk may be a combination of croak and gunk. Grime, Goragru may be a combination of Guraru to turn delinquent, and Gero Gero onomatopoeia for a frog's croaking. Exclamation of disgust. Now languages, related articles, references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Croagunk's first in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 474, Jambalaya. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, are running a gym, or at least pretending to run a gym anyway. And Jesse has just lost to a trainer. She's had to give a gym badge. And there is the Croagunk. The scene transition there, I would say that is Croagunk's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Croagunk's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Croagunk, as it's only frames with Croagunk to the best of my ability. So, Croagunk appears as the statue here. This is the only way that Croagunk appears. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, which was founded by Howard Clifford here. As Tim's father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car accident. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, Harry's police detective partner, who can talk. They've been summoned to Howard's office, and he is explaining that Harry's last case was for him, and he found out that the Argas, a chemical that makes Pokemon go crazy. He tracked it down to Roger, his son, who runs the news. He says that, like, in his goal to get the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, he neglected his responsibilities as a father.
Roger resents the Pokémon. He actually wants to destroy my legacy.
Do that.
Ever since my illness put me in this chair, Roger has taken over more and more of the company, and he owns the press. Harry is the only one I can trust. That's why you need to find him. Oh no, Tim. Your father is alive.
So now we've cut to much later in the film. This is Tim. It's been revealed that Mewtwo, who was connected to Harry's disappearance, has been captured by Howard, and he's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. This is Tim just reacting to it, I guess.
No. Mewtwo. Howard? Mewtwo didn't cause the crash. Take the money and walk away.
Mewtwo is Howard, and he's explaining how the plan was for Harry to take the money and just do what he asked, but he started asking questions, so he had to get rid of him.
Hey, this was never about curing me. I have found a path forward for all of us.
Okay, now we've cut to a little later. Howard has assigned his Ditto to take care of Tim here. Move a lot. And that ending was Howard being disconnected from the Neuralink. So that is Croagunk's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Croagunk. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're sitting at fan art, so instead of looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Croagunk. This is Croagunk by Mitten Meat. So, got this nice Croagunk here. Yes. Very well done, how stylized, yeah. Croagunk number 453. Then we've got Politoed and Croagunk by Baby Cherry Snow, so this fun fusion between the two of them. Yeah, very well done. And we've got Croagunk by Pearl Dive. So I guess it's a little comic here, so you got the Croagunk here, and then come on, why don't you stay a little longer? You rarely come to Kanto. I gotta go back to my contest circuit, you know? So I guess this is Ash, Pikachu, Dawn, and her Piplup. We've got Cuckoo, and he's thinking of Rock. Remember, if some jerk keeps flirting with my honorary little sisters, you're free to jab the hell of them. Just let me show you around, Ash! Yeah. Then blah 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 blah. Oh hey Croagunk, if you're looking for Brock, he should be helping Delia in the foot. And he stabs them with the poison jab. They're all shocked. Yep. Very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Croagunk, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Onyx, Seadra, Scyther, Porygon, Torpedo, Swablu, Snorunt, Bacon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Kadabra into Alakazam, Graveler into Golem, Onyx into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Toxicroak. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Toxicroak, the only poison-fighting evolution, as of the filming of this, being the evolution of Croagunk, who evolves at level 37. Toxicroak's previous PYC dates are May 25th, 1997, March 15th, 2000, January 4th, 2003, October 25th, 2005, August 15th, 2008, June 6th, 2011, March 27th, 2014, January 15th, 2017, November 6th, 2019, and August 27th, 2022. I most know Toxicroak from My Pokemon Ranch. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Toxicroak, the toxic mouth Pokemon whose number is 0454. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Fighting, abilities Anticipation or Dry Skin. Poison Touch is its ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is a group human-like, catch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 97.9 pounds or 44.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 181 in Gen 4 and 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Toxicroak is a dual-type poison-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Croagunk starting at level 37. Biology, Toxicroak is a dark blue and teal bipedal Pokemon resembling a poison dart frog. Its head bears a gentle upward curving spike which seems to be a part of the skull. Its eyes are bright yellow, sinister, and intimidating, with a small snake-like pupil. Its mouth gives an appearance of a mouth guard, with its red upper lip curling upward at the end in a very intimidating manner. Underneath its chin is a bulbous red vocal sac, which is smaller on a female Toxicroak. It has 3 fingers and 1 large red claw on the back of each hand. These claws on the backs of their hands can channel poison. Its forearms have 2 black rings encircling them. Its legs are muscular and seem to be adapted for speedy attacks. It has 3 toes on its feet, with a red middle toe on each foot, and a sharp spike that juts out of its heels. Underneath the pelvic area are 2 white horizontal lines. Thick black lines run down the sides of its body and surrounding its limbs, making them seem as if the limbs are detachable. The black lines go up into its face and surround the eyes before meeting in the middle of its snout, just above the upper lip. By croaking, Toxicroak churns the poison stored in the poison sac on their throat for more potency. Toxicroak gives off poison with stings or claws, though it can poison when touched. This poison can knock an opponent out or even prove fatal, even if it is just a scratch. Toxicroak's poison can be diluted into a tonic after mixing it with various wild grass and cooking it for about 2 days. Toxicroak releases a victory croak when a foe is defeated. It can be cruel and fearsome, or it can be quite laid back, relaxing on rocks and in marshes, studying the views around it. Toxicroak and its pre-evolved form, Croagunk, are related to Seismitoad. Toxicroak lives in moist areas around bodies of water. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, Toxicroak occasionally uses the poison sac at its throat as a cushion while it slumbers. However, approaching a sleeping Toxicroak will result in it suddenly punching its fists out without warning. It is believed that it is practicing poison jab while dreaming. Evolution: Toxicroak evolves from Croagunk. Croagunk, Toxicroak. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Toxicroak is the second in command of a gang that was enlisted by Kyurem to help eliminate any humans that came to the Pokemon world to stop the bitter cold. It is seen throughout the game impeding the progress of the player and partner Pokemon, as well as frequently reporting to its commanding officer. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Its knuckle claws secrete a toxin so vile that even a scratch could prove fatal. Pearl, the toxin made in its poison sacs, is pumped to the knuckle claws through tubes down its arms. Platinum, it has a poison sac at its throat. When it croaks, the stored poison is churned for greater potency. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, swaying and dodging the attacks of its foes, it weaves its flexible body in close, then lunges out with its poisonous claws. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. The croaking that Toxicroak produces before a battle is for churning the poison it has stored in its poison sac. In Gen 6, X is Platinum, the Black and White entries. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, Black, White, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword, it bounces toward opponents and gouges them with poisonous claws. No more than a scratch is needed to knock out its adversaries. Shield, it booms out a victory croak when its prey goes down in defeat. This Pokemon and Seismitoad are related species. Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl. The toxin made in its poison sac is pumped to the knuckle claws through tubes down its arms. Legends Arceus, its Crimson Claws contain a virulent toxin. This toxin can be made into a tonic by diluting it, mixing it with several types of wild grass, and boiling it down over 2 days. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet is Platinum, Black, White, X, and Omega Ruby's entries. Toxicroak in the Paldea Pokedex. You got a couple of them here. I assume a male and a female. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black 2, White 2, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It has the Black Sludge 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Tumblestone 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 83, Attack 106, Defense 65, Special Attack 86, Special Defense 65, Speed 85 for a total of 490. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Electric, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Flying and Ground for double and Psychic for 4. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Fighting, Poison, Rock, Grass, and Dark for half, and Bug for a fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon has dry skin, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it'd be 0 instead of 1. And the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 1 1/4, so it'd be 1 1/4 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll go down to 42 here. 42 Nasty Plot, 48 Sludge Bomb, and 54 Belch. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. TCG only moves. Slash on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It lets loose a poison gas and a poisonous fluid from its mouth to attack. Guardian Signs. It releases poison that makes Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokemon Sleep. It sometimes uses the poison sac at its throat as a cushion while it sleeps. Be careful. Toxicroak may suddenly punch its fists out even when sleeping contentedly. Perhaps it's practicing its poison jab in its dreams. So loafing sleep, throat inflating sleep, poison sac sleep, and a top belly sleep. In Pokemon Go, Toxicroak can be obtained by completing 3/6 of the special research and inter-egg sting development. Costumes in Pokemon Go, I got a fashionable costume that's fun. It's a bowler hat, but it's been ripped because of the horn. Evolution data, Croagunk, level 37 Toxicroak. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue, and this is different red. Then females, yeah, you got the smaller sac, the larger sac for males. Shiny, so this blue and this kind of pink, just like Croagunk's was. Platinums, you get a different animation, that's the big thing, and probably a slightly different sprite in that animation, but not much else really changes. Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models, so you get the modern colors. Interesting. Pretty good adaptation. Gen 6, not really much changes. Except... oh, they make the shiny a lot less vibrant. That's interesting. In Gen 8, you got the models in this game. Home's got these models. In animation, Toxicroak in Pokemon Journeys the series. Saturn's Toxicroak is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 69 in Ash's Pokedex. Toxicroak, the Toxic Mouth Pokemon, and the evolved form of Croagunk. The poison produced in its sacs is carried through tubes in its arms to its knuckle claws. XY, episode 103, in Serena's Pokedex. Toxicroak, the Toxic Mouth Pokemon, in the evolved form of Croagunk. Toxicroak's throat has a poison sac, and its poison stirs, and becomes even more potent when it croaks. In the manga, Toxicroak in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, the TCG. Trivia. Design variations in the animated series, Pokemon Home and Pokemon Legends Arceus, as well as in corporate art, Toxicroak is depicted with light turquoise skin, closer to its shiny coloration. Toxicroak with turquoise skin in the Who's That Pokemon segment. Animated series art, home art, Legends Arceus model, male. Corporate art and key art. Origin, Toxicroak may have been based on the poison dart frog. The claws on its hands may be inspired by the hairy frog, which defends itself by breaking its own toes and projecting sharpened bones from its skin. It may also be based on a ninja from its claws, resembling the knives assassins would wear on their wrists. Name origin, Toxicroak may be a combination of toxic and croak. Dokurog may be a combination of doku, poison, and frog. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Toxicroak's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 535, Enter Galactic. In this episode, in Veilstone City, Commander Saturn of Team Galactic has arrived and is commanding a team to take Veilstone City's prized meteorites. He's just been reintroduced to the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth. Right now, Team Rocket is going through their motto, while Saturn has sent out his Toxicroak.
A rose by any other name's just as sweet.
When everything's worse, our work is
Toxicroak?
Jesse.
James.
Sludge Bomb Toxicroak.
Putting the fashion freaks in their place.
Team Rocket!
Okay. I would say that is Toxicroak's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Toxicroak. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Toxicroak. This is Pokemon Shiny Toxicroak by Mark331, so this nice, unique image of a shiny Toxicroak here. Very well done. Then we've got Shard of Eternatus by MCG Mark. So this interesting image of a scientist in lab with his Pokemon, I guess. Toxicroak, Dragalge, Salazzle, Scolipede, Amped Form, Toxtricity, and Poipole. This is the shard of the Pokemon Eternatus. Guess they're analyzing it or something. That's interesting. Then we've got a frog in the throat by Teamworks AJ. So this fun image of Toxicroak using a move or something, or maybe just slashing. I don't know, it's very interesting. Some poison, yeah. I've got Commission Toxicroak by All 0412. This fun image of a Toxicroak here. Yeah, very unique. Looks like it's maybe doing a move or something. Also seems to be wearing like a costume or something. That's fun. Then we've got Commission, Pokemon Commissions, Collection 01 by Tamron Frog. The third image is the one that has the Toxicroak, so we'll do that one. So we've got Toxicroak and Hariyama. They're in this like tank of water, I guess, so maybe it's like an obstacle course and they have to go through, each of them have to go look through the correct door maybe, or I don't really know what's happening here. Then we've got Toxicroak versus King Gambit by Ryamon. So this interesting art, I guess looks like it's decapitated. Yeah. King Gambit is holding it up. Interesting. This is Commission. Honeymoon is off to a good start by Angelic Moonstone. So I guess this is supposed to be like a human version of Toxicroak here. And I guess Princess has been stolen by Lakitu here, I guess, or something. After like their wedding or something. I don't know. It's very interesting. Then this image doesn't contain a Toxicroak, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra Scyther, Porygon, Torpedo, Swablu Snowrunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snowrunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Carnivine. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Carnivine. As of the filming of this, Carnivine can be considered the first single-stage pure grass-type Pokemon. Although, this is only because the previous title holder, Tangela, got an evolution. Carnivine's previous PYC dates are May 26th, 1997, March 16th, 2000, January 5th, 2003, August 26th, 2005, August 16th, 2008, June 7th, 2011, March 28th, 2014, January 16th, 2017, November 7th, 2019, and August 28th, 2022. I most know Carnivine as one of the Pokemon James has in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I vividly remember the scene it was introduced in, likely because it was only the second episode of Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. I remember James explaining that he got it as a kid, but it stayed in his mansion in the Sinnoh region for some reason. I also know Carnivine from My Pokemon Ranch. I love the idea of a Venus flytrap Pokemon, although I've always thought that Carnivine looks more like something from the Muppets than a Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Carnivine, the bug catcher Pokemon whose number is 0455. This is what it looks like. Its type is grass, ability levitate, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 200 or 36.6%. Breeding is a group grass. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 4'7" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 59.5 pounds or 27 kilograms. Base experience yield is 164 in Gen 4 and 159 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Carnivine is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology: Carnivine is a green plant-like Pokemon resembling a Venus flytrap. Its circular eyes have small pupils, and it has spiky teeth. Its stem is yellow with green spots, with red and green vines beneath, with the appearance of tentacles. It has 2 arms resembling leaves with 3 leafy fingers each. Carnivine is very gluttonous and is known to have an unruly temper. It is capable of hanging from tree branches using its vines, while its mouth can open about 180 degrees wide. With its mouth wide open, Carnivine attracts the prey it waits for with sweet-smelling saliva, then chomps down. However, it takes a whole day to eat prey. Carnivine's diet consists mostly of insects and small bugs. It lives in forests and marshes. Carnivine, with its mouth wide open. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling saliva, then chomps down. It takes a whole day to eat prey. Pearl. Hanging from branches using its tentacles. It looks like a plant. It awaits prey. Mouth wide open. Platinum. It binds itself to trees and marshes. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling drool and gulps them down. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It walks around on its tentacles in search of a tree branch, where it can dangle down and ambush prey. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. Using its tentacles to latch itself to trees, it lies in wait for prey, luring it close with sweet-smelling drool. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Platinum and the Black and White entries. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire's Platinum, Black, White, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling saliva, then chomps down. It takes a whole day to eat its prey. Shining Pearl. Using its tentacles to hang from branches, it looks like a plant when it is not moving. It awaits prey with its mouth wide open. Legends Arceus. Though this is a plant Pokemon, it has a gluttonous and unruly temperament. Carnivine attacks its prey with its cavernous maw wide open. Game locations: Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal. It has the Castor Fern 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grid items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 74, attack 100, defense 72, special attack 90, special defense 72, speed 46 for a total of 454. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting rock, ghost, steel, psychic dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double, immune to ground, resistant to water, grass, and electric, all for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half. So go from 0 to half. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1. Bind and Growth. 7. Bite. 11. Vine Whip. 17. Sweet Scent. 21. Ingrain. 27. Grass Knot. 31. Leaf Tornado. 37. Stockpile. Spit Up and Swallow. 41. Crunch. 47. Seed Bomb. And 50. Power Whip. Legends Arceus. At 1, it learns Absorb and masters it at 10. At 6, it learns Acid Spray and masters it at 15. At 11, it learns Bite and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Stun Spore and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Crunch and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Sleep Powder and masters it at 45. And at 43, it learns Energy Ball and masters it at 54. By TM09 Bullet Seed, 11 Sunny Day, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 19 Giga Drain, 22 Solar Beam, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 53 Energy Ball, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 66 Payback, 68 Giga Impact, 70 Flash, 75 Swords Dance, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 93 Cut. By breeding, this group gives it Acid Spray. Through chain breeding, this group gives it Leech Seed. This group gives it Magical Leaf. This group gives it Rage Powder. This group gives it Razor Leaf. This group gives it Slam. This group gives it Sleep Powder. This group gives it Stun Spore. This group gives it Synthesis. And this group gives it Worry Seed. By tutoring, there's nothing in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can have Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Leech Life, Magical Leaf, Rest, and Sludge Bomb. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It shoots seeds to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It launches leaf blades around itself.
Got all this. Evolution data is just Carnivine. Sprites here, so a little different green. Very slightly, not much different though. The spots a little different as well on the top. And then you got the shiny, which is this kind of green. These kind of leaves, that's interesting. And the spots are like orange, like the leaves are. Platinums, you got these sprites, yeah, wildly different. Different angle, that's very interesting. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Gen 6, you get the models, you get the lighter colors here, interesting. And it's gonna become more yellow or gold, I guess. The leaf arms and the spots. In Gen 7, looks like it gets brighter? That's interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game, which seems to be cut off. That's interesting. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Carnivine and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. James's Carnivine is the big one. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, Episode 4, and Ash's Pokedex.
Carnivine, the bug catcher Pokemon. It uses its sweet-smelling saliva to catch its prey.
In Diamond and Pearl, Episode 143, in Kiori's Pokedex.
Carnivine, the bug catcher Pokemon. Carnivine latches onto trees and marshes and lures its prey with its sweet-smelling saliva.
In the manga, Carnivine and Pokemon Adventures. I got all this. The TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the Spinda video. Carnivine is the only Pokemon with the ability Levitate that is resistant to the ground type without the ability. This Pokemon shares its name, possibly by coincidence, with a monster from the Dragon Quest series. Origin. Carnivine is based on a Venus flytrap. Name origin. Carnivine may be a combination of carnivore and vine. Muscipa may be a combination of Diana muscipula. Scientific name of Venus flytrap, and Sukipara, empty stomach, or Sukiba, gap between the teeth. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Carnivine's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 468, 2 Degrees of Separation. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, and Wobbuffet, and Mime Jr., have come to the Sinnoh region, and now they've come across this mansion here.
Yes!
It's Carnivine.
Our second summer cottage.
Yeah?
We'd come here when the first one needed
Oh, yeah,
to be
Meowth can talk.
cleaned.
Great! We need cleaning. What's mine is...
I would say that is Carnivine's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Carnivine. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Carnivine. This is MMDDL Carnivine by Creating's My Game. So it's nice models of Carnivine here, Pokemon Carnivine. I'm guessing from the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like the new one on the Switch. That was like the remake of the originals. Yeah, see, that's probably, I feel like that's the art style. So that's interesting, showing off the models, the normal and the shiny. Then we've got Carnivine by Natiadai Foxel. So it's just the official image, I think, unless they've changed something and I haven't noticed, or it's like a really good redraw. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything's different. This image doesn't contain a Carnivine, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra Scyther, Porygon, Torpedo, Swablu Snorunt, Bacon Kyogre, Groudon Rayquaza, Deoxys Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Torpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Finneon. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Finneon. Its previous BYC dates are May 27th, 1997, March 17th, 2000, January 6th, 2003, October 27th, 2005, August 17th, 2008, June 8th, 2011, March 29th, 2014, January 17th, 2017, November 8th, 2019, and August 29th, 2022. If Luvdisc is my favorite single-stage fish Pokemon, Finneon and its evolution Lumineon are my favorite fish evolutionary line. I think they're beautiful. Far more beautiful than Milotic, the alleged most beautiful Pokemon. I don't know if it's just that they're mostly blue, or that they glow, but ever since I saw Finneon in my Pokemon Ranch, I've loved its design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Finneon, the winged fish Pokemon, whose number is 0456. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities: Swift Swim or Storm Drain. Water Veil is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a group Water 2 and hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 15.4 pounds or 7 kilograms. Base experience yield is 90 in Gen 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that, it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Finneon is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Lumineon, starting at level 31. Biology: Finneon is a small fish-like Pokemon with an ellipsoid body. The bottom half of its body is light blue, while the top half is black. A pink stripe runs across either side of Finneon's horizontal length. It has small blue pectoral fins, 2 black oval-shaped dorsal fins, and pink eyes. Finneon's most notable feature is the pair of caudal fins that resemble a pair of blue butterfly wings with pink spots. The bottom lobes of a female Finneon's tail fin are bigger than a male's. Finneon's pink stripes and spots can absorb sunlight, which allows those areas to shine vividly at night. Finneon shines itself as a form of camouflage as well as to attract prey. Because of its wing-like fins and beautiful appearance, Finneon is known as the Beautifly of the Sea and Finery Fish. It lives in bodies of water, and it travels in schools sometimes with Lumineon. Finneon is popular with divers. As a result, it is found living near resorts that feed them. It swims near the surface during the day to absorb sunlight, then dives into deeper waters at night. It is able to jump high and reach the water's surface with its tail fins. where it is then caught by its natural predator, Weavile. Evolution, Finneon evolves into Lumineon, so Finneon, Lumineon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond.
After long exposure to sunlight, the patterns on its tail fins shine vividly when darkness arrives.
Pearl.
The way its two tail fins flutter while it swims has earned it the nickname Beautifly of the Sea.
Platinum.
The line running down its side can store sunlight. It shines vividly at night.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
Swimming and fluttering its two tail fins, it looks like a beautifly. At night, the patterns on its tail fins softly shine.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum entry. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun.
It absorbs sunlight with the pink areas of its skin, which then shine. This appears to be a form of camouflage.
Moon.
Its double tail fins propel its energetic jumps. When it breaks the surface of the sea, Weavile swoop down to grab it on the fly.
Ultra Sun.
When night falls, their pink patterns begin to shine. They're popular with divers, so there are resorts that feed them to keep them close.
Ultra Moon.
It lures in prey with its shining tail fins. It stays near the surface during the day and moves to the depths when night falls.
In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically its pearl counterpart, but Beautifly is not the correct casing, and there isn't quotes around Beautifly of the Sea. Legends Arceus.
What a gorgeous sight this Pokemon is as it swims with its long pink painted caudal fins fluttering behind it. Finneon's beautiful appearance has led to its nickname, Finery Fish.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Platinum, Gen 5, X, and Omega Ruby entries. Violet is Sun's entry. Male Finneon in the Alola Pokedex. Female Finneon in the Alola Pokedex. So you can see, yeah, it's a lot bigger, more up there rather than down there, yeah. Finneon in the Paldea Pokedex. So we've got, I think, a female and a male here. I think that's what that is. They might both be female. I can't really tell. Then you got Finneon in the Blueberry Pokedex. Got 4 of them here. I think this one might be female. These couple might be males. One also might be female. Again, I might be wrong about that. And I like the details on Finneon here. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has the Rindo Berry 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has the Wakan Berry 100% of the time. In Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it has the Rindo Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Bugwort 35% of the time. Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 49, defense 56. Special attack 49, special defense 61, speed 66 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Notes that this Pokemon has Storm Drain. The effectiveness of water type moves to 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Pound, 6 Water Gun, 13 Rain Dance, 17 Gust, 22 Water Pulse, 26 Attract, 29 Safeguard, 33 Aqua Ring, 38 Whirlpool, 42 U-Turn, 45 Bounce, 49 Tailwind, and 54 Soak. By TM 001 Takedown, 2 Charm for Agility, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 14 Acrobatics, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 60 U-Turn, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 123 Surf, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Bump, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 196 Flip Turn, 203 Psych Up, 208 Whirlpool, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, this group gives it Agility, this group gives it Aqua Tail, the Mirror Herb gives it Aurora Beam, this group gives it Charm, this group gives it Confuse Ray, this group gives it Flail, this group gives it Psybeam, this group gives it Sweet Kiss, and this group gives it Tickle. TCG only moves, Tackle on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It spits bubbles and orbs of water to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon slowed.
Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
If you see the pink patterns on Finneon's tail fins shining at night, that means it's stored up plenty of sunlight during the day. Isn't Finneon beautiful when it flutters its fins like a pair of delicate wings?
Evolution data, Finneon, level 31 Lumineon. Sprites in Gen 4, so you can kind of see the gender difference here. A male and a female with the bigger bottom part. Shiny, it's brown and yellow, I guess. Interesting, and red or reddish pink, I think, for the spot and the stripe. For Platinums, you got these. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Except you also got that in Gen 4. Yeah, this is one of them that had a full backlight, or more or less. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe it's being a little bit cut off. Shiny looks to be a little bit brighter. That's interesting. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. You know, a lot lighter colors, of course. In Gen 7, you get these models. Not really much changes. Maybe the eye changes a little bit. Oh, that might just be the angle. They took the picture. In Gen 8, you got these models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Finneon in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. You got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 77, in Ash's Pokedex.
Finneon, the wingfish Pokemon. Because of its twin-tail fins that flutter like wings when swimming, Finneon has been called the Beautifly of the Sea.
In the manga, Finneon and Pokemon Adventures, you got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Finneon can learn Nature Power via TM, even though its evolved form cannot. Finneon and Lumineon are the only Gen 4 Pokemon to have a Piscine body. Origin, Finneon's large tail fins are similar to the freshwater butterfly fish, and they also resemble wings of actual butterflies. It also resembles a Neon Tetra or Cardinal Tetra. Its strong leaps from the water's surface is a known behavior in flying fish, including how they are easily picked off by birds while airborne. Name origin, Finneon may be a combination of Fin and Neon. Keiko may be a combination of Keiko, fluorescence, and Uo, fish. And other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Finneon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Dawn's Piplup have come to Alamos Town, where they've met Alice and her Chimchar, and she is showing them the garden of the Time-Space Tower. Yes.
To be my favorite place in the whole town.
There's Chimchar, Pikachu, Piplup. There's Finneon and Lumineon. That is Finneon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Finneon card.
It's the first Finneon card design. Normally, I would refer to the Pokemon by the gender presented in the image, but since it is such a subtle gender difference, I don't know if the image depicts a male or a female. So I'm just going to refer to Finneon as it, like I usually do. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official image on a nice enough background. It has 50 HP. It's 1'4" and 15.4 pounds. It has 2 moves, Elegant Swim and Tackle. Elegant Swim isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 water energy. Upon a successful coin flip, Finneon becomes invincible on the opponent's next turn. Since I've already talked about how Tackle works in the video games, I'll just talk about how it works on this card. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy and hits for 20 damage. Finneon is weak to Lightning for plus 10 damage, which mimics its weakness to Electric in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Metal, Fire, or Water, as it's resistant to Steel, called Metal in the TCG, Fire, Water, and Ice, often considered Water in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Finneon to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Finneon's description reads, after long exposure to sunlight, the patterns on its tail fins shine vividly when darkness arrives. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. Finneon is level 12. In the video games, it would be 19 levels away from evolving into Lumineon.
Speaking of Lumineon, I don't have a card for Lumineon, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Lickilicky. Now let's see why other people love Finneon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Daily Random Prompt, School of Fish, 04 of 20, or maybe March 20th, by Serbian Thing. So it's this AI image of a bunch of Finneon here, yeah. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra Scyther, Porygon, Bacon, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke and Clamperl. Evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Scyther into Scizor, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Glalie, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lumineon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Lumineon, the only evolution of Finneon who evolves at level 31. Lumineon's previous BYC dates are May 28th, 1997, March 18th, 2000, January 7th, 2003, October 28th, 2005, August 18th, 2008, June 9th, 2011, March 30th, 2014, January 18th, 2017, November 9th, 2019, and August 30th, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, Lumineon and Finneon are my favorite fish Pokemon evolutionary line. I think they're beautiful. I don't know if it's just that they're mostly blue or that they glow. I think Finneon is more beautiful than Lumineon, but Lumineon is still beautiful. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Lumineon, the neon Pokemon whose number is 0457. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities, Swift Swim or Storm Drain. Water Veil is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breedings, a group water 2, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 52.9 pounds or 24 kilograms. Base experience yield is 156 in Gen 4 and 161 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 2 and speed. Shape is that, it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Lumineon is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Finneon, starting at level 31. Biology, Lumineon is a fish-like Pokemon with dark blue scales. Its eyes are deep pink, and its face and eyelids are light blue. It has 2 pairs of large pectoral fins that resemble butterfly wings. These fins have wavy light blue markings around the edges, and the lower pair is longer on the female. The light blue markings on Lumineon's pectoral fins are able to emit light. There is a band of light blue running vertically around its body. Its tail is long with a deep pink spot at the tip, and it has a pair of light blue pectoral fins. Lumineon are known to travel in schools, and although it can be found near the water's surface, it usually makes its home deep in the ocean, where it walks along the seafloor using the fins on its chest. This behavior helps it avoid predators. Lumineon attracts its prey by flashing the patterning on its wing-like fins, although this behavior also attracts ferocious fish Pokemon that Lumineon itself is prey to. It typically competes with Lantern for food, such as Staryu and Starmie. Evolution, Lumineon evolves from Finneon, so Finneon, Lumineon. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 4, in Diamond.
It lives on the deep sea floor. It attracts prey by flashing the patterns on its 4 tail fins. Pearl. To avoid detection by predators, it crawls along the seafloor using the 2 fins on its chest. Platinum. It crawls along the seafloor using its long front fins like legs. It competes for food with Lantern. Our Gold and Soul Silver. Lumineon swimming in the darkness of the deep sea look like stars shining in the night sky. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are basically Platinums, but Lantern is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry, Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. With shining light, it lures its prey close. However, the light also happens to attract ferocious fish Pokemon, its natural predators. Moon. The steep sea Pokemon lives at the bottom of the sea. Its fins haul it over the seabed in search of its favorite food, Starmie. Ultra Sun. Deep down at the bottom of the ocean, prey is scarce. Lumineon get into fierce disputes with Lantern over food. Ultra Moon. They traverse the deep waters as if crawling over the seafloor. The fantastic lights of its fins shine like stars in the night sky. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, they're their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus uses its gleaming fins to hunt its prey. The view of Lumineon schooling near the surface of the sea at night is breathtaking. It's as though they were shining stars right there. In Gen 9, Scarlet's Sun's entry. Violet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Lumineon is now the correct casing. Male Lumineon in the Alola Pokédex, and female Lumineon in the Alola Pokédex. Although the male image isn't all that great, you can kind of see the gender difference with the short and then the long.
bit on the fin. Lumineon in the Paldea Pokedex, so it's a full evolutionary line image, since you got a couple Lumineon and a couple Finneon. That's fun. I believe the left one is male and the right one is female. Lumineon in the Blueberry Pokedex, we got 4 of them, and they're shining. Yeah, they're very nice with the shining. I believe these two are male and this one's female. I can't really tell if that's male or female. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. It has the Rindo Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Bugwort 35% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 69, defense 76, special attack 69, special defense 86, speed 91 for a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Storm Drain, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll go down to 35 here, so 35 Aqua Ring, 42 Whirlpool, 48 U-Turn, 53 Bounce, and 59 Tailwind. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It spits bubbles and orbs of water to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon slowed.
You got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
Lumineon uses the fins on its chest to track itself along the ocean floor, shuffling and sweeping sand away to reveal hiding Starmie.
Evolution data, Finneon, level 31 Lumineon. Sprites here, so... Oh, that's a huge gender difference. Much more obvious than Finneon's is. These are very short, these are very long. Yeah, you got kind of same colors as Finneon Shiny was for the Shiny here. Interesting back sprite. Probably looks better with the full back sprite. Platinums. Not really much changes. It might, I guess it gets like stubby rather than, yeah, like different and treats it even more by making this, yeah, kind of like stubbier rather than, because yeah, they kind of like generally change that. I'm sure there's a few little details like that that change as well. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites, which definitely look better. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Lumineon in Pokemon, the series, Sun and Moon. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 89. Conway, I guess.
Lumineon, the neon Pokemon. Lumineon lives in the ocean's depths. It lures Pokemon by flashing light in the pattern on its tail fins.
In the manga, Lumineon and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Trivia, I read both of these points yesterday. Origin. Lumineon seems to be based on a freshwater butterfly fish, but it also possesses wings based on actual butterflies, something the butterfly fish does not. In its Platinum Pokedex entry, it is said to walk on the seafloor using its fins, similar to a deep-sea tripod fish. It exhibits bioluminescence according to its Diamond, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver Pokedex entries, suggesting a possible inspiration in fish that have this ability, such as the marine hatchetfish. Its iridescent appearance and long fins also share some resemblance to a Siamese fighting fish. Its name suggests it may be based on the Neon Tetra. Name origin, Lumineon may be a combination of luminous and neon. Neolant may be a combination of neon, lantern, and possibly Neon Tetra. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Since we watched Lumineon's first scene in the anime yesterday, let's watch Lumineon's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, all you probably are gonna need to know is that there is a bunch of Spheal, Celio, and Walrein swimming in this body of water. There's the Lumineon and there's some Finneon. And that is Lumineon's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Lumineon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're starting fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lumineon. This is Mime Day 8 Pokemon by Moo Cow for Life. So, Mime Day 8 Pokemon. You got this really nice Lumineon here. I really like the effects in the background. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Mega Lumineon by VicWorks. So there isn't actually a Mega Lumineon, but this is what they imagine it would look like. So you've got the Mega Lumineon here with these little fish symbols that kind of look like the end of Huntail's tail. That's interesting. It's a water fairy type Pokemon. Yeah, very well done. This doesn't contain a Lumineon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Bacon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sableye, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mantyke. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Mantyke, the only water-flying Pokemon, and the last baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's also the latest baby Pokemon to be a pre-evolution of a Pokemon introduced in a previous generation, and only water-type and flying-type baby Pokemon, as of the filming of this. Its previous PYC dates are May 29th, 1997, March 19th, 2000, January 8th, 2003, October 29th, 2005, August 19th, 2008, June 10th, 2011, March 31st, 2014, January 19th, 2017, November 10th, 2019, and August 31st, 2022. I vividly remember being introduced to Mantyke and its unique evolution in the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. For those of you who don't know, Mantyke evolves when leveled up with a Remoraid in the party, a clever reference to how it often appears with Mantyke's evolution, Mantine. Even in its official image, I think Mantyke is cute. I especially like the iconic smiley face on its back. I love how this references how the spots on Mantine's back resemble eyes. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll talk about Mantyke, the kite Pokemon, whose number is 0458. This is what it looks like. Its type is water flying, abilities Swift Swim or Water Absorb. Water Veil is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is A group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time is 25 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 143.3 pounds or 65 kilograms. Base experience yields 108 in Gen 4 and 69 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 and special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Mantyke is a dual type water/flying baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Mantine when leveled up with a Remoraid in the party. Biology, Mantyke is a Pokemon that resembles a manta ray. It has a round body with wide, flat fins. Its back is dark blue, while its underside is light blue. There are 2 red spots with white outlines and a light blue curved line on its back. These markings give the overall impression of a smiling face and vary slightly in each region. It has 2 long curving antennae on top of its head, and black eyes with eyelash-like markings underneath. Despite its appearance, Mantyke is an effective swimmer. Its antennae are used to sense ocean currents. Mantyke is a friendly Pokemon that can be found approaching boats and swimming near the ocean surface with schools of Remoraid. It often works together with Remoraid to repel attackers. Spending time with the Remoraid schools will eventually cause Mantyke to evolve into Mantine. Due to its friendly nature, Mantyke are very easy to tame. Mantyke are also super popular in beach activities involving swimming tours. The Mantyke that live in Galar appear to move slower due to the cold waters of the region. Evolution, Mantyke evolves into Mantine, so Mantyke, Mantine. Gain data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond,
a friendly Pokemon that captures the subtle flows of seawater using its 2 antennae.
Pearl.
Scientists discovered that the distinctive patterns on its back differ by region.
Platinum.
People organize tours to see this Pokemon frolic and skim the tops of waves with Remoraid.
Heart Soul Silver.
When it swims close to the surface of the ocean, people aboard ships are able to observe the patterns on its back.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2.
The pattern on its back varies by region. It often
and swims in a school of Remoraid. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun is highly friendly and easily tamed. Tours that take people swimming with Mantyke are a super popular beach activity. Ultra Moon. Mantyke are friendly toward people and will approach boats closely. The patterns on their backs differ depending on their habitat. In Gen 8, Sword, Mantyke living in Galar seem to be somewhat sluggish. The colder waters of the seas in this region may be the cause. Shield. It swims along with a school of Remoraid, and they'll all fight together to repel attackers. Brilliant Diamond, a friendly Pokemon that senses the subtle flows of seawater using its 2 antennae. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Though ball-like in shape, this Pokemon is a proficient swimmer. I have discovered that if a Mantyke spends much time with schools of Remoraid, it will eventually achieve evolution. Mantyke in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. Sky Tumblestone, 35% of the time. Ball of Mud, 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 20, defense 50, special attack 60, special defense 120, speed 50, for a total of 345. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ghost, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock for double and electric for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, bug, steel, fire, and water, all for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of half. Learn Set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1. Tackle and Water Gun for Supersonic, 8 Wing Attack, 12 Water Pulse, 16 Wide Guard, 20 Agility, 24 Bubble Beam, 28 Headbutt, 32 Air Slash, 36 Aqua Ring, 40 Bounce, 44 Takedown, and 48 Hydro Bump. In Legends Arceus, at 1 it learns Tackle and masters it at 9. At 5, it learns Bubble and masters it at 14. At 9, it learns Aerial Ace and masters it at 18. At 15, it learns Water Pulse and masters it at 25. At 21, it learns Air Slash and masters it at 31. At 29, it learns Roost and masters it at 40. At 37, it learns Hydro Pump and masters it at 48. And at 47, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 59. By TM/TR, since we already read these in the Mantine video, we'll skip all this. Same with by breeding. Nothing by tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Bulldoze, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Rest, Rock Slide, Swift, and Water Pulse. By transfer from another generation, from 4 to 7, it can get Aerial Ace, 4 Air Cutter, 4 through 7 Bubble, that doesn't work anymore, 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7 Confide, 4 through 7 Double Team, Frustration, Hidden Power, and Mud Sport. Frustration, Hidden Power, and Mud Sport don't work anymore. 4 Mud Slap and Natural Gift. Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 Return. That doesn't work anymore. 4 and 6 Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7 Signal Beam, Swagger, Toxic, and Water Sport. Signal Beam and Water Sport don't work anymore. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It spits bubbles to attack, Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon load.
Got all this. Evolution data, Mantyke level up with Remoraid and Party. Mantine, breed holding Wave Incense from 4 to 8. Sprites here, so you've got, color is very different. And you can see the eyes and the smile and the back, that's fun. The shiny here is these kind of blue, that's fun. And Platinums, a different sprite pretty much entirely. Not really much changes design-wise, though. These probably get more, like, thinned out or whatever, more detailed. In Gen 5, you got full back sprites, and it is slightly different. That's fun. In Gen 6, you get the models. Can't really see the back, that's unfortunate. But you also get the modern colors as well. Pretty good adaptation. Although a little bit kind of weird. I guess it's more aligned with the back sprite, how it sort of just has it kind of pointed out. I don't know, it's weird. Also, it gets cut off for some reason on this one. That's interesting. In Gen 7, you get these models. Not really much changes. Looks like the back sprite, It's different. I don't know. Well, I guess it's just the angle that they took the picture. It's different. In Gen 8 and Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Mantyke in Pokemon Journeys the series. Go's Mantyke is the big one. Got all this. There's Twilight Wings and Poketoon. You got all that. Okay. In the manga, Mantyke in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Mantyke is the only Pokemon that requires a specific Pokemon, Remoraid, to be in the party in order to evolve it. This is based on the aspect of mutualism, a form of symbiosis in which two organisms depend on each other for survival. Despite the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Pearl, Black 2, White 2, X, Omega Ruby, Ultra Moon, and Shining Pearl, stating that Mantyke has patterns that vary by region, it has had the same pattern in every game it has been in. Mantyke is tied with Ladybug for the lowest base attack stat of all flying-type Pokemon. Origin, Mantyke is based on a baby manta ray. The pattern on its back looks like a smiley face. Name origin, Mantyke may be a combination of Manta and Tyke, colloquial term for a small child. Tamanta may be a combination of Tama, Bell, and Manta. In other languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Mantyke's first scene in the anime, except we can't. It's one of the Pokemon that first appears in Pikachu's Ocean Adventure. So instead, let's watch Mantyke's first scene in its second appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. In this film, there's this mysterious orb that's been floating around in the water here. Yes. Mantyke. And that is Mantyke's first scene in his second appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Mantyke. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mantyke. This is Water-type Pokemon by Hugo Belisario, 6191. So we got this nice image of a bunch of Water-type Pokemon here. We got the Mantyke with a Mantine and a Remoraid. Got a few, looks like Remoraid in the background. Manaphy, Vaporeon, Wailord, looks like there's a few of them. Love Disc. Looks like that one might be a Lumineon. Pukumuku and Finneon here. Very well done. That looks to be from June 29th, 2024. And we've got Meet Mandagger by Official Kenny Studios. So, Mandagger, height 9'2", weight 5,300 pounds. Type Water Dragon, category Giant Ray. I guess it's an evolution of Mantine here, so it's apparently supposed to literally be Legends ZA. Mantyke, Remoraid, Mantine. Mandagger, I guess. It carries a dagger to eat its prey. After evolving from Mantine, it consumes Remoraid as its prey. It's said to be the heaviest Pokemon everybody knows to this day. Interesting. Description, very interesting character here. Then we've got Space Mode Thievery by I'm not entirely sure what's happened here. That's a Mantine with how to G-Max, I guess Gigantamax. Interesting. So singing, and then Space Mode FR, for real maybe? Yeah. Smiling, and then got an Orbeetle. Is there like two pieces of the Orbeetle? I don't know what's happening here. Very interesting. Then we've got with Files, Mantyke by Snow so this custom skin for the manta rays that appear in Minecraft. Very interesting. Then we've got Mantyke's Ice Beam by Metai, 123,456. Yivk. So this nice image of Mantyke kind of looks like it's probably just a screenshot from the anime. Very interesting. Using an attack. And we've got 458 Mantyke by Code Geass, 1,218. So this is a nice sort of simplified image of a Mantyke here. Very well done. Then we've got Mantykes by Tamburella. So this nice fun image of a bunch of Mantyke with a Mantine here and a bunch of Remoraid. That's very fun. Then we've got Mantyke Lion gained the fish type by Eric GL 1996. So it's fish flying rather than water flying. And it becomes Mantine, fish flying type, yeah. And we've got Mantyke Stamp by Coco Starry. So this nice little Mantyke Stamp here. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Interstellar Playdate by Atomic Wallflower. So this interesting image of a Mantyke being taken up by Gigantamax Orbeetle here. I don't know if this is a reference to like the anime or the games or something, but that's interesting. Because like this is the second time this is being referenced. But very well done. And we've got Mantyke Drawing by Pocket Monster 110. So this nice whiteboard image of a Mantyke here. Very well done, Mantyke. And we've got Mantyke Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. This nice model of Mantyke here. Very well done. And we've got Mantyke by Aqua Blue. So this cute image of a Mantyke with a Finneon or Remoraid and a Corsola and the sort of reef, I guess, above the reef. Looks like there might even be some Finneon below. That's fun. Yeah, very cute image. And we've got Sketch Art Pokedex number 226 and 458 Mantyke Family by Sunny Ven 1. So this nice Mantine and Mantyke image here. And this interesting blue background. Very well done. Then we've got Mantyke by Sonic Mega Batman 274. So this nice hand drawing of a Mantyke here. Mantyke, very well done. Then we've got Mantyke Pixel Icon by Choco Starry. It's a nice little cute Mantyke Pixel Icon here. Then we've got P Realm Prickly by Dratameg. So this fusion between a Mantyke and a Maractus. It's got this interesting design. It looks almost like it could be either a Digimon or a Lilo and Stitch experiment. That's interesting. And we've got 0458 Mantyke by Aaron Tiger Tier. This very realistic Mantyke here. Very interesting, a little bit creepy. And then we've got Mantyke by Kairu Z. So this nice, cute little image of a Mantyke surfacing from the water. That's fun. Then we've got Sedna 24 by Muphius Mania. So Sedna BP36 Mantyke. It's water flying shiny, I guess is what it is. It's been altered, I guess. Nature Sassy, ability Swift Swim, and has no footprint. Got this interesting alternate designed Mantyke here. Doesn't have the face like it normally does. I don't know. Oh, this is like the ball, I guess it's in. So it seems to be from the Hisuian time. Interesting. Then we've got 458 through 226 Mantine line by In Progress Pokémon. So if you don't know what this is, what they do is they make the evolution as if it were like actually aging up rather than just spontaneous mutation. So got a Mantyke. Then we got it looking more like Mantine with the Remoraid, sort of looking at it. And then we've got the final Mantine image here. Very well done. Then we've got Mantyke by Burb Monster. So it's a nice image of a Mantyke here. Seems to be from 2023. Then we've got Pokemon ZA Celebration by Alvanitas. So this nice image of the, I guess, the starters from the Legends ZA, probably when they just announced the starters. So we've got Totodile, Tepig, and Torchic. Got the Mantine in the background, a Feebas, a Wooper, and a Wingull here. There's sort of, these three are, I guess, sort of flying the water with using it as a propeller. It's a little leaf. That's fun. This is PR, First Clutch Closed by Sky Blue Feather. So this interesting fan art here. We got the Ekans here, and then this fusion between a Mantyke and a Munna. Very weird looking. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Bacon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Snorunt into Galele, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, one Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, one Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Snover. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Snover, the first of two grass-ice Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its evolution, Abomasnow. Snover's previous BYC dates are May 30th, 1997, March 20th, 2000, January 9th, 2003, October 30th, 2005, August 20th, 2008, June 11th, 2011, April 1st, 2014, January 20th, 2017, November 11th, 2019, and September 1st, 2022. I most know Snover from My Pokemon Ranch. I also know Snover from the Snover Achiever Points from Zane Games, which the hosts of the various quizzes on the channel give out to contestants, usually based on if the contestant's answer is better than the host's answer, with both answers often being puns based on the names of Pokemon. Although sometimes a contestant will say an answer that isn't a pun when the actual answer is a pun, but if it makes the host laugh, they'll still get a Snover Achiever Point. I think Snover being based on a snow-capped evergreen tree is clever. I also think Snover is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Snover, the Frost Tree Pokemon, whose number is 0459. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass-Ice. Since this is our first Grass-Ice Pokemon, I'll point out the grass inside and the ice outside. Ability, Snow Warning. Soundproof is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is egg groups monster and grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 111.3 pounds. Or 50.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 131 in Gen 4 and 67 in 5+. Loving grade is slow, EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is white, and base friendship is 70. Snover is a dual-type grass/ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Abomasnow starting at level 40. Biology, Snover is a Pokemon with a white upper body and brown lower body that resembles a snow-covered tree. It will be 2/3 brown if male and 2/3 white if female. It has green eyes and 3 points on top of its head. Its feet and green tail are stubby, and there are 2 green spikes that resemble pine cones on its back. 5 cones form its hand, a large central cone with 4 smaller cones around it. Edible white berries grow along Snover's midsection. It usually grows the berries when spring approaches. Male Snover growing Snover berries in the animated series. In Galar, packs of its natural predator, Galarian Darumaka, enjoy eating the berries produced by Snover. This results in Abomasnow often chasing them away in order to protect it. Snover lives in snowy peaks in warm seasons, but migrates slower as the weather cools. A curious Pokemon, it often approaches people and can be found inspecting footprints in the snow. There are stories of Snover visiting human settlements, often bonding with the children there. Snover can sink its feet into the snow to absorb water. This helps cool down its body temperature. As mentioned in the Sleep Style decks, Pokemon tend to sneak up on the sleeping Snover to consume the berries it grows. Snover is unaware of this while it sleeps. Prior to Gen 6, Snover and its evolved form, Abomasnow, were the only known Pokemon that could have Snow Warning as an ability. Evolution, Snover evolves into Abomasnow, so Snover, Abomasnow. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky in this special episode, Bidoof's Wish. Snover is the member of Team Rogue that gives Bidoof a map to the Star Cave and accompanies him on his journey there, only to gang up on him with the rest of Team Rogue. Bidoof is saved when Wigglytuff and the other guild members arrive to chase off Team Rogue. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the same Snover from Explorers of Sky, returns and can be recruited. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond.
It lives on snowy mountains. Having had little contact with humans, it is boldly inquisitive.
Pearl.
In the spring, it grows berries with the texture of frozen trees around its belly.
Platinum.
Seemingly curious about people, they gather around footsteps they find on snowy mountains.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
During cold seasons, it migrates to the mountains' lower reaches.
It returns to the snow-covered summit in the spring. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword.
It lives on snowy mountains. It sinks its legs into the snow to absorb water and keep its own temperature down.
Shield.
The berries that grow around its belly are like ice pops. Galarian and Darumaka absolutely love these berries.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus.
One is likely to encounter this Pokemon while out in the snow. There are stories of Snover appearing in human settlements, but doing no harm. Rather, they bond with the children.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Snover in the Paldea Pokedex. So we've got 3 of them, 2 males and a female. It looks like there's one of those like Pokemon stop things, like with the Pokemon Center and the Pokemart, like one of these kiosks. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. I haven't played the game. And we've got Snover in the Blueberry Pokedex. So we've got 3 Snovers, again, 2 male and 1 female, near this human here. I wonder if it's like a trainer or maybe the photographer. That's interesting. They're all in the snowy mountains. That makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Never Melt Ice 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has the Babiri Berry 100% of the time. In XY, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has the Never Melt Ice 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Soot Fruit Root 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid items by level. Alpha, XP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, Attack 62, Defense 50, Special Attack 62, Special Defense 60, Speed 40 for a total of 334. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Ghost, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy, weak to Fighting, Flying, Poison, Rock, Bug, and Steel for double, and Fire for 4. Immune to nothing. Resistant to ground, water, and grass, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Powder Snow and Leer. 5. Leafage. 10. Mist. 15. Ice Shard. 20. Razor Leaf. 25. Icy Wind. 30. Swagger. 35. Ingrain. 41. Woodhammer. 45. Blizzard. And 50. Sheer Cold. By TM, TM001 Takedown. 5. Mudslap. 7. Protect. 11. Water Pulse. 20. Trailblaze. 22. Chilling Water. 25. Facade. 33. Magical Leaf. 34. Icy Wind. 46. Avalanche. 47. Endure. 50. Rain Dance. 52. Snowscape. 56. Bullet Seed. 66. Body Slam. 69. Ice Punch. 70. Sleep Talk. 71. Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 187 Icicle Spear, 193 Weather Ball, 194 Grassy Glide, 204 Double Edge, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Double Edge, this group gives it Growth, this group gives it Leech Seed, this group gives it Stomp, Weather Ball, CM Normal. No Pokemon in the Muster or Grass Egg groups can learn Weather Ball via Level Up. However, the move is available via TM 193 and can be passed down from the Bulbasaur line, the Charmander line, the Squirtle line, Vileplume, Blossom, the Bellsprout line, the Slowpoke lines, Lapras, Meganium, the Sunkern line, Swampert, the Lotad line, Nuzleaf, Shiftry, the Snover line, the Fomantis line, and the Smoliv line, or copied via Meerherb. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It attacks by launching leaves and hurling hunks of ice. Guardian Signs. It shoots hunks of ice that make Pokemon stopped.
Got all this.
Pokemon Sleep. It grows berries with the texture of frozen treats around its belly when spring approaches. Even if other Pokemon sneak up to eat berries while it sleeps, Snover doesn't seem to notice. Seated Sleep, Upright Sleep, Berry Bearing Sleep. They got the berries. And a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Snover, level 40 Abomasnow. Sprites here. Okay, so yeah, probably different colors, darker colors. Also a little bit less tall, a little bit, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, you got, and then the male versus the female, the more brown, the more, white, and you can see it's a different kind of brown than just that brown, like it kind of keeps it's just like the same brown now. And then the back sprite, so you got that, so you can see the male versus the female, the brown line, the
white line. You can see the different pieces, the little things off its back. A little bit of its tail as well. So shiny, you've got these two greens, even though they're the same green, or very close anyway. And blue for all the green parts. Interesting. And Platinum's a wildly different sprite. Interesting. Make it look a little bit fatter, I guess. And they now unify the brown. Interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models, so it sort of slims it back down and makes it taller, it looks like. These look to be a little bit smaller and also a little less, I don't know, like that, I guess. A little bit more just like a cone. Interesting. Pretty good adaptation, I guess. You got probably the modern light colors as well. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Well, the eyes might change a little bit. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. And kind of brings back the peaks a little bit. And Legends Arceus, you get these models, which really add the peaks back. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, male Snover in Pokemon the series. Female Snover in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 121 in Ash's Pokedex.
Snover, the frost tree Pokemon. Snover live mainly on snowy mountains with little human contact, but are known to approach people out of curiosity.
In XY, episode 83,
in the same Pokedex. Snover, the frost tree Pokemon. When the weather turns cold, Snover moves to lower elevations and returns to the mountain's snow-covered summit in spring.
In the manga, Snover and Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl. Snover and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Stadium 2 stage, a Snover can be seen on the ice terrain. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the Snover in Pokemon Stadium 2's ice terrain returns. Trophy information, I think this is supposed to be in the Brawl section, because I don't think Ultimate has trophies. A frost tree Pokemon. It lives in snowy mountains and resembles a wintry peak. In the spring, it grows berries that resemble ice candies. In battle, it causes a storm to appear, hides itself in fog, and then creates and launches a ball of ice as a preemptive strike. It evolves into Abomasnow. Trivia: no other Pokemon has the same type combination as Snover in its evolution. Snover and its evolution are also the only Ice-type Pokemon in the Grass Egg group. Origin: Snover appears to be made to resemble a snow-covered fir tree and a Yeti. Its hat resembles Snowy Mountain and the kanji for mountain, that, which originates from a pictogram of 3 mountain peaks. Name origin: Snover may be a combination of snow and cover, as well as a play on snowed over. Yuki Kaburi may be a combination of Yuki, snow, and Kaburi head, or Kaburi headdress covering. May also involve Kabu, turnip. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Snover's first scene in the anime. Except we can't. Snover first appears in a Japanese exclusive short, which translates to Pikachu's Exploration Club. So instead, let's watch Snover's first scene in its second appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 587, quite fittingly, The Lonely Snover. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and I guess Piplup, are on their way to the Snow Point Gym. And Ash is talking about how excited he is to go there. Here's the Snover.
Sure, I'm always ready.
And that is Snover's first scene in its second appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's say why other people love Snover. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start with looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Snover. This is Snover, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So this nice model of male Snover here. Very well done. Emma Snover egg by Crater Fan. So this fun sort of fan egg for Snover here. Very interesting. And we've got Snover Sleeping by Fester's Funhouse Fan. So just seems to be the image for the berry-bearing Sleep from Pokemon Sleep. Ken and Yuki by Jamie Speck. So we've got Ken the Snover and Yuki the shiny Snorunt. That's kind of fun. Yeah, very well done. This is Team Power Heroes, Mission 5, Part 1 by Random Comic Sheet. So we have this Finneon here talking to this Ladybug. So Scarlet, come on, we need to keep moving. I guess it's too cold in the snowy environment. I guess they're on a mission in the snow. We got Palmy, Esper, I assume shiny Esper, Mindfu, and Weasel. Up in the sky, there's a bunch of Dragonair, and we've got an Abomasnow with a male Snover. That's fun. Very well done. Then we've got Pokemonthly Snover by C-Star. So, this nice image of a male Snover here. Very stylized. Looks like it's kind of in a blizzard or something. Very well done. Looks to be from 2025. And we've got 059 Snover by Aaron Tiger Tier. This is very clearly AI art. Very obvious by the beak that they had. Then this is Team Polarized, Back to University, page 8, by Biona. So this interesting comic, very stylized Pokemon here. We've got a Snover, a male Snover, and a Cyndaquil. So I guess they ran into each other, and Cyndaquil says, "Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking. I didn't mean to hit you or start something." He has fire in the hands instead of the back for some reason. Snover says, "You were in a hurry to go to your room, weren't you?" Cyndaquil says, "Well, yes, I'm very tired and then the Snover, for whatever reason, has a creepy grin on his face. Very well done. And this is 0459 Snover by Dual Cosmog. So this nice image of a male Snover here with a bunch of snow falling on him, it looks like. Very cute, very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Snover, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, simply because I don't have time. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Abomasnow. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Abomasnow, the second of 2 Grass-Ice Pokemon, as of the filming of this, with the other being its pre-evolution Snover who evolves at level 40. This also means that Mega Abomasnow is the only Grass-Ice Mega Evolution. Its previous BYC dates are May 31st, 1997, March 21st, 2000, January 10th, 2003, October 31st, 2005, August 21st, 2008, June 12th, 2011, April 2nd, 2014, January 21st, 2017, November 12th, 2019, and September 2nd, 2022. I must know Abomasnow from My Pokemon Ranch. I also know Abomasnow as the first Pokemon in alphabetical order as of the filming of this. I think Abomasnow, being based on a snow-capped evergreen tree, and the abominable snowman is clever. As for Mega Abomasnow, it's a fine Mega Evolution. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokemon, whose number is 0460. This is Abomasnow, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Abomasnow, this is what it looks like. Type is Grass Ice, ability Snow Warning as Abomasnow. Its hidden ability is Soundproof. Snow Warning is also Mega Abomasnow's ability. I don't know why they separated it. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding, a group's monster and grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. As Abomasnow, it's 7'3" or 2.2 meters and 298.7 pounds or 135.5 kilograms. As Mega Abomasnow, it's 8'10" or 2.7 meters and 407.9 pounds or 185 kilograms. Megastone is an Abomasite. Base experience yield is 214 in Gen 4 and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2. 1 in attack and 1 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is white and base friendship is 70. Abomasnow is a dual type grass/ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Snover starting at level 40. Abomasnow can Mega Evolve into Mega Abomasnow using the Abomasite. Biology: Abomasnow is a large bipedal Pokemon covered in shaggy white fur. It has pale purple eyes with bushy eyebrows and long strands of fur covering its mouth. 2 tufts of long fur grow on both its back and chest, with the chest fur being longer on the female. Its hands, feet, and tail are dark green and spiky, similar to the foliage of an evergreen tree. On its back are 4 green spikes that resemble pine cones. Abomasnow lives in snowy mountains and appears only when snow flowers bloom. Once the flowers die, it retreats to isolated areas because Abomasnow prefers to be alone and not associate with others. It is able to create blizzards to hide itself and can also cause whiteout conditions with just a shake of its massive body. Abomasnow is also known as the Ice Monster and Abominable Snowman. It protects Snover from packs of Galarian Darumaka, who chase them for the berries they grow by swinging its arms like hammers. Abomasnow is powerful enough to split huge boulders in 2. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, a sleeping Abomasnow can still cause blizzards by occasionally swinging its arms. Researchers acknowledged that it is unknown why Abomasnow does this, though it is theorized that it is either a habit to hide itself or just sleepy flailing. Prior to Gen 6, Abomasnow and its pre-evolved form, Snover, were the only known Pokemon that could have Snow Warning as an ability. Forms: Abomasnow could Mega Evolve into Mega Abomasnow. The sprouts on its back grow into great shafts of ice when this Pokemon Mega Evolves into Mega Abomasnow. Its fur becomes longer and shaggy over its entire body, particularly around its head. Green fur or sprout remnants surround the base of the large icicles on its back, while white fur covers the middle. Mega Abomasnow. Evolution: Abomasnow evolves from Snover, so Snover Abomasnow. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 4. Diamond.
It whips up blizzards in mountains that are always buried in snow. It is the Abominable Snowman.
Pearl.
It blankets wide areas in snow by whipping up blizzards. It is also known as the Ice Monster.
Platinum.
They appear when the snow flowers bloom. When the petals fall, they retreat to places unknown again.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It lives a quiet life on mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword,
if it sees any packs of Darumaka going after Snover, it chases them off, swinging its sizable arms like hammers.
Shield.
This Pokemon is known to bring blizzards. A shake of its massive body is enough to cause whiteout conditions.
Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically its pearl counterpart. But the is now lowercased, and the Ice Monster is no longer in quotes. Legends Arceus.
A powerful Pokemon that can split huge boulders with ease, dislikes associating with others, and chooses to live quietly deep within the mountains, playing with the snow.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Abomasnow in the Paldea Pokedex. Got this fun image like it's about to attack the camera. And we got Abomasnow in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's a full evolutionary line image. So I got 2 male Snover in the background. Also, like, protecting the family. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Never Melt Ice 5% of the time. In XY, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has the Never Melt Ice, which is now 2 words, and Never and Melt has a hyphen between them 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, it has the Sootfoot Root 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit Items by Level, Alpha, XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit Items by Level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Abomasnow and Mega Abomasnow. So HP 90, that stays the same. Attack 92, that goes up to 132. Defense 75, that goes up to 105. Special attack 92, that goes up to 132. Special defense 85, that goes up to 105. Speed 60, that goes down to 30. So Abomasnow has a total of 494, and Mega Abomasnow has a total of 594. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Ghost, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Flying, Poison, Rock, Bug, and Steel for double, and Fire for 4, immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with this Evo and then go down to 43, so upon evolution, it gets Ice Punch, 43 Wood Hammer, 49 Blizzard, and 56 Sheer Cold. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by a prior evolution. Side game data for Abomasnow, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It throws leaves to attack. It also summons blizzards. Guardian Signs. It shoots hunks of ice that make Pokemon slowed.
Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
Abomasnow lives where it's snowy all year round. When it gets angry, it can whip up a blizzard and totally drown its surroundings in white.
Pokemon Sleep.
Abomasnow sometimes swings its arms even in sleep, whipping up blizzards. No consensus has been reached among researchers about whether this is a habit to hide itself or just some sleepy flailing. Sighing Sleep, Intimidating Sleep, and Blizzard Sleep. Mega Abomasnow, you got all this. Form data, Mega Evolution, Abomasnow, Abomasite, Mega Abomasnow. Evolution data, Snover, level 40, Abomasnow. Sprites here, so different colors, but the same kind of colors as Snover's was, although its eyes are now purple. It got 4 of these spikes now, rather than the 2 that we had in that one. That's fun. You got the male versus the female with the longer versus the shorter. And then blue, like Snover's was, for the shiny. Or blue replaces the green. Platinums, so it looks like it's a little bit shorter. Like, and especially these little tufts above its eyes are also very much shorter. And they make it a little bit more even, rather than like, kind of like that. Particularly for the female. Yeah. Even though they keep the long ones from here and the back sprite. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. And you can see they fixed the eyebrows. In Gen 6, you get the models and the lighter colors. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. A little bit more jagged again, maybe? Although still pretty even, and it's kind of between the two. Then we get Mega Abomasnow here. Very interesting. Pretty good. Just you can see its back. It looks pretty good in 3D. I'd say it looks actually better in 3D than 2D. That's probably the point. You can see this fuck, yeah. Then for this one, yeah, it just places the green with the blue. In Gen 7, you get these models. Not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, male Abomasnow in Pokemon the Series XY. Female Abomasnow in Pokemon the Series Diamond and Pearl. Got all this. Mega Abomasnow in Pokemon the Series XY. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 126 in Dawn's Pokedex. Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokemon, and the evolved form of Snover. Abomasnow appear when snow flowers bloom and return to places unknown when the petals fall.
In Black and White, episode 140 in Ash's Pokedex.
Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokemon. Abomasnow live quietly on snow-covered mountains. They create snowstorms to hide themselves.
In XY, episode 83 in Serena's Pokedex.
Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokemon. Abomasnow live quietly on mountains where it always snows. They make blizzards for camouflage.
In Pokemon Generations, Abomasnow in Pokemon Generations, with a Weavile, an Aggron, and a Magnemite. In the manga, Abomasnow in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Abomasnow in Pokemon Adventures. Seems to be with a Mega Mawile. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Abomasnow appears as a Pokeball summon in both versions of the game. When summoned, it will use Blizzard to draw in opponents, and can also attack with Ice Punch. Trophy information, Abomasnow appears as a trophy in both versions. In North America, a solitary grass/ice type. Abomasnow loves to live in the snowy mountains, though it occasionally mingles with people as well. In Super Smash Bros., it uses a combo of Blizzard and Ice Punch, punishing anyone who gets too close. It can change direction when attacking, so sneaking up on it from behind won't work. In the PAL version, Abomasnow is a grass and ice-type Pokemon, said to live the quiet life in snowy mountains, but it's been known to mingle with humans too. It can whip up blizzards to attack anyone who strays too close, and it can throw a powerful punch either straight in front or back over its shoulder. so there's nowhere to hide. Abomasnow trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Abomasnow makes its second appearance in the series. Its behavior unchanged from 3DS/Wii U. It also appears as a spirit. Trivia: Mega Abomasnow is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 594. Abomasnow is the only Grass-type Pokemon that can Mega Evolve that is not a first partner Pokemon. Abomasnow is the first Pokemon by alphabetical order. I read the third point and its sub-point yesterday. Origin: Abomasnow appears to be based on a cross between an evergreen tree covered in snow and a yeti. It may also be based on Juyu trees completely covered in snow, known as snow monsters. It also resembles a snowy owl. Name origin: Abomasnow may be derived from Abominable Snowman, another name for the Yeti. Yukino-o may be derived from Yuki-no-o, Snow King. In other languages, he also references external links to the Mega Evolutions and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Abomasnow's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior in this film. All you really need to know is that a bunch of Pokemon are freezing this body of water to stop a glacier from going onto the land. I would say that is Abomasnow's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see what other people love Abomasnow. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DVR fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Abomasnow. This is Abomasnow by VGA Fanatic, so this nice image of an Abomasnow here. Alright, well done. Then we've got Abomasnow by Arvalis. So if you're unaware, Arvalis worked on the Detective Pikachu movie. So we've definitely done this one before. I can't remember which one, if it was like maybe the Delibird one or maybe Mr. Mime's video. It says Abomasnow, number 460, Frost Tree Pokemon, ability Snow Warning, height 7'3", length 10 feet. So sort of more realistic version of Abomasnow here. Sort of maybe leaning a little bit more into the Snow Owl aspect. And then you got the Snover down here. Got some Chingling, I think is what these are supposed to be. They're more frog-like. Mr. Mime being a lot more frog-like as well. And Mime Jr., this creepy thing. And a Frostlass looking a lot more like a bug. I got Delibird. And Winter Form Sawsbuck here. Seems to be from like 2014. Yeah, very interesting. Then we've got Abomasnow Ice Punch by Ishmam. So you've got this nice image of an Abomasnow using Ice Punch. Very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Abomasnow 2 by Mark331. So this nice image of, I guess, Abomasnow. I don't know if it's like it seems to be a cave or something that's blocking the snow or something. It's interesting because there's a bunch of trees in it here, and I don't think trees can grow in caves. At least not in this many, I don't think. Very interesting. And we've got Abomasnow holding its head by Transparent Jiggly Part 2. We've got this nice model of Abomasnow here. Very interesting. This is Abomasnow Vor RP by Matic22. So, it's just this image of Abomasnow here. I assume the description will have the actual RP. Then we've got Abomasnow by Blue Night Girl. So, got this fun Abomasnow here, dressed up like a Christmas tree. That's very fun. Doesn't look very happy about it. VMAX Glaceon by MTG Mark. So this interesting image here of this giant Glaceon here. I don't really know what VMAX is supposed to be. I got the Abomasnow over here. Got a Alolan Vulpix and a non-Alolan Vulpix. Eevee over here, Delibird, Ducklet, Meowth in the background, Gengar, a trainer, I guess, or human in any case, Psyduck, Marill, Wooper, Squirtle, Weasel, bunch of Snom, kind of entering the water, I guess, same with the giant Glaceon here. Or I guess, no, giant Glaceon's freezing the water and the Snom are walking on it, okay. I see. And they're running away from the freezing, I see. Cryogonal, and a couple Vanillite, and a Panpour here. Looks like there's a VMAX Flareon in the background, that's interesting. Very well done piece of art here. Tortoise Snow and Celibird by Albert Wilson. So this fun couple fusions. We got the Abomasnow and Torterra here. Maybe even Mega Abomasnow a little bit. And we've got Celebi and Delibird. That's fun. Yeah, Torterra plus Abomasnow, Celebi plus Delibird. Very Christmassy themed. Very well done. And you can see the different berries. That's fun, as a representative of the Christmas lights. And then we've got Team Lore, page 66 by Novern. It's this comic book page, I guess. So we got Uka stormed off to face this new threat, because while Lore didn't intend for any of this to happen, her trick had caused an unguarded section of the city to be breached. The ghost types around Asteria were more restless than most, constantly testing the city's defenses. They saw the brief opening and took it. I don't know who this Roserade is. So we got a bunch of Pokemon here, because Lore and us, once we heard the commotion, fought alongside everyone else that day. With the powerful presences of the guild leaders, the ghosts were quickly dispersed, chased back into the woods. No lives were lost, but some were injured and several homes were destroyed. So, we got Abomasnow, Swampert, Roserade, Braviary, Electivire, and Duat here, finding a bunch of different ghost Pokemon, Haunters, Sableye, Miss Magius, I think, Gourgeist, and Dreepy. Furious, you could call for Lore's arrest. Arrest her! So I guess this is Lore. There's an Emboar, more of the face of a Tepig, and a Mile, and I don't know what this Pokemon is supposed to be. But she evaded capture. We fled with her, leaving Asteria behind. So all the Pokemon now including a Zorark. Very well done. Very stylized art. Then this doesn't contain an Abomasnow, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CUT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Bacon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve, Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Glalie, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Weavile. As always, if this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Weavile, the only dark ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in this generation, it's also the only evolution of non-Hisuian Sneasel, who evolves when leveled up, holding a Razor Claw during the night. Weavile's previous PYC dates are June 1st, 1997, March 22nd, 2000, January 11th, 2003, November 1st, 2005, August 22nd, 2008, June 13th, 2011, April 3rd, 2014, January 22nd, 2017, November 13th, 2019, and September 3rd, 2022. I most know Weavile from Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. To me, Weavile is so ubiquitous with Sneasel that it's weird to think of a time before Sneasel evolved into Weavile. I like how they changed Sneasel's design while keeping much of the same idea. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Weavile, the Sharp Claw Pokemon, whose number is 0461. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark Ice. Abilities, Pressure. Pickpocket is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Egg Group Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 75 pounds or 34 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 199 Gen 4 and 179 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2. 1 in attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is black. And base friendship is 35. I don't think so. Like, Sneasel's kind of was black in its first sprites, but this was never black, I don't think. Like, it was always this kind of purplish color. Maybe not this specific purple color, but like, yeah, it was always kind of a shade of purple. Weavile is a dual-type Dark/Ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Sneasel when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the night. Biology: Weavile is a bipedal Pokemon with a pale gray body that resembles both a cat and a weasel. It has a bright red crown and collar made of wide feathers and a single, thinner feather on each ear. The ear feathers are smaller on a female Weavile. Weavile has 2 tail feathers and 3 claws on each paw. There is an oval yellow gem-like protrusion in the center of its forehead. Its eyes are red with 3 eyelashes, and 4 fangs protrude from its upper jaw. Weavile is distantly related to Sneasler from the Hisui region. Weavile live in snow-covered areas and are notorious predators. Weavile is famed for its speed and agility. Weavile is also known for its intelligence and cunning nature, thanks to its brain having developed as it evolves from Sneasel. A scratch from Weavile's sharp claws can cause frostbite. Weavile travel in packs of 4 or 5, with one of them acting as the pack leader. So we've got a pack of Weavile hunting a Swinub. So you've got, 4 of them here on the trees above the Swinub. They hunt for prey such as a lowland Sandshrew, a lowland Vulpix, and species as large as mammal swine, then divide up the prey amongst themselves. Weavile can communicate with each other by carving patterns into trees, ice, and boulders, with over 500 distinct signs recorded. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Weavile has been observed gesturing in its sleep, possibly trying to challenge someone in its dreams. It is speculated that Weavile does this as a cunning tactic to prevent those around it from figuring out that it's asleep. Evolution: Weavile evolves from Sneasel, so Sneasel, Weavile. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. A possible reward for one of the toughest optional missions is a statue of Weavile that is displayed outside the rescue base. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon: Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. A female Weavile leads Team AWD, a team that pursues the challenges of Zero Isle. Arbok and Drapion hold her in high respect, referring to her by the title of Lady. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon: Explorers of Sky. Team AWD are shown in the Team Charm special episode, being the major antagonists of the story. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon: Weavile and the rest of Team AWD return as recruitable allies. Their connection quests involves responding to Weavile's challenge, request, and defeating the trio. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond.
They live in cold regions, forming groups of 4 or 5 that hunt prey with impressive coordination. Pearl: it sends signals to others by carving odd patterns in frost-covered trees and ice.
Platinum:
Evolution made it even more devious. It communicates by clawing signs in boulders.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver:
It lives in snowy regions. It carves patterns in trees with its claws as a signal to others.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2.
They communicate by clawing signs in boulders and work together to surround enemies.
In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold, Soul Silver's entry, Y is Diamond's entry, Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun,
they travel in groups of 4 or 5, leaving signs for one another on trees and rocks. They bring down their prey with coordinated attacks.
Moon,
they dwell in cold places. This Pokemon's main food source in Alola is Vulpix and Sandshrew, which they carefully divide among their group.
Ultra Sun,
one Weavile will trip a Sandshrew and flip it over, and then another Weavile will deal the finishing blow with its sharp claws.
Ultra Moon,
thanks to its increased intelligence, scrapping over food is a thing of the past. A scratch from its claws will give you a case of frostbite.
In Gen 8, Sword,
they attack their quarry in packs. Prey as large as Magnezone easily fall to the teamwork of a group of Weavile.
Shield,
with its claws, it leaves behind signs for its friends to find. The number of distinct signs is said to be over 500.
Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl.
It sends signals to others of its kind by carving odd patterns on trees and ice.
Legends Arceus,
the species corners prey as a pack. Under the guidance of a leader, Weavile displays increased cunning, leading me to speculate that its evolution caused further brain development.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Violet is Sun's entry. Male Weavile in the Alola Pokedex, and female Weavile in the Alola Pokedex. So you can see the longer feathers and the shorter feathers. Interesting that it kind of looks like Sneasel now. Except it kind of turns back to the purple color. In modern colors, interesting. Weavile in the Paldea Pokedex. So you've got 5 of them here. Looks to be, at least this front one is male, and this one might be female. I think maybe a couple of these are female, I don't know. It's kind of hard to really tell. Kind of fun, they look like they're posing for the camera, like, I don't know, like they're supposed to be tough. It's interesting. Weavile in the Kitakami Pokedex. So we've got 4 of them here. Kind of running in this line. This feels much more candid of a shot. Both at night, that's interesting. I guess a reference to its evolution, that's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Sword and Shield, it has the Quick Claw 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Pep Up Plant 35% of the time. Razor Claw 8% of the time, and crit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and crit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 120, defense 65, special attack 45, special defense 85, speed 125, for a total of 510. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, water, grass, electric, and dragon. Weak to fighting for 4, and rock, bug, steel, fire, and fairy, all for double. Immune to psychic, resistant to ghost, ice, and dark, all for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Step by leveling up, since you can hypothetically have a leveled 2 Weavile. I'll go down to 18 here. 18 Metal Claw, 24 Icy Wind, 30 Fury Swipes, 36 Hone Claws, 42 Fling, 48 Nasty Plot, 54 Screech, 60 Night Slash, and 66 Dark Pulse. By TM we're skipping... By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. Its attacks consist of gusts of dark winds, hunks of ice, and dark pulses. Guardian Signs. It sends gusts of dark wind to attack. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. You probably noticed marks scratched into the tree trunks in the snowfields. Those are actually messages that Weavile leave for each other. Pokemon Sleep. Weavile has been spotted gesturing in its sleep as though it is challenging someone. Perhaps this is the cunning Pokemon's tactic to keep those around it from realizing that it's asleep. Got seated sleep, taunting sleep, loafing sleep, top belly sleep. Evolution data. Weavile evolves from Sneasel when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the night. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Weavile evolves from Sneasel when exposed to a Razor Claw during the night. Sneasel, level up holding Razor Claw at night. That's the Razor Claw. Weavile. Sprites here, so very kind of this purplish gray, maybe grayish purple. A little bit different than that one. A lot more pink for the feathers, which I guess is probably closer to that. And they got the male and the female. And the shiny is pink and yellow, similar to Sneasel shiny. That's fun. Platinum, you've got this sprite, like a wildly different sprite, like a different angle. That's interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprite. Yeah. In Gen 6, you get the models, which make it the sort of more like Sneasel colors. That's interesting. And makes these a lot darker colors for the shiny. That's interesting. In Gen 7, I don't know what changes. Also, it makes it a lot shorter. Like, the clear, like, height is, like, gone. It's just, like, that's weird. Okay, in Gen 8 and Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Weavile, and Pokemon the Series, XY. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 185 in Maze Pokedex. Weavile, the Sharp Claw Pokemon. Weavile is the evolved form of Sneasel. It is said to be extremely intelligent, and sharp eyes see everything. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 40 in Dawn's Pokedex. Weavile, the Sharp Claw Pokemon. It signals its companions by using its claws to leave mysterious markings on the surfaces of trees and ice. Pokemon Generations. Weavile in Pokemon Generations, fighting a Cryogonal in the manga. Weavile in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. When Weavile is released from a Pokeball, it dashes from side to side and uses False Swipe. It also dazes the opponent. Trophy information. A Sharp Claw Pokemon. The crown on its head resembles a fully opened folding fan. Its sharp-hooked claws and outstanding speed are its most memorable features. It's one of the Pokemon that can be expected to perform well in the front lines of a battle. There are many trainers who teach it the TM Full Swipe and travel with it to catch rare Pokemon. Pokken Tournament, main article Weavile Pokken. Weavile is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Agility, Fury Swipes, Fake Out, Knockoff, and Night Slash. During Synergy Burst, it can use the Burst Attack, Sonic Slash, Weavile in Pokken Tournament. Trivia, Weavile can be seen as a parallel to Gliscor. Both were introduced in Gen 4, both of them are dual types, have the same base stat total, have special attack as their lowest stat, have double weakness, Gliscor to ice, Weavile to fighting, evolve from Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 2, and do so by leveling up at night while holding items that contain the word Razor. Sneasel evolves with the Razor Claw, whereas Gligar evolves with the Razor Fang. I read the second point in the Sneasel video. Weavile is the only Pokemon within its family which does not possess 3 abilities. Origin, Weavile may be based on the Kamaitachi, a type of yokai often represented as weasel demons with sickles on their front legs and sometimes understood as the cause of mysterious cuts on the skin, especially in cold weather. It also shares some traits with cats and weasels. Its appearance may be based on ancient Egyptian fashion, as it includes what resembles a headdress, collar, and earrings similar to what Egyptian deities wear. Its eyeshadow also resembles Egyptian makeup. The feathers on its head may also be inspired by Native American war bonnets or may represent the wind that is the key element of Kamatachi encounters. Name origin, Weavile may be a combination of weasel, weave, evil, and vile. Manula may be a combination of ma, demon, maneuver, referring to its cunning, and Nayula, Sneasel. In other languages, related articles, external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Weavile's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this film, we are in the town of Roto, specifically Cameron Palace. There's a competition happening, and right now this knight character has sent out the Pokemon. There's Weavile. There's Tropius. Okay. And that is Weavile's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Weavile. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV Nerd fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Weavile. This is Weavile, Gemini AI by DMaster322, so AI art. This is Shadows for Hire, CH1, 082, by True Scorn. So we did one of these pages a few videos ago. So there's this Lucario and Sneasel. I guess they're talking to this Swilus here. So Lucario says, and they wrecked your stand when they robbed you? Yeah, well, not on purpose. Some pilfering patrat made off with a mittful of our money. Have you considered not leaving your gold sitting around in a big pile? And shows the gold. We're a dragon, we can't really help it. No, and we've got Daily Random Prompt, Boreal Warrior, 302, so probably March 2nd, by Siberian Thing, so it's AI art. Weavile Day 2025 by the Skultan. So this cool art showing off all the different ways that Weavile's been represented, and the shiny Weavile as well. That's fun. And we've got Weavile by Horosaki, this sort of alternate colored Weavile here. Very interesting. Then we've got Shadows for Hire, CH1, 086 by True Scorn, so another one of these pages. We've got a Zorark here. Wait a minute, hold on, no, he was looking at my knees the whole time, wasn't he? This one's thinking of the past, like, about an encounter, I guess. There's also a Pancham here. There's Lucario, yeah. Even when he said that, he didn't look at my face, he just looked at my illusion. Oh. I guess the illusion was the Pancham. Does he have to be focusing for his power to work or something? Or maybe my illusions cloud his senses enough to keep me cloaked. It's risky, but this may require further testing. But I need a bit. I'm still spooked by that. Interesting, I don't know. This is Weavile by Ha Ba After Dark, so we appear to have this very interesting art of an overfed Weavile here. Perhaps it's one that has a trainer, or maybe it's representative of an environment in which there is more prey than predators, and so there's less need to exercise to get food resources. It's very interesting. We've got the shiny version, of course, and we have a female here, very much emphasizing the breasts. So perhaps this is one that has just had an egg, which of course it makes sense that it has two, because as we know in the games, they only have one egg at a time. The amount of breasts a mammal, or in this case mammal-like Pokemon, has is representative of the amount of offspring they have in one litter. So in this case it'd be one, so it makes sense that it has two. And of course we got the shiny female as well. Then we got Shadows for Hire, Orchid, and Ash by Calyx the Fox. I assume this one's Orchid and this one's Ash. Then we've got Sold, 305 by Beef Pump. So this AI art of this muscular, like super powered, I guess, probably, Weavile here. Then we've got Shadows for Hire, Chapter 1, 089 by True Scorn. So Ash says, well, anything good? I got some decent prints, and a few tufts of fur, better than the last one. Here, I also found this in the mess. A few hairs? Whoa, these are long, such a pretty red, too. It may not be relevant, but I've never seen Pokemon with fur that long. At the very least, it's interesting. So what now, hunt down the Roselia? It'll be dark soon. I doubt he'll be out and about much longer, so let's wait on that. We should probably just go book a room at the tavern before they're all filled up. You run ahead and get us registered, and I'll go grab our gear. This is Exploring the Depths by the Skultan. You've got this nice anthropomorphic male shiny Weavile in this dungeon, I guess. Very interesting. And we've got Shadows for Hire, CH1084 by True Scorn. So this is wireless. I would have liked for him to have seen it. Excuse me for actually tending to customers. Customers don't matter as much as money. Without customers, we wouldn't have any money. If we can't hold on to what we have, then what good is getting more? Scratching something, a notepad. What good is having money at all if we can't get more? Can I freeze one mouth shut? Asking hash here, I guess. Duh, to hoard. And I want the hoard to be bigger. Well, I want you to be quiet. Ow, 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 quit pulling! Says no. And we've got Shadows for Hire, Chapter 1, 083 by True Scorns, the page before. It's got a pat rat, I guess. Probably recounting the tale. I saw him with his puny paws on our precious pile and lunged at him. Unfortunately, I'm attached to this dope. Ow! And the punk ran. He crashed into the tent pole and knocked the whole section down. Whoa, a pat rat did that? That was a pretty flexible pole. Prat rat usually only weighs about 25 pounds. Unless it was a fat prat rat. Unless it was a really fat pat rat at that. Was it a fat rat? No, it's just a normal fat rat. That's too bad. I would have liked to see that. I've got Scales No by Anzu Art. So I've got this Riolu, Weavile, and the Hakamo making this art, and then it like extends it a little bit, making it look a little bit inappropriate. And then this one gets scared, and this one starts attacking. This one, I guess this one's name is Scales. Interesting. And we've got Shadows for Hire, CH1076 by True Scorn. Alright, we've got one hit left to check. Let's start working our way over. So you guys aren't just regular shoppers, are you? I'm sorry. I've been watching you go from stall to stall, and instead of buying stuff, you've just been writing stuff I'm poking around. Oh, are you guys from a guild? There have been rumors going around that the head office might be looking for out-of-town help. You guys aren't totally from a guild, aren't you? Can't lie our way out of this one. He could just follow us around all day and see us grilling half the town. And we've got Shadows for Hire, CH1, 060 by True Scorn. Got this image here. I guess they're talking to this vendor who's a Golduck. Speaking of, I don't think I've seen you two around before. I don't know Lucario came in gray. Yeah, me neither. This is your first time in town? As a matter of fact, it is. We're passing through after a trip south. It seems a nice, safe place, so we might stick around for a few days. Word of warning to you, then. One savant to another. The safety you perceive is a farce. Clifftop has been wild with thefts lately. Oh, has it now? It has. Despite my heightened vigilance, I'm ashamed to admit even my shop was hit. Still, can't figure out exactly what happened. And we've got Soul Weavile by Beef Pump, another ridiculously muscular Weavile AI art here. And we've got Shadows for Hire, CH1, 094 by True Scorn. What about these other pieces you got? Anything useful in here? I've looked over the various fur samples a few times, but none of them properly pair with our purported perps. This one's definitely a cottony, the rest look to be from some shedding canine. The coloration makes me think of Rockruff. Now, the red hair you found is interesting. Again, unidentified, and it shows up at the same scene as the suspicious footprints. Think it's from our mystery mon? True, it's an interesting coincidence, but until we can identify those footprints, there's no real way to know. This is Stella Zhao, AI generated by Joshua ECW, 21,985. This AI generated image of Stella, character from the Loud House, with a Weavile, I guess. This would be maybe a male Weavile. That's interesting. And you got a few of them. Yeah, I got that one, and that one. This is Shadows for Hire, CH1, 091 by True Scorn. These ones with the 3 claws showed up at mine, too. Interesting. I only found a few clear prints near the front of the first shop. Mine were really deep. As if they were running. They went the same direction as the Pat Rat. The right seller said he was dealing with a customer when the left spotted the Pat Rat. Is there a chance they're in on it? Ooh, that would line up pretty well for it. Also, being the Marif's accomplice. Too bad the print location at Shop 1 doesn't help us. Actually, I didn't find any prints at all near the gem location, save Golduck, which strikes me as odd. This doesn't contain a Weavile, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, Ketchkakuna, Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Bagon all the way to Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Magnezone. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow a little early, as I'll be uploading at 9 a.m. CDT instead of 12 p.m. CDT. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Magnezone, the only 3rd stage electric steel Pokemon in Final Evolution, being the final evolution of Magnemite, who evolves into Magneton, who evolves when leveled up in a special magnetic field, or, starting in Gen 8, when exposed to a Thunderstone. Magnezone is also the only electric steel type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are June 2nd, 1997, March 23rd, 2000, January 12th, 2003, November 2nd, 2005, August 23rd, 2008, June 14th, 2011, April 4th, 2014, January 23rd, 2017, November 14th, 2019, and September 4th, 2022. I most know Magnezone from My Pokemon Ranch. I also know it from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I also know it as the inspiration behind one of the buildings in Poketopia from Pokemon Battle Revolution. It's interesting that Game Freak gave Magneton an evolution, since Magnemite and Magneton were so iconic at this point. Even though it looks a little silly, I kinda love its design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Magnezone, the magnet area Pokemon, whose number is 0462. This is what it looks like. Its type is Electric Steel, abilities, Magnet Pull or Sturdy, Analytic is its hidden ability, gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is a group mineral, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 396.8 pounds or 180 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 211 in Gen 4 and 241 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that, has no feet so it has no footprint. Focus color is gray and base friendship is 70. Magnezone is a dual type electric/steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Magneton when leveled up in a special magnetic field or when exposed to a Thunderstone, is the final form of Magnemite. Biology. Magnezone is a robot-like Pokemon which resembles a UFO. It is the result of Magneton leveling up in the presence of a special magnetic field. The evolution occurs on a molecular level, but despite this, scientists have failed at attempts to force it. Magnezone's tough steel body is wide and circular, similar to a disc or saucer, with a thin edge circling the diameter of its body. Its main eye is in the center, containing a large red pupil. On each side of its body, it has a ball-shaped addition that resembles a Magnemite, with each side containing an eye, horseshoe magnet, and Phillips head screw. These secondary eyes can move independently of its main eye, as shown in Confronting the Darkness. On top of its head is a tall, thin yellow rod, closely resembling an antenna, which it uses for certain attacks. Behind its body is a third horseshoe magnet, positioned like a tail. Magnezone's evolution is theorized to have been caused by a special magnetic field that changed the molecular structure within its body. Magnezone is a seemingly mechanical, gender-unknown creature, but it has emotions, a way of reproducing, and the need for nourishment. With its magnets, it has the ability to control anti-gravity and float through the air at will, as seen in Giratina and the Sky Warrior and Phantom Thief Pokemon 7. Magnezone's anti-gravity is strong enough to carry humans with ease. Magnezone is rarely sighted in the wild, as seen in Regaining the Home Advantage. Magnezone can be very aggressive and territorial, although it will rarely attack without provocation. It flies through the night sky, often mistaken for a UFO sighting, though it seems to be receiving and sending signals from an unknown source and an unknown purpose. This leads some people to believe that Magnezone came from outer space and that it is being controlled by unknown beings. As mentioned in the Sleep Style decks, Magnezone's screws and magnets will spin while it sleeps. It is believed that a sleeping Magnezone emits signals of unknown purpose and receiving signals of unknown origin. However, researchers are divided on if this point is true or not. Evolution. Magnezone evolves from Magneton and is the final form of Magnemite, so Magnemite, Magneton, Magnezone. Game data and PC appearances: Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Magnezone is the sheriff of Treasure Town and takes Pokemon the player rests, such as Drowsy. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Magnezone, along with Magneton and Magnemite, acts as a sheriff of Serene Village. Magnezone also helps guard Revelation Mountain from potential intruders. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
It evolved from exposure to a special magnetic field.
3 units generate magnetism. Platinum. A group tried to use scientific means to make Magnezone evolve, but their efforts ended in failure. Arcone Soul Silver. Exposure to a special magnetic field changed Magneton's molecular structure, turning it into Magnezone. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Platinum's, but Magnezone is not the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2. Sometimes the magnetism emitted by Magnezone is too strong, making them attract each other so they cannot move. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun.
3 units generate magnetism.
There have been many mistaken reports of UFO sightings when Magnezone flies through the night sky. Moon. As it zooms through the sky, this Pokemon seems to be receiving signals of unknown origin, while transmitting signals of unknown purpose. Ultra Sun. It uses radar to monitor its territory. Intruders are quickly disposed of with a Hyper Beam. Ultra Moon. There are still people who believe that this Pokemon came from outer space. It emits a powerful magnetic field. In Gen 8, Sword. Some say that Magnezone receives signals from space via the antenna on its head, and that it's being controlled by some mysterious being. Shield. It's thought that a special magnetic field changed the molecular structure of this Pokemon's body, and that's what caused the Pokemon's evolution. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
It evolved from exposure to a special magnetic field. Its 3 units generate magnetism.
Legends Arceus.
I theorize that a special magnetic field influenced this Pokemon, changing its molecular structure and causing it to evolve. It emits strange radio waves towards space from its antenna.
In Gen 9, Scarlet's Moon's entry. Violet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Magneton and Magnezone are now the correct casing. Magnezone in the Alola Pokedex. Magnezone in the Paldea Pokedex. You can see it floating around at night near these buildings. Interesting. We've got Magnezone in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you've got a couple of them here floating around. Looks like this one has its eyes closed, or like the 2 side eyes are closed. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Black 2 and White 2. It has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Metal Coat with the Expansion Pass 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Metal Coat 7% of the time, and Grid Items by level, Alpha XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grit Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and Attack 70, Defense 115, Special Attack 130, Special Defense 90, Speed 60 for a total of 535. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Water, and Dark. Weak to Fighting and Fire for double, and Ground for 4. Immune to Poison, resistant to Normal, Rock, Bug, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy for half, and Flying and Steel for a 4th. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so we'll go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half. So both went from half to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. Because this is Gen 9, and you can hypothetically have a level 30 Magnezone, we will go down to 30. 34 Flash Cannon, 40 Discharge, 46 Metal Sound, 52 Light Screen, 58 Lock On, and 64 Zap Cannon. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It generates magnetism from its body. It protects itself with an electric barrier.
Guardian Signs.
It generates electricity and launches an orb of electricity to attack.
Got this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Bat entry.
Magnezone is a cousin of the Cavern Zone's Magnemite. He likes to rack up high scores at Realm's Spooky Shoot 'em Up and Rhyperior's Bumper Burn.
You got all this. Pokemon Sleep.
It screws and magnets spin even while it sleeps. It's said that a sleeping Magnezone emits signals of unknown purpose and receives signals of unknown origin, but researchers are divided on this point.
Swinging Sleep, Watchful Sleep, Upside Down Sleep. Evolution data. Magnezone evolves from Magneton when leveled up in a special magnetic field. Magneton cannot evolve into Magnezone in Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, due to there being no area in Kanto or Johto with a special magnetic field. Magneton also cannot evolve in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Magnezone is not present in those games. There is also no special magnetic field in Pokemon Sword and Shield or Pokemon Scarlet Violet, so from Gen 8 onwards, Magneton is also able to evolve into Magnezone when exposed to a Thunderstone. Magnemite, level 30, Magneton, level up in areas with a special magnetic field, so I guess that's what this is. Thunderstone, Gen 8 plus, Magnezone. Sprites here, so a lot more blue, probably like these guys were at the time. That's very interesting. The eye is black. It has like a black pupil rather than the red pupil. That's interesting. And the magnets are just pure gray rather than the blue and red. That's interesting. Shiny, you've got this sort of lighter blue, I guess. And then this kind of gray and this kind of yellow and blue eyes. That's interesting. Platinums, it does the thing, it corrects all the things. It gives it the red pupil, it gives it the blue and red. And then, of course, this different angle as well. You can see the top of the screws, that's fun. And then for the shiny, it adds the blue pupil, makes the blue, oh, like the red, that's fun. It really, yeah, has the blue on the bottom, and the white is this kind, that's interesting. I guess because, yeah, that's also the same kind of blue, that's interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. It goes back to not having colors on the end of its magnets. That's interesting. In Gen 6, it also doesn't have colors on the ends of the magnets. Models and the lighter colors, of course. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models, which do have the colors at the end. But also, the blue is no longer this kind of blue. It's just a basic blue. And, like, it's just a red and a blue. Yeah, they're both red and blue for the shiny, instead of, like, a blue and a white. In animation, Magnezone and Pokemon Horizons the series also doesn't have the red and the blue. That's interesting. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 58, in Ash's Pokedex. Magnezone, the magnet area Pokemon. It evolves from Magneton in certain magnetic areas, and emits energy from each of its 3 magnets. In the manga, Magnezone and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Magnezone appears on the electric terrain of Pokemon Stadium 2. Trophy information. A magnet area Pokemon. It's a Magneton that evolved in a special magnetic field at Mount Cornet. Its appearance is quite different after it evolves, but it still has 3 round eyes. Its shape changes, but not its type. It's still both an electric and steel type. It learns Magnet Rise, a technique that temporarily nullifies ground-type attacks, a traditional weakness. Trivia, as there is no special magnetic field in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it is impossible to evolve Magneton into Magnezone in these games. The same applies for Probopass, Leafeon, and Glaceon. All have to be traded from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum to be obtained. Despite this, gym leaders Jasmine and Lieutenant Surge, who respectively used Magnemite and Magneton in their gym battles, inexplicably appear to have evolved them into Magnezone in their rematches. The colors on the ends of Magnezone's magnets can turn on and off at will, as seen in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series and the 3D Pokemon games. Oh! In Pokemon Battle Revolution and later games, if Magnezone falls asleep, its center eye remains open, however, the outer eyes close. In the September 2013 Pokemon Direct, Magnezone was mistakenly labeled as a female Pokemon when it should be gender unknown. It was later corrected on the official website. Origin Magnezone appears to be based on the concept of a fused Magneton, one of the Magnemite taking a larger form, and the remaining 2 Magnemite taking the forms of the smaller bodies on each side. The Magnemite evolutionary line seem to be based on the objectification of electromagnetism, one of the 4 fundamental interactions of nature. Magnezone in particular is possibly based on electromagnetic forming caused by electromagnetic fields and combined with an objectification in the form of a flying saucer or a UFO. Magnezone's shape and name may also be inspired by the Hiragumo Shagama owned by Daimyo Matsunaga Hishide. According to legend, he filled the tea kettle with gunpowder and caused it to explode to prevent Oda Nobunaga from taking it as a prize. Name origin, Magnezone may be derived from magnetic zone, an alternate name for a magnetic field. Jibacoil may be a combination of Jiba, magnetic field, Jibaku, self-detonation, and electromagnetic coil. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Magnezone's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, have met Shaman here. They are now being attacked by a bunch of Magnemite.
Man, now what's going on?
And Magnezone. There's Zero, the antagonist.
I'll just take that shaman off your hands.
You're popular.
You must want to eat me too.
Huh?
I don't think that's what he wants.
Okay, who are you? And how do you know our shaman? I don't know him.
Well, he's not a trainer.
Magnezone, mirror shot, now!
Magnezone!
Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt! Let's go!
Since we're in like a chase scene here, I would say that's Magnezone's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Magnezone. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Magnezone. This is Magnezone Render 2 by Warus. This cool model of a Magnezone, even though it looks kind of like it's 2D. That's interesting. And we've got a Pokemon Story, page 1 of 20 by Sweet Corn. So, you are Pokemon Trainer Dale, who has a Magnezone, a Golurk, and a Gardevoir, all very stylized. You are challenged by Pokemon Trainer Zig, who has 3 different Hatterene. Hey Dale, can I join you? Says the Hatterene. No, you'll only get hurt. This fight is for Pokemon only. But I am a Pokemon too. I know how to use Tail Whip and Tackle. Sigh, alright, come here. Yay! What? I don't know. I got Magnezone, take off its ring, by Flower 5A. I guess it takes off of the ring. That's interesting. That usually is around it. And we've got I Think Something Is Wrong With My Switch by Mist Draws. So these fun alternate form of the Magnemite line here. So Magnemite is just the Switch, basic, you know, and then Magneton as like the Switch standing up, but with 2 controllers, and the Magnezone as it plugged into a TV. That's very fun. And this doesn't contain a Magnezone, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight simply because I don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lickilicky. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Lickilicky, who, starting in this generation, is the only evolution of Lickitung who evolves when leveled up knowing Rollout. Lickilicky's previous VYC dates are June 3rd, 1997, March 24th, 2000, January 13th, 2003, November 3rd, 2005, August 24th, 2008, June 15th, 2011, April 5th, 2014, January 24th, 2017, November 15th, 2019, and September 5th, 2022. I most know Lickilicky from my Pokemon Ranch. I also know it as the inspiration for one of the buildings in Poketopia, in Pokemon Battle Revolution. While I find Lickitung's design oddly charming, I've always loved Lickilicky's design better. I found it odd thinking of a time before Lickitung evolved into Lickilicky. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll talk about Lickilicky, the licking Pokemon, whose number is 0463. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities own tempo or oblivious. Cloud 9 is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is a group monster, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Weight is 308.6 pounds or 140 kilograms. Base experience yields 193 in Gen 4 and 180 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Lickilicky is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Lickitung when leveled up while knowing Rollout. Biology, Lickilicky is a dark pink rotund Pokemon with a small tail and a long tongue. It has a yellow line pattern on its belly and a white bib-like pattern. It also has what appears to be a curled appendage on its head. It has a big appetite. It can lick anything or anyone close by for any leftover crumbs. Its saliva contains a numbing solvent and can decompose anything, and it wraps its long tongue around things, like its prey, to coat them with its sticky saliva. It has space in its throat to store saliva, and it can also roll up its tongue and store it there. Lickilicky lives in forests with a large body of water. It uses its tongue with more skill than it would its hands and feet, and a current record of a stretch length exceeds 82 feet. Its tongue can also function with the same dexterity as a human hand. However, Lickilicky is rather clumsy with its own fingers. Evolution, Lickilicky evolves from Lickitung, so Lickitung, Lickilicky. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it wraps things with its extensible tongue. Getting too close to it will leave you soaked with drool. Platinum. The long tongue is always soggy with slobber. The saliva contains a solvent that causes numbness. Heart Gold. Its saliva can decompose anything. It wraps its long tongue around things to coat them with its sticky saliva. Soul Silver. It has space in its throat to store saliva. It can also roll up its tongue and store it in the same spot. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. Their saliva contains lots of components that can dissolve anything. The numbness caused by their lick does not dissipate. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond, Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, a contest is underway to determine which one can stick its tongue out the farthest. The current record is more than 82 feet. Or 25 meters. Ultra Moon. It uses its tongue much more skillfully than its hands or its feet. It can definitely pick up a single small bean with its tongue. In Gen 8 Sword, Lickilicky's strange tongue can stretch to many times the length of its body. No one has figured out how Lickilicky's tongue can stretch so far. Shield. Lickilicky can chew just about anything with its tongue, which is as dexterous as the human hand. In contrast, Lickilicky's use of its fingers is clumsy. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Its tongue can extend and contract freely, and it is capable of reaching lengths over 10 times Lickilicky's height. Beware of the saliva, as it contains corrosive elements. Lickilicky in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Black 2 and White 2. It has the lagging tail 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the lagging tail with the expansion pass required 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Castor Fern 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid items by level. Alpha Spaghetti L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 85, defense 95, special attack 80, special defense 95, speed 50 for a total of 515. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Because you can hypothetically have a level 7 Lickilicky, I will start with 18, so 18 Wrap, 24 Disable, 30 Stomp, 36 Knockoff, 42 Screech, 48 Slam, 54 Power Whip, and 60 Belly Drum. In Legends Arceus, we will start with 11. At 11, it learns Bulldoze and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Zen Headbutt and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Rollout and masters it at 45. And at 43, it learns Giga Impact and masters it at 54. By TM/TR, we're skipping both games. By breeding, we're skipping in both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Steel Roller and Terrain Pulse. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aqua Tail, Bulldoze, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Ball, Ice Beam, Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Water Pulse, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, from 4 to 7, it gets Aqua Tail, 5 through 7, Bind, 4 through 7, Block, 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7, Chip Away, that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7, Confide, 5 and 6, Cut, 4 through 7, Double Team, 5 through 7, Dragon Tail, 4 through 7, Dream Eater and Explosion, 4, 6, and 7, Focus Punch, 4 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4, Headbutt, 4 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6, Incinerate, 4 through 7, Magnitude and Me First, neither work anymore, 4, Mudslap and Natural Gift doesn't work anymore, 6, Power Up Punch, 4 through 7, Suck Up, Refresh and Return don't work anymore, 5 through an event, Rock Climb, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6, Rock Smash, 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4, 6 and 7, Shockwave, 4 through 7, Smelling Salts, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6, Strength, 4 through 7, Swagger and Toxic, 4, 6, and 7, Water Pulse, and 4 through 7, Ring Out, that doesn't work anymore. By transfer, only via prior evolution, From 7, it gets Acid. 1, Bide and Bubble Beam. Bide doesn't work anymore. 1 and 3, Counter and Double Edge. 2 and 3, Dynamic Punch. 1, Fissure. 3 through an event, Heal Bell. 1 and 3, Mimic. 2 and 3, Nightmare. That doesn't work anymore. 1, Rage. That doesn't work anymore. 1, 3, and 7, Seismic Toss. 1, Skull Bash, Submission, Takedown, and Water Gun. And 3 in an event, Wish. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It pokes out its tongue to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It lets loose shockwaves to attack.
Got all this. Evolution data, Lickilicky evolves from Lickitung when leveled up while knowing Rollout. Lickitung cannot evolve into Lickilicky in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Lickilicky is not present in those games. Lickitung, level up knowing Rollout, Lickilicky. Sprites here, so a little different pink, but more or less the same. And the tongue is a little bit more red, I guess. Shiny is yellow, that's interesting, with like white stripes. Similar to Lickitung's shiny. Platinum, you got this wildly different sprite here. This is very interesting. In Gen 5, we get kind of back to the Diamond and Pearl sprite, that's interesting. The full back sprite as well. In Gen 6, you get the models, and there's lighter colors. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get these models in this game. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Lickilicky in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 98 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Lickilicky, the licking Pokemon. Lickilicky can wrap its enormous tongue around anything. Getting too close to this Pokemon will result in a saliva shower.
In the manga, Lickilicky in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Lickilicky would have been obtainable in both Gen 2 and 3 if it had existed, as in both there was a possible way to get a Lickitung that had Rollout. It shares this trait with Mamoswine. Despite having a very clearly visible tail, Lickilicky belongs to a group of Pokemon which lacks tails. This is not the case for its pre-evolution Lickitung. Lickilicky's Japanese name is romanized as Baruto in The Rise of Darkrai. Origin, like its pre-evolved form, Lickilicky may draw inspiration from lungless salamanders, some of which have projectile tongues and may secrete a sticky, irritating substance. It could also be based on lizards with long, extending, or projectile tongues like chameleons, as well as the Akaname, considering the white bib-like pattern on its torso, as well as its voracious appetite. Lickilicky may be based on a exaggerated concept of a bloated gourmand, perhaps dressed in macaroni-style or dandy-style fashion. Name origin, Lickilicky may be derived from a repetition of lick or licky. Barrow belt may be a combination of barrow, colloquial term for tongue, barrow, onomatopoeia for licking, and barroto, licking or sticking out one's tongue. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Lickilicky's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, have come to Alamos Town, where they've met Alice and her Chimchar. And they've just met Alberto and a Gallade. They've heard something in the bushes, and Alberto is sending out his Pokemon.
Lickilicky, Hyper Beam!
Now what did you do that for?
Tonio!
And that is Lickilicky's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Lickilicky card. It's the only Lickilicky C card design, with the C standing for Champions Pokemon. I don't really know how it's a Champions Pokemon, since Cynthia, the Pokemon League champion featured in the circle, doesn't use a Lickilicky on her team. I have the reverse holofoil version. It was illustrated by Kwayu, a freelance illustrator who began working on the TCG in 2009 and has continued to this day as of May 2025. He makes digital art that looks like traditional art. I like this illustration in that it shows off how long Lickilicky's tongue is. It has 90 HP. It doesn't have a height, weight, description, or resistance. Instead, the phrase Champions Pokemon is featured where the height, weight, and category usually are. To the left of this section is the SP symbol, which stands for Special Pokemon, which means it's an evolution that doesn't need to be evolved to be played. This is reflected in the fact that it's labeled Basic and doesn't have the image of Lickitung it would normally have. It has 2 moves, Licking, Licking, Heal, and Return. Licking, Licking, Heal isn't a move in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy. The player adds a basic energy card and heals Lickilicky for 20 HP. In the video games, Return is a normal type physical move introduced in Gen 2. It hits for its friendship level divided by 2.5. On this card, it costs 3 of any energy and hits for 40 damage. The player also fills their hand back up to 6 cards. It's weak to fighting for double damage, which mirrors its weakness to fighting in the video games. The aforementioned lack of resistance also mirrors its resistance in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Lickilicky to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. Lickilicky is level 57.
I don't have a Rhyperior card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Electivire. Now let's see why other people love Lickilicky. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. Those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lickilicky. This is Lickilicky by Blair Cat Bell. So you've got this nice image here. It looks pretty much just to be the... I don't think it's the official image, but it's very clearly based on it. And we've got Lickilicky Pokemon by Retratos Anime. So this nice... a simple Lickilicky image. This doesn't contain Lickilicky as we know it today, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CET, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve, Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Rhyperior. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Rhyperior, the latest ground rock Pokemon, and Pokemon to have these 2 types as of the filming of this. It's also the only ground rock final evolution and 3rd stage Pokemon as of the filming of this, being the final evolution of Rhyhorn, who evolves into Rhydon, who, starting in this generation, evolves when traded holding the Protector. Rhyperior's previous PYC dates are June 4th, 1997, March 25th, 2000, January 14th, 2003, November 4th, 2005, August 25th, 2008, June 16th, 2011, April 6th, 2014, January 25th, 2017, November 16th, 2019, and September 6th, 2022. I must know Rhyperior from my Pokemon Ranch. I also know it as the attraction chief of Rhyperior's Bumper Burn in Pokepark B Pikachu's Adventure. Rhyperior has a weird design compared to its pre-evolutions, mostly because of the orange parts. I feel like if they hadn't added those, it would have felt much more like a logical progression of the line. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon whose number is 0464. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ground Rock. Abilities, Lightning Rod or Solid Rock. Reckless is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Ratings, a groups monster in field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 7'10" or 2.4 meters. Weight is 623.5 pounds or 282.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 217 in Gen 4 and 241 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 70. Rhyperior is a dual type ground/rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Rhydon when traded while holding a Protector. It is the final form of Rhyhorn. Biology, Rhyperior is a large brownish-gray Pokemon with 2 horns, a larger one on its nose, and a smaller one above it. The upper horn is even smaller on a female Rhyperior. The larger horn is divided into 3 sections by 2 thin, slanted rings, making the horn resemble a drill. Its hide is partially covered by orange rocky plates on its head, shoulders, arms, waist, and knees, similar to that of the Protector used to evolve it from Rhydon. The hide of Rhyperior's armor has a mysterious substance It has blade-like protrusions on its elbows and has holes in the palms of its hands, which work as cannons or guns. It has 3 blunt gray fingers on each hand, 2 gray toes on each foot, and a club-like tail. Its eyes have red irises, with what appears to be 2 thick rectangular rocks above each one, resembling heavy eyebrows. Rhyperior is even stronger than Rhydon, although its brain structure is smaller. It can insert rocks and boulders into its arms through the holes in its hands and fire them as projectiles. Occasionally, it will insert and fire Geodude or Roggenrola by accident. Rhyperior has a very hard carapace. It can survive volcanic eruptions, cannot be scratched even by a masterwork sword, and deflect most incoming attacks. This can throw the opponent off balance before it drills into the foe. Rhyperior lives far up in the mountains. Prior to Gen 5 and in Gen 9, Rhyperior is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Rock Wrecker. Evolution: Rhyperior evolves from Rhydon as the final form of Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Rhyperior. Game data: NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Rhyperior is a member of the legendary Exploration Team, Team Raider, alongside Roserade and Gallade. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Team Raiders. Rhyperior reappears with the rest of the team as recruitable allies for the player. Rhyperior will only become connected once the player gives Gallade's letter to Roserade. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. Rhyperior is used by Heath to protect the Yellow Circuit Ball. Ice later borrows it to use in a 3-way boss battle with Ice's Gallade and Lavana's Magmortar in the trio's efforts to thwart the player. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. It puts rocks in holes in its palms and uses its muscles to shoot them. Geodude are shot at rare times. Platinum. It can launch a rock held in its hand like a missile by tightening then expanding muscles instantly. Our Gold and Soul Silver. From holes in its palms, it fires out Geodude. Its carapace can withstand volcanic eruptions. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Geodude is now the correct casing. Y is basically Diamond and Pearl's entry, but Geodude is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. It can load up to 3 projectiles per arm into the holes in its hands. What launches out of those holes could be either rocks or Roggenrola. Shield. It relies on its carapace to deflect incoming attacks and throw its enemy off balance. As soon as that happens, it drives its drill into the foe. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. It puts rocks in holes in its palms and uses its muscles to shoot them. On rare occasions, the Pokemon even shoots out Geodude. Legends Arceus. This Pokemon evolved through use of a curious item. Its rock-like hide is composed of a mysterious substance and can withstand a blow from a masterwork sword with nary a scratch. In Gen 9, Scarlet. This Pokemon's sturdy carapace protects it from volcanic eruptions. It shoots round rocks from the holes in its hands. Violet. A Rhyperior's brain is smaller than a Rhydon's, but the Rhyperior is stronger because it spends more energy on battling and less on brain power. Rhyperior in the Blueberry Pokedex. You got a couple of them. I wouldn't be surprised if it's male and female. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Black Tumblestone, 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha, XP Candy L, 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 115, Attack 140, Defense 130, Special Attack and Special Defense 55, Speed 40 for a total of 535. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, Damage, normally by Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy, weak to Fighting, Ground, Steel, and Ice for double, and Water and Grass for 4, immune to Electric, resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, and Fire, all for half, and Poison for a 4th. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, and its ability is not Lightning Rod. The effectiveness of Electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Solid Rock, the effectiveness of Fighting, Ground, Steel, and Ice-type moves will become 1.5, so they would all be 1.5 instead of 2, while the effectiveness of Water and Grass-type moves will become 3. So those will be 3 instead of 4. Learn Step by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 42 Rhyperior, we'll go down to level 42. 47 Earthquake, 54 Stone Edge, 61 Megahorn, 68 Horn Drill, and 75 Rock Wrecker. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. It also triggers rock falls. Guardian Science. It triggers rock falls and creates fissures to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pet entry. Rhyperior is the attraction chief of Rhyperior's Bumper Burn in the Lava Zone. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He planned to participate in the battle tournament, but he missed the entry deadline. That's why he tried to steal the Bravery Beard. You got all this. Evolution data. Rhyperior evolves from Rhydon when traded while holding a Protector. Rhydon cannot evolve into Rhyperior, and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Rhyperior is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Rhyperior evolves from Rhydon when exposed to a Protector. So, Rhyhorn, level 42 Rhydon, trade, holding Protector, that's the Protector. Rhyperior. Sprites, so a lot darker colors. That's much more the darkness I'm more familiar with. The sort of purplish brown. The orange is a lot darker as well. The male, the longhorn, short for the female. So shiny is this lighter, sort of kind of tan color, I guess. This sort of grayish tan with yellow replacing the orange parts. I think this is supposed to be somewhat of a reference to Rhydon's shiny. It's very similar coloration. Platinums. Get this opening of its mouth as the animation. I think that's pretty much the big difference. Actually, it seems to be a completely different sprite, actually. Because these things are a lot bigger on the body than this sort of, like, evenly distributed. They're almost, like, random. A little bit, like, different, randomly sized. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprite. In Gen 6, you get the models. You get the much lighter colors now. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. And they become now green. That's interesting, where they're shiny. Or this, like, greenish gray. Yeah. And the ball, that's interesting. Wait, is that different? Well, no, it seems to be, yeah, pretty unified throughout. But now it's kind of slightly different, the ball from the main body. This is particularly noticeable in the shiny. In Gen 7, not really much changes. They might make it more closely related to the body, the rocket, I don't know. Well, the eyes seem to be probably the big difference. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Rhyperior and Pokemon Journeys the series. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 141, in Ash's Pokedex. Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon, in the evolved form of Rhydon. Rhyperior can concentrate strength in its body and expand, causing the stone in its hand to launch. Diamond and Pearl, episode 164, in Dawn's Pokedex. Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon, in the evolved form of Rhydon. Rhyperior can throw rocks at its enemies by tightening its arm muscles and launching them from the holes in its palms. In XY, episode 63, in Serena's Pokedex. Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon. Rhyperior launches rocks or Geodude from holes in its palms. Its shell-like covering can withstand a volcano's eruptions. Pokemon Generations, Rhyperior and Pokemon Generations. With a Steelix, Solrock, and Golurk. Gotcha, I guess. Pokemon Evolutions, Rhyperior and Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga, Rhyperior and Pokemon Adventures. All this, the TCG. Trivia, I read this first point in the Rhydon video. I read the second point in the Rhyhorn video. Origin, Rhyperior's design appears to be an amalgamation drawing inspiration from a rhinoceros kaiju genre, aspects of various dinosaurs such as Sauropsids or Ankylosaurus in particular, bullet-resistant body armor vests, and cannon artillery. Its overall appearance also seems to allude to a proverbial miner sporting a mining drill, wrecking ball, safety vest, and hard hat. Name origin, Rhyperior may be a combination of rhinoceros, rhyolite, a type of rock referring to its rock type, Hyperion, and superior. Dosodon may be a combination of do, ground, soil, do, anger, or do, prefix for very much, psi, rhinoceros, and don, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth. Now, languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Rhyperior's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior in this film, where towards the beginning the narrator is explaining the world of Pokemon. And we are in a stadium. There's a competition between Magmortar here, and we're about to see his rival.
Pokemon Masters!
There's Rhyperior.
Murder!
that is Rhyperior's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Rhyperior. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Rhyperior. Because this first image is a Pokemon fusion, and we can't start with a Pokemon fusion, we'll start with the second image. This is El Equipo Pokemon de Knuckles de Sinnoh by ElfDragon35. If Knuckles was a character in the Pokemon universe, what Pokemon he would have. Yeah, you got Knuckles. And you've got Torterra, Rhyperior, Gallade, Magmortar, Hippowdon, and Regigigas. Yeah, pretty good. It's very interesting. And we've got Pokemon Reboot Absolute Units by RC Dreams. So sort of this alternate style version of the Rhyhorn line here. So we got Rhyhorn, Rhydon, and Rhyperior. Kind of making it more solidified of a design rather than Rhyperior being so weird. Very well done. And we've got Rhyperior Shiny Pokemon by Retratos Anime. So this is a nice image of Shiny Rhyperior here. Very well done. And we've got Rhyperior Pokedex Chile 2019 by Chaos Jacko. So you've got this nice image, more realistic Rhyperior here. You see it like breaking up the earth. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Rhyperior by Lishi. Another sort of more realistic Rhyperior here. You can see it like in a cave, I guess. Maybe it's drilled through the cave or something. Yeah, very well done. And this is Rhyperior by Sonic Mega Batman 274. So this nice hand-drawn image of a Rhyperior here. Very well done. And we've got number 0464, Rhyperior Male, DW Artwork Edit by Zhao 10,192,009. This nice image here. Yeah, I assume this is... Maybe it like showed like the female version, and so they made it like Vigor the horn, make it the male. Yeah, interesting. Then this doesn't contain a Rhyperior, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Porygon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve, Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Tangrowth. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Tangrowth, who, starting in this generation, is the only evolution of Tangela who evolves when leveled up knowing Ancient Power. Tangrowth's previous PYC dates are June 5th, 1997, March 26th, 2000, January 15th, 2003, November 5th, 2005, August 26th, 2008, June 17th, 2011, April 7th, 2014, January 26th, 2017, November 17th, 2019, and September 7th, 2022. I most know Tangrowth as the attraction chief of Tangrowth's Swing Along in Pokepark V Pikachu's Adventure. I love how natural of an evolution of Tangela Tangrowth is. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Tangrowth, the Vine Pokemon, whose number is 0465. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass. Abilities, Chlorophyll or Leaf Guard. Regenerator is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is A group Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 6'7" or 2 meters. Weight is 283.5 pounds or 128.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 211 in Gen 4 and 187 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Tangrowth is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Tangela when leveled up while knowing Ancient Power. Biology, Tangrowth is a large Pokemon with a black body wrapped in a large mass of blue vines. The vines are used to entangle foes and prey. A pair of saucer-like eyes peek out from beneath the tangled mess of vines. Its stubby black feet are tipped with red. Tangrowth has a pair of blue boneless arms that have 3 fingers. The arms are made of bundles of vines. These fingers are completely red on a female Tangrowth, while they have red tips on a male. Tangrowth is unfazed if one of its arms is broken off, as it will easily grow back. It hunts by disguising itself as a shrub, then grabbing prey with its vines. However, Tangrowth has been known to eat fruit as well. It can extend its arms as much as it wants. Predators like to eat Tangrowth's vines. When the climate is warm, its vine growth is accelerated to the point where not even its eyes can be seen. If its vines grow too large, Tangrowth shortens them by tearing bits of them off. Tangrowth is very rare in the wild, though it can be found in temperate grasslands. Evolution: Tangrowth evolves from Tangela, so Tangela, Tangrowth. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it ensnares prey by extending arms made of vines. Losing arms to predators does not trouble it. Platinum: its arms are made of plants that bind themselves to things. They grow back right away if cut. Heart Gold: when it remains still, it appears to be a large shrub. Unsuspecting prey that wander near get ensnared by its vines. Soul Silver: its vines grow so profusely that in the warm season you can't even see its eyes. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. Even if one of its arms is eaten, it's fine. The Pokemon regenerates quickly and will go right back to normal. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond, Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Soul Silver and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword, Tangrowth has 2 arms that it can extend as it pleases. Recent research has shown that these arms are, in fact, bundles of vines. Shield: vine growth is accelerated for Tangrowth living in warm climates. If the vines grow long, Tangrowth shortens them by tearing parts of them off. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus: straight with long vines, it resembles a shrub in appearance. It swings bundles of vines as though they were arms, wrapping them around prey to ensnare them. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Black 2 and White 2. It has the Citrus Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus for normal has the Medicinal Leaf 40% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 100, defense 125, special attack 110, and special defense and speed 50 for a total of 535. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because Tangela can learn Ancient Power at 24 in this game. We'll start with 25. 28 Knockoff, 32 Giga Drain, 36 Sleep Powder, 40 Slam, 44 Tickle, 48 Power Whip, 52 Ingrain, and 56 Grassy Terrain. For Legends Arceus, because it learns Ancient Power at 34, we'll start at 43 here. So at 43, it learns Sleep Powder, masters it at 54, and at 52, it learns Sludge Bomb and masters it at 64. By TM/TR, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping for both games. By tutoring and Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Grassy Glide. It's a physical grass-type move. Its power is 70. Accuracy is 100%, and PB haha is 20. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Bulldoze, Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Sludge Bomb. By prior evolutions, nothing. By transfer for another generation, 4 through 7, Aerial Ace. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 4 through 7, Constrict, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Cut. 4 through 7, Double Team. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 4 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Infestation. 4 through an event, it gets Morning Sun. 4, Mud Slap. 4 through 7, Natural Gift, Pain Split, Psych Up, and Return. Natural Gift and Return don't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Shockwave. 5 and 6, Strength. 4 through 7, Swagger, Synthesis, and Toxic. 7, Wake Up Slap, that doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, Worry Seed and Ring Out. Ring Out doesn't work anymore. By transfer, only via prior evolution. 1, it gets Bye, that doesn't work anymore. 2, Curse. 1 and 3, Double-Edged and Mimic. 1, Rage and Skull Bash. Rage doesn't work anymore. 2, Sweet Scent, and 1, Takedown. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It launches a poison powder to attack. Guardian Signs. It creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Bad Entry. Tangrowth is the attraction chief of Tangrowth Swing-Along, which you'll find in the garden at the Haunted Zone. You got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Tangrowth uses its vine arms to nimbly pluck fruit that's just out of reach. It can also extend its arms even farther to carry itself across long distances. Evolution data. Tangrowth evolves from Tangela when leveled up while knowing Ancient Power. Tangela cannot evolve into Tangrowth in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Tangrowth is not present in those games. So we've got Tangela, level up knowing Ancient Power, Tangrowth. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue. The male, the shorter red, and the longer red for the female. For the shiny, green, just like Tangela's was. That's fun. And seems to be a slightly different red. It has a lot, more red than this pink, I guess. Platinums, you got it sitting down, and it's, right, that's fun. Yep. In Gen 5, get the full back sprites. Gen 6, get the models. Not as intricately detailed as the sprites are. Pretty good adaptation otherwise. The hole also seems to be smaller. And again, I think this suffers from the same problem that Tangela has, where instead of it looking like just sort of a void, it just kind of becomes a flat surface for the eye area. Yeah. It's become kind of more orange? That's interesting. Yep. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game, which are cut off. That's interesting. And a lot more detailed homes. You got these models. Animation. Tangrowth and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 134, in Dawn's Pokedex. Tangrowth, the vine Pokemon. Tangrowth captures its prey by extending its arms, which are made of vines. In the manga, Tangrowth and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, and the TCG. Trivia, until the release of Pokemon Platinum, the only way to obtain Tangrowth was to transfer a Tangela via Pal Park and evolve it. This was the only case in which a Gen 4 Pokemon was only obtainable through Pal Park. Origin, due to the mystery around Tangela's appearance under the vines. Tangrowth may be based on the swamp monster from the short story It by Theodore Sturgeon, which is ultimately revealed to have formed around a human skeleton. It may also be based on a green man, a motif that is represented as a face surrounded by leaves and vines. This may also have inspired Tangrowth's shiny variant's green color. Its Pokedex entries state that its vines will bind and ensnare its surroundings. This may be a reference to thymotropism, a biological reaction plants have towards contact that encourages them to coil around objects they touch as they grow, allowing stability in their stems and branches. Name origin: Tangrowth may be a combination of tangle and growth. Mojumbo may be a combination of moja, shaggy, or unkempt, and jumbo. And other languages. External links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Tangrowth's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, all you really need to know is that we're in Alamos Town and a bunch of trainers are fighting Darkrai here.
Empoleon, use Ice Beam!
Tangrowth. I would say that is Tangrowth's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Tangrowth. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on that single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Tangrowth and Badu by Blue Komodori. So you've got Tangrowth and a Badu. You got all these flowers. That's fun. It's like hanging out on here. It looks like it's, I'm assuming this is the Wilmer Pale. That's kind of fun. Yeah, very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Electivire. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Electivire, the final pure electric-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in this generation, it's also the final evolution of Elekid, who evolves into Electabuzz, who evolves when traded while holding an Electorizer. Electivire's previous BYC dates are June 6th, 1997, March 27th, 2000, January 16th, 2003, November 6th, 2005, August 27th, 2008, June 18th, 2011, April 8th, 2014, January 27th, 2017, November 18th, 2019, and September 8th, 2022. I most know Electivire from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, particularly appearing on the cover. I also associate Electivire with Magmortar because they are both Gen 4 evolutions of Gen 1 Pokemon. They both got pre-evolutions in Gen 2. It likely helps my association that each of the pairs of stages is next to each other in the Pokedex in the same order. Well, Electivire looks kinda odd to me, particularly compared to its pre-evolutions. I feel like it still kinda works as an evolution. Its much more wild appearance works well for an electric-type evolution. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon, whose number is 0466. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric, abilities Motor Drive, and Vital Spirit is its inability. Gender ratio 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is human-like. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 305.6 pounds or 138.6 kilograms. Basic experience yields 199 Gen 4 and 243 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Electivire is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Electabuzz when traded while holding an Electorizer, is the final form of Elekid. Biology: Electivire is a large humanoid Pokemon covered in yellow fur with black stripes. It appears to lack a neck and has red eyes, a black spot on its forehead, and a pair of antennae with bulbous tips. The pattern on Electivire's back resembles an electric outlet. The fur on its cheeks and shoulders is spiky and ruffled. It has 2 black tails with red, rounded ends, resembling open electrical wires. Electivire has black feet with 3 clawed toes and 5 black fingers on each of its hands. Electivire is said to have the best electrical energy output of all electric-type Pokemon, and has very impressive physical strength. Electivire is known to be recklessly careless regarding enemy attacks. The tips of its tails, which generate electricity, shock opponents on contact with over 20,000 volts. It can also electrify its punches by gripping onto its tails. Blue sparks fly between its antennae, and its electric charge amplifies. It thumps its chest when excited, causing thunder and sparks to fly around it. The voltage it makes can increase when it is battling. The amount of electric energy it can produce depends on the Electivire's pulse. Electivire usually feeds off electric currents. In the Pokemon the Series Ruby and Sapphire episode, Home is where the start is. Electivire was shown eating fruits from trees. A single Electivire is capable of powering a large city for an entire year. Prior to Gen 5, Electivire was the only known Pokemon that could have Motor Drive as an ability. Evolution: Electivire evolves from Electabuzz, then is the final form of Elekid. Elekid, Electabuzz, Electivire. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Electivire runs the Link Shop in Treasure Town. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. Electivire is used by Heath and is a boss of the game. It was used as a distraction so Team Dim Sun could attack the Ranger Union. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. It pushes the tips of its 2 tails against the foe, then lets loose with over 20,000 volts of power. Platinum. Heedless of enemy attacks, it closes in and shoves its tails onto the foe, then looses high voltage. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. As its electric charge amplifies, blue sparks begin to crackle between its horns. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. The instant it presses the tips of its tails onto an opponent, it sends over 20,000 volts of electricity into the foe. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry, Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, in Sun, it pushes the tips of its tails against its foes, and then lets loose a high-voltage current. Its foes are burned to a crisp in an instant. Moon. When it gets excited, it thumps its chest. With every thud, thunder roars and electric sparks shower all around. Ultra Sun. It grips its tail, which spews electricity, and then beats down opponents with the power of its electrified fist. Ultra Moon. A single Electivire can provide enough electricity for all the buildings in a big city for a year. In Gen 8, Sword. The amount of electrical energy this Pokemon produces is proportional to the rate of its pulse. The voltage jumps well, Electivire is battling. Shield, in terms of electrical energy output, Electivire is one of the best among all electric Pokemon. It discharges high-voltage currents from its tails. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are basically their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but power has now been replaced by electricity. Legends Arceus. Its evolution was induced by an unusual item, and its electrical output rises along with its heart rate. From its tails, it can unleash an electric current measuring 20,000 volts. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Moon's entry. Violet. This Pokemon presses the tips of its tails onto an opponent and instantly sends over 20,000 volts of high-voltage electricity through them. Electivire in the Alola Pokedex. Electivire in the Blueberry Pokedex is a full evolutionary line image. So we got Elegant, Electabuzz, and Electivire. Very fun in this like cave here. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Battle Revolution. It has the Magnet 100% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Electrolyzer 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Cherry Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grid items by level. Alpha XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 123, defense 67, special attack 95, special defense 85, speed 95 for a total of 540. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy, weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Motor Drive, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 0, so it'll be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 30 Electivire, we'll start with 34 here, so 34 Discharge, 40 Low Kick, 46 Thunderbolt, 52 Light Screen, 58 Thunder, and 64 Giga Impact. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It discharges electricity from its body. It protects itself with an electric barrier. Guardian Signs. It creates waves of electricity around it that make Pokemon stopped. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pet entry. Electivire left for the Cavern Zone. The attraction he likes the most is Bastiodon's Block Barrage. Another favorite is Rotom's Spooky Shoot 'em Up. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, the Pokepark pet entry. He planned to go to the Crack area, but he took a wrong turn and ended up in the Tech area. He is Magmortar's childhood friend. You got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go, Spark-themed accessories, so you got the wristband, that's fun. Evolution data, Electivire evolves from Electabuzz when traded while holding an Electrolyzer. Electabuzz cannot evolve into Electivire in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Electivire is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Electivire evolves from Electabuzz when exposed to an Electrolyzer. Elekid, level 30 Electabuzz, trade holding Electrolyzer, Electivire, and breed this one, and presumably can also breed this one. Sprites. So you've got the darker kind of yellowish color, probably darker colors all around. Got the plug on the back, that's fun. Orangish color, kind of similar to Electabuzz's shiny. Got the blue tips, that's fun. And blue eyes as well. Platinums, you got this, just the animation of it lifting its head, that's the different sprite. In Gen 5, you got full back sprites. You can see this interesting animation of it's moving its tail. In Gen 6, you got these colors and the models. You can see it's a lot lighter. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, get the models in this game. In homes, you get these models. In animation, Electivire in Pokemon Horizons the series. Gary's Electivire is the big one. Paul's Electivire is another big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 192, in Ash's Pokedex. No data. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 184, in Dawn's Pokedex. Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon in the evolved form of Electabuzz. When Electivire attacks, it pushes the tips of its two tails against its opponent. In Sun and Moon, episode 70, in the Rotom Pokedex. Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon, an electric type. When Electivire gets excited, it beats its chest, which creates electrical sparks and the sound of thunder. In Journeys, episode 77, in Go's Rotom Phone. Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon, an electric type. One Electivire can produce enough energy to power every building in a large city for an entire year. In the manga, Electivire and Pokemon Adventures, got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Electivire appears on the electric terrain of Pokemon Stadium 2. Trophy information, a Thunderbolt Pokemon that attacks by pressing its two tails against a foe and delivering a shock of over 20,000 volts. When hit with an electric-type attack, it takes no damage and its speed increases. Electabuzz evolves into Electivire if you trade it while it's holding an Electorizer. Electivire is famed for having the strongest physical attacks of electric-type Pokemon. Trivia, Electivire shares its category with Zebstrika. They are both known as the Thunderbolt Pokemon. Coincidentally, both can also have Motor Drive as their ability. I basically read the second point in the Electabuzz video. Electivire, along with Magmortar, Gliscor, and Tangrowth, were the only Gen 4 Pokemon that explicitly required the use of a Gen 3 game in order to be available until the release of Pokemon Platinum. In this case, both the Electorizer and Elekid were only available through dual-slot mode with Pokemon via Red. This excludes the special Electivire available through Battle Revolution. An Electivire costume is worn by Voldon in Pokemon Battle Revolution. So Voldon's Electivire costume. Electivire was the only Gen 4 Pokemon in the animated series that debuted before Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl without debuting in a movie first. Origin, Electivire may be based on an Oni, a horned ogre that sometimes has powers of thunder and lightning and often wore tiger skin loincloths, which are usually yellow with black stripes. Due to its shaggy appearance, Electivire may also be based on a Namahage, demons portrayed by men wearing Oni masks, which tend to have long hair and wore straw capes. It may also be based on a Yeti, an ape-like cryptid that was said to inhabit the Himalayas, and that is commonly compared to the Bigfoot of North America. Its design and motor drive ability are similar to an electric motor, while the mark on its back resembles a socket. Its horns may be based on Tesla coils, and the tails look like cables. Name origin, Electivire may be a combination of electric or electricity and wire, referring to its cord-like tails, or live wire. Electable may be a combination of electric, electric, or electricity and cable. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Electivire's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 466. In this episode, seeing an electric attack, almost hitting their hot air balloon. The main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, and Wobbuffet, are looking toward the ground to see what caused it, thinking it might be Pikachu.
It's a reward for our refurbished results!
Electivire.
At least the color's right.
Okay. That is Electivire's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Electivire card.
It's the 12th Electivire card design. It was illustrated by Tetsuya Koizumi, now credited as Scav, an illustrator in the TCG, who began in 2017 and has continued to this day, as of May 2025. He is known for his traditional drawing style that shows off unique angles, and this is no different. I love that we see Electivire holding its two tails close enough together that they conduct electricity. It has 140 HP, it's 5'11", and 305.6 pounds. It has two moves, Thundershock and Electrified Bolt. In the video games, Thundershock is a special electric-type move introduced in Gen 1. It causes damage and has a 10% chance of causing paralysis, although in Gen 1 and 6 onward, the paralysis part doesn't affect electric-type Pokemon. On this card, Thundershock costs 1 lightning energy and 1 of any energy and hits for 50 damage. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. Electrified Bolt isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 lightning energies and 1 of any energy. It can hit for 90 or 180 damage depending on if Electivire has any special energy cards attached to it. Electivire is weak to fighting for double damage, which is odd since it isn't weak to fighting in the video games. However, it's likely referencing how it's weak to ground, which is often called fighting in the TCG, in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to colorless, metal, and lightning, as it's weak to flying, often called colorless in the TCG, steel, called metal in the TCG, and electric, called lightning in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 3 of any energy for Electivire to retreat. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to it, there's the D mark, meaning that this card couldn't be played in official competitions after April 13th, 2023. Its description reads, a single Electivire can provide enough electricity for all the buildings in a big city for a year. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Ultra Moon.
I have a card for Magmortar, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Electivire. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Electivire. This is Electivire Shiny Pokemon by Rachato's Anime. So this nice image of a shiny Electivire here. Very well done. This is Electivire by Giant Behemoth. So got a bunch of AI images of Electivire here. So that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. This doesn't contain an Electivire, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Magmortar. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Magmortar, the only pure Fire-type evolution introduced in Gen 4. Starting in this generation, it's the final evolution of Magby, who evolves into Magmar, who evolves when traded holding the Magmarizer. Magmortar's previous PYC dates are June 7th, 1997, March 28th, 2000, January 17th, 2003, November 7th, 2005, August 28th, 2008, June 19th, 2011, April 9th, 2014, January 28th, 2017, November 19th, 2019, and September 9th, 2022. I most know Magmortar from My Pokemon Ranch. I also know it from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I also associate Magmortar with Electivire, because they are both Gen 4 evolutions of Gen 1 Pokemon who were given pre-evolutions in Gen 2. It likely helps my association that each pair of stages is next to each other in the Pokedex in the same order. While Magmortar looks a little odd, particularly compared to its pre-evolutions, I still feel like it kind of works as an evolution. It honestly feels more like a mega evolution of Magmar, with the emphasis being that it now has cannon arms. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Magmortar, the Blast Pokemon, whose number is 0467. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire, ability is Flame Body, and Vital Spirit is its inability. Gender ratio, 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is egg group human-like. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight is 149.9 pounds or 68 kilograms. Base experience yields 199, Gen 4, and 243 in 5+. Level and grades, medium fast. EV yield is 3 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Magmortar is a Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Magmar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. It is the final form of Magby. Biology: Magmortar is a large, vaguely humanoid, red and yellow striped Pokemon with an egg-shaped body. It has pink lips on its dark face. It has yellow, tubular arms with a black band on both and 3 small claws on the black part of each hand. Its legs are small in proportion to its body, with pink thighs, red feet, and black shackles around its ankles. It has 1 large yellow flame on its head, as well as large red flames on its shoulders and tail. Additionally, it has 4 pink spikes on its back. It has an organ that resembles a magma chamber. When Magmortar prepares to shoot fire from its hands, its claws are capable of disappearing into its skin, forming a pressurized cannon. It blasts fireballs of over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit to 1,000 degrees Celsius, easily melting through iron and burning foes to a blackened crisp. Although Magmortar avoids this method when hunting prey, Magmortar increases its body temperature by inhaling deeply, increasing the fire burning within its belly. When firing, its body can turn into a whitish hue from the intense heat. Its arms start melting when it fires a whole barrage. Magmortar's cannons. Magmortar is used in some factories in order to process metal. It lives in volcanic craters, with a single pair of male and female Magmortar occupying one. Evolution. Magmortar evolves from Magmar as the final form of Magby. So Magby, Magmar, Magmortar. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. Magmortar is used by Lavana to protect the Red Circuit Ball. Ice later borrows it to use in a 3-way boss battle with Ice's Gallade and Heath's Rhyperior in the trio's efforts to thwart the player. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Magmortar, along with 4 Magmar, are the boss Pokemon at Fire Island Volcano. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
It blasts fireballs of over 3,600 degrees F from the ends of its arms. It lives in volcanic craters.
Platinum,
When launching 3,600 degrees F fireballs, its body takes on a whitish hue from the intense heat.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
It blasts fireballs of over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit out of its arms. Its breath also sears and sizzles.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, when shooting 3,600 degrees F fireballs from its arms, its body takes on a whitish hue from the intense heat. In Gen 6, X is basically Diamond and Pearls, but F is now Fahrenheit. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun.
They dwell in volcanic craters according to what is known. A single pair of male and female Magmortar lives in one volcano.
Moon.
From its arms, it launches fireballs hotter than 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Its arms start to melt when it fires a whole barrage.
Ultra Sun.
There are still quite a few factories that rely on the flames provided by Magmortar to process metals.
Ultra Moon.
Magmortar takes down its enemies by shooting fireballs, which burn them to a blackened crisp. It avoids this method when hunting prey.
In Gen 8 Sword,
when Magmortar inhales deeply, the fire burning in its belly intensifies, rising in temperature to over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Shield.
Living in the crater of a volcano has caused this Pokemon's body to resemble its environment. It has an organ similar to a magma chamber.
Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are X and Omega Ruby's entry. Legends Arceus.
Use of a strange item causes Pokemon to evolve. Fireballs launched from the ends of its tube-like arms are hot enough to melt an iron pot in an instant.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Black 2 and White 2's entry, but the F has been replaced by Fahrenheit.
Violet, they dwell in volcanic craters. It's said that only a single pair of Magmortar will inhabit any given volcano.
Magmortar, the Alola Pokedex, so you can see its claws much better. We've got Magmortar in the Blueberry Pokedex, so you can see its full evolutionary line image. So Magby, Magmar, and Magmortar. Yeah, it's under the dome. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Battle Revolution, it has the Charcoal 100% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Magmarizer with the expansion pass required 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Rostberry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grid items by level. Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, Space Stats, HP 75, Attack 95, Defense 67, Special Attack 125, Special Defense 95, Speed 83 for a total of 540. Pokeathlon Stats, Type Effectiveness, Damage normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double, immune to nothing, resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy all for half. Because you can hypothetically have a level 30 Magmortar, we'll start with 34. So 34 Lava Plume, 40 Low Kick, 46 Flamethrower, 52 Sunny Day, 58 Fire Blast, and 64 Hyper Beam. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It lets loose flames from its hands. It also has an explosive attack.
Guardian Signs.
It attacks by spitting fire.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry.
Magmortar came to the Lava Zone to play. Because he shines at Bastiodon's Block Barrage, Blaziken's Boulder Bash, and Rotom's Spooky Shoot 'em Up.
Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond.
He's Electivire's battle buddy. They parted, promising to meet in the Krog area, but were surprised to see each other unexpectedly in the warehouse.
This. Evolution data. Magmortar evolved from Magmar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. Magmar cannot evolve into Magmortar in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Magmortar is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Magmortar evolves from Magmar when exposed to a Magmarizer. So, Magby, level 30, Magmar, trade holding Magmarizer, Magmortar. So, breathe this one. Hypothetically, you can do that with that one as well. Sprites. So, a little different colors. I think the mouth is a lot bigger. That's interesting. The shiny is pink and red, just like Magmar's was. Platinum, you got it. Sort of pointing the gun, I guess. Yeah, interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. You get to see its tail as well. You couldn't really see that in the back sprite. In Gen 6, you get the model, so it doesn't seem to be like a rounded tail anymore. It just seems to be part of its body. That's interesting. It's also the modern colors as well. The sort of more orangish color instead of the red. And they differentiate the pinks, like the mouth and stuff, from the rest of the body for the shiny. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Magmortar in Pokemon, the series, Sun and Moon. And there's an Electivire in the background. Paul's Magmortar is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 132, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Magmortar, the blast Pokemon in the evolved form of Magmar. It launches fireballs that can reach temperatures over 3,600 degrees from the ends of its arms and lives in volcanic craters.
In the manga, Magmortar in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this in the TCG. Trivia. I basically read this first point in the Electabuzz video. Magmortar, along with Electivire, Gliscor, and Tangrowth, were the only Gen 4 Pokemon that explicitly required the use of a Gen 3 game in order to be available until the release of Pokemon Platinum. In this case, both the Magmarizer and Magby were only available through dual slot mode with Pokemon Leaf Green. Magmortar was designed by Hironobu Yoshida. Origin, Magmortar seems to be a buffed up version of its pre-evolved form's inspiration, the Karura. It also has features of a duck or booby with a mythical salamander. The spikes on its back resemble those of an iguana. Its arms can transform into cannons. Name origin, Magmortar may be a combination of magma and mortar, an artillery weapon. Booburn may be a combination of booby and burn. And other languages, related articles, references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Magmortar's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, have come to Alamos Town, where they've met Alice and her Chimchar. And Alice is showing them the Time-Space Tower. Right now they're in the area where the contest is going to be held that the trio has come for.
The towers are just as impressive inside as outside.
And we're right in the middle.
I was actually supposed to count this as Honchkro's first scene in the anime, but I didn't realize this was Honchkro, so we're just getting Magmortar. And that is Magmortar's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Magmortar card.
It's the first Magmortar card design. It was illustrated by Hiroaki Ito, a 3D modeler and graphic designer who worked for Creatures Inc. from 1998 to 2016, with him also providing 5 illustrations for the TCG, well, for English cards anyway. Interestingly, despite being a 3D modeler, his first 2 cards aren't in CGI, instead being 2D images. I love that this is basically just the official image in 3D, but unlike Home's image, Magmortar somehow feels more alive. I also like the hollow foil effect. It has 100 HP. It's 5'3" and 149.9 pounds. It has 2 moves, Smoke Bomb and Flame Drum, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Smoke Bomb costs 1 fire energy and 1 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. On the opponent's next turn, if their active Pokemon tries to do an attacking move, the opponent must flip a coin. If it lands on tails, the attack misses. On this card, Flame Drum costs 2 fire energies and 1 of any energy. It hits for 80 damage. If Magmortar was evolved from a Magmar that wasn't evolve from Magby, the player must discard 2 energy cards. Magmortar is weak to water for plus 30 damage, which mimics its weakness to water in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to grass, metal, and fire, as it's weak to bug, often classified as grass in the TCG, steel, called metal in the TCG, grass, and fire in the video games.
It costs 3 of any energy for Magmortar to retreat.
In the bottom right corner is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It blasts fireballs of over 3,600 degrees F from the ends of its arms." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. It's level 48.
I have a card for Togekiss, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Magmortar. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Magmortar. This first image is Magmortar in Super Smash Bros. By Klutzk. So it's this AI art of Magmortar as they imagine it would be in Super Smash Bros., which doesn't make much sense, since it wouldn't actually change appearance of that game. And this is Party Reunion Calm by Mr. Luck E09. So a bunch of these Pokemon here, most of them are alternate colored. So we've got this Magmortar, Glaceon, Togekiss, Arcanine, Gardevoir, Gallade, Dragonite, Frostlass, Zangoose, Empoleon, which is normal, has a tie on, and this Pichu with this flower, and it looks like maybe a necklace. And they're surrounding this cake here, I guess. Yes, very interesting. Then this is Magmortar Shiny Pokemon by Retratos Anime. So, we've got this nice shiny Magmortar here. Very well done. And this is Pokémon Magmortar by All0412. So this interesting image of a Magmortar like getting ready to shoot. Looks like the viewer, that's interesting. This is Mega Magmortar X and Y by KF Weegs. So, there isn't an actual Mega Magmortar, but this is how they imagine it might look like. So you've got this version where it's the face like goes away, and it's more like smoke and flames, and the cannons are much more significant. And then we've got this version, which is kind of more purple, I guess, and I don't know, maybe these arms are much more the prominent thing. So, yeah, this version, then we got the shiny for this version, the back sprites, and the shiny for this version, and the back sprites. It's very well done. Magmortar, Fire Blast by Ishmam. So you got this nice image of Magmortar using Fire Blast. And this doesn't contain a Magmortar, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Latios, Beldum, and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, 1 Clamperl into Huntail, and the other Clamperl into Gorbis, and Mega Evolve, Latios, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Togekiss. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Togekiss, the only fairy flying final evolution and third stage Pokemon, being the final evolution of Togepi, who evolves into Togetic, who, starting this generation, evolves when exposed to a shiny stone. In Gen 4, Togekiss is also the only fairy flying Pokemon and final fairy type Pokemon introduced. Although, before Gen 6, it was a normal flying Pokemon. This would have then been the final normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are June 8th, 1997, March 29th, 2000, January 18th, 2003, November 8th, 2005, August 29th, 2008, June 20th, 2011, April 10th, 2014, January 29th, 2017, November 20th, 2019, and September 10th, 2022. I must know Togekiss from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I also know it from My Pokemon Ranch. It's weird talking about Togekiss now, as I always thought that the full evolutionary line was introduced at the same time in Gen 2. It just feels like a good final evolution to Togepi, especially given how Togetic introduces the flying element. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Togekiss, the Jubilee Pokemon, whose number is 0468. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fairy Flying, abilities, Hustle or Serene Grace. Super Luck is its hidden ability, gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breedings, a group Flying and Fairy. Hatch time 10 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 83.8 pounds or 38 kilograms. Base experience yield is 220 in Gen 4 and 245 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 3. 2 in special attack, and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is white, and base friendship is 70. Togekiss is a dual-type fairy/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Prior to Gen 6, it was a dual-type normal/flying Pokemon. It evolves from Togetic when exposed to a shiny stone. It is the final form of Togepi. Biology, Togekiss is a white avian Pokemon with an ovoid body. While its feet are small and situated closely together, its wings are broad and triangular. Red and blue triangular markings over its underside, and it has a short tail consisting of 3 feathers. On the back of its head are 3 spikes, a red-tipped one, on the right a blue-tipped one, on the left and a pure white one in the middle. Togekiss has a relatively flat face and small black eyes. Togekiss have long been known worldwide as bringers of blessings, being depicted on good luck charms since ancient times. It is said that Togekiss brings good luck simply by virtue of its existence. However, they only appear in peaceful places and have never been witnessed anywhere near conflict or turmoil, marking their recent sightings exceptionally rare. It shares many kind gifts and sweet blessings when it visits peaceful places or sees people who avoid strife and respect the rights of others. However, Togekiss is a capable fighter and can use a powerful energy wave in battle. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, seeing several Togekiss sleeping contently is a sign that peace reigns in the area. Evolution. Togekiss evolves from Togetic and is the final form of Togepi, so Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl.
It will never appear where there is strife. Its sightings have become rare recently.
Platinum.
It shares many blessings with people who respect one another's rights and avoid needless strife.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
As everyone knows, it visits peaceful regions, bringing them gifts of kindness and sweet blessings.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword.
These Pokemon are never seen anywhere near conflict or turmoil. In recent times, they've hardly been seen at all.
Shield.
Known as the bringer of blessings, it's been depicted on good luck charms since ancient times.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
It will never appear where there is strife. Sightings of this Pokemon have recently become rare.
Legends Arceus.
Scant few have ever sighted this Pokemon. After studying what literature remains, I'm certain Togekiss will reveal itself when peace reigns in the land.
Game locations. Side game locations. In events is what this is supposed to be.
Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal has the Lepa Berry 30% of the time. Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Great items by level. Alpha EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Great items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 85, attack 50, defense 95, special attack 120, special defense 115, speed 80 for a total of 545. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ghost, fire, water, psychic, and fairy, weak to poison, rock, steel, electric, and ice, all for double, immune to ground and dragon, resistant to fighting and bug for a fourth, and grass and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Dragon-type moves is 1, so it'll go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so it'll go from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves was 0, so it went from 0 to 1. Bug-type moves was half, so it went from half to a fourth. And Dragon-type, Dark-type, Steel-type, Fighting-type, and Poison-type moves was 1 prior to Gen 6. Dragon went from 1 to 0, Dark went from 1 to half, Steel went from
1 to 2. Fighting went from 1 to a 4th. And Poison went from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Because you can hypothetically have a level 2 Togekiss, we'll go down to 2. Okay, never mind, we're only doing this Evo here, so upon evolution, it gets Air Slash. In Legends Arceus, same thing, so we'll start with 6 here. So at level 6, it gets Fairy Wind and masters it at 15. At 11, it gets Draining Kiss and Air Cutter and masters them at 20. At 18, it gets Calm Mind and masters it at 28. At 25, it gets Baby Doll Eyes and Air Slash and masters them at 35. At 34, it learns Extrasensory and masters it at 45. And at 43, it learns Moonblast and masters it at 54. By TM/TR, we're skipping for both games. Same by breeding. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Dual Wing Beat. It's a physical flying type move. Its power is 40, its accuracy is 90%, and PB has 10. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Baby Doll Eyes, Calm Mind, Dazzling Gleam, Drain Punch, Flamethrower, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Magical Leaf, Mystical Fire, Ominous Wind, Play Rough, Psychic, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Swift, Tri-Attack, Water Pulse, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. 4, it gets Air Cutter, 5 through 7 Bestow, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Covet. 4 and 7, Defog. 4 through 7, Double Team and Dream Eater. 5 through 7, Echoed Voice. 4 through 7, Endeavor. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Focus Punch. 4 through 7, Future Sight and Frustration, neither work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 4 through 7, Heal Bell and Hidden Power doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Incinerate. 7, Laser Focus. 4 through 7, Lucky Chant, Magic Coat, and Mirror Move. Lucky Chant and Mirror Move don't work anymore. 4, Mud Slap, Natural Gift, and Ominous Wind. Natural Gift and Ominous Wind don't work anymore. 4 and 5, Pluck. 4 through 7, Psych Up and Return. Return doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 4, Rollout. 4 through 7, Roost and Secret Power. Secret Power doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Shockwave. 4 through 7, Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Silver Wind, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Swagger and Tailwind. 5 and 7, Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Toxic. 4, Twister, and 4, 6, and 7, Water Pulse. By transfer, only via prior evolution. From 3, it gets Counter, 2, Curse, 2 and 3, Defense Curl, 2, Detect, 3, Mimic, Seismic Toss, and Soft Boiled, and 2, Zap Cannon. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It spits Aura Orbs and Twisters to attack. Protects itself with a strange barrier. Guardian Signs. It lets loose Shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Togekiss gave you a secret word. In the Granite Zone, she likes sky-based attractions and excels at Pelipper's Circle Circuit. You got all this. Ooh. In Pokemon Sleep. It's said that Togekiss has never seen anywhere near conflict or turmoil. If you see several of them sleeping contentedly, perhaps it's a sign that peace reigns in the area. Free Flight Sleep, Upright Flutter Sleep, Acrobatic Flight Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Flower crowns. So it's got a crown, the flower crown around the blue horn. That's fun. Evolution data. Togepi, level up with High Friendship. Togetic. Shiny Stone, Togekiss. You can breed this one, presumably this one as well. Sprites here, so a little different colors, but more or less the same. Triangles seem to be a lot bigger. That makes sense for like how they had to like show for the size of the screen. Shiny has this sort of yellow tint to it, similar to Togetix. Platinums, you got this angle, but more or less the same. Gen 5, you got the full back sprites. Oh, look at the tail. In Gen 6, you get the models. That's even less of it. Sort of takes on that more bluish tint. Although I guess it kind of had the blue tint before, but now it's kind of this, and this kind of becomes more cream colored. Yes. Gen 7, not really much changes. And Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models, which are cut off. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Togekiss and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Dawn's Togekiss is the big one. Got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 171 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Togekiss, the Jubilee Pokemon in the evolved form of Togetic. It is said that Togekiss never appears where there is conflict.
In Journeys, episode 123 in Go's Rotom Phone.
Togekiss, the Jubilee Pokemon. A fairy and flying type. People say its fairy existence brings good fortune. It's been pictured on good luck charms since ancient times.
In the manga, Togekiss and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, the TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the Togetic video. Togekiss is the only Pokemon that has a gender ratio of 7-to-1 that have had a female shown in the anime series, but not a male. In Pokken Tournament, Togekiss is the only support Pokemon with a charge time of normal. Togekiss, along with its re-evolved form Togetic, is one of only 2 Pokemon in Pokemon Legends Arceus whose number defeated research task maxes out at 1. This is most likely because the only time a Togekiss can be battled in the base game without Path of Solitude or massive mass outbreaks is during the final battle with Volo. Origin: Togekiss appears to be based on fairies and birds. Its white color and association with peace suggest inspiration from doves, while its triangular belly markings are similar to a snowy owl. Its reputation for sharing blessings is reminiscent of angels, like its pre-evolutions. Its round body resembles an egg. Its rigid, triangular wings are also reminiscent of a flying wing. Togekiss may also be based on the Japanese interpretation of the Hu, also known as the Fenghuang, or Chinese Phoenix. This is due to its heavy association with peace and unwillingness to appear in any areas with strife or conflict, as well as its avian nature. Name origin: Togekiss may be a combination of Toge, spike, and kiss, referencing its kind nature. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Togekiss.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, where at the beginning, the narrator's explaining the world of Pokemon. We're about to enter a scene with a bunch of flying Pokemon, mostly birds. One of them will be Togekiss. It's not a huge, big one. It's, like, gonna be down here. Like, it's very subtle.
Soaring overhead, skimming the clouds.
And that is the first scene of Togekiss in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 1 Togekiss card.
It's the only Togekiss C card design. Unlike the Lickilicky C card, this champion's Pokemon card depicts a Pokemon used on Cynthia's team. Since the Togekiss she uses is almost always male, I'll go with he when referring to Togekiss. He was illustrated by Kwaoyu. I love the unique angle and how he is flying. If I were to guess, I would say he's flying next to a building. He has 70 HP. He has no height, weight, description, or retreat cost. In the area where the height, weight, number, and category are usually featured is the phrase Champions Pokemon. To the left, there's the SP symbol. To the right, there's an image of Cynthia. He has 2 moves, Collect and Reckless Charge, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Collect doesn't cost any energies. The player picks up a card. On this card, Reckless Charge costs 2 of any energies and hits for 30 damage, but he does 10 damage to himself. He's weak to lightning for double damage, mirroring the weakness to electric Togekiss has in the video games. He's resistant to fighting for minus 20 damage, which mimics the weakness to fighting Togekiss has in the video games. In the bottom left corner, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. He's level 60.
I don't have a card for Yanmega, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Porygon Z. Now let's see why other people love Togekiss. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Togekiss. This first one is Togekiss Express by Missy Penny. We did this one in the Togepi and the Togetic video, so it's fun to finish it off doing it in the Togekiss video. So we got the Togekiss and a bunch of Togepi sitting on top of it, flying with a couple of Togetic here. Seems to be from 2012. Very well done. And we've got Pokefusion Togekiss / Torterra by Honeymoon 1111. This AI art of the fusion between Togekiss and Torterra. Then we've got Whitney Chibi Doll by Taiga Wolfie. So this interesting, more dog-like fusion between Togekiss and Umbreon here. Then we've got Togekiss by Pluel. So this nice underside shot of Togekiss here. Very unique angle. Very well done. Then we've got Lumberjack Trainer and Team by Mark331. So we did this one in the Honchkrow video, I think. But we can do it again, I guess. We got a Lumberjack Trainer here who's like an elf or something for some reason. And then we've got the Honchkrow, Togekiss, Mew, Snorlax, Teddiursa, and Arcanine here. Very well done. Then we've got Togekiss Fusion Adoptable, 1 of 3, moved by Caramel Like Nutella. So, got this one, so it's closed. So this fusion between Togekiss and Scorbunny. And we got this one, so it's closed as well. This one with Lopunny. This would be maybe the shiny Togekiss. One with Azumarill. And it's got a link to, I guess, this one. Interesting. So we've got Togekiss by Togechu. So this nice Togekiss image here. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Togekiss Togepi Mamecuiver by Luxa Loversy. Number 468 Togekiss, number 175 Togepi. I guess they're sort of humanoid versions of these two, I guess. Interesting. Has like little girls, I guess. I don't know. We've got Excuse Me, Sorry coming through by Harlequin Waffles. This nice image of a Togekiss like rushing through them. It's got the scarf, suggesting that maybe this is a mystery dungeon fan art. So we've got a couple Dreepy, a Dragapult, a Latios, and a Swallow. Very well done. Then we've got Togekiss Says Hello by Fumi Lex. This is very nice. Very kind of stylized image of Togekiss here. Very well done. Then we've got Togekiss Sleeping by Fester's Funhouse Fan. So just the official image of Togekiss from Pokemon Sleep. And we've got Day 5 Togekiss by Pink Jeremy. So this nice image of a Togekiss here. Very well done. Very kind of stylized. Seems to maybe from 2021. Then we've got Togekiss and Cincino by Flower 5A. So we've got this fusion sprite here between the two of them. Normal. Then we got Shiny. Interesting. Very well done. Then we got Calm Mind by Mileotic. So this nice image, I guess, of Togekiss using Calm Mind. Very interesting. Very well done. Then we've got Togekiss Print by Lexus Sketches. So this interesting stylized Togekiss here. Got a couple of them flying in the sky. Then we've got Togekiss Subspecies by Menami. So we've got Fancy, Pygmy Togekiss are often mistaken for pests, but wherever they nest, people are often happy. Bred for best parts of every Togekiss fancy. Togekiss are often used in contests. Arctic Togekiss are in the coldest areas of the world, thus they rarely see humans. They are very skittish around other creatures. Exotic, no idea. Then they got the original Togekiss Equator Togekiss are built for running and never use their wings. They carry wounded Pokemon to safety on their backs. Natural Togekiss live in ruins and abandoned buildings. A rare sighting for those who venture off the path. Interesting. Then we've got Togekiss Ability Forms by Shade of Shannon. If each of its abilities affected its form, so Hustle, I guess it's hustling along here, and then Serene Grace is very graceful, then Super Luck, I guess it's, I don't know, somehow it's represented here. They all seem to be from 2024, very well done, very stylized, of course. Then we have POV, You Died and Went to Heaven by Harlequin Waffles, so I guess this is supposed to be the gates of heaven, and you're welcomed by a Togekiss, a Togetic, and 3 Togepi. Very well done. So this is OC Pokemon Teams by Fane Key. So only this last one has the Togekiss. So we've got Sunny Side Up, a male Togekiss. Crimson Delight, a male. Hydrapple, Fig Newton, this female. Gliscor, Sesame, this female. Staraptor, Sheo, this male. Vanillux and Kiev, this female. Blaziken here, very interesting, very stylized. Togekiss by Master Markers. So we've got a couple Togekiss here, a little bit stylized. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Skies of Color by Sparkane Arts. So this Glaceon fusion with Togekiss here, and then Eevee with, I guess, either Togetic or Togepi. Very interesting. Then we've got 0468 Togekiss by Dual Cosmog. I was kind of hoping we'd do this one. We saw this one at the end of yesterday's. It was the one that stopped us. But we can, yeah, very well done. Very nice image here, very stylized. Realistic take on Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss by Twarda8. We may have done one of these in the previous, either Togepi or Togetic. I don't remember. But they sort of more bird-like, and where, like, the patterns are just, like, actual, like, patterns. Yeah, rather than, like, fantastical patterns. So I got numbers 175 Togepi, number 176 Togetic, and number 148 Togekiss. Very interesting. I've got Togekiss by Hearless Soul. So we've got this nice, very simple image of a Togekiss in the sky. Very well done. And that seems to be the end of the page results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Swablu into Altaria, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve, Sceptile, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Yanmega, as always, so this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Yanmega, the final bug-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in this generation, it's also the only evolution of Yanma who evolves when leveled up knowing Ancient Power. Yanmega's previous PYC dates are June 9th, 1997, March 30th, 2000, January 19th, 2003, November 9th, 2005, August 30th, 2008, June 21st, 2011, April 11th, 2014, July 30th, 2017, November 21st, 2019, and September 11th, 2022. I most know Yanmega as one of the Pokemon Jessie has in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. As I mentioned back in the Yanma video, I remember her as a Yanma that was sent to Giovanni, where he had one of his grunts evolve her into a Yanmega and send her back. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Yanmega, the Ogre Darner Pokemon, whose number is 0469. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Flying, abilities Speed Boost or Tinted Lens. Frisk is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is a group bug, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 6'3" or 1.9 meters, weight is 113.5 pounds or 51.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 198 in Gen 4 and 180 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Yanmega is a dual-type bug/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Yanma when leveled up, while knowing Ancient Power. Biology: Yanmega is a large, dark green dragonfly Pokemon. Its large eyes are red with black lines that make a sideways T shape in each one. It has 2 large white fangs, or mandibles, next to its small mouth. Its immense jaw power allows it to bite apart foes while flying by at high speed. Each of Yanmega's segments has a red spot on them, while the last tail segment has a black triangular plate. It has 2 similar plates on the back of its thorax and a third on its head. Yanmega has 6 black thin legs, It has 4 white oval wings with red tips, and there are 2 smaller white wings on the end of its tail. Yanmega can create shockwaves by beating its wings. These shockwaves are so powerful they may inflict critical injuries on any foes or even knock down huge trees. Yanmega's wings are powerful enough to carry an adult human. Yanmega is very rare in the wild, though it can be found in wooded and swampy areas. It has very strong jaw power and bites apart its prey's head while flying at high speed. Yanmega usually aim for the prey's most vulnerable spot, wasting no energy in the process. Yanmega is said to be an extremely violent Pokemon, usually requiring someone of incredible bravery to tame this aggressive bug. When Yanmega needs to rest, it flips its body over and finds a branch to rest on. Evolution: Yanmega evolves from Yanma, so Yanma, Yanmega. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, by churning its wings, it creates shockwaves that inflict critical internal injuries to foes. Platinum: its jaw power is incredible. It is adept at fighting apart foes while flying by at high speed. Heart Gold: the 6-legged Pokemon is easily capable of transporting an adult in flight. The wings on its tail help it stay balanced. Soul Silver: the beat of its wings is so powerful that it accidentally dislodges full-grown trees when it takes off in flight. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It prefers to battle by biting apart foes' heads instantly while flying by at high speed. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Heart Gold's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus: extremely violent. When hunting, it wastes none of its energy, aiming only for prey's most vulnerable spots. Any who manage to tame this Pokemon must be of incredible bravery. In Gen 9 Scarlet, Yanmega's wing beats are so powerful that the Pokemon blows down huge trees nearby when it vigorously launches itself into flight. Violet is Platinum and the Black and White entries. Yanmega and the Kitakami Pokedex. Nice image in a tree here, that's fun, like it's lifting off. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Black 2, White 2, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon has the wide lens 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Hearty Grains 35% of the time, Vivid Choke 15% of the time, and Grid items by level, Alpha XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 86, Attack 76, Defense 86, Special Attack 116, Special Defense 56, Speed 95, for a total of 515. Pokeathlon stats: Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Poison, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Flying, Fire, Electric, and Ice for double, and Rock for 4, Immune to Ground, Resistant to Fighting, and Grass for a fourth, and Bug for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or a Ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Set by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 34 Yanmega, we'll do this move reminder here, then go down to level 34. So, by move reminder, it gets Hypnosis, but in version 3.0.0 onwards, 38 Faint, 43 Slash, 46 Screech, and 49 U-Turn. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, Yanma gives it Wing Attack as a physical flying type move. Its power is 60, accuracy is 100%, and PB has 35. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It spits gooey silk. It attacks by letting loose shockwaves. Guardian Signs. It lets loose supersonic waves and gusts of luminous wind to attack. You got all this. New Pokemon Snap of the Photodex entry. Yanmega's wings are powerful enough to create shockwaves when it accelerates. When it wants to rest, it turns its body upside down and stops for a while on a branch. Evolution data, Yanma. Level up knowing Ancient Power, Yanmega. Sprites here, so a lot more orange. Oh, the red parts are a lot more orange. That's interesting. And these are a lot closer together, I think, the spikes. For the shiny, it's got a blue body and pink on the inside. So the blue body is probably a reference to Yanma's blue body that it gets for its shiny. Platinum, you got it sort of curved down now. I think this also looks like it's darker green and probably the proper red. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. That has the weird blue thing. In Gen 7, the big difference is it doesn't have the weird blue thing anymore. So I think the spikes have been, like, separated a little bit more. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game, which are cut off. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Yanmega in Pokemon the Series XY. Jesse's Yanmega is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 80 in Dawn's Pokedex. Yanmega, the Ogre Darner Pokemon. When it flutters its wings, it creates a shockwave that can cause internal damage to its opponents. In the manga, you got Mega and Pokemon Adventures, you got all this. In the TCG. Trivia, despite having significantly higher special attack than attack, Yanmega gives out 2 attack effort values when defeated. What? Is that what effort values are? Something about defeated. Okay, that's something, I guess. Origin. Like its pre-evolution, Yanmega is based on a dragonfly, and as its name suggests, also the Magnezone, a particularly large prehistoric species related to dragonflies and damselflies. Its species name suggests it is based on a golden-ringed dragonfly called Oniyanma in Japanese, literally meaning Oni or ogre dragonfly. Its dull green color, robust body shape, and ability to transport humans may be inspired by certain military helicopters. Name origin, Yanmega and Magayanma are a combination of Yanma, large dragonfly, and the prefix Mega, great or large, or Meganura, a genus that is a member of an order commonly referred to as griffinflies, gigantic prehistoric relatives of modern dragonflies/damselflies. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Yanmega's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town, where they have met Alice, and she's showing them the garden of the Time-Space Tower, and we see the Yanma here.
It says the design theme of Architect Godey's brilliant garden is the harmony between humans and Pokemon.
I would say that is Yanmega's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see about other people of Yanmega. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start with looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Yanmega. This first one is Yanmega in Super Smash Bros. By Klutzkaka. So again, like the one we did a couple days ago, this doesn't make any sense because it wouldn't change its form. Also say AI art. Then we got 0469 Yanmega by Aaron Tiger Cheer. This more realistic Yanmega here, very interesting. Then we've got Yanmega redesigned by Adsuke, so I guess the redesign of Yanmega here, and then we got, the lion, Yanma, and Yanmega. I guess it's more consistent with the colors, interesting. Then this doesn't contain a Yanmega, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Leafeon. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Leafeon, the grass-type evolution of Eevee who evolves when leveled up near a moss rock or starting in Gen 8 when exposed to a leaf stone. Leafeon's previous BYC dates are June 10th, 1997, March 31st, 2000, January 20th, 2003, November 10th, 2005, August 31st, 2008, June 22nd, 2011, April 12th, 2014, January 31st, 2017, November 22nd, 2019, and September 12th, 2022. I'm most known Leafeon from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I think Leafeon has a great design. It definitely conveys that it's the grass-type evolution. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon, whose number is 0470. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, abilities Leaf Guard, Chlorophyll is its inability, gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is 8 group field, hatch time 35 cycles, height is 3'3" or 1 meter, weight is 56.2 pounds or 25.5 kilograms, basic experience yield is 196 in Gen 4, and 184 and 5+. Leveling grade is medium fast, EV is 2 and defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 35. Leafeon is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Eevee when leveled up near a moss rock or when exposed to a leaf stone. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Biology, Leafeon is a mammalian quadrupedal Pokemon. Its body is tan with dark brown paws. It has a multitude of small green sprouts growing all over its legs, chest, and back, with the longest one on its head in front of 4 tan tufts of fur. Leafeon's green ears and tail resemble tattered leaves. It has brown eyes and a small round nose. This Pokemon's cellular structure is similar to plants, which allows it to perform photosynthesis and purify the air around it by sleeping under the sunlight. It gets its energy in this way instead of eating. It is a pacifistic, quiet Pokemon. Preferring not to fight, though, it will sharpen its hard, leafy tail for the occasions it needs to. The tail's sharpness is said to exceed that of a master-crafted sword, being able to cut down a large tree with one hit. Leafeon's aroma is similar to fresh grass in its youth. As it ages, this fragrance bears more of a resemblance to fallen leaves. The aroma is favored in Galar, where it is used to create a popular perfume. It lives in lush forests that have clean rivers. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, the air produced by a sleeping Leafeon can help any Pokemon sleep deeply. During the development of Gen 2, the earliest iteration of Leafeon was a quadrupedal grass-type Pokemon with root-like feet, several markings across its body, and a short fringe above its eyes. Its eventual redesign for Gen 4 is evidenced by Leafeon's early Japanese name in the data of Pokemon Battle Revolution, matching the same name as this early iteration from Gen 2, known as Reefy. So, Reefy, an early version of Leafeon. Evolution, Leafeon evolves from Eevee, so Eevee, Leafeon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl.
Just like a plant, it uses photosynthesis. As a result, it is always enveloped in clear air.
Platinum.
It basically does not fight. With cells similar to those of plants, it can perform photosynthesis.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
When you see a Leafeon asleep in a patch of sunshine, you'll know it is using photosynthesis to produce clean air.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. With cells similar to those of plants, it performs photosynthesis inside its body and creates pure air. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Leafeon's not the correct casing. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun,
its cellular composition is closer to that of a plant than an animal. It uses photosynthesis to produce its energy supply without eating food.
Moon,
the younger they are, the more they smell like fresh grass. With age, their fragrance takes on the odor of fallen leaves.
Ultra Sun,
although it doesn't like disputes, it will sharpen the leaf on its tail into a blade and fight if it has to protect its friends.
Ultra Moon, it gets its nutrition from photosynthesis. It lives a quiet life deep in forests where clean rivers flow.
In Gen 8 Sword, Galarians favor the distinctive aroma that drifts from this Pokemon's leaves. There's a popular perfume made using that scent.
Shield,
this Pokemon's tail is blade sharp, with a fantastic cutting edge that can slice right through large trees.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart.
Legends Arceus. Cells similar to those of plants have been found in its fur. Its hard tail can fell a large tree with one stroke, and the tail's sharpness exceeds even that of a sword crafted by a master.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is X and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is Moon's entry. Leafeon in the Alola Pokedex and Sun and Moon. Leafeon in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Leafeon in the Valdea Pokedex. You can see in the grass here. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Legends Arceus for normal has the Raspberry 30% of the time, Vivid Choke 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 110, Defense 130, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 65, Speed 95 for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal Fighting, Rock, Ghost, Steel, Psychic Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Flying, Poison, Bug, Fire, and Ice for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to Ground, Water, Grass, Electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. In Gen 9, you could hypothetically have a level 1 Leafeon, but Because this is a section about leveling up, we'll start at 2. Upon evolution, it gets Razor Leaf, 5 Sand Attack, 10 Quick Attack, 15 Baby Doll Eyes, 20 Leech Seed, 25 Magical Leaf, 30 Synthesis, 35 Sunny Day, 40 Giga Impact, 45 Swords Dance, 50 Leaf Blade, and 55 Last Resort. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all. So TM 001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mudslap, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ice, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 35 Mudshot, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 56 Bullet Seed, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scissor, 111 Giga Drain, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 152 Giga Impact, 159 Leaf Storm, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 181 Knockoff, 190 Solar Blade, 193 Weather Ball, 194 Grassy Glide, 204 Double Edge, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by prior evolution. Special move from this event: Aerial Ace, Wish, and Yawn. Side game data, I got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It scatters these and makes vines grow out of the ground to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed.
You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry.
Leafeon came to the Meadow Zone so that he could play. The attraction he specializes in is Bulbasaur's Daring Dash.
Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond.
She created a race course and likes to let others run it. She's competing with her friends about who can create the most interesting course.
You got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
Did you notice how clear the air was near the waterfall in the jungle? That's because Leafeon, with its plant-like cells, has been cleaning the air with photosynthesis.
Pokemon Sleep.
When you see Leafeon asleep in a patch of sunshine, you'll know it is using photosynthesis to produce clean hair. Perhaps this nice, crisp air might help any Pokemon around Leafeon sleep deeply.
Tail swinging sleep, sturdy sleep, leaf grabbing sleep, and a top belly sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Flower crown. I got the crown over the leaf, that's fun. Holiday hat, that's next to the leaf. Cherry blossoms. I think just next to the leaf as well. And an Explorer hat again, also next to the leaf. Very interesting. Evolution data. Leafeon evolves from Eevee when exposed to a Moss Rock, or from Gen 8 onwards when exposed to a Leaf Stone. Eevee will always evolve into Leafeon when leveled up near a Moss Rock, even if the evolutionary conditions for it to evolve into Espeon, Umbreon, or Sylveon have also been met. The Moss Rock is not present in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Pokemon Sword and Shield, or Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Eevee will never evolve into Leafeon in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Leafeon is not present in those games. So, Eevee, Leaf Stone, level up near Moss Rock. I guess that's the Moss Rock. Leafeon. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors, as you can expect. Yeah, a little bit shorter, it looks like. That's interesting. But I guess the green is more vibrant. I guess that, and the skin color is, you know, a little bit more dark, I guess, yeah. Platinums, not only much changes, I think maybe it gets a little bit taller, kind of like the official art is. I'd say that's probably the big difference. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models, which make it way taller. And the lighter colors. Tail isn't attached, which is weird. Is it? What? That can't be. That's not right. In Gen 7, I don't know if it's just because of an angle change, but that looks like it's definitely attached to the butt. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Leafeon and Pokemon Horizons the series. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 155, in Ash's Pokedex.
Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon. Leafeon is always surrounded by fresh, clean air because he uses photosynthesis just like a plant.
Black and White, episode 102, in Ash's Pokedex.
Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon. Because Leafeon cells are like
a plant, it performs photosynthesis. In Journeys, episode 94, and Chloe's Rotom Phone. Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon, a grass type. Leafeon photosynthesize and generate extremely fresh air. The perfume made from its leaves is quite popular. Poketoon, Leafeon and a Poketoon with a Sylveon. In the manga, Leafeon in Phantom Thief Pokemon 7. Got all this. Leafeon and I Can't Choose Eevee. Interesting. DCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Leafeon appears as a trophy alongside its counterpart Glaceon. Trophy information. A fresh snow Pokemon and a verdant Pokemon. They're both evolutions of Eevee. Eevee can evolve into 7 different Pokemon, depending on what it has in its possession and where it is when it evolves. Glaceon is an ice type and can freeze all the fur on its body into protective quills. Leafeon is a grass type, and the air around it is always fresh and clean. Pokemon Unite. Leafeon is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee speedster that starts as Eevee, which evolves into Leafeon at level 4. Leafeon and Pokemon Unite. Trivia. Leafeon was designed by Etsuko Nishida. The second point I read in the Umbreon video, as there is no Moss Rock in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it is impossible to evolve Eevee into Leafeon in these games. The same applies for Magnezone, Probopass, and Glaceon. All have to be traded from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum to be obtained. Despite Eevee being obtainable before the Pokemon League in Pokemon Black and White versions 2, it cannot evolve into Leafeon or Glaceon until after the Elite Four is defeated. This is because Pinwheel Forest, where the Moss Rock is located, cannot be reached until that point in the game, as the entrance to the Sky Arrow Bridge is blocked. Leafeon, along with Glaceon, is the only evolution to not be seen evolving from Eevee on screen in the animated series. Origin. Leafeon bears many similarities to cats and foxes from their appearances, behaviors such as tree climbing, and cries. Leafeon's cry sounds similar to a cat's meow or a fox's chirp. Its coloration appears to be inspired by the markings found on animals like the Siamese cat or the red fox, as it is overgrown with leaves. It also has traits of plants, such as the ability to utilize photosynthesis. The brown marks on its paws give the appearance that they were buried. Name origin. Leafeon may be a combination of leaf and eon, an immeasurable long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolutions share and was Eevee's English prototype name. Leafia may be derived from leaf, and the languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Leafeon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior in this film. We're at the sort of introduction. We saw a little bit of this in the Rhyperior video.
Which brings us to a young trainer who has dedicated his life to the love of Pokemon and battling.
And that is Leafeon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Leafeon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No recent fan art, so let's start with looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Leafeon. This first one is Daily Random Prompt. Chlorophyll Wings, 06/27, so I guess June 27th, by Siberian Thing, so it's AI art of it with wings for some reason. This is Happy Leafeon Day 2025 by Stack EV Fans, so this anthropomorphic Leafeon here, I guess. This is Daily RP Leafeon African Rag Bear, 06/29, so June 29th, by Siberian Thing, another AI art where it's like more lion-like, I guess. And this is Happy Leafeon Day by Kuwu Face. Happy Leafeon Day. That's interesting art of anthropomorphic Leafeon here. This is Forest by Kuwu Face. So this another anthropomorphic Leafeon here. This is Leafeon Day 2025 by Sikit. So this nice image of Leafeon here. Very well done. We've got Leafeon Day 2025 by Just Nate 1225. So this nice, very kind of stylized image of Leafeon here. Very well done. This is Shiny Evolution Adopts Open by Calico Cattail. So you've got a bunch of these fun, altered, shiny evolutions. So you got Shiny Eevee here, Shiny Leafeon, Shiny Sylveon. Shiny Glaceon. Shiny Umbreon. Shiny Espeon. Shiny Vaporeon. Shiny Flareon. And Shiny Jolteon. Very well done. This is Leafeon fan art by Mega Haven. It is AI art of Leafeon. This is FT about Pokemon's Leafeon on the tree by Paulo Kea, another clearly AI Leafeon here. This is Happy Leafeon Day by Edoc 132,010. That's nice. Cute little Leafeon here. Very well done. Leafeon by Tanukalings. This nice, well-drawn image of Leafeon here. Very well done. This is Leafeon Alone and Happy is on 4 legs, standing up T by Big Strong Bear 89. So I got this other AI Leafeon here. This one requires me to watch the creators. I'm not going to do that, so this is where we're going to stop.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Omega Rubies, Clamperl, and 2 Slowpoke, Evolve, Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve, Beedrill, Pidgeot, Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Salamence, Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Glaceon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Glaceon, the Ice-type evolution of Eevee who evolves when leveled up near an Ice Rock, or starting in Gen 8, when exposed to an Ice Stone. Glaceon's previous PYC dates are June 11th, 1997, April 1st, 2000, January 21st, 2003, November 11th, 2005, September 1st, 2008, June 23rd, 2011, April 13th, 2014, February 1st, 2017, November 23rd, 2019, and September 13th, 2022. I most know Glaceon from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I think Glaceon is my second favorite evolution because of its blue color. I also really like its design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon, whose number is 0471. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice, abilities Snow Cloak, Ice Body is its inability. Gender ratios 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 35 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 57.1 pounds or 25.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 196 in Gen 4 and 184 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Glaceon is an Ice-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Eevee when leveled up near an Ice Rock or when exposed to an Ice Stone. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, and Sylveon. Biology, Glaceon is a quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon covered in light blue fur. It has long pointed ears, dark eyes, and a small nose. A teal crest with 2 dangling flaps adorns its head, resembling hair or headgear. Glaceon has 2 dark blue rhombus-shaped markings on its back. The tip of its tail, feet, and flaps are the same shade of blue. By controlling its body temperature, it freezes the moisture in the air, producing ice crystals or diamond dust surrounding it. It is capable of freezing its fur into sharp needle-like icicles, which it can fire at opponents or use as protection as it tackles at its prey. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, Glaceon can also perform this defense mechanism while sleeping. It can quickly drop its body temperature below -75 degrees Fahrenheit or -60 degrees Celsius. Glaceon is rather popular in ski resorts due to its ability to create powdery snow. Those captivated by Glaceon's beautiful snowfall will be instantly frozen without realizing it. Evolution, Glaceon evolves from Eevee, so Eevee, Glaceon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl.
As a protective technique, it can completely freeze its fur to make its hair stand like needles.
Platinum.
By controlling its body heat, it can freeze the atmosphere around it to make a diamond dust
Dust Flurry. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It causes small ice crystals to form by lowering the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It lowers its body heat to freeze its fur. The hairs then become like needles it can fire. In Gen 6, X is Platinum and the Black and White entries. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, Black, White, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun, it can control its body temperature at will. This enables it to freeze the moisture in the atmosphere, creating flurries of diamond dust. Moon, it freezes its fur into icicles, spiky and sharp, and tackles its prey. Ultra Sun, it protects itself by freezing its fur into sharp needles. It can drop its body temperature below negative 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Ultra Moon, it can instantaneously freeze any moisture that's around it, creating ice pellets to shoot at its prey. In Gen 8 Sword,
any who become captivated by the beauty of the snowfall that Glaceon creates will be frozen before they know it.
Shield, the coldness emanating from Glaceon causes powdery snow to form, making it quite a popular Pokemon at ski resorts. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, as a defense mechanism, it can completely freeze its fur to make its hair stand out like needles. Legends Arceus, Glaceon is able to lower its body temperature very quickly. It freezes the atmosphere, creating diamond dust that glitters like gems while it flutters and dances around. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is Black 2, White 2, Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Glaceon in the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon. Glaceon in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Glaceon in the Paldea Pokedex, so you can see it's in the snow, that makes sense. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Raspberry 30% of the time, Vivid Choke 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 60, defense 110, special attack 130, special defense 95, speed 65, for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, water, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, steel, and fire, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ice for half. Learn step by leveling up. In Gen 9, you can hypothetically have a level 1 Glaceon, but since this is a section that's talking about level up moves, we'll start at 2. Upon evolution, it gets Icy Wind, 5 Sand Attack, 10 Quick Attack, 15 Baby Doll Eyes, 20 Ice Shard, 25 Bite, 30 Ice Fang, 35 Snowscape, 40 Freeze Dry, 45 Mirror Coat, 50 Blizzard, and 55 Last Resort. By TM, because it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all. TM 001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mudslap, 7 Protect, 10 Ice Fang, 11 Water Pulse, 20 Trailblaze from version 2.0.1 onwards, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 41 Stored Power, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 178 Gravity, 187 Icicle Spear, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 212 Triple Axle, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by prior evolution. Special moves in this event, you can get Calm Mind, Curse, and Ice Beam. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It shoots an icy beam from its mouth. It also attacks with hunks of ice.
Guardian Signs.
It shoots hunks of ice that make Pokemon stop.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pet entry.
Glaceon can always be found playing in the Iceberg Zone. She specializes in Empoleon's Snowslide and Rayquaza's Balloon Panic.
In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond,
she thought of a race course to run in a hot place, but later realized that not everyone enjoys running in the heat.
Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
I knew Glaceon could freeze the air around it by controlling its body temperature, but I was surprised to see one whip up a flurry of diamond dust with just a single cry.
Pokemon Sleep.
At first glance, it may look
defenseless as it dozes, but look closer. Glaceon completely freezes its fur, making its hairs stand out like needles, so that it's protected from enemies even while it sleeps. Arm pillow sleep, sturdy sleep, sprawled sleep, and a top belly sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you've got the flower crown. It just sort of looks like it's attached to its head. Undersea holiday, and you got a nice little holiday outfit, that's fun. Holiday hat, so you got a little hat here. Cherry blossom, you got the blossoms there. Explorer hat, you got it there, that's fun. Evolution data, Glaceon evolves from Eevee when exposed to an Ice Rock, or from Gen 8 onwards when exposed to an Ice Stone. Eevee will always evolve into Glaceon when leveled up near an Ice Rock, even if the evolutionary conditions for it to evolve into Espeon, Umbreon, or Sylveon have also been met. The Ice Rock is not present in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Pokemon Sword and Shield, or Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and the Ice Stone is not obtainable in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Eevee will never evolve into Glaceon in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Glaceon is not present in those games. Eevee, Ice Stone, level up near Ice Rock. I guess that's the Ice Rock. Glaceon. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors. These are a lot lighter colors. It's a different kind of blue, I guess. Platinums, it's sitting down. I think it's like a lot more proportional, the head to everything else. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models and the more modern colors. In Gen 7, its face looks a little different. That's interesting. Yeah, it looks like they squished its head a little bit. In Gen 8, you get the much better models in Sword and Shield. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Glaceon in Pokemon Journeys the series. Maze Glaceon's the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries, I already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dawn's Pokedex read it.
Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon and the evolved form of Eevee. Glaceon can freeze the fur on its body and make it stick out like sharp needles.
In Black and White, episode 102, in Ash's Pokedex.
Glaceon, the first snow Pokemon. Glaceon freezes the surrounding air by controlling its body temperature.
In Journeys, episode 87, in Chloe's Rotom Phone.
Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon, an ice type, one of Eevee's evolved forms. Glaceon can control its body temperature at will, and by freezing water particles in the air, it can create diamond dust.
In the manga, Glaceon in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Adventure, Glaceon in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Glaceon appears as a trophy alongside its counterpart, Leafeon. Trophy information. A fresh snow Pokemon and a verdant Pokemon. They are both evolutions of Eevee. Eevee can evolve into 7 different Pokemon, depending on what it has in its possession, and where it is when it evolves. Glaceon is an ice type, and can freeze all the fur on its body into protective quills. Leafeon is a grass type, and the air around it is always fresh and clean. Pokemon Unite. Glaceon is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged attacker that starts as Eevee, which evolves into Glaceon at level 4. Glaceon and Pokemon Unite. Trivia. Glaceon was designed by Atsuko Nishida. Glaceon's Japanese name is the same as the English name of Glacia, a member of the Hoenn Elite Four. I read this third point in the Umbreon video. Despite Eevee being obtainable before the Pokemon League in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, it cannot evolve into Glaceon or Leafeon until after the Elite Four is defeated. This is because Twist Mountain, where the Ice Rock is located, cannot be reached until that point in the game, as the entrances to it and the Tube Line Bridge are blocked. Glaceon shares its category with Vanillite. They are both known as the Fresh Snow Pokemon. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Glaceon was unable to learn Trailblaze via TM, while its re-evolution and all the other evolutions could. According to the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Beta, and the data files of Pokemon Battle Revolution, Glaceon's developmental name was Icea. This name may be derived from ice. Origin. Like many of the evolutions, Glaceon shares characteristics with foxes, dogs, and cats. It may be more closely based on an Arctic fox, due to their habitat, assuming Leafeon draws inspiration from Siamese or other color point cats. Glaceon may also draw some inspiration from them, especially blue points. Its Hair resembles an ushanka or a scarf hat. Name origin, Glaceon, may be a combination of glacier, a large, slow-moving mass of ice on land, or glace, French for ice, and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolutions share, and was Eevee's English prototype name. Incidentally, its name is also an anagram of congeal, to become solid, usually by cooling. Glacia may be derived from glacier. It may also involve grace. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Glaceon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 542, a full course tag battle. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, have reunited with May here. She is showing off her new Pokemon. There's Glaceon.
Oh, May, your Eevee evolved. Great.
Dawn, Pikachu.
Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon and the evolved form of Eevee. Glaceon can freeze the fur on its body and make it stick out like sharp needles.
So cute! See, over near Snow Point City, there's an ice cave where a huge ice crystal causes...
Okay, I would say that is Glaceon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Glaceon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Glaceon. This is Glaceon Pokemon by Hergy AI, so this AI art of Glaceon here. This is Glaceon by Bisky4, another AI art of Glaceon here. This is Open Glaceon, Winter in the City by Kiana, this AI art of anthropomorphic Glaceon here. This is Icy New Style Yay by Stray Tears, so Icy got this Glaceon here with wings for some reason. Very well done. Then this is FT about Pokemon's MT's Glaceon by Paulo Kea. Even though it doesn't say it in the description, I'm pretty sure this is AI art of Glaceon here. This is Glaceon by Mind Wallpaper, another Glaceon AI art here. Then we've got Clothes, Glaceon Cozy Days by Kiana, another anthropomorphic AI Glaceon. This is TGEE Starter Pack by Extremity. So you've got a bunch of anthropomorphic evolutions here. So you got Umbreon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Glaceon, and Espeon. Very well done. This is Glaceon by Mind Wallpaper, another AI Glaceon here. This is Eid Mubarak 2025 by Einat Jaruk Lord. Eid Mubarak 2025 RP. This is interesting anthropomorphic Glaceon here, probably female, but look at the clothes. Very interesting. I've got Icy Ribbon, Lazuli, and Sylvia by Mr. Popstar. It's got this fun, very unique, stylized image of a Glaceon and a Sylveon here. I guess they're a couple. Got little, like, chibi versions, I guess, down here. And then this cute little iceberg with the ribbons of Sylveon. Very well done. Then this is Gloria Ref 2025 by Torchic Master. I guess this is their anthropomorphic Glaceon character, so Gloria, female, Crystal, I guess is what these are. Bangs. Markings for the legs. Either style works for the eyes. Mouth is like that. Species Glaceon / Raichu. Oh, it's a fusion between the two. Not a shiny, nature, hardy, characteristic, highly persistent moves, Ice Fang, Thunder, Crunch, and Sheer Cold. Got back markings, paw veins. Got all the colors. Heh. Thinking of the "My mind is an enigma" joke from SpongeBob, that spilled milk. Winter wear, PJs. The glasses, I guess, are required. Suit. Required are also the gloves and the scarf. Optional bracelets as well. Yeah, very well done. This is Glaceon by Essie Faye. Even though it doesn't say it in the description, I'm pretty sure this is AI art. This is my OC's character, Evolution Squad, Mika, by Frost and Spirits. This nice, fun Glaceon here. Yeah, very well done. I've got Eve Crafters by Randex May. So you've got these anthropomorphic Leafeon and Glaceon here. That's fun. Got a diamond pickaxe and normal axe, I guess. Yeah, very well done. Then this is Hydrangea Glacie by Scarlet Nexus. This nice image of, I guess Glacie is the name of their Glaceon here. Yes, so like little flowers in the hair, that's fun. Like the little, yeah, snowflakes and stuff, yeah. Very well done. Then this is Glaceon Glare by Cobaltion. So this fun image of Glaceon here, I guess the stylized Glaceon looking over their shoulder, glaring, yeah, very well done. This is Lily Use Psy Freeze. It's super effective by Sparky Does Art. So, Sparky does things. So we got this anthropomorphic Glaceon, and I think Jolteon. So didn't mean to, deserved it. Yeah, very well done. Then we got Glaceon by Shiny Magic. So, you've got this nice Glaceon image here. Yeah, very well done. I've got Glaceon by the Render Knight. So this nice, very cute image of a Glaceon here. Very well done. This is Glaceon and Leafeon by Astifica21. So you've got this nice image of a Glaceon and a Leafeon here sitting next to each other. Yeah, very well done. I've got Glaceon by Herbion. So this very stylized Glaceon here, very well done. I've got Glaceon by the Render Knight, a full body image of Glaceon this time, very well done. I've got Glaceon by Ace Faye. Again, I think this is AI art. That seems to be the end of the page of results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Gliscor. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Gliscor, the only ground-flying evolution, as of the filming of this, being the only evolution of Gligar, who, starting in this generation, evolves when leveled up, holding the Razor Fang at night. Gliscor's previous PYC dates are June 12th, 1997, April 2nd, 2000, January 22nd, 2003, November 12th, 2005, September 2nd, 2008, June 24th, 2011, April 14th, 2014, February 2nd, 2017, November 24th, 2019, and September 14th, 2022. As I mentioned back in the Gligar video, I always thought that Gligar and Gliscor were introduced in the same generation, Gen 4, mainly because of how prominent they are in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as one of Ash's Pokémon, which I find odd as I feel like Gliscor, design-wise, would fit better with Team Rocket. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Gliscor, the Fang Scorpion Pokemon. It was Fang Scorp prior to Gen 6. Its number is 0472. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ground Flying. Abilities Hyper Cutter or Sand Veil. Poison Heal is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is a group bug. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 6'7" or 2 meters. Weight is 93.7 pounds or 42.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 192 in Gen 4 and 179 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex colors purple and base friendship is 70. Gliscor is a dual-type ground/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Gligar when leveled up while holding a Razor Fang during the night. Biology, Gliscor is a large, mainly blue-purple, vampire bat-like Pokemon, partially clad in an insect-like carapace. Its legs have 2 toes and a slightly darker circular coloration on the underside, and its tail has 2 barbs, giving its tail the resemblance of a vampire's fangs. Its arms are red with thin striations and are completely detached from its black wings, and each is ended with large pincers. Its ears have discernible red chambered ear insides, and its eyes are yellow. It has 6 visible fangs in its mouth, and its waist like its arms, is red and striated. Gliscor's body resembles an open mouth, with the pointed protrusions coming from its upper torso resembling fangs, further illustrating its vampiric qualities. It has a tendency to hang upside down from trees while watching its prey. Gliscor feeds on the blood of other Pokemon species, grabbing prey using its tail, then biting their necks with its long, sharp fangs. It is even said to take pride once its prey is fully drained of blood. As shown in Riding the Winds of Change, Gliscor, along with its unevolved form Gligar, can emit a sort of sound wave in order to detect obstacles and fly around them, similar to echolocation. Its legs appear to be not suitable for walking, so it can only perform short hops when on the ground. Gliscor hangs upside down while sleeping, much like other bat-like Pokemon, and it is nocturnal. It is capable of soundless flight, however. Its wings cannot be flapped to the same extent that other Pokemon's wings can. Like Jumpluff and Wingull, Gliscor uses winds and updrafts to glide from place to place. When there is no wind, Gliscor climbs to the top of tall trees using its sharp raptorial claws and then glides from place to place. This practice is similar to flying squirrels. Gliscor is highly resistant against poisonous substances. It is extremely rare, but sometimes it is found in thick pine forests, swamps, and even alpine regions. Evolution: Gliscor evolves from Gligar, so Gligar, Gliscor. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. It observes prey while hanging inverted from branches. When the chance presents itself, it swoops. Platinum: if it succeeds in catching even a faint breeze properly, it can circle the globe without flapping once. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its flight is soundless. It uses its lengthy tail to carry off its prey, then its elongated fangs do the rest. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It dances silently through the sky. When it approaches prey, it can land a critical hit in an instant. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry, Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond, Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it observes prey while hanging inverted from branches. When the chance presents itself, Gliscor swoops. In Legends Arceus, it glides soundlessly on pitch-black wings and sinks sharp fangs into the throat of its prey. It takes on a look of satisfaction once it has entirely drained its prey of blood. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum and Black and White's entry. Violet, it flies soundlessly through the sky. It catches prey with its long tail, then lunges at the prey's vulnerable spots with its fangs. Gliscor in the Kitakami Pokedex. You can see it flying from the trees, I guess. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Razor Fang 8% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, XP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 95, defense 125, special attack 45, special defense 75, speed 95 for a total of 510. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying rock, ghost steel, fire, grass, psychic dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water for double and ice for 4. Immune to ground and electric. Resistant to fighting, poison, and bug, all for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an iron ball or a ring target, or is affected by smackdown or ingrain, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn step by leveling up, since you can hypothetically have a level 2 Gliscor. We'll start with 13 here, so 13 quick attack, 16 fury cutter, 19 knockoff, 22 acrobatics, 27 night slash, 30 U-turn, 35 screech, 40 X-scissor, 45 crab hammer, and 50 swords dance. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By prior evolution, Gligar can give it poison sting and slash. TCG only moves. Vice grip on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It launches twisters and hunks of dirt. It also rams to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers tremors to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bat entry. Gliscor rides on the breeze, flying over the Haunted Zone garden. He likes sky-based attractions, so watch him go at Pelipper's Circle Circuit. New Pokemon Snap in the photo dex entry. Gliscor was hanging upside down from the rocks by its tail, searching the area around it. When it's hunting prey, it glides through the air without making a sound. Evolution data, Gliscor evolves from Gligar when leveled up, while holding a Razor Fang during the night. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Gliscor evolves from Gligar when exposed to a Razor Fang during the night. Gligar, level up holding Razor Fang at night. Gliscor. Sprites here, so lot darker colors. And blue for the shiny. Yellow replaces the red parts. Platinum is more of this curved shape. And looks like the head's a lot bigger. In Gen 5, you got the fullback sprites. That's cool. In Gen 6, you get the models and these lighter colors. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Gliscor in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ash's Gliscor is the big one. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 64, and Ash's Pokedex.
Gliscor, the Fang Scorp Pokemon, and the evolved form of Gligar. It watches its prey as it hangs from trees by its tail and attacks from above when it sees the chance.
In the manga, Gliscor and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia. Gliscor is lighter than its pre-evolution, weighing in at only 93.7 pounds, 42.5 kilograms, while Gligar is 142.9 pounds, 64.8 kilograms. This is despite nearly doubling in size during evolution from 3'7", 1.1 meters to 6'7", 2 meters. Gliscor, along with Electivire, Magmortar, and Tangrowth, were the only Gen 4 Pokemon that explicitly required the use of a Gen 3 game in order to be available until the release of Pokemon Platinum. In this case, Gligar were only available through dual slot mode with Pokemon Emerald. I read this final point in the Weavile video. Origin, Gliscor appears to be based on a combination of gargoyles, scorpions, and vampires, which in turn share traits with bats. It may also be based on the scorpion fly. Additionally, it shares features with the Amikiri, a yokai with lobster or scorpion claws and the ability to fly. Name origin, Gliscor, and Glion may be a combination of glide and scorpion. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Gliscor's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 530, Riding the Winds of Change. We're at the very beginning of the episode. There's the Gliscor. The Gligar. Okay. That is Gliscor's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Gliscor. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gliscor. Since this first one is a fusion and we don't start with fusions, we'll start with the second one. This is Gliscor by Giant Behemoth. So this AI image of Gliscor. I've got another one. And we've got Gliscor Pokemon by Feroz Medina. This nice image of a Gliscor here on this really nice background. Very well done. Then we've got 472 Shiny Gliscor DW artwork edited by Zhao 10,192,009. Got this nice image. You probably just changed the colors from the original to the shiny. Then we got Gligar and Gliscor by Feiran. So I believe I did this one in the Gligar video. We could do it again. So we got Gligar and Gliscor. These very cute image of the two of them. Very nice. This doesn't contain a Gliscor, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence Metagross, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mamoswine. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Mamoswine, the latest Ice Ground Pokemon as of the filming of this. It's also the only Ice Ground final evolution and third stage Pokemon as of the filming of this, being the final evolution of Swinub, who evolves into Piloswine, who, starting this generation, evolves when leveled up, knowing Ancient Power. Mamoswine's previous PYC dates are June 13th, 1997, April 3rd, 2000, January 23rd, 2003, November 13th, 2005, September 3rd, 2008, June 25th, 2011, April 15th, 2014, February 3rd, 2017, November 25th, 2019, and September 15th, 2022. As I mentioned back in the Swinub and Piloswine videos, I always thought that Swinub, Piloswine, and Mamoswine were all introduced to the same generation, Gen 4, mainly because of how prominent they are in the Gen 4 era of the anime as one of Dawn's Pokemon. I specifically remember the episode where Piloswine evolves into Mamoswine, which is where I was introduced to this Pokemon. I also know Mamoswine from My Pokemon Ranch. To me, Mamoswine has always felt like a logical final evolution, even though it doesn't make a ton of sense to go from a Pokemon based on a boar to one based on a mammoth. Although I suppose Piloswine's tusks makes the connection work well. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mamoswine, the twin tusk Pokemon, whose number is 0473. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Ground, abilities Oblivious or Snow Cloak. Thick Fat is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 50 or 12.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 8'2" or 2.5 meters. Weight is 641.5 pounds or 291 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 207 in Gen 4. And 239 in 5+, leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Mamoswine is a dual-type Ice/Ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Piloswine when leveled up, while knowing Ancient Power. It is the final form of Swinub. Biology: Mamoswine is a large quadrupedal Pokemon, resembling a woolly mammoth crossed with a boar. Its brown fur is very thick, to endure harsh cold and protect from snow and ice. Its tusks, which are smaller on a female Mamoswine than on a male, are made of pure solid ice. Mamoswine has a blue mask-like pattern with a white rim around its face and eyes, resembling ski goggles. The fur on its muzzle is tan and shaggy, and its nose resembles that of a pig. Mamoswine's feet are black with 3 thick toes, and its tail is small. It can endure harsh cold and hunger for an almost indefinite amount of time, as indicated by a 10,000-year-old frozen specimen reviving. Mamoswine lived all around the world during the last ice age, but its population thinned when the climate grew warmer. Mamoswine inhabits cold places such as mountainous regions and frozen tundra. Weavile is a natural predator of Mamoswine. Mamoswine is believed to have hidden potential that was awakened by the cold climate. Route 17 in Kalos is also known as Mamoswine Road, as humans use rental Mamoswine to travel through the heavy snow in order to reach either Dendemil Town or Anastar City. Evolution: Mamoswine evolves from Piloswine and is the final form of Swinub, so Swinub, Piloswine, Mamoswine. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon X and Y on Route 17, also known as Mamoswine Road. The player must ride a Mamoswine through the deep snow that separates Dandemil Town and Anastar City. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Mamoswine is the boss of Dark Ice Mountain in the special episode In the Future of Darkness. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
Its impressive tusks are made of ice. The population thinned when it turned warm after the Ice Age.
Platinum.
A frozen one was dug up from soil dating back 10,000 years. It woke up to much amazement.
Heart Gold.
A frozen Mamoswine was dug up from ice dating back 10,000 years. This Pokemon has been around a long time.
Still Silver.
It flourished worldwide during the Ice Age, but its population declined when the masses of ice began to dwindle.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2.
When the temperature rose at the end of the Ice Age, most Mamoswine disappeared.
In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold's entry, but Mamoswine is not the correct casing. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry, Omega Ruby is X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Pearl, and Y's entry.
In Gen 8 Sword, this Pokemon can be spotted in wall paintings from as far back as 10,000 years ago. For a while, it was thought to have gone extinct.
Shield.
It looks strong, and that's exactly what it is. As the weather grows colder, its ice tusks
grow longer, thicker, and more impressive. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Its impressive tusks are made of ice. The Ice Age is over, and the climate has warmed, so this Pokemon's population has thinned. Legend Arceus. The species reached its zenith during the period known as the Ice Age. I suspect that Hisui's frigid climate is in harmony with Mamoswine's constitution, thus awakening hidden potential. In Gen 9, Scarlet is X and Omega Ruby's entry. Violet is basically Platinum, Black, and White's entry, but there's a comma after up, which definitely changes the meaning to specify that it waking up was to the amazement of those that dug it up, not that it woke up to be amazed at things. Mamoswine and the Kitakami Pokedex. It's got a couple of them here. I wouldn't be surprised if they're male and female. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Crunchy Salt 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid items by level, Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 130, defense 80, special attack 70, special defense 60, speed 80 for a total of 530. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, steel, fire, water, and grass, all for double. Immune to electric. Resistant to poison for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of electric type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon is thick fat, the effectiveness of fire type moves is 1, so it'll be 1 instead of 2, and the effectiveness of ice type moves is half. So it'd be half instead of 1. Learn step by leveling up. Since you can hypothetically have a level 34 Mamoswine, we'll start with this Evo here and then go down to 37. So upon evolution, it gets double hit, 37 Amnesia, 44 Takedown, 51 Earthquake, 58 Blizzard, and 65 Thrash. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. I think by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It triggers tremors and breathes powdered snow to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting blizzards and causing hunks of ice to fall. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bat entry. Mamoswine is a mighty Pokemon in the Iceberg Zone. He was once frozen during a fight with Empoleon. He specializes in Rayquaza's Balloon Panic. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. The cold of the snowfields has hardened Mamoswine's icy tusks, making them strong enough to withstand even Beartick's claws. Swinub must feel much safer when they're with Mamoswine. Evolution data, Swinub, level 33 Piloswine, level up knowing Ancient Power, Mamoswine. Sprites here, so got the gender difference, the longer tusk on the male, shorter tusk on the female. Shiny here is green. It's kind of similar to Swinub and a little bit of Piloswine, although it was more yellow. Platinum, the main thing is just like, I guess it lifts up its leg in the animation now. Yeah. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Got the darker colors? Or I guess they're different browns. Not really lighter or darker. Yeah. Shiny's a lot darker green now. Oh, that's interesting. The colors are different between males and female. The mask. That's interesting. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Although they make the females now more consistently the mask. That's probably the big difference for Shiny. In Gen 7, you get the much better models in Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus, you get these models, which are cut off for some reason. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Mamoswine in Pokemon the series XY with Ash and Pikachu. Dawn's Mamoswine is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 106 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Mamoswine, the twin tusk Pokemon in the evolved form of Piloswine. distinguished by its large tusks. Its weight is more than 5 times that of Philoswine, and is less commonly found since the end of the Ice Age. Black and White episode 91, in Georgia's Pokedex. Mamoswine, the twin-tusk Pokemon. Since the Ice Age, the Mamoswine population has gotten smaller. As the climate has warmed, its tusks are made from ice. In XY episode 83, in Serena's Pokedex. Mamoswine, the twin-tusk Pokemon. As the temperature got hotter after the Ice Age, it is said many Mamoswine disappeared. In the manga, Mamoswine and Pokemon Adventures, kind of this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Mamoswine is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee defender that starts as Swinub and evolves into Piloswine at level 5, which evolves into Mamoswine at level 9. Mamoswine in Pokemon Unite. Trivia: Mamoswine's Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Soul Silver, Black to White 2 and Y Pokedex entries are a reference to how woolly mammoths became extinct. I basically read the second point in the Lickilicky video. I basically read the third point, its sub-point, and the fourth point in the Swinub video. Origin: Mamoswine appears to be a combination of a woolly mammoth and a wild boar. This combination of features appears to imitate the features of the Mantyke, a breed of Sus domesticus known for its woolly hide. The white and blue mask around its eyes resembles ski goggles. Its ground type may be derived from the fact that the word mammoth comes from the Russian word mamont, which itself originates from the Mansi words ma, earth, and ant horn. The ice type, however, may come from the association of mammoths with an ice age. It being heavily associated with mammoths but lacking a trunk could be a reference to the Adams mammoth, where an early depiction of said mammoth also featured no trunk. This mammoth depiction also made it look very similar to a boar due to its small ears and wide shape. Its shiny variant's green coloration may be a reference to jade jewelry, an art that dates back to ancient times in which elephants are commonly depicted. This is further supported by the fact that Mamoswine originated in the Hisui region, with Hisui meaning jade in Japanese. Also, Mamoswine is based on an ancient creature and must know the move Ancient Power to be able to evolve from its previous form. Name origin: Mamoswine may be a combination of mammoth and swine. Mamo may be a combination of mammoth and boo-boo, onomatopoeia for oinking. And other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Mamoswine's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior in this film. All you really need to know for this scene is that a glacier is being affected. Yeah, it's moving on its own very fast, way faster than it should be. And that is Mamoswine's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Mamoswine. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Notice that in fan art, so start we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mamoswine. This is Mamoswine gains the Earth type by Eric GL 1996. So Swine of Ice Ground type, Piloswine Ice Ground type, Mamoswine Ice Earth type. Very interesting. This is Commissions number 11 by Albert Wilson. So you've got this nice group of Pokemon fusions here. So you have a Tyranitar mixed with Flygon and Nidoqueen, Rockruff and Lycanroc mixed with Dubwool and Graveyard, Mudskip mixed with Tinkaton with the hammer taking some inspiration from both Swampert and Mega Swampert. Hisuian Gudra mixed with Samurott, Decidueye and Corviknight, and Mamoswine and Emboar. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Mamoswine, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Pidgeotto, Onix, Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence Metagross, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Porygon Z. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Porygon Z, the only pure normal type 3rd stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, being the final evolution of Porygon, who evolves into Porygon 2, who, starting in this generation, evolves when traded holding the Dubious Disc. Porygon Z's previous PYC dates are June 14th, 1997, April 4th, 2000, January 24th, 2003, November 14th, 2005, September 4th, 2008, June 26th, 2011, April 16th, 2014, February 4th, 2017, November 26th, 2019, September 16th, 2022. I, like many, most know Porygon Z from its lack of appearances in the anime due to the controversy surrounding its base form, Porygon. I also know Porygon Z from Poké Park Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I love how silly Porygon Z is and how it plays on the idea that it's a corruption of Porygon 2. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Porygon Z, the virtual Pokemon, whose number is 0474. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities adaptability or download, analytic is its hidden ability, gender ratio is gender unknown, catch rate is 30 or 8.8%, breeding is a group mineral, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 2 foot 11 or 0.9 meters, weight is 75 pounds or 34 kilograms, base experience yield is 185 in Gen 4 and 241 in 5+, leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 3 and special attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Porygon Z is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Porygon 2 when traded while holding a Dubious Disc. It is the final form of Porygon. Biology, although technically a virtual, man-made Pokemon, Porygon Z does have a physical body. Its head is fuchsia and ovoid in shape, with a short, blunt antenna, protruding upwards, and a blue bill similar to that of a duck. Its eyes are yellow and have black rings similar to a bullseye. The head is completely detached from the body and floats slightly above it. Its smooth, ovoid body is fuchsia with a blue ring connecting its arms. Two arms are loosely connected to its upper body and, other than their blue color, have no features. The tail is also blue and featureless, but slightly resembles a paddle. Porygon Z was given additional software in order to increase its abilities further, and its offensive power has greatly increased. The initial idea was to give Porygon 2 the ability to travel through alien dimensions, but it did not work as planned. Instead, the resulting Pokemon began showing highly erratic, unstable behavior and twitchy movements, making it difficult to work with for research. As a result, it is believed the experiment to create Porygon Z was a failure. This has been attributed to the incompetence of the engineer improperly updating its programming. Academics can't seem to agree on whether Porygon Z should be considered a true evolution of Porygon 2. In ancient Hisui, people were confused about Porygon Z and its evolutionary relatives due to them arriving through space-time distortions and being the product of far more advanced technology than what was available at the time. Porygon Z and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Conversion and Conversion 2. Additionally, prior to Gen 5 and in Gen 9, Porygon Z and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have download as an ability. Evolution Porygon Z evolves from Porygon 2 and is the final form of Porygon. So, Porygon, Porygon 2, Porygon Z. Game data Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
Additional software was installed to make it a better Pokemon. It began acting oddly, however.
Platinum.
Its programming was modified to enable work in alien dimensions. It did not work as planned.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Its programming was modified to enable it to travel through alien dimensions. Seems there might have been an error.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond, Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7 and Sun,
in order to create a more advanced Pokemon, an additional program was installed, but apparently it contained a defect that makes it move oddly. Moon. Its program was modified to facilitate extra-dimensional activities, but that led to noticeably strange behavior.
Ultra Sun.
Its behavior is noticeably unstable, which is apparently due to the incompetence of the engineer who updated its programming.
Ultra Moon.
A faulty update was added to its programming. Its behavior is noticeably strange, so the experiment may have been a failure.
In Gen 8 Sword,
Porygon Z had a program installed to allow it to move between dimensions, but the program also caused instability in Porygon Z's behavior.
In Shield,
some say an additional program made this Pokemon evolve, but even academics can't agree on whether Porygon Z is really an evolution.
Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl.
Additional software was installed to make it an even better Pokemon, and it began acting oddly, however. Legends Arceus. A curious item induced this evolution. The Pokemon's offensive capabilities have greatly increased, but the strangeness of its behavior has magnified in equal measure. This worries me. In Gen 9 Scarlet, an additional program was installed to create a more advanced Pokemon, but it was apparently flawed. Porygon Z moves oddly as a result. Violet. Its programming was modified to enable it to operate in other dimensions. This did not work as planned. Porygon Z in the Alola Pokedex. Porygon Z, the Blueberry Pokedex, surrounded by the strange blocks. That's interesting. I wonder if it has anything to do with Porygon Z. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Sky Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level, Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 85, attack 80, defense 70, special attack 135, special defense 75, speed 90, for a total of 535. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn step by leveling up. Although you can hypothetically have a level 1 Porygon Z, because this is a section about leveling up moves, we'll start with level 15. So at 15, it learns Thunder Shock, 20 Psybeam. At 25, it learns Conversion 2, 30 Agility, 35 Recover, 40 Discharge, 45 Tri-Attack, 50 Double Edge, 55 Lock-On, 60 Zap Cannon, and 65 Hyper Beam. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, there's nothing. By Prior Evolution, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows Volmia in the browser entry. It protects itself with a strange barrier. It attacks by discharging electric bolts. Guardian Signs. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Weave, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pet entry. Porygon Z gave you a secret word in the Granite Zone. He's a star at Rotom's Spooky Shoot 'em Up. This. Evolution data. Porygon Z evolves from Porygon 2 when traded while holding a dubious disc. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Porygon Z evolves from Porygon 2 when exposed to a dubious disc. So Porygon, trade holding upgrade, Porygon 2, trade holding dubious disc, Porygon Z. Sprites. So, yeah, you got this, the little lighter colors, I think, or these different colors. Yeah. Then you've got Shiny here, which is very similar to Porygon and Porygon 2 Shiny. Coloration, anyway, you know. Platinums, you got it in this sort of modern colors. Or closer, anyway. And in this sort of pose. Or whatever, and this animation rather than that one. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get sort of the darker colors and the models. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in this game, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Porygon Z in the World of Pokemon opening of Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice. So we'll be seeing that in the anime section today. In the manga, Porygon Z in Pokemon Tri-Adventure. Got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. Porygon Z appears as a trophy exclusive to the 3DS version of the game. So, Porygon Z trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in the North American version. Porygon is an artificial Pokemon created by humans. Given an upgrade, it becomes Porygon 2. Then another mod turns it into Porygon Z. You'd think 2 upgrades would make Porygon Z the perfect Pokemon, but actually the dubious disc used to make Porygon 2 evolve seems to have introduced some bugs. Maybe a patch is in the works. In the PAL version, Porygon is an artificial Pokemon created by humans. Given an upgrade, it becomes Porygon 2. Then another mod turns it into Porygon Z. You'd think 2 upgrades would make Porygon Z the perfect Pokemon, but actually, the dubious disc
used to make Porygon 2 evolve makes it a bit glitchy. Maybe there's a patch in the works. Trivia. Porygon Z is the only Pokemon whose Japanese name is spelled with a character from a foreign alphabet. I read the second point and its sub-points in the Porygon video. The dubious disc's name implies that Porygon Z, unlike its pre-evolution, was not authorized by Silph.co. In Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, Porygon Z is referred to as a he, even though the Porygon line is gender unknown. In addition, despite never having appeared in the animated series outside of a brief cameo, it did receive an animated series-style voice in the aforementioned game, like every other Pokemon in it. Porygon Z is the only Pokemon to evolve from a Pokemon that evolves when traded. Porygon Z is the only normal-type Pokemon to consist of a head and arms. I read the 7th point in the Pidgeot video. Porygon Z is the only Gen 4 Pokemon that has not appeared in the animated series. Origin, Porygon Z seems to be based on a bird or paper crane that has been rendered using computer software. The head tipping motion it displays in some games is reminiscent of a drinking bird toy. It also bears resemblance to a balloon animal because it resembles a deformed version of Porygon 2, evolves using a dubious disc, and displays unpredictable behavior. It may be based on a computer virus or an unauthorized software patch that causes bugs in a program. Its Pokedex entries imply a connection to artificial intelligence and robotic spacecraft. Name origin, Porygon Z is a combination of Porygon and the letter Z. The latter may refer to the Z-axis in a 3D coordinate system, or the fact that it is the final stage in its evolutionary line, with Z being the final letter of the Latin alphabet. Z could also be a corruption of the number 2, referring to its status as a glitched evolution of Porygon 2. Now the languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Porygon Z's first seen in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Kyurem and the Sword of Justice. In this film, we're at the beginning. The narrator is explaining all these Pokemon and the world of Pokemon. I'm pretty sure it's going to show off the first 5 generations of Pokemon. We watched a little bit of this in the Porygon 2 video, but now we're going to continue it here.
Pokemon live with people, and some choose
Porygon
to live
Z.
alone in the wild.
And that is Porygon Z's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Porygon Z card.
It's the first Porygon Z card design. It was illustrated by Ken Kanetsuna. I think Porygon Z is supposed to be in the same space that Porygon and Porygon 2 are, but it's warped to match how Porygon Z is messed up. It has 110 HP, it's 2'11", and 75 pounds. It has 1 move, Tri-Attack, and 1 Pokepower. Conversion. In the video games, Conversion is a normal type move introduced in Gen 1. Starting after Gen 1, it changes the user's type to match that of one of its moves. On this card, it seems to try to mimic this by making it become the type of the basic energy the player discards, but only lasts until the turn ends. In the video games, Tri-Attack is also a normal type move introduced in Gen 1. Tri-Attack does damage and has 20% chance of either paralyzing, freezing, or burning the target. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy. The player flips 3 coins. It does 40 damage for each heads, so this move can do 0, 40, 80, or 120 damage. Porygon Z is weak to fighting for plus 30 damage, which mimics its weakness to fighting in the video games. It has no resistance, which mirrors its resistance in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Porygon Z to retreat. Its description reads, additional software was installed to make it a better Pokemon. It began acting oddly, however. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl X, and Omega Ruby. In the bottom right corner, there's the Great Encounter's expansion symbol. It's level 54.
I don't have a Gallade card, so the next Pokemon with a card we'll be talking about is Yuxi. Although, it's a training card that also features Mesprit and Azelf, so I'll have to wait until I've talked about Azelf to cover the card. Now say why other people love Porygon Z. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Porygon Z. This is Porygon Z Shiny Pokemon by Chatot Anime. So this nice image of shiny Porygon Z. Very well done. This is Porygon Z by Danny My Brother. This kind of more simplified Porygon Z on this image here. This is Porygon, and Porygon Z by Morandante. I assume one of those is supposed to be Porygon 2. But yeah, you've got Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z. Very well done. This is Porygon Z Pokemon by Chatot Anime. So we got to see the shiny version. This is just the normal version. Still very well done. This is Porygon Z Because I'm Bored LOL by Sword Zeke 17. And I guess this sort of more corrupted version of Porygon Z here. Very interesting. This is Porygon Z by Natadai Foxhole. This just seems to be the official image. This is Air, title not found by Mirage Islander. This nice image of a Porygon 2 and a Porygon Z on the ones and zeros in the background. That's fun. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Porygon Z, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Onix, Seadra and Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, and Lopunny. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Gallade. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Gallade, the only psychic fighting type Pokemon, and latest Pokemon have these 2 types as of the filming of this. It's also the first psychic type Pokemon to change one of its types. Prior to Gen 6, it's also the first psychic evolution to gain a secondary typing. Gallade is the second final evolution of Ralts, who evolves into Kirlia, who, starting in this generation, if male, evolves into Gallade when exposed to a Dawnstone. In Gen 4, Gallade is the final fighting type Pokemon, and Pokemon with a Mega Evolution as of the filming of this. Its previous PYC dates are June 15th, 1997, April 5th, 2000, January 25th, 2003, November 15th, 2005, September 5th, 2008, June 27th, 2011, April 17th, 2014, February 5th, 2017, November 27th, 2019, September 17th, 2022. I most know Gallade from My Pokemon Ranch. In the Ralts, Kirlia, and Gardevoir videos, I mentioned that I thought Gallade was clearly masculine, but now I'm not quite so sure. I think what makes it kind of masculine is that fighting, specifically the combat designs it draws from, are primarily thought of as male. Because it is a male-only evolution, it's easy to see how I, and others, could just default to it being masculine. But, quite ironically, I could easily see this being a female, with the idea that it's breaking gender norms. Not unlike how one might view male Gardevoir. Mega Gallade doesn't add much to make it more masculine, like how Mega Gardevoir made it clearly more feminine. Sure, the knight in shining armor motif it's going for is more traditionally considered masculine, but little about its design is inherently masculine. I think it helps a lot that elements of Gardevoir's design were borrowed for the designs of Gallade and Mega Gallade. I would say the element that is most masculine is the significantly larger legs. They also resemble pant legs, particularly in the models. Pants are traditionally worn by men. If the head feature is supposed to be like the helmets that the Greek hoplites wore, then that would also be a masculine feature, as hoplites were only men. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Gallade, the Blade Pokemon, whose number is 0475. This is Gallade, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Gallade, this is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic Fighting. Since this is our only Psychic Fighting Pokemon, find out the Psychic inside and the Fighting outside. Abilities, Steadfast or Sharpness in Gen 9, plus as Gallade. Justified is its hidden ability, and Inner Focus is Mega Gallade's ability. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group human-like in Gen 8 plus and Amorphous. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'3" and 1.6 meters regardless of the form. Weight as Gallade is 114.6 pounds, or 52 kilograms, and weight as Mega Gallade is 124.3 pounds, or 56.4 kilograms. Megastone is Galladite. Base experience yield is 208 in Gen 4 and 233 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is white, and base friendship is 35. Gallade is a dual-type psychic/fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolved from a male Kirlia when exposed to a Dawnstone. It is one of Ralts' final forms, the other being Gardevoir. Gallade can Mega Evolve into Mega Gallade using the Galladite. The Paradox Pokemon, Iron Valiant, is said to be a future relative of Gallade and Gardevoir, or a counterpart of them from a parallel timeline. Biology, Gallade is a white bipedal, Fissionin-like Pokemon. Its lower body consists of rounded hips with strong legs. It has a thin green torso with sharp red horns sticking out of its chest and back. Its arms resemble tonfas with extendable, blade-like elbows. Its head resembles a gladiator's helmet with a white face, red eyes, a teal head crest. It has spikes on the sides of its face. It is a master of courtesy and swordsmanship, capable of predicting its foes' moves, allowing it to strike preemptively. True to Galade's honorable warrior image, it is just as protective of its trainer as its counterpart, Gardevoir, using the blades on its elbows to defend. The shoulder blades are said to be sharper than even the best swords. Galade is known to be sharply aware of a person's wish for help and seeks out those who need its assistance in battle, fighting savagely with fast and fierce attacks. It is capable of teaching itself swordsmanship at an impressive rate. As shown in Pokemon Adventures, Galade can extend its blades at will to attack opponents from behind. This Pokemon inhabits mountainous areas as mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex. Galade has been observed sleeping in a formal position with one knee up. It is believed that Galade does this because, even at sleep, it is preparing to fight and protect both humans and Pokemon at any moment. Iron Valiant shares a resemblance to Galade and Gardevoir. Forms: Galade can Mega Evolve into Mega Galade. As Mega Galade, its entire body becomes white, save for its head. Red plates emerge from its arms. Its blue head crest grows slightly longer, and the spikes on its head are elongated. It also gains 2 cape-like protrusions on its back, giving it a knightly appearance. When the situation demands it, Mega Galade can use its psychic power to reshape both arms into blades simultaneously and fight using a dual-wielding style. Mega Galade. Evolution. Galade evolves from male Kirlia and is one of the final forms of Ralts, the other being Gardevoir. So, Ralts, Kirlia, male only, Galade. Game data and PC appearances. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness, Galade is a member of the legendary exploration team, Team Raider, alongside Roserade and Rhyperior. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, Galade is used by Ice to protect the blue circuit ball. It was in a 3-way boss battle with Heath's Rhyperior and Lavana's Magmortar in the trio's efforts to thwart the player. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Team Raiders Galade returns and will ask the player to send a letter to Roserade. Once it is delivered, he and the rest of Team Raider connect with the player. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond and Pearl. A master of courtesy and swordsmanship. It fights using extending swords on its elbows. Platinum. When trying to protect someone, it extends its elbows as if they were swords and fights savagely. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Because it can sense what its foe is thinking, its attacks burst out first, fast and fierce. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. True to its honorable warrior image, it uses the blades on its elbows only in defense of something or someone. Shield. Sharply attuned to others' wishes for help, this Pokemon seeks out those in need and aids them in battle. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. The blades extending from its elbows are sharper than the finest swords. Its swordsmanship, albeit self-taught, is astonishingly impressive. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, and Omega Ruby's entry. Galade in the Paldea Pokedex, so it's a full evolutionary line image. That's fun, seeing it. Ralts, Kirlia, and Galade. Snow, for some reason. This image mirrors the Gardevoir image, where it was also a full evolutionary line, and they were in the snow. That's fun. Galade in the Kitakami Pokedex, it's a Galade and a Gardevoir. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Medicinal Leak 40% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats will compare Galade and Mega Galade, so HP 68. That stays the same. Attack 125, that goes up to 165. Defense 65, that goes up to 95. Special attack 65, that stays the same. Special defense 115, that stays the same. Speed 80, that goes up to 110. So this one has a total of 518, and this one has a total of 618. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ground, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, ghost, and fairy, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, and rock for half. Learn step by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 20 Galade, we will go down to 20. Okay, never mind. We'll start with this Evo here and then go down to 23. So, upon evolution, it gets Slash, 23 False Swipe, 28 Protect, 35 Swords Dance, 42 Psycho Cut, 49 Heal Pulse, 56 Wide Guard, and Quick Guard, and 63 Close Combat. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolutions, we'll read them all. TM-001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 16 Side Beam, 17 Confused Ray, 18 Thief, 19 Disarming Voice, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 37 Draining Kiss, 39 Low Sweep, 41 Stored Power, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 57 Pulse Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome from version 2.0.1 onwards, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scissor, 107 Willow Wisp, 109 Trick, 112 Aura Sphere, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 138 Psychic Terrain, 139 Misty Terrain, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 184 Vacuum Wave, 190 Solar Blade, 192 Focus Punch, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 212 Triple Axle, 213 Coaching, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, 221 Throat Chop, 227 Alluring Voice, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by prior evolution. Side game data for Gallade, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It attacks with gusts of luminous wind and strange orbs. It also fakes attacks.
Guardian Signs, creates shockwaves around itself that make Pokemon pause. All this. Pokemon Sleep. True to its honorable warrior image, it has been discovered sleeping in a formal position with one knee up, perhaps even in its sleep. It's preparing to fight so that it can protect people or Pokemon at any time. Gallant Sleep, Cutting Sleep, Dreaming Cut Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. For Mega Gallade, you got all this. Form data, Mega Evolution, Gallade, Galladite, Mega Gallade. Evolution data, Ralts, level 20, Curlia, Dawnstone, Male, Gallade. Sprites here, so a little different, green and blue. A lot more like gray rather than blue, that's interesting. And red is, yeah, a little different as well. Blue for the shiny and purple, that makes sense. Generally, like these were. And orange for the red part, yeah. Platinums has it sort of shielding itself with its arm, or tacking up, I guess, maybe. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Seems to actually be a different pose than either of these. Usually it takes one of the two of them, but it seems to be a little different. That's more closely, I think, resembling that one, but it's a little different. Interesting. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Probably slightly different colors as well, yeah. Mega Gallade's model. And you got this. Oh, it turns it gray. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's gray. Yeah. Because it, like, even that's kind of sort of a bluish, it actually makes it gray. Oh, interesting. Oh. Yeah, and then, yeah, it's kind of darker colors, like a darker blue. Interesting. That's fun. The orange instead of the red parts. That's fun. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Gallade in Pokemon Journeys the series. Mega Gallade in Pokemon the Mega Evolution Pokedex short. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 177 in Ash's Pokedex.
Gallade, the blade Pokemon, and the evolved form of Curlia. Gallade extends its elbows as if they were swords. And when protecting someone, it fights fiercely.
In Journeys, episode 51, in Go's Rotophone.
Gallade, the blade Pokemon, a psychic and fighting type. When Gallade feels it's necessary to protect someone, it extends its elbows like sword blades, and then fights.
Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer. Mega Gallade in the animated trailer. In the manga. Gallade in Pokemon Adventures. Mega Gallade in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, the TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the God of War video. Gallade's number in the Sinnoh Pokedex, Platinum only, and the Almia browser are the same, 160. Gallade and its evolutionary relatives have several unique attributes. I read this first subpoint and its sub-subpoint in the God of War video. I read the second subpoint in the Ralts video. I read the third subpoint in the God of War video, but not the sub-subpoint, so we'll read that. In addition, Gallade is the only Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution that evolves from exposure to an Evolution Stone. Gallade is the only Fighting-type Pokemon in the Amorphous Egg group. Gallade is the only Gen 4 Pokemon with a Paradox Pokemon counterpart. Gallade is the only Pokemon introduced prior to Gen 8 to have Sharpness as an ability, and the only Pokemon to have Sharpness as a non-hidden ability. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Gallade was unable to learn Metronome via TM, while its pre-evolutions could. Origin, Gallade may be based on a warrior elf. The single fin on Gallade's head resembles the helmet worn by Murmillo-class Roman gladiators, or the Corinthian helmet with a horsehair crest worn by Greek hoplites, but it may also be based on medieval knights. Additionally, its battle stances in various media resemble the on-guard position and parries of modern fencing, while the elbow swords themselves have a close resemblance to tonfas, wooden bars held against the arm to act as batons and arm guards. The red piece on its chest may represent the heart, alluding to the empathetic and protective nature of its evolutionary line mixed with chivalry of a knight. Gallade's militaristic design may reference Sir Knight, God of War's original name in Japanese. Mega Gallade's cape is similar to a superhero cape or matador or bullfighter's fabric. Name origin, Gallade may be a combination of gallant and blade. Urorido may be a combination of elf and or elbow and blade. It may also involve Aido, a Japanese martial art of responding to attacks with swift swordplay. Now, languages, references, related articles to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Gallade's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town where they've met Alice and her Chimchar. This is Alice.
You, Brock.
There's Gallade.
Gallade.
What, Gallade?
Gallade, go.
Ash, Brock.
What happened?
Gallade. Gallade.
Something.
I would say that's Gallade's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Gallade. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's done fan art, so let's start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gallade. This is Gallade versus God of War 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI. So this AI art of Gallade and God of War. This is Gallade by Pocachico 0. So this more detailed version of Gallade, I guess. Interesting. This is Gallade and God of War family by Gallade Fire Knight. So this image of Gallade, God of War, currently en Ralts. I'm pretty sure it's AI. I mean, it doesn't say it in the description, but it very much looks like AI. I think maybe the hands might give it away a little bit. This is Gallade and God of War by Cinderace Azul. So this image of Gallade and God of War, also pretty sure this is AI. Even though it doesn't say it in the description. This is Art Fight 1, Gallivant by Bread Smoothie. So this nice image of a Gallade here wearing this sort of cape thing. Thinking of burning paperwork, I think. Interesting. I got the second one that's more closer image, or like, yeah, interesting. This is Paralog 1, page 13 by Energy Luxray. Got this Rabombi next to this Riolu. It's, I guess, injured. This one's like brooding, I guess. And then it's like ... And Robombi says, "Isn't it cruel of us to keep letting him get in these situations? Either we stop it, or he will get hurt again, and it'll be our fault." Interesting. This is Gallade and Gardevoir by Danny Blues 24. So this AI image of a human Gallade and female Gardevoir here. This is Eastern Guild chart by Perp Riolu. Don't fuck this up. Eastern Guild. NT 25. It's probably from 2025. Got a bunch of fusions here. Literally cannot fuck up even if they tried. This is a fusion between Mega Gallade and Corviknight. This one is Appleton and Goodra. This one I think might just be a shiny Lopunny. We'll try not to fuck up and probably won't. Supposed to be at least part Manectric. I assume the horns are from a Pokemon like Go-Goat. We'll try not to fuck up and probably will. So this is a fusion between Mega Bayonet and Gardevoir. Fucks it up on purpose. This is an anthropomorphic Liepard. This one is a fusion between Mean Shao and Metacham. Physically incapable of not fucking it up. This is a fusion between Leafeon and Simisear. Very interesting. This doesn't contain a Gallade, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, Ralts, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Gallade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Probopass. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Probopass, the final Rock-type and Rock-Steel-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's also the only evolution of Nosepass, who, starting in this generation, evolves when leveled up in a special magnetic field, or, starting in Gen 8, when exposed to a Thunderstone. The previous PUIC dates of Probopass are June 16th, 1997, April 6th, 2000, January 26th, 2003, November 16th, 2005, September 6th, 2008, June 28th, 2011, April 18th, 2014, February 6th, 2017, November 28th, 2019, and September 18th, 2022. I most know Probopass from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook, where I was introduced to it. If Nosepass is comparable to the classic Potato Heads, then Probopass is comparable to the more modern versions. I also feel like the mustache indicates that it's more mature than Nosepass, which makes sense for an evolution. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Probopass, the Compass Pokemon, whose number is 0476. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Steel, abilities Sturdy or Magnet Pull. Sand Force is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding's a group mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters. Weight is 749.6 pounds or 340 kilograms. Base experience yield is 198 in Gen 4 and 184 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3. 1 in defense. 2 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 70. Gray? There's no gray. I mean, maybe this is supposed to be gray. Maybe. But definitely blue and red. Much more. Like, this was, I think, maybe also classified as gray. And this might have been a little bit grayish. But there's no gray on this. This is definitely supposed to be blue. Probopass is a dual-type rock/steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Nosepass when leveled up in a special magnetic field or when exposed to a Thunderstone. Biology, Probopass is a mostly blue, rock-like Pokemon. It has small, round eyes, a red nose that is large in proportion to its body, and a bushy black mustache that consists of iron sand, which appears to be attracted by its magnetic nose. Probopass has 3 small objects on its sides and back called mini-noses, which it is able to control. It has a big red hat-like magnet on top of its head and exudes strong magnetism from all over its body. So Probopass's mini noses, you can see them floating around, I guess. Being able to command these mini noses, Probopass is able to catch prey and attack opponents from all three directions. On occasion, its mini noses can get lost and may never come back. It emits strong magnetic fields that enable it to levitate and can damage nearby appliances. Probopass can use the iron sand to form rocks, which it uses to destroy its prey. It is rarely seen in the wild, but may be found in mountainous regions very occasionally. Evolution, Probopass evolves from Nosepass, so Nosepass, Probopass. Game data, Pokédex entries in Gen 4. Diamond and Pearl. It exudes strong magnetism from all over. It controls 3 small units called mini noses. Platinum. It freely controls 3 small units called mini noses using magnetic force. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It controls 3 units called mini noses using magnetic force. With them, it can attack the foe from 3 directions. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinums. Black 2 and White 2. It freely controls 3 units called mini noses using magnetic force. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Platinum and Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, Black, White, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. It radiates such a powerful magnetic field that nearby electrical appliances become unusable. Moon. The main body controls 3 mobile units called mini noses, which it maneuvers to catch prey. Ultra Sun. Although it can control its units known as mini noses, they sometimes get lost and don't come back. Ultra Moon. It uses 3 small units to catch prey and battle enemies. The main body mostly just gives orders. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Its entire body exudes strong magnetism. Probopass controls 3 small units called mini noses. Legends Arceus. It is able to emit powerful magnetism, allowing it control over the iron stand that forms its luscious mustache. Using this iron sand, Probopass forms hard stones with which it smites its prey. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but the has been replaced by A. Violet. Probopass radiates such a powerful magnetic field that nearby electrical appliances are rendered useless while it's around. Probopass in the Lola Pokedex. Probopass in the Kitakami Pokedex. So there's 3 of them. You can see the mini noses floating around. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus for normal has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid items by level, Alpha, XP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 55, defense 145, special attack 75, special defense 150, speed 40 for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Steel, Fire, Grass, Electric, and Dark, weak to fighting and ground for 4, and water for double, immune to poison, resistant to normal and flying for a 4th, and rock, bug, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is half. So go from 0 to half. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half, so both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up. In Gen 9, you can hypothetically have a level 1 Probopass, but since this is a section about leveling up moves, we'll start with this Evo here and then go down. So, upon evolution, it gets Tri-Attack, 13 Thunder Wave, 16 Rest, 19 Spark, 22 Rock Slide, 25 Power Gem, 28 Rock Blast, 31 Discharge, 34 Sandstorm, 37 Earth Power, 40 Stone Edge, and 43 Lock On and Zap Cannon. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all, so TM 001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 121 Heavy Slam, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Stand Tomb, 178 Gravity, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 202 Pain Split, 204 Double Edge, 210 Supercell Slam, 220 Meteor Beam, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding or skipping, by prior evolution, Nosepass could give it Harden and Rock Throw. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It hurls magnetic hunks. It also triggers rock balls to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers rock balls around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. Evolution data. Probopass evolves from Nosepass when leveled up. In a special magnetic field, Nosepass cannot evolve into Probopass in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, due to there being no area in Kanto or Johto with a special magnetic field. From Pokemon Legends Arceus onwards, Nosepass is also able to evolve into Probopass when exposed to a Thunderstone. So, Nosepass level up in areas with a special magnetic field. Thunderstone, Legends Arceus onwards, Probopass. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors. Oh, that's fun. I can close the magnet on its head. Cover its eyes. Like Nosepass, it's shiny as yellow for the body. Platinum, it like moves around. I guess it closes and also shifts its body. Interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. You can see them moving around the mini noses. That's fun. Gen 6, get the models. This nose is a lot longer, I think. That's interesting. And lighter colors. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. His eyes are yellow? Oh, I guess they are. Interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Probopass and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Got all that. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 58, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Probopass, the compass Pokemon, and the evolved form of Nosepass. Its body acts as a powerful magnet. It controls 3 smaller units called mini noses.
In Sun and Moon, episode 36, in the Rotom Pokedex.
Probopass, the compass Pokemon, a rock and steel type. Probopass uses magnetic force to control the 3 mini noses at its sides.
In Journeys, episode 56, in Go's Rotom Phone.
Probopass, the compass Pokemon, a rock and steel type. Probopass puts out a strong magnetic field that lets it control its 3 units called mini noses at will.
Pokemon Generations, Probopass and Pokemon Generations is fighting a Pikachu. In the manga, Probopass and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, Trivia, Probopass is tied with Ridisteel and Hisuian Gudra for the highest base special defense stat of all Steel-type Pokemon. As there's no spectral magnetic field in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it is impossible to evolve Nosepass into a Probopass in these games. The same applies for Magnezone, Leafeon, and Glaceon. All have to be traded from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum to be obtained. Due to the censor that prevents Pokemon with offensive nicknames being traded on the GTS, an English language Probopass could not be traded on the GTS without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White. In a wind-swept encounter, Clement uses a machine that detects Pokemon flowers, which resembles a Probopass, albeit without the mustache or mini noses. Probopass is the only non-electric type Pokemon that can be obtained by the use of a Thunderstone. Origin, Probopass is based on the Pukao-wearing Moai statues of Easter Island and a compass magnet with iron fillings attached to it. All of Probopass's noses are like the needles in a compass rose, with the big nose pointing north, as in some compasses where the north needle is the biggest, and the mini noses pointing to the east, south, and west. Its nasal compass may be based on the expression follow one's nose, meaning to trust one's instincts. Alternatively, it may be a pun on the English words nose, nozu, and north, nosu. It could also be based on the ethmoid bone that is located between the nasal cavity and the brain and is known to give some species their sense of direction via magnetoreception. Name origin, Probopass may be a combination of proboscis and compass. Denos may be a combination of they, big, north, and nose. This contrasts with its mini noses, Chibi nose, whose Japanese name may be a combination of Chibi, small, north, and nose. Now the languages, also for the mini noses, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Probopass.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 524, Nosing Up the Mountain. First, at the beginning of the episode, there's this weasel here. Presumably it's Ash's weasel, we don't really know though. There's Probopass in the background, and Team Rocket's meow. I would say that is Probopass's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Probopass. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so I'm starting looking at DeviantArt fan art. Those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. And that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Poketober Day 22 Evolution by Sloth Power. So it's this nice image of a Probopass and then a Nosepass trying to pretend to be Probopass. That's fun. Very well done. Let's move on.
Because whoever wants to submit fan art, I'll be streaming tonight at 9 PM CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dusk Noir. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.